Darkness draped the land from the north down to the scorching deserts of Dorne. A mournful stillness settled over cities and hamlets alike, a hush of expectation more potent than the silence of any normal winter's night. Where once the bustle of taverns and markets brought color and warmth to the streets, only the crunch of ice against frozen cobblestones remained, punctuated by distant howls that echoed through the windswept night. Snow blanketed the world in relentless layers, forging a white carpet that glimmered coldly beneath the sallow moon and the stars that seemed farther away than ever, as though recoiling from the creeping hush that enveloped the realm. No soldier's horn or castle bell now rang to break this hush, no traveling minstrels plucked lutes at feasts, those who still drew breath had long ago abandoned pageantry. Instead, every living soul recognized what now ruled them, recognized the footsteps that crunched relentlessly closer, leaving trails of crackling frost in their wake. The dead had come to claim the living's domain, led by the being whose very existence heralded the end of mortal rule, the Night King. In the Red Keep, the Iron Throne stood empty for only a short time after the capital fell. King's Landing, once the roiling center of intrigue and ambition, had transformed into a silent labyrinth of frost-choked avenues. The harbor's waters formed a skin of ice thick enough that the hulls of ships were locked in place, sails tattered and flapping uselessly in the everlasting wind. Grand spires that once sang with the call of bells now hunched like forlorn sentinels, weighed down by icicles that clung like silver daggers. The populous, countless souls who had thrived on trade, gossip, and the daily hustle either fled or fell. Those who fled discovered that no corner of the realm offered solace. Those who fell joined the ranks of the silent dead, shuffling forward with empty eyes, silver blue in the gloom, as unstoppable as a rising tide. When the Night King entered the city at the head of his army, not even the might of living dragons had halted him. Queen Daenerys Targaryen's greatest weapon, her children of fire, had caused momentary havoc in the throng of wights. Blue flames and white frost clashed, lighting the city's avenues with supernatural battle fires. But it was not enough. The monstrous undead dragon, Viserion, flew overhead, answering living flames with an icy breath that froze the very air in the living dragon's lungs. Screeches and roars split the sky, scattering flocks of crows and starlings that soared into the whitened gloom. The city's defenders, unsullied Dothraki, remnants of the Gold Cloaks, knights from across the realm, fought valiantly. Their hearts thundered with the combined hope of humanity, but step by step, they found themselves pushed back, cornered in squares and alleys already strewn with frost-limbed corpses. In those final hours of King's Landing's fall, Daenerys herself led charge after desperate charge, riding atop Drogon. The black dragon twisted and soared, unleashing torrents of flame that boiled the snow into violent clouds of steam, turning the city streets into canyons of swirling fog. But the White Walkers cared not for steam and fog, they continued their inexorable march. Winter's grip solidified, spreading fractures of ice across every inch of stone. Even the Red Keep's ancient walls groaned beneath the sub-zero assault. Archers on the battlements found their bowstrings snapping from the cold, their arrows cracked or unable to fly true. Soldiers found their armor fused to their skin or their swords brittle in the freeze. Then the moment came when Daenerys and Drogon found themselves assaulted by a hail of icy spears conjured by the White Walkers. One struck Drogon's flank, embedding itself so deeply that it drew forth a roar of agony. Dazed and bleeding, the beast nearly tumbled from the sky, landing hard among the ruins. And in that moment, from the steps of the Red Keep, the Night King watched with silent, frigid arrogance. His crown of icicle-like horns glinted in the moonlight. Pale eyes mirrored nothing of the city's suffering. They were vacant, emotionless, carrying the promise of an endless winter. He raised his hand, the gesture slow and deliberate. The legion of wights rallied beneath him, their gasping moans resonating like an uncanny chorus. Alongside them, other White Walkers glided with inhuman poise, their frost-forged spears and swords reflecting the last defiance of living flame. On the far side of the city, Daenerys commanded Drogon to rise again, desperate to unleash more destruction upon the enemy. But she saw them amassing for another assault, saw the faint swirl of dark magic glimmer in the frigid air around their pointed hands. Dragonfire roared over the rooftops, sweeping away swathes of the dead. Yet, these victories were ephemeral. Every wight that fell to the flames rose again moments later, skeletal hands pressing into the ice as they jerked upright, eyes kindled anew with that spectral blue glow. If Drogon's inferno claimed 100 at a time, the Night King reanimated them in a single breath. Eventually, the living could only retreat. The steps of the Red Keep were slick with blood and ice as Daenerys, with tears freezing on her cheeks, realized that the heart of her empire was lost. Still, some refused to yield. The sound of steel echoed against steel, echoing too off the glacial walls as Grey Worm led the Unsullied in a last stand. their phalanxes braced, shields interlocked, forming a barrier that even the dead struggled to penetrate. The Dothraki who had survived the carnage in the north rallied for one final cavalry charge, their aurochs raised high, war cries turning into plumes of mist. Yet the tide overwhelmed them. The whites possessed no fear, no hesitation. Cold hands snatched reins, pulled warriors from their saddles, stabbed at unprotected flanks. The defenders, men and women of countless houses, loyal to different banners, found their numbers whittled away. Each fallen warrior rose again to fight against former friends and kin. The last measure of hope flickered like a candle's ember, battered from all sides by a wind that knew no mercy. When the final bastion of humanity within the city walls yielded, it was not with a triumphant roar from the dead but with a chilling hush, as though sound itself froze in reverence. The Night King strode through the courtyard of the Red Keep, his footfalls marking each step with an eerie crunch. Fragments of ice and broken rubble scattered away from his path. No living man or woman dared to face him now. Those who survived had fled into shadows, seeking sanctuary in cellars or hidden corridors beneath the keep's structure. With each pace he took, frost spread across the stone floor, creeping up columns and devouring tapestries until they split and wilted. Finally, at the end of the great hall, where lords once sat to petition their king or queen, rose the Iron Throne. The warped swords of that throne, hammered and twisted together by dragonfire centuries ago, were rimed with hoarfrost. Once black and forbidding, they now glinted beneath the flickering torches that still sputtered with weak flames. The Night King paused before it, as if considering the seat of mortal ambition. For a heartbeat, one might think he was mocking the memory of all those who had fought and died for that revered chair. Slowly, deliberately, he mounted the steps. Each footstep froze the stone, layering it with ice so thick it cracked under its own white weight. When he turned and settled onto the throne, the hush that followed was absolute. The Night King, ancient and beyond mortal desires, had claimed the seat that cost countless souls their lives. The realm had a new master, one who did not speak, did not reason, and did not bargain. Winter's grasp was now absolute. Word of King's Landing's fall spread as though carried by phantom ravens. Survivors fled north, ironically away from the source of the invasion that had begun beyond the wall. Yet southward offered only the quiet knowledge of the Night King's dominion. The crownlands were lost, and soon the Reach followed. The broad fields once golden with wheat, once dotted with shimmering rivers and contented villages, became a tundra. Towns that had never known heavy snowfall found themselves blanketed under feet of ice. Orchards stood like skeletons in a white orchard of death. Highgarden's graceful spires became monochrome pillars of frozen sorrow, and the halls that once rang with harp music and laughter lay silent. The night sky brought no comfort. Sometimes, if one listened closely enough, the howls of the dead could be heard drifting across the wind, a lullaby of nightmares. Beyond the devastation in the south, in the storm-lashed halls of Storm's End, a cold defiance held fast. House Baratheon's seat had withstood legendary tempests, monstrous waves had crashed against its walls for centuries, failing to breach the fortress. Yet now it faced a storm with no tide and no end. Its ramparts of stone were strong, but for how long could they resist an encroaching winter that defied the very nature of mortal seasons? Those who sheltered inside told themselves the fortress was impenetrable. They huddled near blazing hearths, feeding them with every scrap of timber they could find. But the supply lines to the Stormland's outlying villages had been severed by the advancing White Hordes. Venturing beyond the gates became a perilous gamble. No ravens came from King's Landing anymore, or from any corner of the realm. Days became the same bleak repetition: await the next wave of undead, fend them off, and wait again. The inhabitants grew gaunt, food supplies dwindled, and the knowledge that a war already lost in the capital threatened to consume them next sank its claws deeper into their hearts. Meanwhile, in the Vale, Lady Sansa Stark had gathered those remnants of armies and refugees that managed to escape the Great War in the north and the subsequent horrors in King's Landing. The Eyrie perched high among the mountains, safe from most conventional armies. But the Whites did not rely on siege ladders or conventional tactics. The White Walkers had unnatural resources at their disposal. Sansa knew that if the Night King turned his attention to the Vale, the snows would block the narrow passes and eventually the undead could find a path or create one. Winter, after all, gave them unlimited time. Around the Ares halls, Knights of the Vale, battered northerners, and scattered forces pledged to House Targaryen or House Stark gathered in a fragile alliance. They looked to Sansa for leadership, for hope. She felt the weight of that responsibility with every passing day, yet she refused to yield to despair. She remembered too well the starvation and suffering of the North, the betrayals and alliances that had shaped her path from Winterfell to King's Landing and back again. She would not let the living slip quietly into the long night without a fight. Across the narrow sea, word reached a scattered handful of Essosi lords, sailors, and merchants who had witnessed the fall of Westeros's principal seat of power from a distance. Many a Volantene galley and Braavosi trading ship had found King's Landing's harbor unnavigable, choked with ice. Those captains told tales of a silent capital. Some said they glimpsed an army of the dead. Others spoke of dragons locked in eternal struggle in the sky, one spitting fire, the other answering with frost. Yet more rumored that even the faceless men of Braavos refused to set foot on Westerosi soil now. Dismay spread across Essos, accompanied by a new suspicion that if the entire continent of Westeros was truly falling under an endless winter, what could stop that winter from crossing the sea one day? Tense alliances formed among the free cities, but none dared mount a direct assault on a foe they barely understood. The memory of defeats burned fresh in many minds, from Astapor to Meereen, where once Daenerys's unstoppable armies had triumphed. Now, that same power was overshadowed by something far more ominous. Jon Snow walked at the edges of battered encampments as though searching for a ghost. His hair, once thick and dark, had grown wiry from the endless cold. He wore the scars of battles past openly on his face, a testament to struggles that had shaped him into the man he was, battles in the north, at Winterfell, and beyond the wall. Now he found himself leading a band of survivors on a desperate search for allies, shelter, and a new plan. He had fought the Night King before. He had known fear, hope, triumph, and despair in equal measure. Yet never had he witnessed the realm so thoroughly subjugated by the encroaching cold. The knowledge of what had happened in King's Landing, how Daenerys had tried to save it and failed, haunted him. He pressed on, though, because giving in to despair would mean letting the last candle of humanity snuff out. If there was a chance, no matter how slim, that the living could rally and strike back, he had to find it. Arya Stark walked beside him, her face as sharp and pale as the steel she carried. Once upon a time, she had dreaded winter. She had dreamed of being swift as a deer on sunny days, chasing cats through the courtyards of Winterfell. Those days felt like they belonged to a distant lifetime. Now she embraced the deadly focus honed in Braavos. The freeze bit her skin, but she refused to complain. After all she had endured, losing her father, witnessing war after war, she was no longer the little girl who flinched at the cold. She was a weapon in the shape of a girl. The nightmares of her training, the litany of names she had repeated each night, the illusions and transformations in the House of Black and White, these experiences had fused with her being. Now, standing beside Jon, her older brother in name and in heart, she resolved to serve as a silent shield, a dagger in the dark should the dead draw near. Their company traveled through hidden roads and narrow passes, avoiding the main thoroughfares where the whites roamed in unstoppable swarms. Now and again, they found a humble tavern or farmstead that still offered a roof overhead. More often, they found only ruin, families turned to ice in their own homes. Some nights, they huddled around a tiny campfire, listening to the moan of the wind, the creaking of trees that threatened to shed thick limbs beneath the weight of so much snow. Each dawn, the same question haunted them: where to next? The north was lost in ice. The capital was a seat for the Night King. The southern kingdoms fell one by one. Where could they hope to regroup? They heard rumors of a gathering in the Riverlands near Riverrun, where House Tully's seat offered a potential stronghold. Though the Tully forces had suffered near decimation, the castle's strategic position, with the red fork of the trident serving as a natural moat, provided some defense. If the dead could freeze the waters, which they surely could, that advantage would only last so long. But rumor said that refugees were funneling there, hoping for a miracle or for leadership. Some said the last living dragon, Drogon, had been sighted in the skies above the region, wounded but unbroken, fierce in his roars of defiance. They said Daenerys might still be alive, though none had seen her in weeks. Clinging to that shred of possibility, Jon, Arya, and their company pushed onward with a grim determination. At Riverrun, the battered gates opened to reveal a teeming crowd huddled in the courtyard, seeking any warmth and shelter behind the walls. Gray-faced refugees from the Westerlands, the Reach, and the crownlands pressed together like frightened cattle. Cooks labored day and night to distribute meager stews, while blacksmiths tried to salvage what arms they could from broken swords and axes. Above them, the Tully banners hung limp, coated with frost. The castle's wards murmured with tension. Light from torches flickered against the stones, and in every corner, families recounted horrors witnessed on the road. Mothers worried over cold, starving children, wrapping them in threadbare blankets. The river lords who remained huddled in what had once been a great hall, discussing the next move. They exchanged stories of how quickly the dead traveled, how unstoppable they seemed, how fruitless it was to fight them on open ground. They needed a bold plan, or else all of them would be encased in ice soon enough. In that hall, Jon Snow found men and women he had known, Edmure Tully, older and wearier, who clutched the arms of a high-backed chair as though it were the edge of a cliff. Brienne of Tarth stood among them, tall and stoic, her gaze filled with unwavering resolve despite the tragedies unfolding daily. Podrick Payne, by her side, tried to maintain hope in his eyes, though the darkness creeping into the realm had weighed heavily on him. Gendry, the blacksmith-turned-lord, quietly conferred with the other smiths about forging new weapons. Even Samwell Tarly had managed to arrive, carrying with him tomes saved from the citadel that might contain knowledge about how to stand against an enemy that wielded frost and death so effortlessly. As Jon entered, a brief hush settled over those gathered. He saw in their eyes the reflection of his own determination, as well as a burning question. What next? Sansa arrived not long after, traveling from the Vale with knights sworn to her banner. She and Jon embraced in a momentary respite from the swirling fears around them. Arya lingered at the edge of the hall, scanning the assembled faces for signs of betrayal or hopelessness. She saw a fragile alliance stitched together by dread. Hope was scarce, but it lived in small gestures. A pot of hot stew shared, a blacksmith forging a new blade, a watchman standing a shift so another might rest. Jon stepped forward to address the uncertain crowd. His voice was low but firm, carrying the echo of all the wars he'd endured. "We have faced the Night King before," he said. "We know his army grows with each life lost. We've lost the North. We've lost the capital. But we have not lost the will to fight. We stand here living and free because we remember who we are, and because we remember what happens to those who fall. There can be no surrender." Sansa added, "If we have any hope at all, it lies in unity. Once, petty rivalries tore us apart. Ambition, vengeance, fear, these gave the dead the advantage. Now we set those quarrels aside or we die." Her words carried the weight of a woman who had seen too much betrayal, endured captivity, learned the cost of naivety, and fought tooth and nail to preserve what little she held dear. The lords and ladies in the hall murmured in assent. Whispers filled the space. Talk of rebuilding alliances, of searching for Dragonstone's hidden caches, of gleaning any hint of hidden Targaryen power that might still be harnessed. Some recalled that obsidian dragonglass could kill White Walkers, but forging enough weapons from dragonglass, distributing them across a scattered, beleaguered population, how could they manage that in time? Samwell Tarly stepped forward, clearing his throat. He clutched a thick tome bound in worn leather. "I found a reference to a ritual," he began, voice trembling slightly. "One that's rarely mentioned in the histories. The children of the forest once performed it in the heart of winter to bind the spirits of the undead to the far north. It's not precisely the same as the magic that created the Night King, but if we decipher it fully, it might give us a way to weaken him." Bran Stark, seated in a dim corner, raised his eyes. He had remained quiet for most of the gathering, wrapped in heavy furs, his expression distant. Over time, he had slipped further into the persona of the three-eyed raven, seeing events past and present flicker behind his eyes. But now he spoke with an eerie calm that silenced the room. "I can sense the Night King's will. He is no ordinary foe. He doesn't simply desire to kill us. He desires to envelop the world in an endless cold to erase all trace of mortal life and rewrite it in his own image. Magic is woven into his being, older than any of us can fathom. We must be swift." Jon and Sansa exchanged a glance. They understood that time was not on their side. The more the Night King consolidated his power from the Iron Throne, the more unstoppable he would become. Word was that every day more corpses walked, and the living places that remained were starved of supplies, of hope, and soon would fall. Thus began the frantic plotting of desperate measures. Raiding parties would be sent to Dragonstone to gather what dragoglass remained in the mines Daenerys had once used. Gendry and the Smiths would establish a forging operation in Riverrun, working day and night. Meanwhile, Sam and Bran would pore over the old texts, searching for any hint of a ritual or artifact that might break the Night King's hold. And scouts would attempt a foray toward King's Landing, a near-suicidal mission to discover how deeply entrenched the dead truly were and whether Daenerys or her dragon might still be found alive. Days bled into weeks, each day colder than the last. Snow swirled around Riverrun, piling high against the walls, turning the Red Fork into a slow-churning slush that threatened to freeze solid. Fires in the hearths required constant stoking. People trudged through the courtyard bundled in every layer they could muster, faces pinched with hunger. Horses that had once been prized for cavalry charges were now even more prized as a potential source of meat for the starving. The forging yard rang with hammer blows, sending plumes of sparks into the frigid air. Gendry's arms ached, but he worked tirelessly, teaching novices how to shape molten metal, how to fold the dragoglass shards into workable spearheads, arrowheads, and swords. Mistakes cost precious resources, so every forging had to be done with meticulous care. On one bitter afternoon, a group of scouts returned. Half their number were missing, and of the survivors, some were wounded by frostbite, others by white attacks. Their eyes brimmed with the haunted look of those who had glimpsed hell. They reported that the Night King's presence at King's Landing transformed the city into a fortress of cold, with roving patrols of White Walkers ensuring no living soul remained unaccounted for. They had spotted glimpses of an enormous shape perched in the highest tower, undead Viserion, or so they believed, watchful and silent. They saw no sign of Daenerys alive. The only glimpses of dragons had been the remains of regal and undead Viserion circling overhead. One scout whispered rumors of a black shape glimpsed in the sky far to the west, possibly Drogon, but they had no proof beyond a fleeting shadow in the clouds. Grief weighed heavily on Jon's heart at the news. It felt like yet another blow in a long chain of tragedies. But still he clung to hope. Daenerys' fate remained uncertain, and he would not give up on her so easily. Meanwhile, Sansa coordinated supply chains, rationing carefully so that the living could last through at least a few more fortnights. She insisted on overseeing the distribution of food, ensuring no house or group hoarded or starved. Brienne and Podrick took shifts leading patrols along the walls, for the undead had begun to probe the riverlands, capturing villages, turning them into silent, haunted outposts. Arya often vanished from the fortress entirely, returning days later with a vacant gaze that suggested she had been deep into enemy territory, confirming the scouts' reports, perhaps crossing names off an invisible list in her mind. Sam and Bran locked themselves in the library, joined by a few maesters who had escaped the citadel. Candlelight flickered over their haggard faces as they flipped page after yellowed page, cross-referencing ancient scrolls in search of any key that might unravel the magic that bound the Night King to the living world. Some references hinted at a catastrophic ritual in the distant past, something involving the weirwood trees and the sacrifice of powerful blood. Bran recalled glimpses of swirling mists in his visions, the distant chanting of the children of the forest, the site of a place where the first White Walker was created. Stray pieces of knowledge hovered at the edges of his awareness, but focusing on them was like trying to cup water in his hands. Sam pored over runes, deciphering half-broken sentences. In the heart of winter, blood of kings, bound by ice and fire, released the living from the chain of death. But the instructions were maddeningly incomplete, scattered across contradictory passages. They gleaned that certain conditions were needed, a place of power, an offering, and the presence of both ice and fire. One night, as the wind rattled the library's shutters and the last candles flickered precariously, Bran's eyes rolled back in his head. He slipped into a trance of green sight. Sam and the maesters watched nervously. Moments later, Bran gasped and returned, sweat beading on his brow in the cold. He fixed Sam with a steady gaze. The ritual site, Bran whispered. It must be at the Isle of Faces, where the Green Men once tended the weirwoods. The Isle of Faces nestled in the God's Eye Lake, a place steeped in ancient magic. Sam's pulse quickened. That lake was not far from Harrenhal, an accursed fortress rumored to be haunted, and it was well within the territory now threatened by the dead. But if that was the key, they had no choice but to attempt it. From the fragmentary texts, they suspected the ritual would require the presence of one touched deeply by fire, a Targaryen, likely Daenerys or her bloodline, and also the power of the old gods channeled through the weirwoods. Jon, who carried the blood of both Stark and Targaryen, might serve as a conduit. The notion filled Sam with dread. Jon had already sacrificed so much. Yet if not him, who else? As winter's stranglehold tightened, Sansa and Jon convened a secret council with the highest lords and ladies still loyal. They weighed the suicidal risk of traveling to the God's Eye, which would almost certainly be within the Night King's sphere of influence soon, against the fact that time was nearly up. A direct siege on King's Landing was unthinkable. They had neither the numbers nor the advantage to mount an assault, especially with the undead dragon in the skies. But a covert mission to the Isle of Faces under cover of night or by some route the undead might not anticipate could hold a sliver of promise. They would need to gather a strike force capable of protecting Jon, Bran, and Sam while the ritual was performed. They would need to rely on stealth, cunning, and no small amount of luck. Gendry was tasked with forging a small trove of specialized weapons from dragoglass for the infiltration. Archers would be equipped with arrows tipped in obsidian, swords, and spears likewise fashioned. Brienne, Arya, and a few other seasoned fighters would be among the group. Tyrion Lannister, who had arrived at Riverrun with a handful of survivors from King's Landing, offered his cunning in strategizing the approach. "We may need a distraction," he said quietly, his eyes still shadowed by memories of the capital's fall. "If we can lure enough of the Night King's army away from the God's Eye, we might slip through. But such a distraction could be suicidal." "I'll do it," came a voice from the back. Grey Worm, face emotionless, stood with arms crossed. He had lost nearly everything in the wars, and the Unsullied were nearly annihilated. But the resolve in his eyes remained unbroken. "For the Queen," he said simply. No one questioned his bravery. The plan formed swiftly. A portion of the limited forces at Riverrun would march south, engaging the dead in a pitched skirmish, drawing them away from the lake, while Jon's team made for the Isle of Faces. It was a gamble on top of a gamble, but it was all they had. In the days that followed, the group prepared in grim silence. Arya honed her blades. Brienne instructed the chosen fighters in the nuances of tackling White Walkers and Whites. Sam carefully packed the necessary books and references. Bran meditated, drifting through visions of ravens circling the God's Eye, glimpsing terrifying images of the dead creeping closer. Sansa, forced to remain at Riverrun to maintain leadership in their absence, pressed each of them to come back alive. When the time came to depart, the fortress's gates opened just long enough for two separate companies to ride out into the whipping snow. One, led by Grey Worm and flanked by a handful of knights, galloped south, banners hidden, taking roads where the dead would see them. The other, smaller band of riders skirted the roads entirely, hugging forest lines and old game trails. With luck, the dead would chase the more visible force. Days on the road were a blur of bitter cold, nighttime halts behind screenages of trees and scouting for any sign of whites. They encountered pockets of refugees once in a while, pale, hollow-eyed figures too frightened to speak. Some had turned feral, surviving on whatever they could scavenge, mistrustful of any passing riders. The second band avoided large settlements for fear that any group of huddled survivors could unwittingly draw the undead. With each passing league, the skies seemed to grow darker, the cold more intense. Their horses slipped on ice-sheathed paths, forcing them to lead the beasts on foot at times. At night, they dared only small, smokeless fires, enough to stave off hypothermia but no more. They first glimpsed Harrenhal through a haze of swirling snow. The ancient fortress loomed like a dark skeleton on the horizon, its melted towers reminiscent of gnarled claws. They knew the God's Eye Lake lay beyond. The haunting silhouette evoked memories in every man and woman who had heard the tales of that cursed place, Aegon's conquest, Heron's folly, ghosts rumored to roam the scorched halls. Yet those stories seemed quaint compared to the reality of the unstoppable dead. At nightfall, a scout reported seeing white patrols along the shoreline. They moved in small knots searching. The group realized that the Night King must have accounted for the strategic importance of the God's Eye. His vigilance was absolute. Huddled in the lee of an ancient oak, Tyrion, Jon, Bran, Sam, Brienne, and Arya conferred. Bran's eyes had taken on that vacant look again, as though half submerged in visions. "We must be quick," he said softly. "The dead are nearing from multiple sides. They suspect we might come here." Jon nodded. "Then we'll go now under cover of darkness. If we can slip onto the lake's edge, find a boat or raft, we might reach the Isle of Faces without being seen." Tyrion frowned. "Boats might be frozen in place or destroyed. And if the lake is frozen solid, we'd be crossing ice. That might be easier for them to detect." Sam swallowed hard. We'll adapt if we must. We have no alternative." And so, under a moon half obscured by clouds, the band crept closer to the lake's shore. The god's eye, an expanse of dark water in milder times, was now partially frozen, its center an uncertain mixture of ice flows and frigid waters. Thin wisps of mist curled along the surface, reminiscent of living shapes. The Isle of Faces rose at its center, a dark silhouette of ancient weirwood trees that stood like sentinels, branches skeletal and oddly luminescent in the gloom. They found 2 small rowboats locked in ice near a dilapidated dock. Gendry, with powerful swings of a small hammer, chipped away at the ice around one boat while another fighter did the same for the second. Each blow seemed deafening in the hush. Their breath hung in the air as clouds of frost. The slightest misstep could echo far across the lake, drawing the whites to them. At last, they managed to free the boats. They had to slide them over the ice until the surface gave way to deeper waters. The wood creaked ominously. Working in pairs, they rowed silently, each or stroke shattering the thin crust of ice forming around them. The freezing air bit their cheeks, and fear wrapped around their hearts. Any slip, any loud noise, any unlucky break in the ice, and the dead would descend upon them. Arya kept a watchful eye on the far shore, hand resting on her dragonglass dagger. They landed on the Isle of Faces shivering, more from dread than the cold. There, a cluster of weirwood trees awaited, their bark pale as bone, carved with faces that wept sap the color of blood. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a sense of presence, as though the trees themselves breathed. Bran walked forward, leaning on Jon for support, his eyes glazed with the supernatural awareness that came from his bond with the weirwood network. "Here," Bran said quietly, indicating a ring of the largest trees. "This is the heart of the isle." Sam and the others formed a perimeter, weapons at the ready. Brienne and Arya stood guard near the water's edge, eyes scanning for movement. Tyrion clutched a dragonglass-tipped crossbow bolt, his expression grim. They all understood that if they were attacked now, they'd have to hold out long enough for Bran and Jon to attempt the ritual. A single interruption or misstep could doom them all. Jon looked to Sam, who handed him a worn parchment. By the flickering lantern light, Jon read the words in a trembling voice. He recognized only half the symbols, incantations older than the common tongue, older than the Undulls, older even than the first men. Next to him, Bran sank to his knees, placing his hands on the roots of the weirwood tree. He inhaled sharply as though a jolt of power had surged into him. In that moment, the carved faces in the bark seemed to regard Jon with silent expectation. The hush of centuries bore down on him, and he began to chant, voice low but steady, trusting Sam's translation as best he could. He felt something stir within him, a resonance deep in his blood. Stark, Targaryen, ice and fire. He recalled the moment he realized his parentage, the swirl of confusion, the heartbreak it had caused. Now, that duality might be the last hope for the living. With each syllable, the wind picked up around them, rustling branches, swirling snow in ghostly patterns. Bran's eyes rolled back, and he spoke in a voice not entirely his own, a layered tone that resonated from somewhere deep beyond mortal comprehension. The weirwoods creaked as though alive. A hum of energy washed over the isle. Sam readied a small, ornate dagger, the pommel etched with sigils of the old gods and runes of Valyria. Jon grit his teeth, baring his forearm. He knew what came next, a sacrifice of blood. Sam sliced a shallow cut across Jon's skin, letting the blood fall onto the exposed roots of the largest weirwood, where Bran's hands rested. Steam rose where the warm blood hit the cold bark. The faces carved into the tree seemed to glisten, red sap mixing with Jon's blood in a communion of sorts. A low moan reverberated across the island, as if the wind itself were crying out. From the shore, a sudden scream. Arya's voice, taut with alarm. The Guardians whirled, scanning the darkness. Shapes were emerging from the treeline. A phalanx of whites, the tattered remnants of men and women, some in half-frozen armor, their eyes glowing that relentless blue. Behind them glided 3 white walkers, pale figures with cruel blades of crystal. The infiltration had been discovered. At once, Brienne and the others engaged, swords singing out, obsidian tips gleaming. Tyrion fired his crossbow, the bolt catching a wight in the chest. The creature spun and collapsed. Arya darted forward like a specter, her dagger flashing. Several wights crumpled, but more pressed in, clawing and biting. Gendry roared, swinging a dragonglass warhammer that crushed bone and ice in equal measure. Brienne fought with disciplined fury, each strike aimed to kill quickly, but the undead pressed in from all sides. Jon continued chanting, voice cracking from the raw power coursing through him. Bran's lips moved in silent coordination, his brow beaded with sweat despite the cold. The weirwood grove seemed to bend closer, the wind swirling in frenzied patterns. Sam hovered near them, clasping the ancient tome, offering prayers between trembling lips. The cut on Jon's arm burned with an almost impossible heat, as though the Targaryen fire in his veins was igniting. A swirl of unseen forces converged on the Isle of Faces, ancient magic awakened by sacrifice, memory, and desperation. Yet the White Walkers pressed forward. One of them raised a long sword of ice, pointing it directly at Jon. Icy shards crackled in the air, forming into a spear that launched straight toward him. Tyrion watched with horror, powerless to intervene. But at that very moment, the swirling wind seemed to coalesce around Jon. A wall of air deflected the spear with a resounding crack, sending shards of ice scattering across the ground. The White Walker emitted a shriek of frustration, and the wights surged harder. Dozens of them rushed the grove, ignoring the weapons that cut them down. The defenders formed a circle, each fighting desperately to keep them away from Jon and Bran. The ring began to buckle under the sheer numbers. Bran gasped, the vacant whiteness of his eyes interrupted by flashes of color. "He's coming," Bran whispered, voice trembling. Jon's chanting faltered for an instant as realization set in. The Night King was on his way. Perhaps alerted by the magic, or maybe by his underlings. They had only moments to complete the ritual. Jon forced himself to focus, biting back panic, continuing the incantation in the ancient tongue. Through the swirl of rising power, he sensed a presence, immense, cold, and malicious, drawing closer. The weirwood grove shimmered. The carved faces seemed to weep fresh rivulets of sap that pooled with Jon's blood, forming patterns that glowed faintly. A wave of vertigo hit him. He clutched Bran's shoulder, pressing on. Somewhere above, the clouds parted, revealing a slice of moonlight. With that pale illumination came the most terrible sight, Viserion's undead form streaking across the sky, letting out a roar of frosty breath. If that beast attacked now, the entire island would be lost in a torrent of ice. Gendry shouted in alarm as the monstrous silhouette circled overhead. Tyrion's heart thundered in his chest. He thought of all the cunning words he might have said, all the battles survived through wit, but none of that could save them from an undead dragon determined to eradicate them. Then an echoing roar answered from across the lake, familiar, living, enraged. Drogon's shape surged into view, black wings slicing through the night. Fire met ice in a mid-air collision that thundered across the water. Undead Viserion and living Drogon wrestled above the Isle of Faces, releasing blasts of blue frost and red flame that lit up the sky. For a fleeting moment, the living watchers below felt a glimmer of hope. Daenerys somehow must be near. The defenders on the ground took renewed courage from Drogon's arrival. Arya spun among the wights like a dancer of death, her daggers seeking spinal columns and vital points. Brienne, bloodied but unyielding, led a fierce charge that broke a portion of the undead line. Gendry's hammer shattered a White Walker's icy blade, then he rammed a dragonglass spike into its chest. The creature dissolved in a spray of ice. Arts! Tyrion shouted warnings and fired crossbow bolts, each carefully aimed. All the while, Jon's voice grew in intensity, merging with the roar of wind and the crackling of supernatural energy. Bran's presence seemed to tether him, bridging the gap between the old magic of the weirwoods and the Targaryen fire that surged through Jon's veins. In the swirling maelstrom of power, Jon glimpsed images in his mind: Aegon the Conqueror's flight over Westeros, the fall of the Targaryen dynasty, Ned Stark's quiet honor in Winterfell, the forging of the Night's Watch, the children of the forest kneeling around an ancient pool. Time and space blurred as though all of history converged at this single point of confrontation. Then a chill so profound that it seared the lungs spread across the grove. The defenders felt the hair on their necks rise. Emerging through the trees came the Night King himself, silent, implacable. He moved with a regal, otherworldly calm. Shattered bits of ice glistened on his armor of frozen plates. His eyes fixed on Jon, and though he spoke no words, the malice pouring from that gaze was undeniable. The White Walkers at his flank raised their blades. In the sky, Drogon and Viserion continued their deadly dance, breathing flame and frost. Jon reached the climax of the incantation. The weirwoods shook as though in pain or ecstasy. Sap poured from carved mouths, painting the bark red. The ground rumbled beneath Bran and Jon. A surge of energy pulsed outward, forming a shimmering boundary around the grove. Some wights that tried to breach it burst into shards of ice. Even the White Walkers hesitated. But the Night King pressed forward, stepping through the shimmering barrier. Where his foot touched, the ground froze harder, cracks forming in the dirt. He was inside the circle now, approaching Jon and Bran with measured steps. Arya and Brienne rushed to intercept him. In an instant, the Night King swung a blade of crystalline ice. Brienne braced behind her Valyrian steel sword. When steel met ice, sparks of unnatural light flickered, and a shockwave threw Brienne back, gasping, her armor dented. Arya lunged from his blind spot, dragging her obsidian dagger toward his neck. With impossible speed, the Night King twisted, seizing her wrist in a grip so cold it burned. She let out a cry of pain. Gritting her teeth, she tried to stab with her other hand, but he tossed her aside like a rag doll. She slammed into the roots of a weirwood, breath whooshing out in a painful gasp. The Night King continued, unstoppable. Jon's chanting hit its final notes. With one last, trembling cry, he slashed his palm and pressed it against the bark of the largest weirwood, mingling more blood with the carved face. Bran's head snapped back, his mouth open, eyes white. Tendrils of ghostly energy streaked from the tree into Bran, from Bran into Jon, from Jon into the ground. The air trembled. The runic symbols in the book Sam held flared with pale light before the page spontaneously crumbled to dust in his hands. A primal wave emanated from the grove, rippling across the Isle of Faces, across the lake, across the land. For a moment, the Night King froze in place, as if pinned by unseen bonds. An otherworldly groan escaped him, more felt than heard. The White Walkers around him howled in chorus, their shrieks grating against the ears of the living. The Whites faltered, some collapsing outright, others twitching as though caught in a surge of conflicting commands. Above, Drogon roared, unleashing a torrent of fire that slammed into Viserion. The undead dragon shrieked, losing altitude in a torrent of battered wings. A crack thundered in the night as Viserion hit the lake's partially frozen surface, smashing through ice, sending up a spray of water and shards. Bran's voice, layered with centuries of knowledge, forced itself through Jon's mouth. Return to the darkness from which you were born. Be bound by the old magic. Sweat and tears mingled on Jon's face, and the pain in his arm became searing, as though his blood was boiling. The Night King fought against the invisible constraint. Cracks formed in the air around him like fracturing glass. He took another step forward, each movement an agonizing battle. The night seemed to tear apart around them. In a final, desperate push, Jon poured every ounce of strength, every scrap of love for the living memories of friends, family, the feeling of the sun on his face, into the magic. Bran's hands on the weirwood roots tightened, veins in his neck bulging as he pushed his power deeper. The carved faces on the weirwoods glowed. The wave of magic intensified, reverberating across the island. With a horrible, ear-splitting crack, the Night King screamed, or at least something approximating a scream, an unearthly wail of rage and agony. His body convulsed, ice fracturing across his chest. Then, as though hammered by an unseen force, he splintered. Blue shards of ice exploded outward, dissolving into the air. A shockwave swept across the island, toppling wights like puppets whose strings were cut. The White Walkers that remained disintegrated into swirling snow, their forms collapsing with high-pitched hisses. The entire horde froze in mid-lunge or mid-strike and dissolved into lifeless heaps. In the sky, as Drogon circled, undead Viserion gave a final, plaintive roar. The same cracks that enveloped the Night King spread across the undead dragon's flesh, turning it into drifting shards that scattered over the lake. The echo of it was haunting, a lament for an enslaved creature freed too late. Then silence. The defenders stood panting, blinking in disbelief. Where moments before they had faced imminent annihilation, now the wights lay motionless, their eyes vacant, the sorcery animating them snuffed out. The Isle of Faces was littered with the remains of the undead, already losing shape. Arya staggered to her feet, gripping her bruised wrist. Brienne managed to rise, leaning on her sword, chest heaving. Sam sank to his knees, tears of relief streaming down his face. Tyrion stared, crossbow dangling from his hand, as though too stunned to move. Jon collapsed, vision swimming. Bran slumped beside him, the light fading from his eyes. The weirwoods continued to weep red sap, but it slowed to a trickle. The ancient magic receded, leaving only the bone-deep cold of the night, punctured by ragged breathing and the hiss of wind through branches. At last, the terror that had gripped them so tightly began to loosen its hold. It was then that a figure emerged from the darkness. Daenerys Targaryen, cloaked in furs, her hair matted and face streaked with soot and tears. She had witnessed the final moments from atop Drogon, landing on the far side of the grove. Her eyes, bright with an unbreakable spirit, found Jon. She rushed forward, falling to her knees beside him. His eyes fluttered open, a flicker of recognition sparking in them. "You're alive," he croaked, voice trembling. He tried to sit up, and she steadied him with one hand. In that moment, everything else seemed to fall away. The nightmares, the battles, the betrayals, and the heartbreak. They were merely two souls who had lost almost everything. They embraced, tears freezing on their cheeks. Around them, the battered defenders began to gather, forming a ring of quiet awe. Even Drogon, scorched and wounded, folded his wings nearby, steam rising from black scales, a living testament that fire yet survived in this world of ice. The night sky, torn by the echoes of cosmic forces, began to settle. The clouds drifted, revealing cold stars, and a faint glimmer of dawn touched the eastern horizon. They had done it. The Night King was gone, shattered by ancient magic at the heart of the Isle of Faces, by a desperate alliance of the living. Yet victory felt hollow and fragile. Everywhere they looked, the land remained frozen, ravaged by the endless winter that had consumed so much of the realm. Thousands, perhaps millions, had perished. Entire cities lay in silent ruin. What came next would be the realm's hardest task, rebuilding in the aftermath of apocalypse. Could they thaw the world, or was Westeros doomed to remain a kingdom of ice? Could they unite the living houses under a single rule, or would petty rivalries spark anew, even after such devastation? As the dawn light grew, Daenerys and Jon clung to each other, not as monarchs or as Targaryens, but as survivors of horrors most people could scarcely imagine. Sansa, Arya, Brienne, Tyrion, Gendry, Sam, and the rest formed a small circle, each bearing injuries, each forever changed. The weirwoods loomed above, silent witnesses to an epical triumph. For the first time in what felt like forever, warmth entered the air, subtle but present, as though the magic sealing the realm in deep freeze had fractured along with its master. No one knew what shape Westeros would take now. No one knew how many souls still clung to life across the battered kingdoms. But the Night King, the unstoppable force that had shattered armies and claimed the Iron Throne, was no more. A new chapter lay before them, blank and terrifying. Yet in that terror glinted a spark of hope, like the first beams of dawn cresting a winter horizon. And so they knelt on the Isle of Faces, hearts pounding, breath steaming, gazing up at the carved weirwood faces that had witnessed the birth of legends. They could almost sense the faintest sigh of relief from the ancient wood, a whisper carried by the breeze. Life goes on. Life, battered and bleeding, but unbowed. They would not soon forget the sight of the Night King upon the Iron Throne, a frozen monarch who nearly subjugated every beating heart in Westeros. Historians, if any survived to record these events, would debate how close the realm had come to annihilation. Bards, if any found a reason to sing again, might compose tragic ballads of the cities lost, the heroes fallen, the endless nights of despair. But on that dawn, amidst the remains of the undead, the living discovered that as long as one spark of fire persisted, the cold darkness could be pushed back. Daenerys looked into Jon's eyes. The tear tracks on her cheeks sparkled in the nascent sunlight. "We must free the throne from ice," she whispered. Her voice, though soft, echoed with a conviction that had once made her cross the narrow sea with armies. Jon nodded. The Iron Throne might be tarnished by monstrous memory, but if it could be turned into a beacon for unity rather than conquest, perhaps Westeros stood a chance. Perhaps they all did. In a slow exodus, the group returned to their rowboats, navigating the frozen waters that parted around them in halting splashes. Drogon flew overhead, scanning the shores for threats that, for the moment, did not materialize. On the far bank, they found their horses trembling but unharmed, some picking nervously at frozen grasses. The defenders rode away from the God's Eye, hearts uneasy yet beating with cautious optimism. As they crested a ridge, they paused to look back at the Isle of Faces, a faint silhouette in the gathering daylight. The final resting place of the Night King's ambitions and perhaps a symbol of the realm's new beginning. Though many challenges lay ahead, restoring farmland, reuniting the kingdoms, burying the countless dead, forging new alliances, one truth was certain: the living had reclaimed Westeros from the brink of eternal winter. The monstrous usurper who once sat on the Iron Throne, silent and unfeeling, had been unmade, not by steel alone, but by a convergence of ancient powers, mortal courage, and the unquenchable spark of hope that whispered across a bitter wind. In the years to come, children would hear the tale of how the Night King took the throne and nearly drowned the world in frost. They would learn of the final stand at the Isle of Faces and the fragile alliance of survivors who dared to defy a force older and colder than any king before him. And in that telling, perhaps they would remember that the line between ice and fire is thin and that darkness can be driven back if only enough people stand against it together. They rode back from the Isle of Faces in exhausted silence, a hush broken only by the ragged breathing of horses and the distant rasp of wind through dead foliage. Dawn provided little warmth, but it offered something rarer than warmth, a sense of new beginning. Each hoofbeat across the frozen earth punctuated their relief. The Night King was gone, shattered, undone by ancient magic and a final show of mortal defiance. Yet the world he had nearly devoured remained scarred by his passing. The group that had left Riverrun in secrecy was now accompanied by Daenerys, who guided Drogon overhead, scanning every tree line. The dragon's black silhouette wove through the pearly sky like a living shadow, forging a strange sense of reassurance. For a long time, none of them spoke. The enormity of what they had just survived sank in like an anchor. Snow still drifted lazily across the riverlands, but it was no longer tinged with the dread that had hung over every flake. A subtle change had entered the air, as though the land itself heaved a tentative sigh of relief. Jon Snow rode near the front, shoulders slumped with fatigue. The cut on his forearm was bound by a strip of cloth, but each jostle of his horse reminded him of the burning ritual. He felt hollowed, as if part of his essence had been poured into the weirwoods. His mind reeled with the memory of crossing the threshold of ancient powers, the swirl of energies older than kingdoms, older than men. But each time the memory threatened to overwhelm him, he took solace in the simple sight of Daenerys up ahead, astride a pale mare, glancing back every so often to confirm he was still there. Their eyes would meet for half a heartbeat, and in that silent exchange, he sensed the same astonishment he felt. Against all odds, they were alive. Near Jon rode Bran Stark, perched in a makeshift saddle affixed to a russet horse. Arya guided the horse's reins, her wrist swollen from the Night King's crushing grip. She winced each time the animal took a misstep, but she never complained. Occasionally, she glanced over her shoulder to check on Bran, as if expecting him to collapse at any moment. He looked ashen, lips pressed together in concentration. The truth was that the power he had channeled had taken a piece of him, too. His gaze drifted across the passing fields with a distant, haunted quality, as though he still saw something beyond mortal sight, a tapestry of memory, prophecy, and ephemeral ghosts. Brienne of Tarth rode close beside Tyrion and Samwell Tarly, the three of them forming a weary triad. Brienne's armor bore fresh dents from the clash with the Night King's White Walkers, but she seemed unhurt aside from bruises. Tyrion carried his crossbow strapped to his back. Now and then he would glance at it as if surprised the weapon was still intact, surprised he, himself, was still intact. Sam cradled a small, half-frozen satchel of salvaged scrolls. Every so often he'd pat it as though it were a living creature needing comfort. In those pages, he believed, might lie more secrets about the rites they'd just performed. Perhaps even knowledge about how to break the unnatural winter that still lingered. Then he would look at Bran and Jon, noting their pallor, and close his eyes in silent gratitude that both still lived. Behind them rode Gendry and a handful of other fighters who had survived. Most wore the vacant, stunned expressions of soldiers too exhausted to process victory. They had lost friends, shed blood, and faced nightmares. Some were still half convinced the Whites would swarm them again the instant they let down their guard. Yet no shambling shape stirred in the treeline. The roads, though caked in snow, felt eerily empty. Where once the dead had lurked and prowled, there was now only vast stillness and the soft drip of melting icicles. It took the better part of the day to reach the outskirts of Riverrun. Long before they saw the castle walls, they saw the smoke, thick, rolling clouds rising from fires lit around the ramparts and along the roads. Sentries bustled on the battlements. During their absence, the defenders had apparently braced for an attack that never came. Those left behind had no way of knowing that the Night King was gone, that the greatest threat had vanished in a single pulse of cataclysmic magic at the Isle of Faces. When the gates opened, Sansa Stark stood in the courtyard, cloak pulled tight against the cold. Her wary expression turned to shock as she spotted Daenerys among the returning riders. Then it shifted to wonder when she saw the battered but intact group. As Jon dismounted, she rushed forward, ignoring the biting freeze in the air. "Is it done?" she demanded, voice trembling. "Is he?" "He's gone," Jon said quietly, holding her gaze. "We did it. Or the gods did it through us. The Night King is no more." A hush fell upon everyone within earshot. Soldiers on the ramparts froze, uncertain whether they had heard correctly. The courtyard filled with cautious stares. Then came a ripple like the tension that preludes a sudden storm, except this time it was the release of tension. One of the guards let out a ragged cheer. Another sank to his knees, weeping in relief. People who had been braced for the end of the world leaned against the walls, exhaling stunned breaths as if they had been holding them for days. Sansa embraced Jon without a word, pressing her face to his shoulder. For that single, crystalline moment, they weren't royals or strategists or survivors. They were siblings reunited in a miracle. Daenerys quietly slipped off her mare, watching the reunion with a trace of a smile. She remembered how the Starks once gazed upon her with aloofness or even suspicion. Now she felt the subtle shifting of alliances. They had all been tested by horrors. Boundaries that once divided them, houses, banners, past grievances, had melted under the onslaught of winter and death. She offered a small nod to Sansa. Sansa, still pressed to Jon's side, returned the nod, and though they did not speak, an unspoken accord seemed to pass between them. The threats they faced now demanded unity, not rivalry. Inside Riverrun's great hall, a ragged celebration took form. Tables hastily cleared of old maps made room for meager plates of bread, bowls of thin stew, and flagons of ale. Though supplies were short, they shared what they could. The entire fortress seemed caught between disbelief and jubilation. Sansa convened a gathering of the highest lords and ladies who had anchored themselves there. Edmure Tully, pale from sleepless nights, embraced his niece and the others, weeping openly when he heard the full account of the Night King's end. Lord Royce from the Vale looked as though he dared not exhale, as if afraid good news might vanish if he breathed on it. Brienne took time to see Podrick safely seated near a warm hearth, and soon Podrick found himself surrounded by knights who peppered him with questions about the battle. Gendry was immediately seized upon by blacksmiths who wanted every detail of how the White Walkers fought, how the Whites crumbled, how to best forge weapons for any such threat in the future. Grey Worm, who had survived leading the diversionary force, was carried in on a makeshift litter, battered and half-frozen. He refused to lie down, demanding to see Daenerys first. When she arrived by his side, he lifted a shaking hand in salute. She knelt and took his hand, voice catching in her throat as she thanked him. The Unsullied were reduced to a fraction of their once mighty ranks, but they had done their duty. Amid all of this, Jon and Sansa and Daenerys found themselves DRAWN to a small side chamber away from prying ears. Tyrion slipped in quietly, followed by Arya and Bran, and then Sam, who still clutched his torn satchel. A single lantern lit the room, painting everyone's faces in flickering gold. For a long time, none of them spoke, as if each waited for another to break the hush. Sansa was the first to find her voice. The Night King is gone, but the land is still locked in snow. People are starving. Storm's End is under siege by famine, and the roads to the Vale are near impassable. Even Dorne has begun to freeze. We can't assume that just because he's gone, the winter will vanish overnight. Daenerys nodded. She remembered how seasons worked differently in Westeros than in Essos, how winters could last years. But this winter was not natural. It had come with the return of the White Walkers. Now that their king was slain, would the unnatural cold linger or gradually fade? We must see if the climate improves, Daenerys said. If it doesn't, we may need to find a way to break it. Jon thought of the weirwoods, the monstrous energies that had pulsed through him at the Isle of Faces. Perhaps it will fade in time, he said quietly, but in the meantime, people need to eat. Shelter must be found for the displaced. And we can't forget the dead who still might roam. Some pockets of whites might remain even if they've lost the power animating them. They might lie inert, or they might be slow to dissolve. There are also the living who've resorted to raiding or worse. He turned to Daenerys, meeting her eyes. "We need leadership." Arya stood with her back against the cold stone, watching them. She said nothing, but her expression indicated she, too, felt the urgency. They had seen so many wars. This was a war of a different kind, the war to survive after the cataclysm. Bran's voice filled the quiet. "The wards of the realm are broken and scattered. Rebellion or chaos could emerge if houses decide to seize advantage of the power vacuum." His gaze, otherworldly, flicked across each face. For so long, everyone fought for a crown. The Night King took that crown and twisted it into terror. If we're not careful, the Iron Throne will be a symbol of unrest once more. Tyrion let out a breath, his hand resting on the back of a chair. We're left with questions about the monarchy, about the North, about whether the Seven Kingdoms stay united or splinter. He glanced at Sansa and Jon, then at Daenerys. "We nearly died because we were too divided to face the dead until it was almost too late. I'd rather not see us squander this moment." The tension in the small chamber coalesced around Daenerys and Jon. Both had claims, both had supporters. The truth of Jon's lineage was known to many now, though not widely broadcast. The question of who would rule after this apocalypse could rend them apart or unite them, depending on what they chose. Daenerys looked at Jon. Their bond had been tested by secrets, by war, by loss. Now, with the Great War ended, the same question that had once nearly torn them apart loomed anew. Who sits the throne? And how? The conversation paused as a cold draft brushed past them. Jon broke the silence first. "We can't afford more strife. We need the entire realm to heal." He swallowed, voice quiet but firm. "My parentage doesn't matter to me. It never did. I spent my life believing I was a bastard in the North. That's who I am at heart." Daenerys looked at him, reading the complex mix of humility and duty in his eyes. "It matters to those who might use it," she said gently. "Lords who want to stir up trouble. People who remember the Mad King, or Rhaegar, or Robert's rebellion. They'll debate your birth for generations. They'll debate mine. But the living need a united front, and they'll need a ruler who can bring them out of this darkness." Sansa's gaze shifted between them. She understood how ambition and loyalty tangled. She remembered how Littlefinger whispered in people's ears, how quickly loyalties changed when crowns were at stake. "The North has suffered enough," she said, voice tight. "We stand by you both, but not if it means returning to the days of subjugation by a distant capital that knows nothing of our hardships. We won't forget what we endured." Daenerys nodded. "Nor should you. I learned long ago the cost of forcing rule upon those who refuse it. The Iron Throne, it's more than a seat of power, it's a burden. If we share that burden somehow." Tyrion spoke up, quietly but pointedly. "There is precedent for the idea of co-rulers. Not strong precedent, mind you, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Yet what form that takes must be clear. We can't have chaos in the chain of command. And we must restore some semblance of governance." A hush fell, broken by Bran's soft, almost sad voice. "Whatever we decide, it will shape this new age. The old age is gone, the world we knew has ended. We stand in its ruins, forced to choose how we rebuild." They looked at each other, and though no final agreement was spoken, a sense of direction was taking shape. They recognized that the realm needed unity. Perhaps an official betrothal between Jon and Daenerys, though complicated by the knowledge of their Targaryen blood, would serve to unify claims. Or perhaps one of them would yield the throne to the other while still supporting from a place of honor. They needed time to discuss the details. For now, the immediate crisis overshadowed it all. The realm was starving, and winter raged on. In the following days, a plan for relief and recovery took shape, hammered out by those in the hall at Riverrun. Raven scrolls, painstakingly penned by Tyrion, Sansa, and Sam, were sent to every stronghold rumored still to stand. They bore urgent instructions: gather food, coordinate safe roads, shelter refugees. In the north, the few houses that had not already fled their seats would be asked to open their granaries. In the Vale, harvests stored in the mountains might sustain them. In the Westerlands, hidden caches of gold would need to be used to buy or barter for life-sustaining goods. The Iron Islands would be called upon for fish and salted meats. Dorne, if it still held enough supplies, would be crucial to feeding half the continent. But travel remained treacherous, so new supply routes had to be found. Anyone with a cart and a living horse was pressed into service. Daenerys took it upon herself to fly with Drogon to Storm's End, determined to see for herself the conditions. She invited Sansa or Arya to come, but they demurred, arguing their presence was needed to maintain order at Riverrun and the Vale. In the end, Jon accompanied her. His presence in Storm's End, the seat of House Baratheon, might reassure the Stormlanders who remembered the alliances of Robert's rebellion. Gendry, by virtue of his blood, insisted on joining. He claimed no desire for lordship, but he felt a pull to the ancient seat that his father once held through conquest. The group set out in half a dozen riders while Drogon soared overhead, scaring flocks of crows from the snowy fields. It was a grueling journey even on Dragaback for part of the route. The cold winds forced Daenerys to wrap herself in heavy furs, a sight that reminded Jon of how foreign she once was to winter's chill. Yet she had adapted, as had they all. Flying high above the King's Road, they spotted the devastation left behind by the undead, collapsed farmhouses, silent villages, roads half buried in snowdrifts. Now and then they saw pockets of survivors trudging in clusters, wrapped in rags, carrying everything they owned on their backs. Daenerys wanted to land to help them, but Jon reminded her that riding in with a dragon might terrify them more than reassure them. So they circled overhead, noting their direction, and resolved to send outriders with supplies as soon as possible. When they reached the Stormlands, the usually rainy region was eerily snowbound. Storm's End emerged from a field of white, its high walls battered by winds, its iconic drum tower crusted with ice. The fortress looked gloomier than ever, its ramparts manned by guards who waved uncertainly at the sight of a dragon overhead. Daenerys guided Drogon to land in the courtyard, causing a flurry of shouting as men scrambled back. Horses reared and neighed in panic. Jon and Gendry arrived shortly after, leading their smaller band. The gates groaned shut behind them, the old mechanisms stiff with cold. Inside, they found a grim scene. The once mighty castle was down to meager stores. The men who greeted them, young knights loyal to House Baratheon, as well as soldiers who had remained for want of any other option, wore threadbare cloaks and hollow expressions. The fortress had never fallen to a siege in living memory, but this new siege was more insidious: hunger, cold, hopelessness. They had scant knowledge of events beyond their walls. A rumor that the dead had taken King's Landing had reached them weeks ago, prompting them to lock down. More rumors suggested the end of the world had come. Hearing that the Night King was slain, and seeing a living dragon in their courtyard, was almost beyond their comprehension. For 2 tense days, Daenerys and Jon walked the halls of Storm's End, meeting with the Castellan, reviewing the stores. Gendry recognized corridors from his childhood fantasies. Stories he'd heard about Robert Baratheon's keep. It stirred odd emotions in him. He was no lord, but the blood in his veins drew wary stares from men who saw in him their dead king's features. They asked if he was their rightful liege now. Flustered, Gendry insisted he was merely a blacksmith and a friend to House Stark and House Targaryen. Yet Jon recognized the power that Gendry's presence invoked. Perhaps the Stormlands needed a local symbol of leadership to unify them. Daenerys had come prepared with gifts: barrels of salted fish and dried grain from Riverrun's limited surpluses, along with promises of more if the Stormlanders would help keep a corridor open for future shipments. They accepted gratefully. As the skeleton of an alliance formed, Storm's End began to stir with renewed purpose. Scouts were dispatched to assess which roads could be cleared. The castle maester set about organizing healing efforts for those suffering from frostbite and malnutrition. Still, there was no ignoring the battered morale. If the climate did not improve, if the snows did not recede, they risked losing entire villages to starvation. One night, Daenerys stood atop the curtain wall, facing the sea. Waves slammed against the cliffs below, sending up plumes of salt spray that froze upon contact with the wind. Even the ocean itself had an icy sheen. She remembered standing on the deck of ships crossing from Essos, imagining her triumphant return to her ancestral homeland. Now she was here, queen in name but lacking the realm's prosperity or peace. Jon joined her, quiet, wrapped in furs. She turned to him, exhaustion etched into her features. "What if winter never ends?" she said softly, voice barely audible over the surf. "We broke the Night King, but the realm remains locked in his shadow." Jon's breath emerged in faint plumes. "The seasons have a life of their own. Perhaps we only need to endure. The magic that brought the endless winter might be dissipating slowly." She cast a glance at the horizon, where moonlight shimmered on restless water. "We can endure, but how many more will die before the thaw comes? All my life I've believed in destiny, that I was meant to break the wheel and free the people. Here I am, presiding over ruins and ice." Jon rested a hand lightly on her shoulder. "You said once you wanted to save the realm. You have. You risked everything. No one else could have brought a dragon to fight the dead. That victory, even if it feels empty, is still a victory. Now we find a way to survive. And that's enough destiny for me. She smiled, a small flicker of warmth amid the cold. They stood that way for a time, letting the sea's roar fill the quiet. At last, Daenerys shivered and stepped back from the parapet. We should return to Riverrun soon, she said. We've done what we can here for now. Jon agreed. Before they left, they named the Castellan as Warden of the Stormlands until a clearer line of succession could be established. Gendry consented to remain for a short while to oversee forging and distribute dragon glass weapons. He wanted to ensure any stray whites were dealt with swiftly if discovered. But eventually, he would return northward to continue forging new tools for rebuilding. Within another fortnight, Jon and Daenerys were back in Riverrun, battered by the road but carrying hope that Storm's End would hold on. The Vale sent word that their mountain passes had become marginally more navigable. Some local warming was indeed taking place. Frost was thinning along certain stretches of the coastlines, and though no one declared winter over, rumors spread that the worst might be behind them. Sansa began dispatching small caravans to evacuate remote villages to warmer regions or to supply them if they insisted on staying. Messages arrived from the north too. Winterfell lay half-ruined, but House Manderley in White Harbor and House Serwyn near the Last Hearth were willing to send laborers to help rebuild. The entire kingdom was staggering back onto its feet. Yet not all news was hopeful. King's Landing remained an icy grave, its harbor choked with ice floes. No immediate thaw had come to the Crownlands. Reports from scouts indicated that many of the streets were still unnavigable, the once bustling city nearly abandoned. The Red Keep endured, but no one was eager to return to a place so closely associated with the undead king who had briefly claimed it. Wild tales circulated of specters roaming the empty corridors, of frozen statues that might be whites waiting to be reawakened. Clearing King's Landing was a monstrous undertaking, one that required leadership and manpower they did not yet have. Every day, Sansa's leadership in the Riverlands grew more vital. She handled the distribution of rations, negotiated truces between desperate lords, and appeased anxious smallfolk who demanded security. Arya became her invisible blade, slipping out on missions to quell lawless gangs that had formed in the chaos. Brienne coordinated the knights who had not perished, forging a skeleton of a realm-wide peacekeeping force. Sam spent long nights in the library, sifting through half-frozen tomes for knowledge that might quicken the realm's recovery. Bran drifted in and out of his trances, offering glimpses of where supplies might best be sent or which roads were least plagued by bandits. Tyrion put his cunning to use in drafting letters to Essos, inquiring whether the free cities might offer trade or loans in exchange for eventual restitution. The entire operation felt tenuous, like a half-finished bridge spanning a turbulent river. Through it all, Daenerys and Jon grappled with the question of rulership. Softly at first, then more openly, the lords of Westeros began asking for clarity. Some declared Daenerys as queen by right of conquest, by the legitimacy of her Targaryen name. Others, especially in the north, murmured that Jon was the rightful heir, not merely by blood but by the affection and trust he had earned. Rumors spread that they might marry to unify their claims, but after the horrors of war, neither Daenerys nor Jon rushed that conversation. They spent days conferring with Sansa, with Tyrion, and with advisors who had the realm's best interests at heart. Both recognized how easily the question of the throne could spark new strife. One bitter morning, they held a council in Riverrun's repaired Great Hall. The dais at the front stood empty, absent a single chair or seat of power. The lords and ladies present formed a ring, signifying unity. The Starks, Sansa, Arya, Bran stood together. Daenerys and Jon stood to one side, while Tyrion, Brienne, Podrick, Grey Worm, Edmure Tully, and a handful of others formed the rest of the ring. Outside, the courtyard buzzed with soldiers and small folk hoping for a proclamation. As wind rattled the stained-glass windows, Daenerys took a breath and spoke. "We stand in a new age," she began, voice resonating in the hush. "We have no precedent for what we've endured. The Night King claimed the throne through terror, and we destroyed him at great cost. Now, we either rebuild together or perish one by one." She glanced at Jon. He inclined his head slightly, stepping forward. "I have no wish to see the North forced under a ruler it doesn't trust. Nor do I wish to see the rest of the realm deprived of the leadership it needs. My father, Rhaegar Targaryen, once dreamed of a realm united against darkness. That dream came true, but only in the face of the dead. Now it must continue in life." Tyrion studied the assembly, noting the lines of tension in each face. "Someone must sit the Iron Throne," he said. "Or at least must occupy whatever seat of power we choose to recognize. But there is an alternative. The seven kingdoms might wish to remain separate, each under local leadership, forging alliances through mutual defense. Westeros has had many kings in the past and as many wars. Sansa, standing very straight, responded with calm clarity, that will lead to chaos. We have too few resources for each kingdom to stand alone. We need a central authority to coordinate trade, security, and reconstruction. But the North also remembers the broken promises of Southern rulers. We remember how we were treated when the White Walkers first threatened our lands and no one believed us. Daenerys inclined her head in agreement. That is why we propose a different approach. The North may remain nominally independent within a confederation of realms. Call it a partnership, if you will. The rest of the kingdoms might remain under one monarchy or form something akin to a council of lords. I do not wish to crush the will of the people who have fought beside me and saved the world. Nor do I wish to see the realm splinter. We must find balance. A low murmur swept the hall. Lords exchanged glances. Grey Worm stood near Daenerys, arms crossed over his chest. He had never cared for the intricacies of Westerosi politics, but he respected her desire to unify. Edmure Tully coughed nervously, eyes flicking between Sansa and Daenerys. House Tully has always upheld the notion of one king or queen, to whom we bend the knee. Yet the Riverlands have seen enough devastation. We'll follow whichever path spares us another war. Brienne's voice, clear and steady, broke in. We cannot let petty claims overshadow the good of all. Queen Daenerys gave everything to fight the Night King. Jon Snow gave everything. If they choose to share that responsibility to rebuild together, the rest of us should abide by their example. Sansa looked to her sister and brother, gauging their silence. Arya's expression betrayed neither agreement nor dissent. Bran merely looked tired, as though burdened by knowledge none of them could share. At last, Sansa said, "The North will not bend easily. We might accept a shared monarchy if it truly respects our autonomy. We owe Daenerys a debt as we do Jon. But for too long, the Stark name has carried the weight of betrayal and tragedy under Southern kings." Jon took a breath. "Then let me speak plainly. I claim no seat by birth. If the realm wishes Daenerys to rule, I will support her. If the North chooses to remain outside that rule, we'll find a way to remain allies and kin. We do not need more bloodshed." Daenerys's eyes flicked to Jon, and for a moment her composure wavered with emotion. She turned to the ring of gathered lords. "I will not ask the North to kneel if it chooses independence. But I would ask Sansa Stark to consider a lasting alliance, defensive, economic, open trade. If the North secedes fully, it must not become a stranger to the rest of Westeros." Silence followed, dense with possibility. Many lords nodded at the suggestion of peace. A few looked doubtful, worried about the complications of a realm half united, half independent. But the days of absolute monarchy, it seemed, had died along with the old wars. Sansa inhaled, glancing at her siblings, then back to Daenerys. "I'll speak to the Northern Lords. If they agree, we will form a confederation. We will stand as equals, forging treaties that benefit all. And if we see the old ways creep back, if we see tyranny, we will not hesitate to separate." Tyrion exhaled, relief evident in his expression. "That is the beginning of a solution. In time, perhaps the Iron Throne might become a seat of counsel rather than a seat of oppression. The final details would take weeks, even months, to hammer out. But the meeting ended with a sense that Westeros was moving toward a fragile, hard-won peace, one shaped by the horrors they had survived. Outside, word spread swiftly among the soldiers and small folk that Daenerys and Jon would stand together, that the North might stand aside but remain friendly, and that at long last, the living would not turn on each other in the aftermath of the war. Some greeted the news with skepticism. After all, what was Westeros without 1,000 rivalries simmering? Others felt hope kindle in their breasts. Perhaps, after so much death, mercy had found its way into power. In the days that followed, watchers along the ramparts noted subtle changes in the weather. The thick banks of clouds that had hovered for months began to thin more often, allowing pale sunlight to glimmer on icicles. Occasional drifts of warmer air melted patches of snow, revealing black earth beneath. Though the nights were still bitter, each dawn felt a fraction less cold, as if the realm were awakening from a spell. Sam measured the temperature with a glass instrument he had salvaged from the Citadel, noting small but significant rises in the midday hours. He recorded these meticulously in a journal, remarking that the unnatural freeze seemed to be weakening. Even so, the damage was colossal. The war had orphaned children, destroyed farmland, hollowed out entire cities. Fields needed replanting, roads needed clearing, rivers needed de-icing so trade might resume. The great families of Westeros were in disarray. House Tyrell was gone, House Baratheon was a question mark, the Lannisters had no clear leadership after the demise of Cersei and the fracturing of Jaime's allegiance. The Tarleys were decimated, House Mormont likewise. The realm was a patchwork of shattered lineages struggling to reclaim a sense of identity. Over them all loomed the memory of the Night King's silent coronation and the harrowing final struggle. Still, the living pressed on. Jon and Daenerys traveled to the Vale to speak with Lord Robin Arryn, a young man ill-prepared for the responsibilities that had fallen to him. Under Sansa's diplomatic guidance, they negotiated a supply route through the mountains, relying on the Vale's stored grains to support the battered crownlands. In exchange, the Targaryen loyalists promised future shipments of fish once the coast reopened. Lord Royce managed most of the practical details, seeing in Jon a man of the north but also of Targaryen blood, an acceptable link between two halves of a realm that had always been uneasy allies. Soon after, Jon traveled onward to the north itself, leaving Daenerys behind in Riverrun to oversee the distribution of resources. Sansa joined him, wanting to see Winterfell for the first time since it had been all but abandoned during the last campaigns. The journey took them through fields of snow so deep that horses sometimes had to be led on foot. Even so, the further north they went, the more heartbreak they encountered. Ghost villages half-burned by whites or ravaged by winter. Frost-limbed corpses that had not yet been given proper burial. Wolves prowling the edges of a world that had become a grave. When they reached Winterfell, Sansa felt tears well in her eyes at the sight of the castle's crumbling walls and scorched towers. What the White Walkers had not destroyed, the prolonged freeze and lack of maintenance had battered. Yet there it stood, defiant, the Stark banner torn but still recognizable over the main gate. Northern soldiers greeted their arrival with joy that bordered on disbelief. Many had thought the Stark siblings perished or deserted. Jon and Sansa assured them that the threat was gone, that rebuilding would begin. With no time to waste, the Northmen busied themselves patching roofs, restocking the larders from whatever shipments could be spared from White Harbor. In quiet corners of the courtyard, the old blacksmith forges glowed again, forging new hinges and nails. Scullions scrubbed soot from the walls as if determined to wash away the final traces of death. In her old bedchamber, Sansa remembered childhood nights huddled under thick blankets, dreaming of a life in King's Landing. Now that dream felt like a ghost story. She had found her place in the north, tempered by suffering, heartbreak, and resilience. She was resolved to see Winterfell strong once more, if not for her, then for all those who had died defending it. Jon, meanwhile, stood near the crypts, gazing at the statues of Stark ancestors. His heart ached at the memory of Ned Stark's quiet lessons of how he had always felt like an outsider in these halls. Now he was both Stark and Targaryen, yet none of that changed his sense of belonging. This place, for all its sorrow, was home. He whispered a promise to his father's statue that he would keep the North safe. No crown, no war, no magic would ever again threaten these people if he could help it. Time rolled onward. The realm remained battered but no longer hopeless. Spring did not come overnight, nor did the snows vanish as if by magic. But inch by inch, day by day, the freeze retreated. Lords and ladies convened at Riverrun, then at Winterfell, then at Storm's End, forging a patchwork network of alliances. A new political reality took shape, with the North recognized as quasi-independent, guided by House Stark, allied with Daenerys Targaryen's confederation of the Southern Kingdoms. Dorne, ever proud, flirted with the idea of full independence too, but ultimately agreed to remain under the new system after seeing the fragile alliances formed. The Iron Islands grumbled for their own autonomy, but with their numbers diminished and trade essential for survival, they settled on a system of partial self-rule. One by one, the houses hammered out terms. With each new accord, the realm grew a little more stable. In the midst of these negotiations, the question of King's Landing loomed. Would Daenerys reclaim the Red Keep, purge it of the Night King's icy traces, and sit the Iron Throne? Or would the throne be abolished, melted down, replaced by something new? Tyrion argued in favor of preserving King's Landing as the largest city in Westeros, a hub of trade and culture, but not necessarily a seat of absolute monarchy. Others contended that the throne itself was cursed, a monument to centuries of bloodshed. Daenerys listened with care, weighing every viewpoint. Eventually, she decided the realm needed a capital to re-establish some sense of unity, but that the Iron Throne, warped from the swords of 1,000 foes, symbolized the old, bloody ways. Perhaps it was time to destroy it. Jon, though uncertain, supported her. The realm had always identified that seat with power, but power now needed to be tempered by duty and compassion if Westeros was to avoid another cataclysm. The plan formed. Daenerys would travel to King's Landing with a strong retinue, clear the Red Keep of lingering ice and rubble, and judge whether the throne should remain or be melted away. A monumental decision, to be sure. Some doubted the stability of such an act. Others hailed it as the culmination of Daenerys's pledge to break the wheel. Thus, another journey began. This time, Daenerys rode at the head of a column of soldiers from multiple houses: Tully, Stark, Arryn, Baratheon, even a few Dothraki who had survived and stayed loyal. Grey Worm led the Unsullied, reduced in number but still formidable. Jon, Sansa, Arya, Tyrion, and Bran accompanied her. The roads south were still dangerous in spots, pitted with ice or partially washed out by floods of melting snow. But no undead rose from the fields to meet them. Only crows circled overhead as though marking their progress. They approached King's Landing with caution. When the walls and towers came into sight, even battle-hardened veterans felt a quiver of unease. The city lay silent beneath a thick crust of frost. Here, the winter had been fiercest, a final bastion of the Night King's unnatural hold. The harbor was frozen in chunks, dotted with half-submerged ships. The main gates hung off their hinges, warped by ice. Soldiers dismounted to clear rubble, wide-eyed at the devastation. Streets that had once teemed with hawkers and travelers were now choked with drifts of snow and the wreckage of collapsed buildings. Some had burned traces of past battles, others had simply been crushed under the weight of ice. Pushing deeper, they found scattered signs of life, a handful of gaunt survivors who hid in cellars and storerooms, terrified of what new horror might come. When the newcomers offered bread and blankets, these survivors emerged timidly, eyes sunken. Many recognized Daenerys either by her silver hair or the crest on her banners and regarded her with equal parts awe and apprehension. Still, a measure of hope flickered in them. They had believed all was lost. As the soldiers made their way toward the Red Keep, the sense of haunted stillness intensified. The keep's once grand courtyard was full of debris, icicles as large as pikes hanging from parapets. The steps leading to the throne room were cracked by the bitter cold. Daenerys halted at the threshold, stepping down from her horse. She peered through the yawning doorway that once led to the seat of power in the Seven Kingdoms. Memories swirled within her, the day she first beheld the throne, her dreams of ruling Westeros, the nightmares that followed. Together with Jon, she climbed the steps. Their footsteps echoed across the silent corridors. Bits of broken masonry littered the floor. Some doorways were blocked by fallen stones and the air smelled of old death. Here and there lay piles of shattered ice that might once have been whites. Others were simply old corpses, unanimated but testament to the violence that befell the city. They pressed on, deeper into the gloom, torches guttering in the stale air. When at last they reached the throne room, they found it coated in a swirl of frost and ash. The vaulted ceiling bore cracks, letting weak daylight filter in from above. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, a silhouette of jagged steel in a realm of white. The steps leading up to it were slick with hoarfrost. Daenerys inhaled sharply, recalling the terrible sight of the Night King seated there. That memory had come to her in fragments from the survivors' accounts, but the tang of dread still clung to the place. Slowly, she and Jon advanced. Their retinue Tyrion, Arya, Sansa, Grey Worm, and a handful of guards stopped near the entrance, as if unwilling to cross the threshold to that black seat. Daenerys climbed the dais, her boots slipping on the frozen steps. She stood before the Iron Throne, close enough to see the fine tracery of frost that covered each twisted blade. She laid a gloved hand on the armrest. Beneath the chill, she felt the centuries of blood and ambition that had shaped these swords. It was monstrous, a relic of a violent past. Here, Aegon the Conqueror had launched a dynasty, and here, the Night King had staged the near end of the world. She had dreamed of sitting upon it as a young woman in Essos, of fulfilling her father's legacy. But now it felt like a carcass, a hollow symbol. Jon stood at her side, face drawn. He, too, reached out to touch a blade gingerly, as though it might bite him. History seemed to press in around them, the ghosts of Targaryens, the echoes of Robert Baratheon's rebellion, the betrayal and madness that had led to the War of the Five Kings, the ominous hush that preceded the Night King's arrival. So much sorrow. Daenerys turned to look at Jon, searching his expression. In his eyes, she saw the same conflict. Then, quietly, she said, "We can't let this define our future." She stepped back, turning to call for Grey Worm. He approached, uncertain, torchlight reflecting off his breastplate. "Your Grace." Daenerys' voice carried a resonance that no throne could grant or take away. "Gather what men you need. Remove the throne carefully but entirely. We'll melt it down and reshape it. Perhaps into something that better serves the realm. Tools, swords for defense, or something else. This seat will never again be used to enslave or terrorize. Grey Worm inclined his head. As you command. A flurry of reactions whispered through the hall. Tyrion stared, half in awe, half in bittersweet nostalgia. The symbol of monarchy was about to be dismantled. Sansa stood near the doorway, arms folded. She did not smile, but there was a calm acceptance in her eyes, as if acknowledging that the old wheel was indeed being broken, piece by piece. Jon squeezed Daenerys's hand. "Are you certain?" he asked quietly. "This has been your dream for so long." She let out a slow breath, steam curling in the cold. "I dreamed of saving people more than I dreamed of sitting on a chair of swords. If this realm is to be reborn, it needs a different foundation." Work began the next day. A contingent of Unsullied and Sellswords hammered wedges under the great throne, chipping away at the ice that encased its base. Sparks flew. Over hours, they managed to loosen the throne from the floor, toppling it with a resonant clang that echoed like a funeral bell. Horses dragged the twisted mass of steel out into the courtyard, where forges were lit, fueled by every scrap of combustible material they could scavenge. Bit by bit, the iron throne was heated until it glowed red, the metal beginning to yield. Observers crowded around, small folk, soldiers, lords, and ladies, watching the ancient seat vanish into smoke and flame. Some wept, others cheered, but no one was unmoved. Daenerys watched from a short distance, flanked by Jon and Sansa, her face stern yet reflective. She remembered her ancestor Aegon, how he had forged that throne from the swords of his enemies with dragonfire. Now, she was presiding over its destruction, forging a new destiny. Some might call it sacrilege. Others would hail it as liberation. She did not seek to control that narrative. All she wanted was for the realm to finally breathe free of old ghosts. Once the throne was gone, King's Landing became the site of a new mission. Clearing the streets, burying the dead, and inviting survivors to return if they wished. This was not a matter of days or weeks, but of months. Houses from across the realm sent workers, architects, stonemasons, carpenters, anyone willing to labor. The Crownlands required thorough resettlement. Daenerys named Tyrion and a small council to oversee the city's restoration, with the aim that one day King's Landing would flourish again, not as the seat of a single monarch, but as a capital of alliance, a place where representatives of the different kingdoms could gather and govern collectively. She and Jon spent much of their time traveling between Winterfell and the slowly reviving city. Sometimes Drogon accompanied them, patrolling for any lingering pockets of whites or roving brigands. Other times they went on horseback, conscious of the realm's battered roads. Each journey revealed more signs of life returning to Westeros. Here, a newly planted wheat field sprouted green shoots through the thinning snow. There, a blacksmith's forge rang with the sound of commerce. Fishermen resumed their livelihoods along the coasts. Carts laden with goods rattled along muddy tracks, forging new trade routes where old roads had collapsed. Hope was no longer a distant dream, but a cautious, steady presence. As the thaw gained ground, the people whispered new titles for Daenerys. Some called her the Breaker of the Throne. Others called her the Queen of New Hope. Jon was often referred to as the Shield of the North, though he accepted no crown. Sansa, as Lady of Winterfell and unofficial leader of the North, found her name rising in southern circles as well, a respected if formidable figure. Arya, never one for titles, slipped in and out of the capital like a phantom, dealing with the more dangerous tasks that no one else could handle, hunting down slavers from Essos who tried to profit from the chaos, or conspirators who sought to exploit the power vacuum. Gradually, the new reality took root. A council formed in King's Landing, each kingdom sending a delegate. Daenerys presided as a unifying force, neither an absolute queen nor a mere figurehead. In the north, Sansa and Jon oversaw the region's recovery. It was an unconventional arrangement, but it worked more peacefully than any had dared hope. Beyond the inland roads, the Greyjoys reopened limited shipping lanes, forging a new pact with the mainland that guaranteed them certain freedoms in exchange for halting all reaving. Dorne negotiated trade that gave it unprecedented influence in southern affairs, sending caravans northward loaded with citrus, spices, and preserved fruits to stave off famine. The Reach, lacking House Tyrell, was reorganized among lesser lords, with Lady Brienne taking temporary stewardship of certain areas until rightful heirs could be determined. a reluctant duty she performed out of loyalty to the realm. The Westerlands, still recovering from years of war and the downfall of the Lannisters, sought new alliances by means of marriage pacts and trade deals, aiming to rehabilitate their tarnished legacy. No corner of Westeros remained untouched by the trauma of the long night, but every corner felt the lifting of an oppressive weight. The Night King's brand on the land faded with each passing week. The open sky, once a tapestry of gray gloom, occasionally broke into azure blue. Birds returned, singing hesitantly at dawn. Children, too young to remember the realm before the cold, played in muddy courtyards, marveling at the sight of green grass poking through the snow. Amid these transformations, Daenerys and Jon quietly solidified their bond. They stood as partners rather than as a queen overshadowing a consort or vice versa. Their bond, complicated by the revelations of their kinship, had been tested by war, sorrow, and triumph. Now it settled into a mutual devotion shaped by shared purpose. Talk of an official wedding circulated, but neither rushed it. They recognized the realm was still fragile, and a grand ceremony might provoke old resentments. Instead, they chose to let the realm grow used to the idea of them as joint protectors, a living testament to ice and fire uniting rather than clashing. In time, though, the realm itself seemed to crave closure, to mark the end of the darkest chapter in its history. Lords began petitioning for a formal occasion to affirm the new alliances. Even the small folk whispered that a celebration might exorcise the last vestiges of despair. After many debates, Daenerys, Jon, and Sansa agreed. A gathering in King's Landing, part festival, part diplomatic summit, would be held once the city was safe enough to host it. No one expected lavish feasts and parades, but a symbolic event could honor those who died and welcome a future free from undead terrors. When the day came, the city was still only half cleared of rubble. Yet tents were erected outside the walls, and banners flew from improvised poles. Soldiers who had once fought each other in previous wars now shared watch duty along the edges of the camp. Small folk arrived in ragged caravans, mingling with highborn lords in the muddy fields. Musicians with battered instruments tried to coax cheer from the wary crowds. Food stalls offered hot soups, boiled potatoes, and salted fish. It was not a grand spectacle, but it was more celebration than Westeros had seen in years. Jon and Daenerys entered the city at midday, escorted by an honor guard that represented all corners of the realm. Behind them, Drogon swooped low, letting out a roar that startled some but thrilled others. The city's newly formed council stood along the main thoroughfare, greeting them with cautious pride. Slowly, they made their way to a public square near the Red Keep, an open space cleared of debris. There, a modest platform had been raised. The remnants of the throne's metal were on display in the form of new forging implements. Plows, hoes, spades, arranged symbolically. People muttered with awe at the transformation of swords into tools for nurturing life. Daenerys stepped onto the platform, scanning the crowd. She saw Dothraki riders, unsullied, Northmen in thick cloaks, Dornish nobility in bright silks, Ironborn with braided hair and driftwood charms, Knights of the Vale in shining plate, river lords wearing Tully colors, small folk in threadbare clothes and tired eyes. All had come to witness a moment they weren't sure they'd ever see. Peace. Jon stood beside her, and on the other side stood Sansa and Arya. Bran was seated near the front, watched over by Podrick, his gaze distant but present. Tyrion offered a few words first, addressing the crowd with his characteristic blend of wit and solemnity. He recounted how Westeros had nearly been lost, how the living had united, how they stood now to honor that unity. Then he introduced Daenerys, calling her the breaker of the throne, in a nod to her decision to destroy the symbol of old monarchy. She stepped forward, her face neither triumphant nor prideful, but quietly determined. "We have survived the end of the world," she began, her voice carrying over the hush. "Many of us lost kin, friends, homes. We've endured betrayals, tragedies, and horrors beyond telling. The winter that swallowed us was not just a season, but a living darkness. Yet here we stand, alive, forging a new beginning." She paused, letting her words sink in. I once thought my destiny was to sit upon the Iron Throne, but destiny had other plans. Now our destiny is shared. None of us rule alone. None of us stand apart. We are free to hold our traditions, our ways of life, and we are free to cooperate as one people when threats arise. The swords that once made this throne are now forged into tools for planting and rebuilding. May that be a testament to our new age. Applause and cheers broke out, though some pockets remained silent or uncertain. Such drastic changes would not please everyone. But in the eyes of most, relief and hope glimmered. Daenerys stepped back, and Jon spoke, albeit more succinctly. He acknowledged the sacrifices, honored the dead, and reaffirmed that the North would stand as a staunch ally to the rest of the realm in times of danger. Sansa echoed that sentiment, receiving murmurs of approval. Arya merely watched, her quiet presence enough to remind all that the Starks were no longer to be underestimated. Then came a series of small ceremonies. Knights were honored for valor, common soldiers elevated to knighthood, families reunited on the platform to tears and applause. Children orphaned by the war were given wards and sponsors, some of them by Daenerys's and Jon's own suggestion. Gold was distributed to help fund the next harvest. A song broke out, worn voices singing a ballad about the long night, improvised in half a dozen dialects. It was imperfect and unpracticed, but the crowd swelled with it, tears in many eyes. Even Tyrion found his throat tight. At the edge of the square, Grey Worm and what remained of the Unsullied observed quietly. Some looked uneasy in the face of so many cheering civilians. Their culture and purpose had changed irreversibly. Many were uncertain of their role in a peaceful Westeros. Daenerys had given them lands in the Reach, near the coast, if they chose to settle. Others considered traveling back to Essos to free more slaves. In time, perhaps they would find their path. For now, they received the crowd's gratitude with bowed heads. As the afternoon wore on, the gathering turned into a modest festival. People mingled, exchanged stories, bartered supplies. The lords from scattered houses conferred about rebuilding roads, establishing trade pacts, handling the logistical issues that had once seemed impossible. King's Landing, still a gutted ruin in many quarters, bustled with more life than it had since before the Night King's assault. Jon and Daenerys found a quiet moment near the battered walls of the Red Keep. Sunlight slanted through the cracks, illuminating motes of dust. The roar of the crowd was distant. Jon took Daenerys's hand. She turned to him, eyes reflecting the weariness and pride they both carried. "It's not the world we expected," Jon said softly. She smiled, faint and rueful. "No, but maybe it's one worth living in." He brushed a lock of her silver hair aside, leaning in to rest his forehead against hers. In that tender moment, they were neither rulers nor saviors, just two people who had endured too much, found each other in the darkness, and emerged into the light. The wind carried the sound of distant laughter, children playing in rubble as if it were a playground, a battered minstrel strumming a lute, the clatter of wooden spoons in bowls of thin stew. Life, uncertain but unyielding. They stepped back into the courtyard to rejoin the throng, greeted by cheers and bows. Sansa had orchestrated a final ceremonial act, the unveiling of a new seat, not a throne, but a simple carved chair meant for a presiding council. Crafted from local oak and inlaid with a single piece of dragaglass at its crest, it stood in the middle of the square, no dais steps. A seat among the people, not above them. Daenerys approached it, hesitated, then sat. The crowd applauded. Jon stood just behind her shoulder, a living testament to the unity that had defeated ice and death. In the weeks that followed, the festival ended and the realm returned to the demanding work of reconstruction. Caravan by caravan, building by building, they stitched together a battered land. The snows continued to recede, replaced by muddy fields and rivers swollen with meltwater. Farmers braced for floods, but Tyrion oversaw a system of hastily dug ditches to divert the surges. Gendry toiled in forges across the realm, forging plowshares and tools from what little metal could be spared. Sam Tarly traveled to Old Town, petitioning the broken leadership of the Citadel to open their knowledge for the realm's rebuilding, for disease prevention, for agricultural best practices. Bit by bit, the living overcame their fears and ventured out. Ghost towns saw families returning, roads to the Westerlands cleared for trade, and the golden fields near Highgarden began to show faint signs of revival. The nights grew milder. The final hush of winter turned to the first whispers of a long-awaited spring. In King's Landing, portions of the city became habitable once more. The Red Keep's battered wings were repaired sufficiently for a skeleton administration, though Daenerys herself chose to spend more time traveling than ensconced there. Sometimes she roamed with Drogon overhead to reassure far-flung villages that this new era indeed cared for them. Jon often accompanied her while Sansa maintained northern affairs from Winterfell. Messages traveled briskly along newly re-established messenger routes. The Confederation was not always harmonious, old rivalries occasionally flared. But each time conflict threatened to erupt, the memory of the Night King's tyranny returned, reminding them of what they had narrowly escaped. When at last the trees across the Riverlands began to bud with fresh green leaves, a hush of wonder fell upon the realm. People who had believed winter might never end woke to find dew instead of frost on the grass. The sky seemed whiter, the sun warmer. Birds arrived in flocks from the south, filling the morning with an unexpected chorus. Children ran barefoot through muddy lanes. Farmers readied seeds for planting in fields long fallow under ice. Hope, intangible and fragile, began to root itself in the soil of Westeros. No single day marked the arrival of spring. It came in fits and starts, frosty mornings giving way to sunny afternoons, chilly rains that washed away the last of the snowdrifts. But one day, Daenerys stood on a rebuilt balcony of the Red Keep, overlooking a city where small folk bustled through partially restored streets, and realized she was warm. She wore only a light cloak, and the breeze on her face carried not the bite of winter but the freshness of new beginnings. Jon joined her, and together they marveled at the city's transformation. She reached for his hand. He laced his fingers through hers. "It will take years to rebuild what was lost," Jon observed. "Maybe decades." She nodded, a smile touching her lips. "We have time. And we have each other." Below them, in the courtyard, a blacksmith's hammer rang against an anvil. A group of children chased a stray cat among the broken columns. The city no longer felt haunted by the footsteps of the dead. Where the Iron Throne had once cast a long, ominous shadow, now there was only open space and a circle of new council chambers. The clang of tools, the laughter of children, the bustle of trade, these were the sounds of life reclaiming a forsaken place. Word reached them that the new farmland in the Reach was yielding sprouts, that Storm's End had opened a shipping lane, that White Harbor's boats returned to sea. In Dorne, water gardens were being replanted, feeding both the people and the newly arrived refugees who found shelter there. From the Iron Islands came news of fishing fleets venturing out for bigger catches. The Vale sent a final load of stored grain to the Riverlands, proud to share in the bounty. Slowly, haltingly, a tapestry of cooperation replaced the tapestry of war. It was not a perfect peace, far from it. Disputes over borders arose. Some lords wanted to revert to old feuds. Accusations of hoarding and corruption still circulated. But each time the Confederation Council intervened, pushing for resolutions that prioritized unity. The memory of the Great War hung like a warning on the horizon. The living had learned what it cost to face unstoppable horror without unity. They would not invite that risk again. On a morning that shimmered with sunshine, Daenerys led a small entourage through King's Landing's gates. She had a basket of seeds and a single young sapling in hand. Jon followed with a shovel, looking mildly amused. Citizens paused to watch the odd procession as it wound its way to a scorched patch of ground near the site of the old dragon pit. There, they found a patch of rich, dark earth recently cleared of rubble. With careful precision, Daenerys knelt and placed the sapling's roots in the soil, pressing earth around them. Jon used the shovel to fill in the hole. They watered it from a wooden bucket. A hush fell over the onlookers. "That's an apple sapling," someone whispered. Another asked, "Will it grow here?" A third added, "This ground is cursed. The dragon pit burned." Daenerys simply stood up, brushing dirt from her hands, and looked at the tiny green leaves trembling in the breeze. "We're all cursed," she said quietly, "and we're all blessed. Let it grow. Let us grow with it." Jon placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. The crowd watched, some uncertain, others nodding. New life, fragile but determined, had taken root in the city that once hosted a frozen tyrant on its throne. The sign could not be clearer. The realm would persevere if only they nurtured hope as carefully as one would nurture a seedling in battered soil. When they turned to leave, Tyrion cleared his throat, a rare glint of optimism in his eyes. "I wonder what stories will be told of this day," he mused. "We've seen legends rise and fall. Perhaps we're living through a new one." Daenerys and Jon exchanged a look. She offered a small smile, recalling the old Targaryen words, fire and blood. They had been replaced by something else in her heart, fire and ice, joined not in warfare but in harmony. Their story was not about conquest anymore, it was about cultivation of land, of unity, of second chances. And so they walked forward into the warming day, leaving footprints in the softening earth, each stride carrying Westeros further from the endless night and closer to a future shaped by the living rather than the dead. That future would be imperfect, full of challenges and conflicts. Yet within those challenges lay the freedom to choose better paths, to remember how close they had come to losing it all. In that knowledge, there was strength. The Iron Throne was gone, melted into plows and spades. The Night King's memory lingered only in cautionary tales of ice-shrouded horrors. And from the charred, frozen remains of King's Landing, new growth emerged, green and persistent, a promise that the realm of men, however flawed, had earned the chance to fight for life on its own terms once more. The sun angled low over the blackened walls of King's Landing, catching motes of dust in golden light. On this particular afternoon, workers across the city were laying bricks or hammering beams, reinforcing what was left of centuries-old structures that had once symbolized power. Now they stood for a delicate rebirth. Although the final piles of rubble still choked some streets, a sense of guarded optimism coursed through the people. Each day, they ventured beyond their doors in greater numbers. Tiny market stalls began cropping up, offering goods salvaged from the hinterlands, withered vegetables, salted fish, grains shipped from the Reach. The transformation was slow and halting, like green shoots pushing through a blanket of snow, but it was indisputably happening. Daenerys Targaryen walked through what was left of the city's narrow lanes, flanked by a small retinue. Dressed in a pale linen tunic and a fur-lined cloak, she kept the hood down, allowing her silver-gold hair to catch the waning daylight. She could have chosen to ride a horse or even soared above the city on Drogon's back, but she decided that walking was the better way to understand her people's struggles. The hooves and hammering from her companions announced her approach, but the small folk didn't scatter in fear as they might have in the old days of war. Instead, they paused their tasks and offered small bows or curtsies. In their eyes, she sometimes read relief, sometimes awe, and sometimes worry. They still remembered that once a dragon soared above these walls unleashing fire and fury. Some recalled the second time when an undead dragon brought only frost and ruin. To them, Daenerys was the living link between dragon flame and the new era that had dawned after the Night King's defeat. Jon Snow walked at her side, his dark hair touched with silver at the temples from the endless cold they had endured. He wore the modest garb of a northern ranger combined with a simple cloak bearing the stark dire wolf sigil. In public, he seldom called attention to himself, remaining content to let Daenerys speak. But she felt his presence as a steady pillar. He noticed the flickers of expressions on faces, the evidence of half-finished roofwork, the ragtag children peering from behind broken columns. He saw them all, and each seemed to stir the gentle, protective instinct in him. That day, their destination was a half-collapsed inn near Flea Bottom, a place once known for cheap ale and greasy food, now repurposed to shelter orphans of the long night. Arya Stark had discovered the spot some weeks prior, noticing how the local folk had spontaneously turned it into a refuge. She'd told them of it upon returning from one of her quiet scouting missions, eyes as sharp as ever. Spurred by Arya's report, Daenerys had organized a small supply train of bread, dried fruit, and salted fish. Now she and Jon were there to see how it was faring. They turned a corner where a sign with half the lettering missing, "He drunken duck," it read, hung precariously. Inside, a wide common room stretched, crowded with wooden pallets pressed against the walls. The smell was one of boiled cabbage, unwashed clothes, and something sour that lingered in the corners. Yet small torches along the walls cast a warm glow. A handful of children in mismatched clothes, some no older than 4 or 5, crouched around a battered table, whispering or playing with wooden tokens. A stern-faced woman in a threadbare dress, likely the de facto caretaker, looked up from stirring a large pot. At the sight of Daenerys and Jon, her eyes went wide. She started to bow, but Daenerys shook her head. "No need," Daenerys said softly. "We came to help if we can." A series of gasps and murmurs rippled through the small crowd. The caretaker, cheeks flushing, introduced herself as Lara. She quickly gestured to the children. "These are, well, orphans, your grace. Some lost their parents when the dead took the city. Others starved. We've done our best, but we're short on everything." Jon gave a slight incline of his head. "We brought supplies, grain, dried fish, some fresh casks of water from the Red Keep's new cistern. It should help for a few weeks at least." Behind him, 2 men from their retinue began unloading satchels onto a side table. Eyes flickered around, grateful. Some older children seemed torn between curiosity and shyness, edging closer until they were within a few yards of the newcomers. One young boy, no older than 8, with a mop of dark hair, stood up straight and addressed Daenerys. "Are you the one who burned the old throne?" he asked, voice tremulous. A hush fell. Lara tried to hush him, but Daenerys only smiled, a sadness tucked in that curve of her lips. "I had it melted down, yes," she said, her tone gentle. "We used its steel to make new tools. We won't need a throne of swords ever again." The boy nodded solemnly as though he were pondering the significance of that. Another child, a girl with tangled blonde hair, piped up, "Mama said a monster sat on that throne and then you chased him away." Jon exchanged a glance with Daenerys. "That monster," he said carefully, "was the Night King. And a lot of brave people helped chase him away. We all fought together." At the mention of the Night King, a ripple of fear passed over the children. Daenerys stepped closer, her expression kind. "But he's gone now," she said. "You don't have to be afraid of him anymore." She had hoped these children wouldn't carry the terror of that winter for the rest of their lives, but she knew how fear lingered. It lingered even in her own dreams. Sometimes she still woke in a cold sweat, recalling the moment the Night King hurled an icy spear at Drogon outside King's Landing. They stayed a while, letting the caretaker show them around the makeshift dormitories that had been crammed into back rooms. She spoke quickly, rattling off the children's ages, their ailment. T.S. lice, coughs, malnourishment. Daenerys' heart clenched at the scale of the suffering, but this was only one small corner of the city. How many other corners lay hidden, in need of help? Jon, jaw set, asked careful questions about what the children ate, how many adults helped. He promised to send more supplies before the next moon cycle. When they emerged into the street, the sky was beginning to dim toward evening. Daenerys took a long breath, letting the chill fill her lungs. She wanted to do more. Sometimes the weight of it threatened to break her heart. In Essos, she had liberated entire cities from slavery, only to realize how complicated it was to maintain their freedom. Here in Westeros, she was trying to do much the same, free them from the nightmares of the past, from poverty, from the aftershocks of the most catastrophic war in living memory. But the scale felt endless. Jon offered her a reassuring nod as if he could sense her internal heaviness. "We can't fix everything at once," he said. "But we keep working. That's all we can do." She reached out and their hands briefly intertwined. Then they led their small retinue back toward the Red Keep, where the new administrative center, more a set of offices than a palace, waited with fresh demands and decisions. Far away in Winterfell, Sansa Stark stood on the battlements, gazing out at a courtyard that had begun to look more alive. The snows had retreated to the far corners of the yard, revealing patches of brown mud and stone. Through her vantage, she could see small folk bustling about, new workers recruited from the outskirts of the north, a couple of traveling merchants from White Harbor with barrels of salted fish, a ragged band of watchers who once guarded the last hearth. The northern sun was weak and watery, but it was enough to coax the land back into motion. Brienne of Tarth stood beside her, imposing and steady. She had traveled to Winterfell at Sansa's request to discuss the ongoing coordination of supplies between the north and the southern domains. After so many years of war, the North still had more than its share of hardship, and Sansa intended to make sure that the region received its fair share of resources under this new confederation. Beneath her calm exterior, she bristled at the memory of the North's needs often being overlooked by the Iron Throne in years past. "How many wagons did you say were coming from the Vale?" Sansa asked Brienne, tucking a red curl behind her ear to keep it from flapping in the breeze. 20, my lady," Brienne replied. "Though we're told only half will continue north of the Neck. The rest plan to head west to the Riverlands." Sansa nodded, eyes scanning the horizon. The old ramparts still bore scorch marks from the battles with the Whites. Though repairs had been made, ghosts of that night lingered in every corner. She sometimes woke up hearing the distant echo of that terrible storm of undead. "We can stretch 20 wagons. It'll be enough to see us through the next few weeks. Then the forges in Moat Cailin can supply the metal we promised the Vale in return." Brienne studied Sansa's face. "Are you certain the exchange is wise, my lady? We have only recently begun forging those new plowshares and sickles. Couldn't we make better use of them here, in the fields around Winterfell?" Sansa exhaled softly, her breath visible in the chill. "We could, and eventually we will. But we must invest in alliances. Let the Vale see that the North keeps its word. Then, next season, they'll be more inclined to help us again." Her gaze flicked to Brienne. "I learned from Jon that sometimes you make short-term sacrifices to ensure long-term stability." Brienne inclined her head. "Wise counsel, my lady." They walked along the battlement, passing a watchman who bowed respectfully. Below them, the courtyard was slowly transforming into a site of measured activity. We must be careful, Sansa murmured. With Jon in King's Landing so often, it falls to me to keep the North united under this new arrangement. Some lords remain uneasy about whether we should have insisted on complete independence. They question how much loyalty we truly owe Daenerys Targaryen and her council. Brienne understood well. They'll question it less when they see the roads reopened, the fields regrown, and trade restored. Hunger is a powerful teacher. Sansa's expression softened. Too powerful, in my opinion. I've seen too much hunger. I want to see these people fed, healthy, at peace, truly at peace. She paused, letting her gaze drift to the ancient walls of Winterfell. Lord Tyrion wrote to me about a convocation in King's Landing. A formal ratification of alliances, something like a new code of laws for the Confederation. He wants me, Arya, and Bran to attend. I suspect he also wants to pave the way for some kind of official union between Daenerys and Jon. Brienne raised an eyebrow. A wedding. That's what the realm whispers for, isn't it? Sansa smiled faintly, though not without a trace of sadness. They want to see the realm's two saviors joined to finalize the bond that already seems so natural. But there's history there. Targaryen blood. Stark blood. Old wounds. I'm not sure if it will be as simple as the bards want it to be. They fell silent, letting the wind rustle through the ramparts. Finally, Sansa gave a decisive nod as if finishing a private calculation. But if it brings the realm closer to lasting harmony, I support it. Jon and Daenerys will do what they think is right. That same day, halfway across Westeros, Tyrion Lannister found himself riding along the Rose Road just east of the burned-out skeleton that had once been a thriving village. He had traveled here to oversee the distribution of seeds and discuss the construction of new mills per Daenerys' directive. The ground was still littered with debris from the war, though grasses had begun to shoot through. Over the clop of horses' hooves, he could hear the distant calls of crows. It was a far cry from the days when the Rose Road bustled with wagons bringing wine from the arbor and grain from Highgarden to King's Landing. Tyrion remembered traveling these roads under far different circumstances, sometimes as a captive, sometimes as a part of a Lannister caravan. He'd changed immeasurably since then. Seeing them now in near ruin stirred an ache in him, an ache for what had been squandered through so many petty wars culminating in the near apocalypse. Podrick Payne rode beside him, taller and leaner than in the days when he was merely Tyrion's squire. Now Pod carried himself with a certain quiet confidence. He'd been knighted for his bravery in the last war and served as an emissary and guard in Tyrion's retinue. He sported a short beard that masked the boyish cheeks of his youth. "How far to Bitterbridge?" Podrick asked, scanning the horizon. "Another few miles, according to the last sign," Tyrion answered, pulling at the reins of his horse to avoid a jagged piece of rubble in the road. "We'll meet the local reeve there, see if they've adhered to the distribution plan for seeds." Podrick shifted in his saddle. "They might greet us with suspicion. I heard stories that some local lords resent the King's Landing Council meddling in their affairs." Tyrion sighed. "They resent anything that isn't strictly theirs. But that's the beauty of this new order. It's not about a single monarch demanding tribute. It's about mutual survival. If we can keep reminding them that cooperating means more food, more trade, fewer bandits, we might just win them over. Or at least keep them from rebelling." They crested a small hill. Below lay what remained of Bitterbridge, a cluster of half-rebuilt houses by the banks of a slowly flowing river. The eponymous bridge, once famed for its stone lattice design, had collapsed in sections, leaving a precarious crossing of angled planks. Workers in threadbare clothes were struggling to patch the holes with fresh-cut lumber. Across the river, a handful of fields had been tilled, the soil still damp from melted snow. Tyrion reined in his horse near the half-bridge. "Not a grand sight, is it?" he murmured to Podrick. "But better than the wasteland it was last winter." They dismounted. The reeve, a squat man with a brusque demeanor wearing a cloak stitched from mismatched scraps, hurried forward. He introduced himself as Harwin, evidently the local figure in charge since the old noble family had been wiped out in the war. His face wore lines of anxiety as he greeted Tyrion. "We've done as asked," he said, voice quavering slightly. "Farmers took the seeds. We're planting what we can. The men from King's Landing said we'd get shipments of barley, fish, and cloth in return." Tyrion nodded. "That's correct. And you'll have them soon. But we need to confirm the fields were actually sown, not resold or hoarded. We can't afford corruption in times like these." Harwin's eyes darted. "No corruption here, my lord, sir. Or do I call you hand? Or master of?" "Call me Tyrion," he said, offering a thin smile. "I'm no lord anymore. Just a man trying to help the realm stand on its feet again." The reeve exhaled, relief softening his features. He led Tyrion and Podrick to the fields, explaining how local families had banded together to dredge the soil, remove rocks and debris from the war. Indeed, small green shoots poked through the brown earth. Tyrion crouched to examine them, carefully brushing dirt aside with gloved fingers. They looked healthy enough, though it would be months before harvest. As they walked, Tyrion asked about the old lords who once ruled here. The Reeve shook his head. House Caswell? Gone. The Whites overran them. Maybe 1 or 2 distant cousins still roam, but none have returned. If they do, they'll find their keep half-burned. Podrick, glancing at the blackened remains of a fort tower in the distance, asked, "Who administers justice now? If bandits strike, who do the people turn to?" Harwin's sigh was heavy with resignation. "We do the best we can. A council of elders meets in the inn when disputes arise. We've made it this far, but it's no easy thing. If a real threat, bandits or worse, came, we'd be hard-pressed to defend ourselves." Tyrion pursed his lips. This was the reality in so many corners of Westeros now. No strong lords, no abundant resources, only pockets of struggling survivors trying to keep a semblance of order. "We'll speak to the council in King's Landing," he said. "Perhaps we can spare a small contingent of guards, or at least arms, assuming we trust them in your hands." The Reeve bobbed his head eagerly. "That'd be a blessing, Tyrion. We'd keep them safe and use them only for defense, I swear." They parted later that day with mutual courtesies. By the time Tyrion and Podrick mounted their horses to depart, the sun was already dipping toward the horizon. As they rode back, Tyrion's mind churned. This was just one hamlet among hundreds. All around Westeros, peasants were trying to scrape together a living from land scarred by war and unnatural winter. The old feudal system had been battered. Would it reassert itself eventually, once lost heirs returned to claim seats, or once new powers emerged to fill the vacuum? Or would this confederation truly hold, forging a new unity? He wondered whether Daenerys and Jon realized the magnitude of what they had set in motion. That question weighed on him so heavily that he barely noticed the mesmerizing pink and orange streaks painting the sky at sunset. Instead, he kept replaying the Reeves' anxious pleas, the dull eyes of half-starved children, the lines of hungry laborers at each settlement. The realm was no longer on the brink of extinction, but it walked the razor's edge of famine and instability. Any slip, any new conflict, could topple them all. The next morning in King's Landing, Daenerys rose before dawn. She had slept restlessly, haunted by dreams of long-lost friends and foes swirling amid the snow and ghosts of the Night King's frozen glare. The bedchamber she occupied in the Red Keep, one of the few habitable rooms, was Spartan, little more than a stone space with a sturdy bed, a trunk for her clothes, and a small table where a single candle burned. Jon often joked that she lived more like a soldier than a monarch, but she found comfort in the simplicity. It kept her grounded. She dressed in a fur-trimmed gown and boots, strapping a simple belt at her waist, then quietly left the keep. Outside, a hush blanketed the dawn-lit courtyard. Soldiers from a half-dozen houses stood at guard or huddled around braziers. She nodded to them as she passed, heading for the stable yard where Drogon often took his rest. He was too large to remain cooped inside even the grandest stable, so a portion of the keep's old courtyard had been cleared for him and a rough canopy set up to shield him from rain or snow. She found him curled upon scorched stones, a faint glow of internal heat shimmering along his dark scales. At her approach, Drogon rumbled low in his throat, an acknowledgement that was not quite affection and not quite warning. Daenerys reached out, placing a gentle hand on his massive flank. The residual warmth coursed through her palm. He shifted, lifting his horned head so that his red eyes gleamed in the early light. Now and then she thought she saw an echo of the trauma he had endured fighting the undead dragon, Viserion. That conflict had left scars, both visible and invisible. "I know," she whispered, stroking his scales. "I miss him too." She remembered the moment she realized Viserion had been turned and how it broke her heart anew each time she thought of it. Only the memory of that final skyward struggle when the Night King's power was undone offered any solace. There had been a second, ephemeral heartbreak as Viserion shattered along with that dreadful magic. But at least that rotting husk had finally been freed from the Night King's grasp. Drogon snorted, perhaps sensing her sadness, and shifted his weight, letting her slip under the curve of his shoulder. The stable hands watched from a cautious distance, none dared approach uninvited. Although Drogon tolerated the presence of some humans, he remained Daenerys's alone in spirit. She murmured softly, reassuring him. Some days, she soared above the city on his back, scanning the horizon, reminding the people that the realm's dragon was still here to protect them, but also that this was not an age of tyranny and fear. After a moment, she made her way back to the keep, deciding to break her fast with whomever was awake. She expected only the night watchman or perhaps a few maids. Instead, she found Jon in the corridor, walking with a subdued sense of purpose. He was already dressed for travel, wearing his stark leathers over a doublet. He offered a faint smile at seeing her. "You're up early," he observed. She returned the smile. "I might say the same for you. Where are you off to in such a hurry?" "Meeting a few of the southern lords who arrived last night," he explained. "They're camped outside the walls, waiting for an audience about farmland. They're from the Stormlands, apparently. Couldn't get a formal reply from anyone until now, so I offered to meet them at sunrise." Daenerys nodded. The Stormlands had stabilized somewhat under the stewardship of Gendry, at least on paper. But they had many smaller lords who might not recognize Gendry's leadership or might resent the broader confederation. "I'll join you," she said. "Might as well see what they want and put them at ease." They walked together through echoing halls. The Red Keep felt hollow, with entire wings cordoned off due to structural damage. Its labyrinthine passages had always seemed imposing, but after the Great War, an uneasy gloom clung to them. The night torches burned low, leaving pockets of shadow. When they emerged onto the lower courtyard, they found a small group of Stormlander knights waiting. Their banners were simple, no grand stag of Baratheon, but lesser sigils from minor houses sworn to Storm's End. They bowed at the sight of Daenerys and Jon. One among them, a knight with a braided gray beard, introduced himself as Ser Gladon Swan. He cut a dignified figure in old but polished plate armor. "My queen, my lord," Ser Gladon said, voice carrying the measured respect of an older generation. "We've come on behalf of certain hamlets in the Stormlands. Our crops have failed repeatedly since the winter, and the storms have been fiercer than ever. We need shipments of seed and a secure route to trade with the Crownlands. But King's Landing officials keep telling us to wait." Jon met Daenerys's eyes, and she gave a slight nod for him to speak. "You'll have them," Jon said, turning to Ser Gladon. "We only ask that you coordinate with Gendry Baratheon, the steward at Storm's End, to avoid duplicating requests. We have limited resources, and every region is still healing." A flicker of tension crossed the knight's face. "With respect, Gendry, well, some of the older houses aren't certain a blacksmith's bastard is truly the rightful liege of the Stormlands, even if the queen named him steward." Jon's posture stiffened. He's proven himself time and again. Blood aside, Gendry is more than capable of leading the Stormlands' restoration. "What is it you fear?" The older knight hesitated, glancing at his companions. "We fear we won't be heard. Our line has served House Baratheon for generations. Now we serve a new name, and we see the old seat of Storm's End claimed by a man with little lordly upbringing. Some lesser knights and landed families question whether the Confederation cares about us or only about whatever ambitions the Targaryens have in mind. We remember well how the realm was once governed by a single throne, and our lands often went neglected under incompetent or distant rule." Daenerys forced herself not to bristle. She was no stranger to suspicion. Instead, she raised a hand in a calming gesture. "I understand your concerns," she said softly. "There is no single throne now. The seat of Storm's End is for Gendry to hold, but that doesn't mean your voices go unheard. If you bring your needs to him, he should weigh them fairly. If he fails to do so, you can bring your grievances to our Confederation Council in King's Landing. I promise you, any legitimate claims will be addressed." The knight studied her face. In the dawn light, the silver gleam in her hair and the seriousness in her violet eyes lent her an almost ethereal presence. After a moment, he gave a slight bow. "We will try to trust the new ways, Your Grace." Jon took a step forward. "If you plan to return to the Stormlands soon, inform Gendry that we'll schedule a council session specifically for your region. Bring any lords with grievances and we'll see them heard. We want the Stormlands prosperous, not neglected." Ser Gladon's gaze flicked from Jon to Daenerys as if weighing their sincerity. Finally, he nodded. "We'll do so. My thanks." He and his companions bowed more deeply, then turned to depart. Daenerys could see the uncertainty in their faces, but also a spark of tentative hope. In a world torn by the long night, old prejudices often lingered, but at least these men were willing to talk rather than draw swords. That in itself felt like progress. After they left, Daenerys and Jon lingered in the courtyard. The city beyond the walls was stirring to life. The faint clatter of carts rolled along half-repaired streets, while the shouting of laborers echoed from near the old Flea Bottom district. Daenerys rubbed her arms, warding off a lingering chill while Jon regarded her quietly. This is what you'll be doing for the rest of our lives, isn't it? He said wryly. Holding sessions, addressing complaints, ensuring no one starves. She managed a small laugh. If we're fortunate, yes. Because the alternative is chaos or another war. A breeze ruffled her cloak and she looked toward the distant sea. We need to do more to reassure these older houses. So many of them still believe in the old feudal ties or hold grudges from the days when Targaryens or Baratheons or Lannisters ruled with an iron fist. They don't understand a system based on councils and shared decisions. Jon's gaze settled on the city rooftops, some missing entire sections. It'll take time. The question is, do we have enough time and enough resources to carry this new system through to when it truly takes root? Daenerys recalled how close Westeros came to utter annihilation. The memory of ice-limbed armies marching through the night set her heart pounding. We made it this far, she said, voice quiet yet resolute. We'll find a way. They departed in separate directions, Jon heading to a meeting about city sanitation and street clearing, Daenerys returning to her solar to review letters from the rest of the realm. She spent hours poring over scrolls that arrived from Dorne, the Iron Islands, the Westerlands, the Vale. Many houses thrived better than others, some had surpluses while others teetered on the brink of collapse. Tyrion had traveled to the Reach to coordinate shipments from the abundant farmland around Highgarden or what was left of it under caretaker lords. Each region had unique complexities, shaped by losses from the war. Daenerys found herself wishing she had half a dozen more lifetimes to master these intricacies. Or that she possessed the unstoppable might she'd once dreamed of having to simply command and watch the world obey. But she understood by now that lasting rule came from cooperation, not subjugation. Mid-afternoon, she heard a familiar knocking on the wooden door. She glanced up from the table, rolling a kink out of her neck. Come in. Bran Stark's solemn face appeared in the doorway, flanked by two guards who had insisted on accompanying him through the city's labyrinthine corridors. She beckoned him to enter. Bran guided his wheeled chair forward, his brown hair ruffled by the wind. Though his expression rarely betrayed emotion these days, there was a softness in his eyes upon seeing Daenerys. I arrived last night, he said simply. Sansa asked me to attend a Confederation session. Something about finalizing trade routes. She thought my abilities might help glean which routes are truly clear. Daenerys smiled warmly. It's good to see you. She gestured toward a small side chair. Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like refreshment? Bran shook his head. No, thank you. I wanted to speak to you privately if you have a moment. She nodded, setting aside a scroll describing the reorganization of Lannisport's docks. Of course. Bran angled his chair closer. Even after all these months, Daenerys felt a faint chill around him, reminiscent of the aura that had clung to him since he became the three-eyed raven in truth. But she also recognized the quiet compassion beneath his distant bearing. I have seen glimpses, he said, voice low, visions of disturbances in the far north. Men vanished on hunts beyond the Gift near the foothills of the Frostfangs. Not whites, there are no undead left. But something prowls those regions, creatures or men that do not belong. A twinge of worry nipped at Daenerys. You think some new threat is gathering? Bran's eyes flickered with an otherworldly weight. Hard to say. The future is not as clear as the past. But I've seen footprints in the snow, ragged figures in furs carrying weapons fashioned from ice or bone. They move in small groups, hide in caves during daylight. Possibly free folk or possibly renegades who learned dark arts from the White Walkers. We never truly knew all that lay beyond the wall. And now the wall is damaged in places, people can cross more easily than before. Daenerys took a measured breath. She knew the threat the White Walkers had posed was gone, but that didn't mean there were no remnants, no pockets of strange magic or savage survivors. Does Jon know? Not yet. I came to you first because you have the means to travel quickly. Drogon can bear you north in a fraction of the time. I sense that these creatures are not a direct threat to the realm yet, but they're killing travelers, taking them. My visions are unsettling. She looked down, her hands curling reflexively. The notion of a hidden menace so soon after their victory over the Night King stirred dread she'd hoped to bury. But ignoring such a danger could be disastrous. I'll discuss it with Jon. Perhaps we can send a scouting party. But we must remain cautious. Rumors of anything related to ice or the undead will panic people. Bran nodded. Agreed. Discretion is key. He paused as though considering how much to divulge. I see that the realm recovers slowly, but we can't allow a new terror to fester in the shadows. I'll help guide you as best I can. My visions are imperfect, but I'll do what I must. Daenerys leaned forward, resting a hand on Bran's forearm. It was a gentle, human gesture. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft. "You've done more for this realm than anyone can truly understand." His eyes momentarily flickered with gratitude, though his features remained composed. "We all have our parts to play," he said. Then he turned his chair away, adding, "I'll be in the Weirwood Grove later, if you need me." With that, he departed, leaving Daenerys with a swirl of worry. Another threat in the north, if it was real, risked stalling or even undoing so much of what they'd rebuilt. She shoved aside the wave of fear. First, she would confirm the rumor quietly, speak with Jon, perhaps Sansa. They would decide how best to investigate without alarming the realm. Not every shadow in the north needed to spark a new war, but every risk had to be addressed. That evening, after a day of meetings and duties, she found Jon in a small chamber used as a map room, once the war room of the Red Keep. The table that once displayed troop formations and supply lines for the Lannisters, for the Targaryens, for the Baratheons, whoever claimed the city, now held updated charts of farmland, trade routes, and the distribution of newly minted coin. Jon stood bent over one of these maps, a charcoal pencil in hand. He looked up as Daenerys entered, his expression brightening momentarily. "Tyrion left notes," he said, tapping the parchment. "He's worked out a route from Highgarden to King's Landing that will cut travel time by half if the roads are cleared. But it requires bridging a river near the Blackwater Rush." Daenerys nodded, approaching. "We can have the laborers do that once the harvest is secure." Jon studied her a moment. "You seem troubled." She hesitated. In times past, she might have kept such worries to herself, but they had learned the value of openness. Secrets had nearly undone them before. So she told him of Bran's warning, describing how he spoke of a hidden threat lurking in the far north, abducting travelers. Jon's face darkened. "I'll gather a small group of rangers. We'll go up there ourselves," he said, his voice firm. "We're not sending you alone. You've done enough flying into danger on your own." Daenerys exhaled, relieved at the solidarity. But a small part of her was anxious. "We should keep it to as few as possible. I don't want to mobilize armies or cause a panic. If we find evidence that it's truly dangerous, we'll respond accordingly." Jon nodded, rolling up the map. "Agreed. We'll speak to Sansa, she'll want to know. And I'll speak with Tormund if we can reach him. He's been roaming the north with Ghost, searching for any free folk survivors. He might have heard rumors." Daenerys' gaze rested on the cluttered table, stuffed with the concerns of the entire realm. "If we leave for the north, who handles all this?" she asked softly, gesturing at the piles of scrolls and rosters. Jon gave a weary half-smile. "We'll delegate to the council. Tyrion can handle negotiations with the Stormlands, Sansa with the North's supply lines, Gendry with rebuilding Storm's End, Brienne with the Reach, and so forth. It'll be fine for a time. They all know what's needed." She nodded, though the guilt remained. After so many months of piecing Westeros back together, leaving even briefly felt like abandoning her responsibilities. Yet if a new threat festered in the north, one that could endanger travelers or entire villages, ignoring it would be a graver dereliction of duty. Jon seemed to read her thoughts. He stepped closer, gently touching her cheek with his rough hand. "We made a promise," he murmured. "No more letting small threats grow into great ones." She covered his hand with hers. "Then we'll keep it." They informed the council the next day, behind closed doors, using measured words. Tyrion, of course, raised concerns about the ramifications for their delicate diplomacy. Arya only asked whether she could accompany them, eyes alight with that deadly curiosity. Sansa, though clearly uneasy, acknowledged that immediate action was prudent. If a new terror brewed in the north, better they neutralize it discreetly than risk the entire realm learning of it and spiraling into panic. Within a week, Daenerys and Jon prepared a short list of companions. Arya insisted on joining, as did Grey Worm, still fiercely loyal, though his Unsullied were mostly stationed in King's Landing or spread out in small units. Brienne wanted to come but relented when Sansa gently pointed out that her presence was vital in the capital. Instead, Brienne entrusted Podrick to go in her stead. Gendry yearned to see the north again, but the ongoing reconstruction in the Stormlands demanded his attention. He stayed behind with a faint scowl, hammered into acceptance by Tyrion's logical arguments. Before they left, Daenerys visited Drogon, who had taken to spending more time hunting in the surrounding countryside. He returned to the keep at intervals, sometimes bearing the carcass of a deer or half a sheep. She found him perched on a shattered wall near the water, gazing at the sea with an inscrutable reptilian stare. At her approach, he tilted his head, letting out a low growl that might have been a greeting. She ran a hand along his scales, feeling his great pulse of heat. "We're going north again," she told him softly. "We might need your fire once more, old friend." A low rumble sounded in his throat as though acknowledging her words. She felt an odd mixture of excitement and dread. The last time she traveled north with Drogon, the outcome had been catastrophic, leading to the death and resurrection of Viserion. But she refused to let fear control her. This time, they would not face an army of the dead, only the unknown. The morning of their departure, they gathered in the courtyard of the Red Keep. A dozen horses loaded with supplies and gear for cold weather milled around. Arya wore practical leathers, a sword at her hip, and a Valyrian steel dagger strapped to her belt. Grey Worm stood silent, armed with a shortened spear tipped in dragoglass. He took no chances these days. Podrick had a new cloak of dark blue, courtesy of Brienne, and sat quietly on a patient mare. Bran had chosen not to come physically, saying his presence was more useful in King's Landing. He would watch them through his visions if the need arose. Tyrion was there to see them off, exchanging final words with Jon about supply deadlines, forging schedules, and the growing trade pacts with Bravos. Sansa offered Daenerys a tight hug, then clasped Jon's hand, pressing her forehead against his. "Come back safely," she whispered. "And swiftly." Jon nodded. "We will. In the meantime, keep the realm in one piece, Sansa." She managed a faint smile. "I'll do my best. Gods know I'm used to patching up old wounds by now." Daenerys climbed into Drogon's saddle, adjusting the straps. The plan was that she and Drogon would fly ahead with minimal gear, scouting from above. Jon and Arya and the others would ride on the King's Road, eventually branching off to the more remote paths near the Gift. They would meet at Castle Black, or what remained of it. Word from the Night's Watch, or what was left of that order, indicated they were still present, albeit in reduced numbers, focusing more on patrolling for outlaws and aiding travelers than preparing for whites. As Daenerys guided Drogon into the air, she felt that old rush of exhilaration. The city shrank below her, banners fluttering from newly rebuilt towers. The wind whipped her hair, the sun glinting off Drogon's black scales. She circled once, glimpsing Jon on horseback, watching her ascend. Then she urged Drogon northward. The city fell away, the farmland rolling beneath them in patchy greens and browns, still showing the scars of winter. She soared, letting the crisp air tear at her cloak, scanning the horizon for the shape of the roads, the specks of villages. Memories of racing across these skies in war, battling the dead, flickered through her mind. This time, she prayed they would not face such horrors again. Travel by dragon was swift, but Daenerys halted frequently, landing to rest and to check on scattered hamlets, to see if rumors of raids or vanishings had reached them. She spent nights in the open, with only Drogon's presence for warmth, or occasionally in small town squares where the local folk stared in awe, offering her bread and salted meats. Everywhere, the story was the same: the living were rebuilding, but resources were tight. A few travelers had disappeared in the far north, but rumors varied: wolves, bandits, perhaps some monstrous shadow. No one had solid evidence. Some insisted it was only misfortune. Others whispered about ghosts of the Night King's servants. Daenerys listened, gleaned what she could, and moved on. By the time she reached the perimeter of the Gift, the land had grown harsh and stony. Snow still clung to the ground here, though not in the suffocating depths of the previous winter. Drogon perched on a rocky outcrop while Daenerys surveyed the bleak terrain. Thin evergreens dotted the slopes, the wind tasted of ice. No large settlements lay ahead, only the scattered remnants of villages once sustained by the Watch, long since abandoned. Daenerys felt a pang of uncertainty. She told Jon to meet her at Castle Black, but she had arrived faster than expected. Perhaps she could do a quick sweep beyond the wall and return before he even got there. Summoning her courage, she guided Drogon into the sky once more, heading farther north. The wall itself came into view eventually, a broken silhouette rising from the ice. Huge sections had collapsed when the Night King's undead Viserion blasted it with frost. Even so, the fortress of Castle Black stood intact, perched near a partially ruined gate. Smoke curled from one tower, a sign of living occupants. But Daenerys didn't land yet. She soared past it, scanning the wide expanse of what lay beyond. The first time she had come here, on a mission to rescue Jon and his party, she had been overwhelmed by the sense of raw emptiness, a wilderness where the cold wind howled across endless white plains. The place was less frozen now, patches of brown rock and dark water showed through. But the temperature still stabbed like needles. She urged Drogon lower, searching for any sign of footprints or camps. For nearly an hour, she found nothing but howling wind. Then, faint on the horizon, she spotted a thin plume of smoke. She angled Drogon toward it. Flying closer, she saw it rose from a cluster of crude huts near the base of a cliff. From the air, the huts looked old, patched with animal hides. Perhaps free folk. She circled once, uncertain if she should land. Whoever inhabited these huts might be frightened or hostile. But curiosity pressed her on. She signaled Drogon to settle gently on a rocky ledge near the huts, away from the entrance to what looked like a cave. The noise of his landing alone shook loose stones and sent echoes through the canyon. Immediately, figures emerged, 5 or 6, clad in thick furs that had seen better days. They carried spears of bone and sharpened stones. They did not look like whites, but their eyes burned with a wild, distrustful glint. One among them shouted up at Daenerys in a language she didn't fully recognize. It resembled the dialect of the Free Folk, but the words were too guttural, too slurred. Daenerys carefully slid down from Drogon's back, keeping one hand raised in a gesture of peace. Drogon rumbled, shifting his massive head to stare at the strangers. The wind whipped Daenerys's cloak, stinging her cheeks. She called out softly, "I mean no harm." Then, louder, in the common tongue, "I come in peace." "Do you speak the old tongue of the Free Folk?" No immediate reply. A few of them brandished their spears. Daenerys stood her ground, heart pounding, mind racing with how best to appear non-threatening while accompanied by an enormous dragon. After tense moments, one figure, a tall woman with a scar running across her face, stepped forward, lowering her spear. She barked words to the others, who also lowered their weapons, though warily. The woman then spoke in heavily accented common tongue. "You, ride Fire Lizard, Queen from South." Daenerys inclined her head. "Yes, I am Daenerys Targaryen." "Who are you?" The woman made a sign with 2 fingers touching her brow, then pointed at her chest. "I am Sojourner. We are a broken clan. Fled the dead. Fled whites. We hide here." She seemed to struggle with each phrase, as if pulling them from memory. Daenerys's gaze drifted behind Sojourner, noticing a few more figures creeping around the huts, likely women and children. Their clothes were in tatters and the bones of their faces jutted from starvation. They looked exhausted, eyes hollow. She took a breath. "Are you the ones who attack travelers in the north?" Sojourner's brow furrowed. "Attack? We defend. Some men come, kill our goats, try take women. We fight back. They not White Walkers, but they have black hearts. We think them your men. Southern men." A jolt of realization coursed through Daenerys. If brigands from the south had come this far, they might have clashed with Free Folk enclaves and started rumors on both sides. "We heard travelers vanished," she said carefully. "So it was these bandits, not you?" Sojourner shrugged, the motion abrupt. "We only kill or chase away those who mean us harm. Some wanderers die in storms, not by our spears. We want peace, but always trouble comes from south." Daenerys glanced at Drogon, who was shifting restlessly. She forced a calm smile. "I can help. We can bring some supplies. We can try to find these bandits." Sojourner's expression twisted. "We not trust Southern Queen. Southern King of Dead once crossed the wall. Brought ice demons. You say you kill him?" "Yes," Daenerys said gently. "He's gone. The dead are gone. The realm is trying to rebuild. If you wish, you can cross south for safer lands. We can find you a place to live without fear of bandits." Some of the Free Folk behind Sojourner murmured among themselves. Sojourner sneered. "Place to live, under your rules? We had enough of kings and lords. We survived the cold. We survived the dead. We will survive alone." She gestured to Drogon, her voice laced with a mixture of wonder and defiance. "We fear your Fire Lizard, but we fear your politics more." Daenerys swallowed her frustration. She knew the Free Folk's fierce independence, how they chafed at the slightest hint of subjugation. Mance Rayder and Tormund Giantsbane had once tried to forge alliances with the Southerners, but it was never simple. "As you wish," she said softly. "But if you're in danger, come to the wall. Castle Black is manned by new watchers. They won't harm you if you come peacefully. Tell them Daenerys Targaryen sent you. I'll speak to them about these bandits who stole your goats." Sojourner studied her. Finally, a curt nod. "We see. But do not bring soldiers here. You do, we fight." Daenerys inclined her head again, acknowledging the warning. Then she backed away, returning to Drogon. She felt the weight of their hungry gazes upon her. These people had endured horrors no Southern lord could comprehend. She couldn't blame them for their distrust. Mounting Drogon, she gently urged him to take flight. As they rose, swirling snow whipped across her vision. Below, the Free Folk retreated into their huts, already melding with the landscape. Daenerys circled once, scanning for any sign of bandit camps. There was nothing obvious. She spied a few more huts in the distance, or perhaps rock formations. Hard to tell from this height. She promised herself she would speak with Tormund. The Free Folk needed a liaison they trusted, or more enclaves would slip into savage isolation. That alone could breed new conflicts. Having learned at least that some Free Folk survived and were clashing with Southern brigands, Daenerys turned back toward Castle Black. It wasn't long before she spotted movement on the King's Road below, shapes of riders and wagons. She guided Drogon lower and indeed saw Jon's party. She recognized Arya's slim form at the head with Grey Worm trailing behind. She landed on a stretch of open ground just beyond Castle Black's battered gate, and the riders soon joined her. Jon dismounted quickly, scanning her face. "Are you all right?" he asked. He glanced at Drogon as if expecting a wound or sign of trouble. "I'm fine," Daenerys assured him, though the tension in her voice was palpable. "I found free folk up north of the wall. They say brigands have been attacking them and possibly travelers as well. I suspect that's part of what's fueling rumors about monstrous raids." Arya raised an eyebrow. Bandits could vanish easily in this terrain, picking off whoever crosses their path. Grey Worm's posture was rigid. "We hunt them, yes?" Jon nodded slowly. "We have to. If these brigands are forming a large group, they could threaten the Watch. And the free folk, too. But we need more information." Podrick pulled his cloak tighter around himself. "We can start by speaking to the Night's Watch here, see if they know anything." They moved toward the gate, where the familiar black stone of Castle Black rose behind the battered palisade. Inside, the courtyard was almost deserted, with only a handful of watchmen about, no longer the hundreds that once manned these walls. A tall figure wearing black furs emerged to greet them. Jon's face broke into a genuine grin as he recognized his old friend, Tormund Giantsbane. Tormund let out a booming laugh, clasping Jon's arm. "You still alive, Crow?" he teased, though affection shone in his eyes. He nodded at Daenerys, though more reservedly. "You brought your dragon again. We only just started sleeping well at night, you know?" She offered a small smile. "I promised to keep the fire to myself this time." He waved them inside, into the keep's main hall, a chilly space with a single large hearth. A half-dozen other men in black were there, men too old or too stubborn to leave the Night's Watch. Their faces lit with mild relief at seeing more numbers, especially well-armed ones. Over cups of thin ale, they recounted what they knew of the region. "We tried sending patrols," one watchman said, "but we're fewer than 24 now. We can't cover more than a few leagues from the wall. We've heard tales of a group calling itself the Winter's Claws. Southerners who once fled the war, or maybe criminals who turned bandit." Tormund chimed in. "They raid free folk for supplies, then claim the free folk attacked them. It's a circle of blood. The free folk up here are too scattered to unify, especially after the dead took so many of them. A few came to me, asking for help, but I don't have enough men. We survived, that's all." Jon exchanged a grim glance with Daenerys. "So it's not some remnant of the dead," he said, thinking aloud. "Just mortals, preying on each other in the aftermath of disaster." Tormund's face turned serious. "Aye, but they're cunning. Hide in the foothills, use old caves. They ambush travelers, kill them, take whatever they can. We found bodies stripped bare. Some claimed the bandits flayed them. Others said they saw men wearing the skulls of beasts." A heaviness settled in the room. Arya's hand strayed to the hilt of her dagger. "Then let's put them down," she said quietly. Daenerys sighed, removing her gloves to warm her hands by the fire. "Yes, but we should also see if they're open to surrender. If they're just desperate men, perhaps they can be offered a chance to return south, a form of pardon." Grey Worm's gaze narrowed. "If they truly flayed travelers, they deserve no pardon." Jon rubbed at his jaw, conflict evident in his eyes. He remembered the brutality men could sink to when winter and war left them desperate. "We'll try to parley," he said at last. "If they respond with violence, we finish it. But let's not shed blood if we can help it." Tormund let out a grunt of agreement, though he didn't look convinced about diplomacy. He lifted his cup and drained the last of the ale. "I can guide you to the foothills where they're rumored to nest, but we'll need caution. They know the terrain better than you Southerners." Arya smirked faintly. "I'm not so sure. I was once blind in bravos. I know how to hunt in shadows." Tormund chuckled, though the humor didn't reach his eyes. "You have the look of a she-wolf, girl. All right, we leave in the morning. Best rest up." He jerked his thumb at the side passage. "We have cots for you. Not comfortable, but better than freezing outside." They parted ways, exhaustion settling in after so many leagues of travel. Daenerys found an old cell made into a small room, bedding down with furs. She didn't sleep well, the wind howling outside, memories of the free folks' haunted faces pricking her mind. Another conflict brewed here at the edge of the world. It might not be as world-shattering as the Night King's assault, but it was still a microcosm of how easily mortals could fall back into violence when resources were scarce and hope was thin. At first light, they set out. Tormund led the way, accompanied by a few watchmen. Jon, Arya, Grey Worm, and Podrick rode behind, with Daenerys on Drogon overhead, scanning for vantage points. The band's pace was slow, forging across the uneven terrain beyond the wall. Snow whipped at their faces, though it was not as brutal as before. Occasionally, Daenerys spotted ragged footprints or the half-collapsed remains of old huts. Once, Drogon's roving gaze caught a flicker of movement among the rocks, but it was gone as soon as she banked. By midday, Tormund stopped at a narrow gorge. The walls of stone rose on either side, streaked with ice. "We'll go on foot from here," he called to Jon. "Horses can't manage these ledges." Daenerys landed Drogon on a higher plateau, instructing him to wait. She slid from his back, feeling an immediate burst of cold as the wind bit her exposed cheeks. She pulled her furs tight, then joined the others trudging into the gorge. The ground crunched underfoot, old snow crusted over with patches of frozen mud. The silence was eerie, broken only by the distant moan of wind. They advanced slowly, scanning every outcropping, every shadow. The gorge twisted, occasionally narrowing to a passage where two could barely walk abreast. Sometimes Tormund held up a hand, sniffing the air, or stooping to examine footprints. Each time, the group tensed, readying weapons. Hours passed. The sun crawled across the sky, dipping ever lower. They found old campsites, blackened fire pits, and refuse left behind bones of small animals. Once they discovered a battered helm with a chunk missing from the brow, a rusted sword beside it. No sign of the owner, though dried blood stained the rocks. Arya knelt beside the helm, her face expressionless. She picked it up, studied it, then set it aside in silence. As dusk approached, they emerged into a small clearing ringed by sharp spires of rock. A flicker of motion darted across their peripheral vision. Tormund, lightning fast, raised a hand. The group froze. Jon's heart pounded. Daenerys scanned the ridges, seeing nothing. Then, out of nowhere, a shout, dozens of voices rang out, echoing off the stone. Figures rushed them from the left, clad in makeshift furs, brandishing crude weapons. A thrown spear nearly took out a watchman behind Tormund. Arya was the first to react, rolling beneath a wild swing of a bone-tipped axe, slashing upward with her dagger. A man dropped, screaming, and chaos erupted. Jon shouted for them to hold formation, though the rocky terrain made that nearly impossible. Grey Worm spun his spear, blocking a savage blow, then rammed his dragonglass tip into a bandit's chest. Tormund roared, swinging a heavy club, knocking one attacker off his feet. Podrick guarded Daenerys, steel singing in the frigid air. Daenerys tried to cry out that they came in peace, but the bandits were in a frenzy. Their eyes gleamed with desperation or madness, as if they believed they were fighting for their very lives. She ducked a clumsy strike from a stone cudgel. Jon tackled a bandit away from her, wrestling in the snow. Another bandit lunged at Tormund's back, but Arya's thrown knife took him in the throat. Soon, half a dozen bandits lay wounded or dead, but more emerged from hidden cracks in the rocks. Some wore frightening masks fashioned from animal skulls. Their breath steamed in the twilight air, shrieking battle cries. Daenerys realized there were too many for a simple scuffle. She bellowed to Jon, "We need Drogon." He nodded grimly, pushing one bandit back with a shield. "Go. We'll hold them off." Daenerys turned, sprinting across the clearing. An attacker lunged, but Podrick intercepted, parrying with skillful strikes until Daenerys could slip past. She clambered up a narrow path, heart thundering. Above, she saw the dark outline of Drogon's shape waiting where she had left him. She let out a sharp whistle that cut through the air. Drogon's head jerked up. He roared in response and lurched to his feet, taking flight in a swirl of snow. Below, the bandits faltered as a massive shadow passed overhead. They had never faced a true dragon. Some shrank back, fear twisting their features. Others, wild with adrenaline, let out defiant howls. Drogon circled, then descended with a powerful gust of wind that kicked up snow in blinding swirls. Jon, shielding his eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stand down or face dragon fire." But the fury in the bandits' eyes suggested they might not yield. One hurled a spear at Drogon's flank, which shattered on his scales. Drogon hissed, stretching out his neck, jaws gaping. Fire flickered in his throat. Daenerys bounded onto a ledge near Drogon's neck, grasping the reins to haul herself astride. Dracarys, she wondered. But if she unleashed full dragon flame in this rocky gorge, her own allies could be incinerated. She needed a show of force without widespread destruction. "Drogon, roar," she commanded, leaning forward. With a thunderous bellow, Drogon unleashed a short, controlled jet of flame toward the largest cluster of bandits, scorching the ground near their feet. They scattered in terror, some dropping their weapons. A portion of the rocky spires ignited in a brief blaze, sending sparks dancing. Snow hissed into steam. The flash of heat forced the bandits to recoil, panting. Jon seized the moment, stepping forward with his sword raised high. "Enough," he roared, voice echoing off the stone. "Lay down your arms or burn." Cowed by the dragon's display, many bandits obeyed, flinging down bone spears and clubs. A few stubborn ones hissed or spat, but even they seemed uncertain. Their leader, if he could be called that, was a wiry man with sunken cheeks and a hide cloak stitched with grim patches of human leather. His eyes blazed with anger, but fear churned beneath it. He raised a trembling hand, then dropped his own weapon, a chipped hatchet. We yield," he cried, though his voice shook. "Just don't roast us. We only took what we had to." Daenerys, astride Drogon, circled overhead, ensuring none would try to rearm themselves. Jon, Tormund, and the others began disarming the bandits. Some were wounded, clutching bloodied limbs. Others glowered at the watchers with spite. Arya kept a careful eye, ready to kill anyone who tried to lash out. Grey Worm, his spear dripping with blood, stood stoically guard. Jon confronted the wiry man. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man's lip curled, but he answered, "Quen. We, the Winter's Claws, we call ourselves. We left the war behind, fled up here, found we had no choice but to raid. No law in the wastes. No mercy. We did what we must." Tormund spat on the ground. "You fed on fear. Attacked free folk. Killed innocents." Quen snarled. "They were no innocents to us. They had what we needed, we had none." Jon pressed his sword tip to the man's chest, a flash of anger boiling over. "I won't stand for that. You had other ways. You could have sought shelter at Castle Black or returned south to petition for farmland. Instead, you butchered travelers. Did you think no one would come?" Quen's eyes flickered, calculating, perhaps hopeful. "We'll join you," he rasped. "We can fight for you. Just spare us. Give us a place in this new realm. A second chance." Daenerys called down from above, voice echoing in the hush. "You murdered people. Before we can speak of second chances, you must answer for those crimes. Lay down your arms, bind yourselves under guard, and come back to Castle Black to face justice. Otherwise, the dragon answers you right here." The bandits exchanged wary glances. Some broke down in tears, dropping to their knees. Others cursed under their breath, but seeing Drogon's fiery silhouette and hearing the steel in Jon's tone, they realized they had no choice. One by one, they allowed themselves to be disarmed and bound with rope. A few coughed in pain from wounds. The dead, maybe a dozen, lay scattered around, soon to be claimed by the cold. Arya wiped her dagger on the snow, face grim. Podrick helped gather the weapons in a pile. Jon and Tormund glared at the bandits, uncertain how to proceed. It wasn't practical to drag so many outlaws back to King's Landing for trial, and the watchmen at Castle Black could barely feed themselves, let alone a gaggle of dangerous criminals. But for now, the immediate threat was contained. Daenerys guided Drogon down, dismounting carefully. Grey Worm joined her, standing watch. The captured outlaws huddled, fear glimmering in their eyes. Quen looked up, trembling. We'll face justice," he muttered, the bravado from earlier gone. "Better that than burned alive." Daenerys regarded him, trying to quell her own anger. Justice is not always an easy path, but it's the only path that leads back to civilization. Night was falling, the sky turning to dusky purple. They'd have to make camp here or slightly down the gorge. Tormund scouted a defensible spot while the others dug a fire pit. The bandits were trussed together, forced to sit on the cold ground under guard. Daenerys perched on a rock near Jon, arms wrapped around herself. She felt the day's violence settle into her bones. "It could have been worse," Jon observed quietly. "At least they yielded." She nodded. "Even so, how many travelers did they kill before we arrived?" Her voice was tight with sorrow. Jon shook his head. "We can't save every soul from desperation, but we can at least stop them from doing more harm." Grey Worm approached the two, saluting briefly. "We'll keep watching shifts. In the morning, we return to Castle Black with the prisoners." Jon met Daenerys' gaze. "And after that?" She sighed. "We see if there are more bandits hiding. We see if the free folk can be convinced to seek aid. Then we head south. The realm needs to know the truth. The monstrous raids are not undead or White Walkers, but men turned desperate. That fear can be put to rest." Jon nodded. One less ghost for people to chase. Night deepened and they huddled around a small fire. The bandits shivered in their ropes, a pitiful lot when stripped of their ragged bravado. Daenerys stared into the flames, remembering how close winter's gloom still clung to these borderlands. If not for Drogon's presence, the fight could have claimed more lives. That realization rattled her. Even after the Night King's defeat, the shadows of that era lingered, breeding new tragedies. Arya sat across from her, quietly tending to a cut on her forearm. She wore the same expression Daenerys had seen on her in the darkest days of the Great War, cool, composed, but overshadowed by a sadness older than her years. Podrick offered her a piece of cloth to bind the wound. Tormund and the Watchman sat with them, passing around a flask of strong spirits to ward off the chill. Drogon curled on a ledge above, occasionally letting out a deep rumble. His presence, though terrifying to the bandits, offered a measure of security for Daenerys and her companions. She felt the tension in her muscles ease a fraction, knowing at least one danger was subdued. Deep in the night, she stirred from a brief doze to the crackle of the fire and the faint whistle of wind. She glanced around. Jon was awake, sitting guard with sword across his lap. The bandits dozed fitfully, ankles bound, guarded by Tormund's men. Arya was nowhere in sight, likely scouting. Daenerys stood, stretching cramped legs, and stepped quietly to Jon's side. He acknowledged her with a weary smile. Couldn't sleep, she shook her head, settling down beside him. Too many thoughts. She gazed at the silhouettes of the sleeping men. This is the future of warfare, isn't it? Not mass battles with White Walkers or dragons, but scattered pockets of violence caused by desperation. Jon exhaled, forming a cloud in the frosty air. Perhaps. People starve, they turn to banditry. Then we respond with force. We can't rebuild civilization overnight. Daenerys wrapped her cloak tighter. I just wish, after everything, there'd be more peace. He studied her face. There is more peace, comparatively. But yes, it's not the perfect world we hoped for. Still, it's better than the alternative, right? She allowed a faint smile. Yes, we're alive to keep trying. That's the difference. And we have each other to share the burden. Jon's gaze softened. He reached out, fingers brushing a lock of her hair aside. If I recall, there's talk in the realm about a royal wedding, calls for us to unite the kingdoms in name as well as deed. Sansa mentioned it. Tyrion, too. Daenerys's cheeks warmed. She was glad for the darkness concealing her slight flush. I know. They're hoping for a grand gesture of unity. His eyes searched hers. I don't need a throne to be with you, but if a wedding helps bring the realm together, if that's what they need to see, then I'm willing. She felt her heart tighten, recalling the complexities of their bloodline, once a wedge between them. But that knowledge no longer consumed her. I've never been one for half measures, she whispered. I love you, Jon. If we can do this in a way that honors the realm and ourselves, I'm ready. His hand slid into hers, warming her fingers. We'll talk more once we're back south, he said softly. But it means a great deal to me that you'd say yes. She leaned her head against his shoulder, letting a sense of quiet contentment fill her amidst the cold and the gloom. For the first time in what felt like months, she allowed herself to imagine a future that was not entirely shaped by war and crisis. A wedding might be symbolic, but symbols held power, especially in a realm that had lost so much. The following morning broke in a wan gray light, revealing the battered gorge and the bloodstains on the snow. Under Tormund's direction, the group buried the dead bandits in shallow graves, placing simple stones above them. Daenerys said a brief word for the departed. No matter their crimes, she wished them peace in whatever lay beyond. The living bandits, subdued and hungry, were prodded along. They trudged behind the Watchmen as the group retraced their path south. Returning to Castle Black took the better part of a day, the captives stumbling, slowed by ropes. Upon arrival, they were placed in the Watch's old cells. Tormund and Jon oversaw them, deciding that while they awaited a formal decision, the bandits could do labor around the castle to earn their keep. Those proven to have committed the worst atrocities might face execution. Others, if they were more misguided than vicious, might be given a chance to redeem themselves in service. None of it felt straightforward, but Daenerys couldn't deny the relief of seeing the immediate threat neutralized. Once sure of the situation, she and Jon bid Tormund farewell. Arya chose to remain another few days at the watch, wanting to scout further for any additional pockets of outlaws. Grey Worm and Podrick departed with Daenerys and Jon, returning south. Drogon soared overhead, a watchful sentinel. Their journey back toward Winterfell was uneventful, though the wind felt sharper and the nights still weighed heavily on them. When they reached Winterfell, Sansa was waiting in the courtyard, along with a contingent of Stark soldiers. She embraced Jon, a visible wave of relief passing over her. Daenerys dismounted Drogon, wincing at stiffness in her legs, and offered Sansa a respectful nod. "The bandits have been dealt with," Daenerys explained. "There may be more out there, but Tormund and Arya will continue to investigate." Sansa exhaled, tension draining from her posture. "Good. We've had no such problems further south yet, but rumors spread quickly. Now that we know it's mortal banditry, not whites, we can quell the panic." Jon agreed, sending word to various lords that the troubles in the far north were contained. Sansa's eyebrows lifted when she heard the mention of a possible wedding. She spared no teasing, only a thoughtful silence, then quietly offered them her unconditional support. They spent a handful of days in Winterfell, resting and reacquainting themselves with the castle's subtle changes. Builders had repaired more walls, farmers were preparing for spring planting in the nearby fields. The main hall bustled with refugees from outlying villages who sought safety within Winterfell's walls. Daenerys again felt that pang of belonging, or near belonging, to a place that had once symbolized a foreign realm to her. She found warmth in the great hall's hearth, in the camaraderie of the Stark bannermen, in the hushed respect the Northerners now showed her. It wasn't the reverence of fear or awe. It was the gratitude of a people who recognized that she had come to their aid, time and again. After those days of rest, the pair set out once more, riding south with a modest escort. Drogon flew overhead, scanning the snow-dappled hills. The path they took was the King's Road, still pitted in places from neglect, but passable enough for their horses. Jon wore a pensive look for much of the journey, clearly thinking about how to handle the next step. A formal engagement, a wedding, or some arrangement that the entire realm would accept. Daenerys shared his thoughts, though she found comfort in each mile that brought them closer to forging a stable future. When they neared Moat Cailin, a dispatch rider bearing the Targaryen and Stark sigils arrived, carrying urgent letters from Tyrion. The scroll's contents confirmed that the Lords of Dorne, the Vale, and a handful of other regions were pressing for a grand gathering in King's Landing. They wanted to formalize the power-sharing structure and clarify rules about local governance, taxes, and, indeed, a possible wedding to symbolize unity. Tyrion's writing was as wry and pointed as ever. "If we don't host them soon, they'll conjure new schemes. Better to have them under one roof, where we can keep an eye on them, than scattered across the realm with their own agendas." Daenerys folded the letter, turning to Jon. "It seems our realm grows impatient for formalities." Jon nodded, scanning the horizon. "Then we give them what they want. Let's finish the ride to King's Landing. We'll meet with Tyrion, Sansa, the council. We'll set a date and see that it's done properly." He paused, glancing at Daenerys with a half-smile. "We've never been ones to do things the ordinary way, have we?" She laughed softly, a sound almost lost in the wind. "No, but if it helps solidify the peace, if it can bring some joy to these weary people, perhaps it's worth all the pomp we can muster." And so they continued south. Over the ensuing weeks, messages flew back and forth between King's Landing and every major seat of power in Westeros. Preparations began for what some were already calling the Wedding of Ice and Fire, though Daenerys privately rolled her eyes at the melodramatic moniker. Tyrion, along with the city's new council, coordinated lodging, feasting, and ceremonies. Lords arrived in caravans or ships, each cluster bearing gifts and retinues, jostling for position in the new order. The city, still half ruined in parts, bustled with renewed vigor. Stonemasons worked day and night to prepare a suitable venue, no longer the Great September, destroyed years earlier in Cersei's time, nor the old throne room, stripped of the Iron Throne and awaiting repairs. Instead, Tyrion proposed an open-air courtyard near the reconfigured Red Keep, large enough to hold the visitors but also symbolic of the realm's new transparency. The day before the wedding, Daenerys found herself in a refurbished chamber overlooking the city. She wore a simple shift and sat at a table with Sansa, who had arrived with Brienne and a handful of northern lords. The two women sipped spiced wine, discussing final details. The corridor outside echoed with footfalls, servants hurrying with crates of supplies, musicians tuning their instruments, foreign dignitaries demanding directions. Sansa set down her cup. "You realize this will be the first major celebration in the capital since before the long night," she said softly. "People will come expecting wonders, or at least a respite from years of horror." Daenerys nodded, looking out the window. The city still bore scars, but from her vantage she could see bright banners flapping, vendors setting up stalls, visitors milling in wide-eyed curiosity. "I can't promise wonders, but I can offer them hope." Sansa's gaze drifted to the faint lines of exhaustion under Daenerys' eyes. "Do you worry about the weight of a union that might define the realm's future?" Daenerys smiled, though it carried a tinge of sadness. "I used to dream of forging alliances purely for power. Now I see it differently. Jon and I, we love each other, but we also love this realm. We do this not to claim crowns, but to unify. That clarity helps in a way." Sansa studied her for a moment, then nodded. "I believe you. And I'm glad to see Jon find happiness after everything he's sacrificed." Daenerys paused, swirling the wine in her cup. "I'm grateful for your support, Sansa. We had a rocky start, but I hope we can stand as friends from now on." A soft smile touched Sansa's lips. "Perhaps we can. The North does not forget, but we do learn from our mistakes." "I see your sincerity. I'll do my best to keep the Northern Lords in line. They respect me, and by extension, if I vouch for you, they'll learn to respect you too." Daenerys reached across the table, briefly clasping Sansa's hand in a gesture of solidarity. In that moment, she felt a flicker of relief that perhaps the realm could truly heal old divisions. The next day dawned bright, the early sun glancing off the calm waters of Blackwater Bay. Trumpets rang out across the city, rusty and off-key, but heartfelt. Residents emerged from half-repaired houses to watch the parades of lords and ladies weaving through the streets. Banners of every color and sigil fluttered, the golden rose of the Tyrells carried by new caretaker lords, the Sun Ant Spear of Dorne, the Moon Ant Falcon of the Vale, the Kraken of the Iron Islands, the Flayed Man of the Boltons. Though that house was presumed extinct, a few distant cousins marched behind the banner in uneasy alliance, and of course, the dire wolf of Stark and the three-headed dragon of Targaryen. People lined the roads, cheering or simply gawking. For many, this was their first moment of genuine festivity in years. At midday, in the spacious courtyard overlooking the harbor, an improvised platform had been erected. Fresh rushes were laid, strewn with petals shipped in from the remains of Highgarden. Musicians tried their best to play a merry tune, though many instruments still showed signs of weather damage. Tyrion, dressed in a splendid doublet, bustled about, ensuring each guest found their place. A line of unsullied and polished spears formed a solemn honor guard, while city watchmen kept an eye on the outer perimeter. Daenerys readied herself in a small antechamber. She wore a gown that combined Targaryen tradition, dyed a deep red, embroidered with subtle black dragon motifs, and northern practicality, for trim at the collar, reminiscent of Stark influence. Missandei would have helped her dress. If Missandei had survived the war, Daenerys felt a sharp pang at the memory. Instead, a pair of handmaids from the city carefully adjusted her cloak and pinned a small silver dragon brooch at her shoulder. Her heart fluttered with anticipation and an undercurrent of nerves. She thought of Drogo, the forced marriage that had started her journey. She thought of Hizdahr and Meereen, that ill-fated alliance. This was different. This was a choice born of love, tested by war, shaped by duty. A knock came at the door. Sansa entered, wearing a cloak of pale gray, the Stark dire wolf embroidered along the hem in silver thread. She gave Daenerys a subtle smile. "Everything is ready." Daenerys inhaled, then exhaled slowly. "I'm ready too." Together they crossed corridors to an archway that opened onto the courtyard. The sound of music swelled. The crowd turned, hushed, descending as Daenerys stepped out. She recognized hundreds of faces, lords, ladies, soldiers, small folk. Jon stood near the front of the platform, wearing a clean black doublet with the Stark sigil, cloak pinned by a silver dire wolf clasp. His eyes lit up at the sight of her, a gentle warmth dispelling his usual solemnity. The ceremony that followed was a blend of old and new traditions. A red priest from Volantis, present to represent the faith that had once followed Daenerys, uttered a short blessing. A septon who had come from the revived faith of the 7 recited old wedding vows, though adapted for the realm's new reality. The Watchers from Castle Black even contributed a short vow from the old gods, with Sansa pouring water over joined hands to signify unity. an echo of how the children of the forest once anointed Pax. Some guests looked confused by the mixture of rites, but most watched with reverent awe, as if witnessing a tapestry of Westeros's history woven into one moment. Daenerys and Jon exchanged quiet words, eyes locked, as they spoke simpler vows to each other. No one forced them to say something elaborate. It was enough for them to say they would stand beside each other, protect each other, love each other, and guide the realm together as best they could. When they finished, applause rippled through the courtyard, hesitant at first, then building into a roar of approval, an outpouring of relief and celebration. Drogon, perched on a high parapet, let out a resounding roar that shook the air. Some guests paled, but many cheered louder. The band struck up a lively tune. Dozens of small folk and knights raised cups or horns, toasting the newly bound couple. Tyrion stepped forward, managing a grin that looked both proud and slightly teary. He proclaimed a new era for Westeros, free of the old tyranny of the Iron Throne, guided by two lineages that had once opposed each other, Stark and Targaryen, now united by choice. In the hours that followed, the courtyard filled with chatter, dancing, and a modest feast. Servants passed around roasted game, salted fish, fresh bread, and casks of ale. The scale was smaller than pre-war feasts, but no one complained. Food was plentiful enough to celebrate. Daenerys and Jon circulated among the guests, receiving well wishes. Lords from the Westerlands bowed. Dorne's representatives offered exotic fruits. The Vale's delegates pledged continued trade agreements. Even the Ironborn grudgingly acknowledged respect, though they seemed more interested in the spiced wine. Sansa spoke with Daenerys at one point, leaning in to be heard over the din. "Look," she said, nodding toward the edges of the crowd, where small folk and leftover refugees from the city had gathered. "They're smiling, truly smiling." Daenerys followed her gaze. Families in worn clothes sipped cups of ale. Children danced in circles to the music. Old men wept tears of happiness at the simple act of seeing a festival in King's Landing again. "They've waited so long," she said. "Let them enjoy it." Jon found them, placing a hand on Daenerys' shoulder. "Tyrion's about to lead a toast," he said with a wry smile. "He threatened to do so anyway if we didn't come." They made their way to the front, stepping up onto a small dais near the main table, where Tyrion stood precariously on a stool to be seen above the crowd. He clapped his hands, calling for silence. The musicians let their song trail off. Hundreds turned their attention to the dwarf who had once been hand to multiple kings and queens. "A toast," Tyrion declared, raising a goblet. "To the union that was once impossible, ice and fire, forging a realm that survived apocalypse. May your vow last longer than the walls of this city." He took a sip. A cheer rose, echoing off the courtyard's newly repaired walls. Daenerys and Jon raised their own cups, exchanging a private, tender look. For the rest of the evening, laughter and dancing filled the courtyard. Even those who harbored private doubts found themselves swept into the celebration. The lords noted the presence of the Watchers, the Unsullied, the Northern men, the Southern Knights, all mingling if not seamlessly, then at least peacefully. The capital had not known such warmth in living memory. As dusk settled, torches and lanterns were lit, casting a golden glow across the festivities. The sea breeze carried the tang of salt air. Daenerys, arm in arm with Jon, strolled along the edges of the gathering, accepting congratulations from small folk who bowed or curtsied awkwardly. Some pressed wildflowers into her hands. Others told stories of how they survived the long night. She listened earnestly, offering words of comfort or gratitude. Eventually, they found a moment alone near the parapet that overlooked the harbor. The water shimmered with torchlight reflections. Drogon's silhouette was visible against the purpling sky, roosting on a tower. Jon and Daenerys rested their hands on the stone railing, breathing in the night air, hearts full from the day's significance. "I never imagined seeing King's Landing like this," Jon murmured. "Not without the Iron Throne looming over it." Daenerys gazed across the city. "We shaped something new," she whispered. "It's imperfect, but it's ours." He He turned to her, gently pulling her closer. That it is. He leaned in and she met his gaze. Their lips found each other in a soft, lingering kiss, unhurried and certain. Applause and cheers erupted from a few onlookers who caught sight of them, making Daenerys smile into the kiss. When they drew apart, laughter mingled with the night air. The new confederation might face countless trials in the future. Political intrigue, pockets of violence, hidden powers. But for this one night, love and unity held sway. They were two people who had weathered the end of the world, who had watched an undead king take the Iron Throne, and who had fought to reclaim life from the jaws of eternal winter. Now they stood side by side, forging a realm where swords could become plowshares, where even the most ancient grudges might be softened by shared survival. Distantly, Tyrion raised another toast, the clang of tankards resonating. Podrick's laughter mingled with Grey Worm's quiet amusement at some story. Sansa was in conversation with a Dornish representative, her posture poised and confident. Brienne stood protectively at the edge of the crowd. Lords bartered alliances. Small folk drank to forget their sorrows. Children chased each other around the pillars. Daenerys caught Jon's hand again, her wedding cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. "Shall we return to our guests?" He nodded, that quiet half-smile on his lips. "Lead on, my queen." They made their way back into the light and warmth of the courtyard, greeted by cheers and blessings. Overhead, the stars emerged in a velvety sky, and beyond them, the memory of the long night seemed distant. The Iron Throne was gone, the Night King defeated, the realm battered but breathing anew. If winter was an inescapable cycle, so too was spring. And in the hearts of those who had survived the darkest winter, a fierce determination glowed. Never again would they let that dark tide rise unchallenged. Never again would they forget the cost of division. Tonight, under the gaze of the moon and the watchful flicker of dragon fire, they reveled in the simple, profound triumph of being alive, together with hope lighting the path ahead. They lingered under the lantern glow for long hours, savoring the hum of music and the laughter that wove through the crowd. Despite the revelry, an almost fragile quality hung in the air, as if everyone in King's Landing sensed how fleeting peace could be. Yet for that single night, beneath scattered stars, banners fluttering gently, and the harbor's dark water shimmering, they claimed hope as their right. When dawn finally crept over the city's battered rooftops, it found Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow walking hand in hand along the half-rebuilt parapets of the Red Keep, still in the attire they had worn for the wedding ceremony. A cool sea wind tugged at Daenerys's cloak, stirring the edges of the embroidered dragons along the hem. Jon's own cloak bore the stark direwolf clasp, newly polished to catch the pale sunlight. The city below them was slow to wake, exhausted from the festivities that had spilled into the streets. They saw a handful of stray revelers sleeping on benches, a few early risers carrying baskets of bread through half-ruined alleys, and one or two children already racing around the plaza near the keep's gates. They paused at a vantage where the wall overlooked a makeshift scaffolding of timbers and rope. Sections of the Red Keep remained in dire need of repair. Entire wings had collapsed when the city fell to the Night King. Although months of labor had rendered much of the castle habitable once more, scaffolds still loomed around cracked towers and shattered roofs. Far below, a team of builders stirred on the ground, preparing themselves for another day of lifting rubble and setting new stones. Daenerys drew a slow breath, turning her gaze to Jon. He looked out at the city, his dark hair ruffling in the breeze. There was a subtle tension in him, a readiness as if part of him still expected an arrow from the shadows. They had both learned caution the hard way. Now, with the wedding behind them, their union recognized by the realm in an official ceremony, they stood on the threshold of a new chapter. For a moment, Daenerys wondered what new tests awaited them. "Do you regret how quickly it all happened?" she asked softly. "The ceremony, the feast, it felt like the realm was thrusting us onto that platform before we could catch our breath." Jon shook his head. "It was swift, yes," he acknowledged, "but it felt right. We've spent so long fighting for survival. Maybe the realm needed that celebration as much as we did, a chance to breathe. And it felt good to stand before everyone and declare that we're in this together." She smiled, leaning her head briefly against his shoulder. "It did," she admitted. "And yet I fear the real work lies ahead. Not just for us, but for Sansa, Tyrion, Arya, and all those who fought so hard to keep Westeros alive. Old conflicts won't vanish just because we shared food and music." Jon's arm tightened around her. "No, but we'll face them one by one." His gaze drifted across the rooftops where the first rays of daylight glinted on frost-limbed gargoyles. A flock of gulls wheeled above the harbor, screeching. "I'm ready," he said quietly. "For the politics, the tensions. After everything, it no longer terrifies me. Together, we've fought worse foes. They remained there in companionable silence, letting the city's morning stirrings drift up to them, echoes of a realm slowly learning to stand upright after nearly being crushed by ice and death. Then Daenerys gently urged Jon's hand. Let's head inside. Tyrion will want to convene the new council soon, I imagine. Jon nodded, and they turned away from the edge, making their way through an archway into the keep's corridors. They passed guards in mismatched armor, men who had served the Lannisters, men who once wore the gold cloaks, men from the north, and even a handful of Dothraki converts. Each man or woman offered a bow or salute, glimpses of uncertain respect shining in their eyes. Some of these guards had never imagined bending the knee to both Stark and Targaryen in equal measure, but the realm's transformations had swept away old certainties. In the keep's main hall, the remnants of last night's feast were being cleared. Tables stood half-empty, littered with platters, overturned cups, and remnants of candle wax. The air held a faint tang of spilled wine. A pair of tired-looking servants bustled between the tables, gathering spoons and wooden trenchers. Over by a raised area where once a dais might have stood, Tyrion Lannister stood talking with Davos Seaworth, gesturing animatedly. Brienne of Tarth was nearby as well, arms folded, her polished armor reflecting the shifting shadows. Your Graces, Tyrion said by way of greeting when he caught sight of Daenerys and Jon. He paused, taking them in with his quick gray-green eyes. You look rested. That's good, because the realm never sleeps, and we have more than a few matters that clamor for your attention this morning. Jon exhaled a gentle sigh. We anticipated as much. Let's hear it. Tyrion offered a small bow. Let's relocate to the council chamber. We have delegations from Dorne and the Vale who want immediate audiences to finalize some trade pacts. There's also a group from the Westerlands with concerns about local banditry similar to what you dealt with in the far north, though it's less severe. And, of course, the Iron Islands have arrived, intent on clarifying their status in this confederation. Have they threatened reaving again? Daenerys asked, arching an eyebrow. She recalled that the Ironborn under Yara had pledged to cease reaving for good, but factions within the islands might cling to the old ways. Tyrion shook his head. No fresh threats. But rumors say a minor captain in the Iron Islands claims to speak for the true Salt Throne, whatever that means, and is stirring trouble. Yara herself is here, in the city, and she's asked for your public support to quell any splinter movements. We'll speak with her, Jon said, meeting Daenerys' eye. She gave a nod of agreement. Better to handle it swiftly rather than let it fester. The four of them, Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, and Davos, made their way through a corridor that led to a council chamber. This chamber had been hastily refurbished from one of the smaller halls that had escaped the worst damage from the war. Pale light filtered through narrow windows. A large, round table dominated the center, surrounded by chairs mismatched in style and origin. A few banners hung from the walls, House Stark, House Targaryen, the sigils of other major houses that had contributed to the Confederation. There was no seat of absolute monarchy, no carved dais with a single throne. Instead, the arrangement suggested that each participant came as an equal, if not in power, at least in principle. Already seated around the table were several figures of note. Sansa Stark had arrived early wearing a subdued gray gown, her red hair pinned up. Next to her was Lord Royce from the Vale, a stout man with a perpetually grave face. He gave a stiff nod as the new arrivals entered. Yara Greyjoy sat on the opposite side, arms crossed, her expression cool but not unfriendly. Near her was a younger woman wearing the Sunspear sigil of Dorne, presumably one of the new Dornish envoys. They all rose briefly in acknowledgement of Daenerys and Jon. No one bowed deeply or prostrated themselves, as once might have been done before a king or queen. The times had changed, and the Confederation's ethos insisted on a certain shared dignity. Still, respect was clear in their gestures. Daenerys and Jon took seats side by side, with Tyrion choosing a seat near them, resting both hands on the table. Brienne stood discreetly by the door, ready to intervene if any threat materialized. The hush of anticipation settled over the room. Let's begin, Daenerys said, her voice light but firm. She glanced at Lord Royce. I'm told the Vale delegation wishes to discuss new trade routes and the pressing matter of bandits near the border. Is that correct? Royce inclined his head. Yes, Your Grace. We've had an uptick in brigands haunting the foothills near the Vale, though hardly at the scale of the North's troubles. They're targeting our supply wagons. Some lords fear famine if this continues. We'd like permission to send a larger patrol force through certain areas that technically belong to the Riverlands, to ensure these bandits are eradicated. Sansa's gaze sharpened. And what does Edmure Tully say? It's his domain that your patrols would cross. Royce spread his hands, exasperation plain on his face. Lord Tully has offered no objection in principle, but he doesn't have men to spare to keep an eye on Vale Knights who cross his border. He's worried about tensions. Daenerys exchanged a glance with Jon, then said, "We can issue a formal statement endorsing a cooperative patrolling effort. Riverlanders and Vale men can ride together, ensuring no territory is encroached upon. We have enough scribes to produce the needed letters, clarifying the arrangement." "That would be acceptable," Royce said, relief evident in his voice. "We only ask for the realm's backing, so none of our knights are mistaken for invaders." Sansa nodded. "I'll send ravens to Edmure verifying the plan. We'll keep the Riverlords informed." Next, the conversation moved to the Dornish envoy, a young noblewoman named Shayla, from a lesser branch of House Martell's extended kin. She presented a scroll detailing how Dorne wished to export citrus fruits, olives, and wines to King's Landing in exchange for shipments of iron and lumber, which the southern deserts sorely lacked. The new roads needed to be secured, though, and Shayla pressed for some formal commitment of patrols along the Rose Road. Tyrion cleared his throat. "I traveled that road recently. It's improving, but pockets of instability remain. We can have our roving guards from the Crownlands meet yours near the Boneway. Or," he glanced at Davos, who sat quietly across the table, "we might ask the Stormlands to commit forces as well, especially near Summerhall, to ensure bandits are kept at bay." Davos rubbed his beard. "I'll speak to Gendry about that. He commands a decent force near Storm's End these days, enough to handle roving brigands." Shayla bowed her head in thanks. Dorne appreciates it. Discussion progressed in this manner for some time, tackling shipments of wheat from the Reach, re-evaluating coin minted in the Westerlands, and the question of how to reintegrate certain mercenary companies into peacetime roles. Finally, Yara Greyjoy spoke up. She wore black leather breeches, a dark tunic, and her hair pulled back, accentuating the slight scar on her cheek. Her eyes flicked to Daenerys. "My people are anxious," Yara began bluntly. "They've held to the no-reaving pact so far, but in the Iron Islands, old habits die hard. A few troublemakers whisper that with no Iron Throne to fear, they can revert to the old way. They want to sail out, raid coastal villages, take thralls." Her lip curled in distaste. "They forget how the world has changed." Jon's voice was calm but carrying a hint of steel. "Have you tried reasoning with these captains?" Yara huffed. "They're not so much captains as petty raiders. But yes, I've tried. Some are proud or bored. They say they'll break away from any confederation that forbids them the only life they've ever known." She looked pointedly at Daenerys. "If you reaffirm your support for me as the chosen ruler of the Iron Islands, it'll go a long way. They remember your promise of allowing the Ironborn some measure of autonomy if they helped you fight the dead. They also remember that Euron Greyjoy was once unstoppable at sea until he wasn't. We need a clear statement that the rest of the realm will defend me if these rogues challenge my rule." Daenerys leaned back, considering. She recalled her earlier alliance with Yara, forged when Yara had pledged to end the Ironborn practice of reaving in exchange for independence. They had faced countless upheavals since then, culminating in the Great War. "The Iron Islands have autonomy," Daenerys said carefully, "but that doesn't extend to harming the rest of Westeros. If these raiders challenge your rule or threaten our coasts, we'll stand with you." Jon nodded in concurrence. "We can station some watchers in key ports along the western coast, so if raiders attempt to land, we'll hear of it swiftly. Any raid on the north, the Riverlands, or beyond will be answered collectively. Let those troublemakers know that the entire Confederation opposes their old ways." Yara's shoulders relaxed a fraction. "Good. I'll pass that along. If they know you'll back me, fewer will be tempted to test my authority." She hesitated, then added, "We also need help rebuilding certain docks that were battered by storms and the winter freeze. The old fortress at Pike stands, but half of our lesser harbors are in disrepair. That means fewer trade ships can dock, which leads to frustration among my people. If we give them work and commerce, maybe they'll stop longing for the old way." Tyrion tapped a finger on the table. "Trade from Lannisport could be directed your way if we coordinate shipping routes. Bring in timber from the Crownlands, or even from the north, to rebuild those piers. It's feasible if we share the costs." Sansa looked at Daenerys, then at Jon, gauging their reaction. Daenerys said, Yes, we can do that. We'll ask Gendry, who's been organizing ship repairs in the Stormlands, to advise your harbor masters. With the right materials, you can rebuild your docks in half a year, I suspect. Yara let out a breath that might have been thanks, though she didn't quite smile. I'd appreciate that. My people, too. They addressed a few smaller issues. Lesser lords requesting petty grants, disputes over minor landholdings, clarifications on how taxes would be collected without a single king's treasury. Then the meeting adjourned. The lords and envoys drifted from the chamber, each carrying an armful of notes or fresh instructions. Yara exchanged a final nod with Daenerys and Jon before departing, presumably to send ravens back to the Iron Islands. Once the chamber cleared, only Sansa, Tyrion, Davos, and Brienne remained with the newlywed pair. A hush settled over them as they let the tension of negotiations ease. Tyrion rubbed his temples. Is it just me, or do we face more administration now than in any single monarchy? It seems we have twice the number of concerns, with half the capacity to enforce them. Davos gave a short chuckle. That's the nature of this new world, I suppose. Better an overabundance of talk than an overabundance of swords. Sansa smoothed a crease in her gown. We'll manage. We always do. Is that everything for today? Tyrion scanned a small ledger. Mostly, yes. There's a matter of the ex-slavers in Essos who might be testing new waters in Westeros. But that's more rumor than fact. Also, a delegation from Braavos has arrived. Moneylenders, no doubt, hoping to discuss repaying or restructuring old crown debts. But that can wait until tomorrow. Daenerys's expression darkened slightly at the mention of ex-slavers. She remembered her wars across the Narrow Sea, how she had broken the chains of countless freedmen, only to see some slavers regroup in other corners. If any slavers are stepping foot on Westerosi soil, we'll have to handle it decisively. We ended slavery in the Seven Kingdoms long ago, officially at least. We can't let it creep in through back doors, especially not now. Jon placed a calming hand over hers. We'll keep an eye on that, one step at a time. Indeed, Brienne said, her posture formal. Perhaps it's best if we all get some rest, or at least food. The day is still young, but the demands seem endless. They agreed, dispersing into the keep's corridors. Sansa excused herself to check on a new group of northern refugees who had come seeking farmland near the Crownlands. Tyrion mumbled something about overshadowing the Braavosi envoys with a courtesy call lest they stir gossip in the taverns. Davos left to coordinate shipping lanes. Brienne lingered at Daenerys' side for a moment as if sensing the queen's flicker of concern. You look troubled, your grace, she remarked gently. Is there something I might do? Daenerys shook her head with a faint smile. No, Sir Brienne. I'm just feeling the weight of it all. But thank you for asking. Brienne bowed in her politely earnest way. If you need me, I'll be near the training yard drilling some new recruits. When Brienne departed, Daenerys and Jon found themselves alone in the corridor. Sunlight slanted through high windows, catching motes of dust in golden beams. In the distance, they heard the faint ring of hammers and saws, endless reconstruction. Jon let out a measured breath. Should we walk the city? He asked. Sometimes it helps to see the people directly. Hear their voices instead of just scrolls on a table. Daenerys liked that idea. Yes, let's. They summoned a modest escort of unsullied 5 or 6 men who walked discreetly behind them and made their way out of the Red Keep's gates. The city streets below bustled with a subdued after-feast energy. Hawkers sold leftover pastries from the wedding celebration, children rummaged for dropped coins among the cobblestones, and tradespeople hurried about with carts of building materials. Everywhere, the signs of partial ruin clashed with fresh attempts at normalcy. Some streets were still blocked by rubble, forcing foot traffic to wind through side alleys. Half-collapsed buildings had been cordoned off with rope. Yet within these constraints, life persisted. Daenerys and Jon paused often, speaking kindly to whoever mustered the courage to approach. Most who recognized them offered respectful nods or awkward bows. Some mothers pressed their children forward to say thank you for the food programs. A group of battered men, once gold cloaks, now working as volunteer watchmen, saluted stiffly but with genuine gratitude. Jon observed each face, his own expression touched with empathy. He paused by a corner where a small shrine had been erected, a simple wooden dais decorated with scraps of cloth. Upon the dais sat small tokens, a carved figurine of a mother, a candle, a coin. A few passers-by stopped to murmur prayers to the seven or to the old gods or simply to the memory of lost loved ones. Seeing the heartbreak etched into those gestures reminded him how deeply the war had scarred everyone here. He leaned into Daenerys. It's humbling, isn't it? All these people forging ahead despite everything. She gave a quiet nod. They have courage. Sometimes I think they have more courage than all the lords put together. At least the lords have resources. These small folk have only their hands and hearts. A boy, no older than 10, approached them with wide eyes and a piece of parchment. He stammered out a request for Daenerys' signature as if she were some legendary figure whose name he could treasure. Blinking in surprise, she took his quill and scrawled a quick flourish. He stared at it in wonder before dashing off. Jon smiled wryly. You're a celebrity, he teased. You'll be scrawling that name on parchment all afternoon if more children see. She chuckled, though it was tinged with sadness. If it gives them a scrap of hope, I'll do it. They walked on, threading through narrower lanes. At one point, they passed a half-rebuilt inn. From inside, the smell of fresh stew wafted out. A signboard hastily painted with a dragon motif hung overhead, calling it the Queen's Hearth. Daenerys looked at Jon in amusement. I never authorized that name, she said. He shrugged, a faint grin on his lips. The city is forging its own tributes, it seems. The day wore on. By mid-afternoon, they had circled back near the Red Keep, pausing at an overlook where they could glimpse the harbor. Ships swayed at the docks, some newly built, some old and battered. Gulls swarmed overhead. Under the bright sun, the water seemed calm, belying the storms that had ravaged it months ago. Daenerys found herself remembering the approach of winter's storms, the screams echoing off icy tides. Now, the only sound was the groan of hulls and the slap of small waves. Jon let out a slow breath. It's good to see the sea free of ice, he murmured. Do you remember how thickly it froze outside King's Landing when the Night King took the city? She shivered at the memory. I do. The ships were stuck fast, their sails tattered, decks coated in frost. It felt like the whole world was on the brink of freezing solid. They fell silent, each recalling that final confrontation. Ultimately, the Isle of Faces had been the place where the Night King was shattered. But King's Landing had been his seat of terror for a time, and the memory still haunted these streets. Gradually, though, the hush in Daenerys' heart lifted. They'd won. They were alive. Before they could linger too long in memories, a messenger approached. A young woman in simple livery who bowed low. Your Graces, the Braavosi delegates request an audience at your earliest convenience. They're waiting at the keep. Jon exchanged a glance with Daenerys. Best not keep the Iron Bank waiting. So they returned to the keep, winding through those half-broken corridors. The day's tasks would stretch on, filled with negotiations, courtesy calls, and the unraveling of past entanglements. Once more, they stepped into that role of balancing competing interests with the promise of a better future. Neither felt truly prepared for the complexity, but they drew confidence from each other's presence. Inside one of the refurbished audience chambers, the Braavosi stood in an informal cluster. 3 men in somber gray cloaks, each carrying ledgers. Their leader, a thin man named Bellerio, sported a carefully trimmed beard and a calculating gleam in his dark eyes. After exchanging polite bows, Daenerys and Jon took seats at a small table, inviting the men to do likewise. Bellerio laid out the main issue. Historically, the crown had incurred debts to the Iron Bank of Braavos, which had financed many of Westeros' wars and expansions. Under Cersei's rule, many of those debts had gone unpaid or been partially paid with gold seized from Highgarden. Then the city fell to the undead, and all financial records were thrown into chaos. Now, with the Confederation re-establishing trade and governance, the Iron Bank wanted clarity. Were these debts still recognized? Did the new Confederation intend to honor them? And if so, how? Tyrion, who had slipped in to observe, gave a small cough. We don't have a single crown or monarchy in the old sense, he explained. The Iron Throne is gone. We function as a coalition of houses and regions, each responsible for its own finances. Nonetheless, we're not ignoring your claim. We simply need to find a fair approach that acknowledges the fracturing of the old realm. Bellerio's thin lips pressed together. The bank invests in stability. We recognize changes in governance. But the principle stands. The money financed wars that benefited the rulers of Westeros. The new order inherits those responsibilities if it claims continuity with the old. Daenerys, thinking of all the families who had suffered, tried not to frown. Continuity can't be absolute, she pointed out. Half the lords who incurred those debts are dead or disgraced. The wars you funded included some that led to the realm's devastation. We can't simply squeeze the battered houses for coin they don't have. John added, we're willing to negotiate a new payment schedule, something that acknowledges the reality of our limited resources. If we're to rebuild roads, feed our people, and maintain peace, we can't divert all coin to repaying old war debts. Bellerio inclined his head. We expected as much. But the Iron Bank must demonstrate that debts are not so easily cast aside. We could accept partial repayment over a decade in exchange for certain privileges. For example, preferential shipping rights in the Crownlands or tax exemptions for Braavosi traders. Tyrion nodded thoughtfully. That might be workable, though we'd need to ensure it doesn't disadvantage local merchants too severely. Perhaps we can create a tiered system. Braavosi ships pay reduced tariffs for a certain number of years, while we ramp up partial gold repayments. Then, after that term, we revisit the arrangement. Jon eyed Daenerys. He could see the flicker of unease in her. The idea of giving Braavos special treatment rubbed against her sense of fairness. But the realm lacked the gold to repay everything immediately. This was the price of forging stability. We can draft a proposal, Daenerys said at last. But we need all the major houses to weigh in. Each region might contribute to the repayment in proportion to the resources they hold. We don't want any single region to be crushed by demands for coin. Bellerio's expression remained guarded, but he offered a polite nod. We'll review whatever terms you propose, Your Grace. Our presence here is not meant to intimidate, but to remind Westeros that trade and finance bind us all. If your new confederation prospers, the Iron Bank stands to profit. Thus, we want an arrangement that fosters growth, not hinders it. That conversation stretched through the rest of the afternoon. Tyrion put forth figures, consulted old ledgers that had survived the destruction, and scribbled potential schedules. Daenerys and Jon listened, occasionally contributing, though Tyrion's knowledge of finance far exceeded their own. By twilight, they had reached a tentative understanding. A lesser repayment to begin in 1 year's time, scaling up over a decade, with partial interest waived in exchange for Braavosi merchants receiving reduced tariffs in certain ports. No one was entirely satisfied. The Braavosi wanted quicker repayment, while Daenerys bristled at granting foreign traders undue advantage. But it was a compromise that might allow the realm to focus on feeding its people. When the Braavosi finally took their leave, Daenerys leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. Jon placed a warm hand on her shoulder. I think we need a meal, he said gently, or some air. Tyrion stretched, wincing at the tension in his back. Gods, yes, and perhaps a cask of Dornish wine. Dealing with bankers is more tiring than fighting whites. Daenerys managed a small laugh, though it came out weary. You may be right. They dined in a smaller hall that evening, joined by Sansa, Davos, Brienne, and a few others. The meal was plain. Boiled vegetables, roast mutton, and bread that tasted faintly of ash from the new ovens. But it was enough to stave off hunger. Over the meal, they spoke quietly about the day's events, the swirl of visitors in the capital, and how best to keep track of all the new agreements. Midway through the meal, a messenger slipped in, whispering something to Sansa. She excused herself, returning a few minutes later with news that a raven had arrived from Winterfell. Arya had departed Castle Black, having finished her scouting of the far north, and was on her way to King's Landing by horse. The letter implied she had news of importance to share, though it gave no detail. Jon's eyebrows rose at the mention of Arya. I wonder what she discovered up there, he murmured. Daenerys recalled how Arya had once joined them in confronting bandits near the wall. Perhaps she'd uncovered another threat, or maybe it was good news, some free folk enclaves wanting to come south. They'd find out soon enough. The next days were consumed by further administrative tasks, more delegations, and a swirl of small festivals across the city. Some houses that had missed the wedding arrived late, seeking an audience to congratulate the new union. There were calls for Daenerys and Jon to travel to each region for a royal progress, but they politely declined for the immediate future, citing the mass of ongoing duties in King's Landing. During brief lulls, Daenerys visited Drogon, who often took to perching on a large tower near the keep or even venturing out to the surrounding countryside to hunt. The city folk had mostly grown accustomed to the dragon's presence, though some were still wary. Farther farmland villages sometimes complained of sightings, but no significant damage. Daenerys tried to reassure them that Drogon would not ravage their livestock if game was plentiful in the forests. Jon occasionally joined her, marveling at how people had adapted to living in a city that housed a living dragon. He recalled how, not so long ago, such a creature overhead would have sent them scattering. Now it was a sign of protection, an emblem of the realm's new guardianship. One late afternoon, as Daenerys finished reading a dispatch about new roads in the Westerlands, a commotion sounded in the courtyard. She and Jon hurried out to see a small crowd gathered around a dusty rider who had just arrived. The rider wore dark leathers, a sword at her hip, and a face smudged with road grime, but there was no mistaking Arya Stark's lean form and fierce gray eyes. She dismounted, letting a stable hand seize the reins, and nodded curtly to the onlookers. When she spotted Jon and Daenerys, her expression softened, though she didn't exactly smile. "Welcome back," Jon said, stepping forward. He offered a brief hug, which she returned somewhat awkwardly. "What news from the north?" Arya looked around at the growing cluster of watchers. Her gaze flicked to Daenerys, then back to Jon. "Some matters I should share privately," she said, voice low. Sensing her urgency, Daenerys motioned for the watchers to step back. She guided Arya and Jon up a short flight of stairs into a side chamber used for receiving messages. The door closed behind them, the noise of the courtyard muffled. With only a dim lantern to light the space, Arya let out a breath, dust swirling around her. "What is it?" Jon asked. "Is there more trouble with brigands?" Arya shook her head. "No, not exactly. After we took those prisoners to Castle Black, Tormund and I decided to scout further north, just to be sure there weren't more groups lurking. We found scattered free folk huts, some reindeer herds, nothing alarming. But we also found footprints in the snow near a place the free folk call the Silent Vale. We followed them for 2 days." Daenerys frowned. "Footprints belonging to whom?" Arya's brow creased, as though uncertain how to phrase it. "They were men, or so we thought, but their tracks were odd, heavy, as if they wore thick pelts or carried something large. We eventually found one of their camps. It was unnatural. Animal bones stacked in circles, weird runes carved into tree bark. Tormund said it reminded him of the tales of the children of the forest's old signs. But twisted. A chill ran through Daenerys. She remembered how the White Walkers sometimes arranged corpses in bizarre patterns, signs of ancient magic. Could it be just local superstition? Arya pursed her lips. "I don't think so." We approached the camp carefully. No one was there, but the embers in the fire were still warm. These people, whoever they are, seem to worship something older than the old gods. Possibly some leftover cult that believes the Night King's power can return, or that the others are still out there. Jon's expression tightened. "A cult of the dead? That's the last thing we need. Did you see any sign that they were harming travelers?" "Yes," Arya said grimly. "We found a wagon near the camp, half buried in snow. Inside were the remains of what looked like a merchant and his wife, or maybe sister. Their bodies were arranged in a grotesque display, frozen stiff. The shape of it reminded me of the patterns the White Walkers used to leave in the old stories." She paused, collecting herself. "It was horrifying. Tormund and I burned the bodies, said a prayer, then tried to track these cultists. But they must have seen our approach and fled. We lost the trail in a rocky pass." Daenerys glanced at Jon, seeing the alarm in his eyes mirror her own. "We thought the Night King's threat was ended," she murmured. "And it is, he's gone. But if there are men out there who romanticize that darkness..." She trailed off, aware of how chaos could bloom from such twisted beliefs. Jon exhaled sharply. "They might try to harness old magic. Or maybe they're just mad. Either way, if they're killing travelers, they pose a danger." He looked at Arya. "Any idea how many?" She shook her head. "I found traces that suggested at least 6 or 7 people, maybe more. They're skilled at covering their tracks, living off the land like the free folk do. Tormund planned to keep searching, but he doesn't have enough men for a thorough hunt. He wanted me to let you know, both of you, so you could decide how we handle it." Daenerys folded her arms over her chest. "Another threat in the north. Bandits are one thing, but a cult worshipping the memory of the White Walkers is vile. She closed her eyes briefly, recalling the swirling terror of undead dragons and unstoppable wights. We can't let them fester. Jon nodded. Agreed. The question is, do we muster a large force to sweep that region, or do we handle it quietly? Arya gave a small shrug. A large force might spook them into hiding deeper in the Frostfangs. They know the terrain better than we do. I'd suggest a discreet, skilled party. People who can move quickly, track them, root them out. Tormund is already up there, but a few more wouldn't hurt. And I can lead them unless you forbid me. Jon's face flickered with concern. You've just returned from a long ride. Are you sure you want to go straight back? Arya's gray eyes hardened with resolve. We can't let them keep killing innocents. You have other duties here. Sansa's busy. I'm best suited to this. Daenerys studied Arya. She saw the steel in the younger woman's expression, remnants of all the training in Bravos, the quiet determination to protect her family and realm. All right, she said softly. We won't forbid you, but you won't go alone. Arya inclined her head in acceptance. I figured as much. I'll need a few scouts, maybe some of those watchers from Castle Black. Tormund is a must. Jon rubbed his jaw, weighing the possibilities. We can send a small group of skilled fighters from the city, men who survived the Great War and know how to handle themselves. Grey Worm might volunteer, though I'm not sure he'd want to leave Daenerys' side again. Daenerys considered. Grey Worm's place is here, for now. The Unsullied are responsible for city security and training new recruits. But you can ask him if he wants to dispatch a few men with you. Otherwise, we can call upon some of the archers from the north. Arya nodded. I'll gather them. We'll head north within a week once I've rested and resupplied. With luck, we'll find these cultists before they slip away. A quiet tension settled over the room. Even though the Night King was long gone, the notion of a twisted group worshipping his memory sent a shiver through them. After all they had done to restore life to Westeros, the last thing they needed was a resurgence of that horror in any form. As they parted, Daenerys pressed Arya's hands between hers. Thank you, she said, voice resonant with gratitude. You've risked so much already for the realm. Don't forget to take care of yourself. Arya's lips curved in a faint smile. I'm not that reckless. Not anymore. Jon squeezed her shoulder. Stay safe, sister. I'll see you off before you go. That evening, Daenerys and Jon retreated to their private chambers, weighed down by fresh worries. A single lantern flickered in the gloom, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Daenerys gazed at the dancing flame, lost in thought. Jon's presence at her side felt like an anchor. She's strong, Jon murmured, reading the concern on her face. She survived the worst of it in the past. A group of twisted bandits or cultists won't catch her off guard. Daenerys nodded, letting out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. I know. But sometimes I can't help worrying. She reminds me of the child I met when I first arrived in Winterfell, yet she's anything but a child. Jon wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. We all changed in that war. She, perhaps more than most. They fell silent for a time, listening to the hush of the keep at night. Through a narrow window, Daenerys could see the glimmer of moonlight reflecting on the harbor. She thought of how the realm had come so close to eternal darkness and how they'd scrabbled back to the light. Now, even the ghosts of that darkness tried to cling on at the edges. Jon sensed her tension and pressed a gentle kiss to her temple. We'll persevere, he said. One thread at a time, we'll keep this peace. She turned to face him, letting her forehead rest against his. Promise me, she whispered, her eyes closed. Promise that no matter how many shadows crawl from the corners, we won't let the realm fall again. He kissed her softly. I promise, he murmured. We'll stand together, come what may. The next week passed with methodical planning. Arya coordinated with Tormund through ravens, determining rendezvous points. A handful of northern rangers who'd served in the last war were recruited. They gathered supplies, sturdy horses, and a cache of dragonglass weapons just in case. Though none believed the White Walkers could return, it seemed prudent to carry the only proven means of harming them or anything akin to them. Meanwhile, life in the capital continued its slow revival. Dorne's trade caravans arrived, lugging crates of citrus and wine. The Vale's knights departed for the Riverlands, with official letters from the Confederation approving their joint patrol. Yara Greyjoy remained for a few more days, finalizing details of her shipping routes before boarding a vessel back to Pike. The Bravosi hammered out the final lines of the repayment agreement with Tyrion, resulting in the drafting of a formal treaty. In the midst of this bustle, Arya prepared to depart. Daenerys and Jon waited in the courtyard to bid her farewell. She rode a lean, dark horse. Her cloak was heavier now, wolf fur draped over her shoulders. The half-dozen rangers with her wore cloaks of similar thickness, their faces set in grim determination. Supplies were strapped to a mule behind them. Sansa stood by, offering a final embrace. Arya accepted it stiffly but pressed her cheek briefly to her sister's. "Take care," Sansa said, voice thick with unspoken emotion. "We'll expect your raven when you find them." Arya nodded. "Don't worry. We'll manage." She turned to Daenerys and Jon. "If we catch them, I'll make sure they stand no chance of harming travelers again." Daenerys offered her hand and Arya clasped it. "Good hunting," Daenerys said softly, recalling the day she had first realized how capable Arya was. "And a safe return." With a final nod, Arya led her party out. The courtyard gates opened, letting them pass into the city streets. Daenerys and Jon watched until the group vanished around a corner. Jon squeezed Daenerys' hand. "The city will feel emptier without her," he remarked. "She never did like staying in one place." Daenerys nodded. "I understand. Some hearts are made for wandering." Over the following days, the capital's pulse continued. Daenerys spent hours each morning going over the restoration schedules for city districts still choked by rubble. Stone by stone, the process advanced, but the supply of skilled stonemasons was thin. Jon frequented the training yards, advising new watch recruits, men who had once been Lannister soldiers or who had survived the last battles, all forging a new identity. One afternoon, as Daenerys wrapped up a discussion with the City Mason Guild, she stepped onto a balcony that overlooked the lower streets. Below, the rooftops spread out in a haphazard jumble, many missing tiles or partially scorched. Yet among them she spotted bright patches of color, new flags, fresh laundry fluttering, even a few painted shutters. Citizens were trying to reclaim beauty amid ruin. She stood there, breathing the warmer air of late spring, lost in thought. She barely noticed someone approaching until she heard Tyrion's distinctive footfall. He joined her quietly, resting his elbows on the balcony railing. They gazed at the city in companionable silence. "You look pensive," Tyrion said at last, turning his keen stare on her. "More so than usual." Daenerys ifted. "I was thinking about how quickly the realm can slip back into darkness if we aren't vigilant. We keep hearing these small threats, bandits, potential cultists, old grudges. A part of me wonders if we'll be fighting fires forever." Tyrion gave a low chuckle. "A cynic might say that's the nature of ruling, a perpetual contest against the fires. Or in your case, perhaps the frosts." His expression sobered. "But you're not alone. Jon, Sansa, Davos, Brienne, and so many others stand with you. The realm is battered, yes, but it's not shattered. People cling to hope." She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the breeze ruffle her hair. "Hope is precious. I don't want to betray it. I've seen enough heartbreak in both Essos and Westeros. Sometimes I wonder if my father's madness was partly born from such burdens." Tyrion studied her. "Your father was shaped by many things, paranoia, inbreeding, the trauma of war. You're not him." He paused. "You've chosen to share power, to ask questions, to listen. Those were never your father's strengths. Don't let his memory cast a longer shadow than necessary." Her lips twitched in a faint smile. Wise words. But sometimes it helps to be reminded. They lingered a moment more, then Tyrion said, "I came looking for you because there's another matter. We've had letters from the new lords in the Reach. They want you and Jon to come visit an official progress to Highgarden, or what's left of it. They claim it'll help unify the region, which has always been the breadbasket of the realm. Right now, they're squabbling among themselves for leadership since House Tyrell is gone." Daenerys sighed. "That's not entirely unexpected. The Tyrell line ended tragically." She recalled Marjorie, Olenna, Loras, all casualties of the wars. "They want us to anoint a new leader?" Tyrion shrugged. "They want a sign of authority, or at least some guidance. A few lesser lords lay claim to Highgarden. They might be willing to accept a steward, but only if they feel recognized by the Confederation's top figures. It's not urgent, per se, but your presence could stabilize the region." Daenerys stared out at the city once more. "We said we'd hold off traveling, but perhaps this can't wait." Tyrion nodded sympathetically. "You can't be everywhere at once, but the Reach is crucial for food. If internal conflict there disrupts their harvest, we'll all suffer." Jon's voice called from behind them. "Am I interrupting?" He stepped onto the balcony, scanning their faces. Tyrion quickly summarized the discussion. Jon frowned thoughtfully. "Traveling to the Reach, we'd need to see if we can spare the time. But if it prevents a major feud and secures the harvest, it's worth it. Perhaps we can plan a short trip. We'd be gone a fortnight, maybe 2, enough to meet the local lords and broker peace. In our absence, Sansa, Tyrion, and Davos can oversee things here." Daenerys tapped her chin, mind already spinning. "Yes, that might be best. Though I hate leaving the capital with so much undone. But the realm is bigger than King's Landing. Tyrion gave a wry smile. Precisely. And I suspect Sansa can handle day-to-day affairs. She's proven adept. If anything pressing arises, we have ravens. The roads aren't so terrible now that spring is creeping in. So they agreed. Preparations for a journey to the Reach began swiftly. A modest retinue would accompany them, no grand host, just enough guards for safety and some small show of status. Drogon would fly overhead or scout when needed, though Daenerys planned to ride with Jon as much as possible to see the land's condition firsthand. Word spread through the city that the king and queen, though they wore no such singular titles, people used them anyway, were taking to the road. The small folk didn't seem alarmed. Many were heartened to see that the new rulers cared about the realm beyond the capital. Meanwhile, lords and envoys in King's Landing either hastened to complete their business before the departure or elected to accompany them partway, hoping for favors. For days later, under a sky that promised mild weather, Daenerys and Jon set out. Sansa watched from the keep's gates, flanked by Tyrion and Davos. The couple led a column of about 24 riders, unsullied, northern men, and a smattering of knights from the Crownlands. A few wagons carried supplies. Drogon, overhead, cast a fleeting shadow that rippled across the city's walls. As they passed through King's Landing's outskirts, Daenerys noticed how the city's wards teemed with new construction. Wooden frames stood where shops once thrived. Masons shaped new blocks. The smell of sawdust and mortar filled the air. Children waved from a fence, cheering as Drogon soared overhead. It felt like the start of a small renewal. They took the Rose Road south, the same route Tyrion had traveled not long ago. Each league carried them through patches of countryside that still bore the scars of winter, fields with stunted growth, groves of trees whose buds struggled to open. Yet the air felt warmer, the sky brighter. Streams trickled with melted snow. Here and there, farmers toiled, coaxing life from the land. At night, they camped under the stars or found lodging in small villages. Locals were often startled to see Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow in person, but they offered what hospitality they could: rough blankets, hot stew, or the best ale they had. Sometimes Daenerys took to the skies on Drogon in the late afternoon, scouting ahead. She reported back that the roads seemed clear of large-scale threats. A few pockets of banditry still existed, but none large enough to menace their column. 5 days into the journey, they approached the rolling green hills that heralded the edges of the Reach. Here, winter's retreat was more pronounced. The famed fertility of these lands, though battered, was re-emerging. Wheat fields bent in gentle breezes, newly planted vineyards stretched across slopes, and orchard trees burst with delicate blossoms. It was a sight of cautious beauty. Jon rode beside Daenerys, gazing at the horizon with a faint smile. The last time I saw these fields, they were scorched. The Lannisters and Tarleys burned supply trains so we couldn't capture them. Now it looks alive again. She nodded, remembering how her dragons had soared above these plains in battle. Yet the scars of that conflict weren't entirely hidden. Now and then they passed blackened patches of soil where fires had raged. Locals explained that some areas simply never regrew the same and new seeds had to be imported. Still, hope persisted and the land was slowly healing like the rest of Westeros. They made their first major stop at a fortified manor belonging to a minor house that claimed loyalty to the Tyrells in days past. House B. Barry, now led by a middle-aged knight, Ser Emmon, greeted them with cautious enthusiasm. He offered them lodging in the manor, which overlooked a stretch of farmland and a small orchard of apple trees. Over a simple supper of fresh bread, cheese, and salted pork, he lamented the lack of a strong lord in Highgarden to unify the region. "The seat stands empty," Ser Emmon said, swirling a cup of watered wine. "Sure, a few lesser lords come by, each declaring their right to rule Highgarden. But we need a steward recognized by the Confederation, someone we can rally behind or at least obey to keep the Reach from splintering." Jon glanced at Daenerys. She nodded and turned to the knight. "We'll see Highgarden soon. We'll hear each claimant's case. We have no desire to impose an unfit ruler, but we also can't allow the region to collapse into petty feuds. The harvest depends on your unity." Ser Emmon nodded fervently. "Exactly. Without a central seat, each house might hoard or sell their grain at inflated prices. The city folk starve and resent us. Then war breaks out again." Jon's mouth tightened. "We won't allow that." They resumed traveling the next morning, passing more farmland and encountering small folk who paused in their work to watch the procession. Some offered simple greetings, others stared in awe at Drogon's silhouette overhead. As they drew closer to Highgarden itself, the name of one contender for the seat kept cropping up, Lord Euler of some lesser keep, who claimed a distant tie to the Tyrells. Another rumor spoke of a certain Lady Janna Meadows who had once served as a lady-in-waiting to Marjorie Tyrell, but no consensus had emerged. Highgarden, when they finally reached it near sunset, rose from the landscape like a grand tapestry of spires and walls draped in ivy. The fortress itself was partially ruined, some towers showed scorched stones, and entire sections of the outer curtain wall had collapsed. Yet patches of lush greenery remained, testament to the region's fertile soil. The famed gardens that once surrounded the castle were overgrown, a tangle of wild roses and unpruned hedges. As Daenerys and Jon approached the gates, they saw a small throng of knights and retainers waiting. Banners drooped in the evening air, a golden rose for the old Tyrell line, though now carried by new claimants. The castle courtyard was busy with tents, as multiple houses had evidently camped here, hoping to make their case for dominion over the seat. A cluster of these local lords and ladies stepped forward as Daenerys and Jon dismounted. One man, tall with a shaved head and wearing fine robes, introduced himself as Lord Euler, indeed. Another, a woman in her 30s, with a resolute bearing, introduced herself as Lady Janna Meadows. A third, a young man with an uncertain expression, claimed the name Redwine, though not from the main line that controlled the arbor. They all vied for attention, bowing and insisting they had the best claim. Jon raised a hand to quiet them. "We'll hear each of you in turn," he said, voice carrying. "We've come to ensure stability, not to sow further division. For now, let us stable our horses, settle in, and speak calmly." With the help of some stewards who rushed forward, Daenerys and Jon were shown to a set of rooms in the fortress's partially intact wing. The corridors smelled of dust and old tapestries. Servants scrambled to bring water for washing, a half-decent meal. Drogon perched in a ruined tower just outside the walls, letting out a mighty roar that set every horse in the courtyard whinnying with terror. Daenerys winced. She soothed the stable asters, promising that no harm would come to their animals if they left Drogon alone. That evening, by candlelight in a refurbished hall, the self-styled claimants gathered for a formal hearing. Daenerys and Jon sat at a long table, flanked by a few of their guard. Lord Euler spoke first, brandishing a genealogical chart that purported to show his grandmother's and had once been a cousin to a Tyrell. Lady Meadows countered with a letter from the late Marjorie praising her faithful service. The Redwine scion mumbled about how the Tyrells had always been close to the arbor and that Highgarden might more rightfully pass to them if no better claim existed. It was a cacophony of half-legal arguments, personal appeals, and half-truths. Daenerys listened patiently, occasionally exchanging glances with Jon, who wore a stoic expression reminiscent of his days as Lord Commander. She recalled the council that the realm's monarchy was gone, though the Confederation could still designate a steward or official caretaker for a seat that was crucial to the realm's well-being. The question was, who among these people was most trustworthy, most beloved by the local houses, and most capable of ensuring stable harvests? After hours of debate, Daenerys raised a hand. "Enough," she said firmly. "We'll not resolve this in a single night. Each of you has a claim, and each claim is questionable in part. The Confederation's interest is in ensuring Highgarden is properly tended so the harvest can feed Westeros. We'll remain here for some days, gather testimony from neighboring houses, and judge who might serve best as steward or if a different arrangement is needed. Until then, I expect no violence or intimidation among you." Jon added, "If we find evidence anyone is bribing or threatening others for support, we'll withdraw you from consideration immediately. Let's keep this peaceable." The lords and lady bowed, though not without a certain tension. They dispersed to their respective camps, leaving the hall echoing with the footsteps of departing aides. Daenerys let out a long breath, leaning against the table. Jon rubbed his temples. "They all want power," he muttered. "And I'm not sure any have a truly legitimate claim. Even in the old days, the Tyrell line was set after Aegon's conquest. Now that's gone. We might have to choose someone purely by merit." Daenerys nodded. "Merit, loyalty, and the ability to rally the region. I wonder if there's a caretaker among the lesser families who's done more actual work for these lands. Perhaps a castellan or a steward who knows the fields intimately." Jon's eyes lit with a thought. Lady Brienne once mentioned a man named Auron Mullendor, a steward who oversaw harvest distribution under the Tyrells. He might be a better caretaker than these lords who only wave genealogies at us. Daenerys nodded. "We'll search him out, speak to him. Meanwhile, let's keep the illusions of fairness going. We'll meet with each claimant, but also talk to the local peasants, the orchard keepers, the blacksmiths. They'll know who truly has the people's interest at heart." The days that followed saw Daenerys and Jon touring Highgarden's lands, accompanied by a small escort. They visited orchard groves, grain silos, and the edges of the Mandar River, which irrigated much of the region. Everywhere they went, they spoke not only to the local gentry but to the laborers who actually tilled the soil. Several laborers mentioned Mullendor, praising his knowledge and fair treatment in the past. By contrast, Lord Euler had a reputation for harsh taxes in his own minor domain. Lady Meadows, while better liked personally, lacked administrative experience, and the Redwine scion seemed more interested in personal prestige. On the fourth day, they found Mullendor in a rundown estate near a row of barley fields. He was a short, mild-mannered man in his late 40s, with ink stains on his fingers and lines of worry on his brow. He bowed deeply upon recognizing Daenerys and Jon. "Yes, I served as understeward to the Tyrells for a decade," he explained, wringing his hands. "Kept track of yields, arranged shipments. When the castle fell, the lords scattered. I stayed behind to help what was left of the smallfolk. We did our best, but resources were scarce." And through what remained of Highgarden's famed gardens. The twilight sky burned orange, making the overgrown rose bushes shimmer in half-silhouette. Broken statues dotted the pathways. Vines snaked over cracked pedestals. Yet the fragrance of wild blossoms still lingered, reminding her of how life persisted despite ruin. Jon joined her, lightly taking her hand. "You're quiet," he observed. She nodded. "I was just thinking about how all this beauty was overshadowed by war and the undead. And yet here it is, still growing, just not in the shape people remember." Jon glanced at the tangle of vines. A good metaphor for the realm, perhaps. We might never return to the old shape, but we can still thrive. Daenerys leaned against him, inhaling the scent of roses and damp earth. "I hope Mullendor manages well. He's clearly capable, but the local lords might resent him." Jon kissed her temple. "They'll resent him and maybe us for a while. But if the harvest flourishes and distribution is fair, most will accept it eventually. Necessity is a powerful motivator." She allowed a faint smile, resting her head on his shoulder. The day's stress ebbed in that quiet moment among the darkening blooms. After a stretch of comfortable silence, she spoke again. "Once we return to King's Landing, let's focus on finishing the city's repairs. I want to see fewer people living in half-collapsed homes. Then maybe we can start that progress to the Westerlands or the Vale." Jon chuckled softly. "When did we become traveling fixers for a realm too big to be tamed?" She laughed under her breath. "The moment we drove back the dead, I think. The realm's fate fell to us, or maybe we took it up ourselves. Either way, it's ours to protect." He turned her gently, facing him. The golden light of dusk played across her features, dancing in her silver blonde hair. "You know," he said, voice low, "through all this chaos, cults in the north, squabbling lords in the south, I look at you and I'm reminded that we found something good in all of it." Her heart fluttered at his warmth. She recalled that day in Winterfell when they first understood the truth of their blood ties, how it nearly drove them apart. Now, after all the heartbreak and turmoil, they had chosen to stand side by side. "Something more precious than any throne," she whispered, leaning up to brush her lips against his. He kissed her back, the hush of evening enveloping them. Even Drogon's distant roar sounded muted, as if granting them a moment of stillness in a world that seldom granted such peace. They lingered in that twilight embrace, unspoken vows passing between them. To shield the realm from the cold remnants of the night they had banished, to unify people who had long been divided, to plant new seeds where old hatred and old ambitions once flourished. Late that night, they retired to the chambers they'd been given, the flicker of lanterns casting shifting shadows on ancient Tyrell tapestries. Dawn came too soon, accompanied by the murmurs of servants packing the last of the supplies. A soft knock on the door announced that Mullendor was ready to bid them farewell. Daenerys and Jon dressed quickly, donning their travel leathers and cloaks. In the courtyard, the local lords gathered once more, forming a ragged line of courtesy as Daenerys and Jon mounted their horses. Drogon circled overhead, stirring dust into little eddies. Mullendor approached with a final bow. "I'll write to you weekly if that's permissible to update you on our progress," he said. "And if any trouble arises." Daenerys nodded. "Yes, do. If any of these lords attempt to sabotage your stewardship, we'll respond swiftly. But I trust you'll handle matters well." Jon added, "Focus on ensuring the harvest is successful. The realm needs your grain." If you do that, the small folk will support you." With those words they departed, the horses clopping across Highgarden's drawbridge. The banners in the courtyard stirred in a mild breeze. As they rode out onto the Rose Road again, Daenerys and Jon glanced back at the sprawling fortress, a place that had once symbolized House Tyrell's wealth and grandeur. Now it stood uncertain, yet still a vital pillar for the realm's sustenance. Daenerys let out a measured breath. "One more piece of the puzzle in place," she murmured. Jon angled his horse closer. "One of many." He gazed at the horizon. "We should make good time returning. There's no reason to linger unless you want to see more of the region." She considered it briefly, scanning the farmland rolling out on either side. "As much as I'd like to meet more of the small folk, I think King's Landing needs us. We should get back." They set a brisk pace northward, occasionally allowing Drogon to soar ahead and scout the roads. At night, they made simple camp or stayed in small holdfasts. Conversations along the way inevitably circled back to the Confederation's challenges, diplomacy, trade, and the haunting notion of darker threats lurking at the edges. Yet each day also brought them glimpses of the realm's resilience. Fields once scorched now showed green shoots, villages that had been deserted now hummed with new life. On the 6th day of travel, as they neared King's Landing, they encountered a messenger riding hard in the opposite direction, one of Tyrion's men, breathless and covered in dust. He recognized Daenerys and Jon's retinue, reined in sharply, and bowed. "My queen, my lord," he gasped, "I've been riding for a day. There's news. Arya Stark has returned to King's Landing." Jon stiffened. "Already? Did she send word?" The messenger nodded. "A raven came ahead of her. She's back from the north, but they say she's wounded. Her party fought the cultists. They succeeded, but she sustained injuries. She's stable, but Tyrion thought you should know." Daenerys' heart twisted with worry. "Is she all right?" "From what I hear, yes, but it was close. She insisted on riding south before fully healing because she carries urgent information. She's resting at the keep now." Jon wasted no time. "We ride for the capital at once." They spurred their horses into a faster canter, the road blurring beneath them. Drogon swooped overhead, responding to Daenerys' urgency. Another 2 days passed in a haze of tense travel with minimal stops for rest. By the time they glimpsed the city's distant walls, Daenerys' nerves were frayed. She prayed Arya's injuries were not life-threatening. They reached the gates near dusk, the guards recognizing them and letting them through. The city seemed calmer than when they left, but Daenerys and Jon barely paused to observe. They hurried to the Red Keep, dismounting in the courtyard and practically running inside. Tyrion met them at the entrance, face drawn. "She's in the Maester's Tower," he said at once. "Sansa's with her." Jon didn't wait. He climbed the tower's winding stairs 2 at a time, Daenerys following. They arrived at a small infirmary chamber where Maester Gorman was tending Arya. She lay on a bed, her left arm in a sling, a bandage around her shoulder that bore the faint stain of dried blood. Sansa sat by her side, eyes red from worry. Arya, pale but conscious, looked up as they entered. Relief flashed across her features. "Jon." "Daenerys." Jon rushed to her bedside. "What happened?" "The messenger said you were hurt." Arya gave a wry grimace. "A scratch or two from a cultist's spear. Nothing to fret about." Sansa cleared her throat. "She nearly bled out on the road," she said sternly. "They had to cauterize the wound. She refused to stay put. I had to beg her to rest here." Arya shrugged dismissively, then winced from the movement. Daenerys stepped closer, heart pounding with concern. "You need rest, not arguments," she said softly. "Why did you push yourself to return so fast?" Arya's expression hardened. "Because we found more than a ragtag group of madmen. We found evidence they were trying to resurrect some twisted magic. They had altars, symbols carved in weirwood bark, stolen relics from old First Men barrows. They chanted about the long night returning by their hand." She drew a shaky breath. "Tormund and I, with our rangers, cornered them in a cave. It was a bloody fight. They fought like zealots. We managed to kill them all, but the cave had illusions or wardings. Flickers of ice on the walls. Unnatural." Jon's jaw set. "But the White Walkers are gone." Arya nodded, eyes dark. "They are. But these fools thought they could harness leftover magic. I don't think they succeeded, but it's disturbing how close they came. They claimed to have a hidden ally, someone who taught them old rites." Daenerys' blood chilled. "A hidden ally?" "Another group." Arya shook her head. "Possibly. Or maybe just a boogeyman they invoked. They died before telling us more. But I found a strange shard in their altar, looked like dragon glass, but tinted white. I brought it with me." She gestured to her pack in the corner. Sansa retrieved it and handed a small pouch to Daenerys, who opened it carefully. Inside lay a shard of something crystalline, reminiscent of obsidian but milky white. She touched it gingerly. It was cold to the touch, almost unnaturally so, and faint lines shimmered in its depths. "What is this?" she murmured. Arya exhaled. "Something that gave them illusions of power. Maybe a leftover from the White Walkers. I'm no maester, but it felt wrong." Jon glanced at Daenerys. She saw the same worry in his eyes. If remnants of the White Walkers' magic still lingered, it might lure other desperate or fanatical souls. Sansa spoke quietly, stroking Arya's hair. "We can investigate further. Send word to Sam in Old Town, he might have knowledge of such artifacts. For now, the cult is destroyed, thanks to Arya and Tormund." Arya's mouth curled in a humorless grin. "We left none alive. They attacked us in that damned cave, chanting about the Great Other, the night that never ends. We nearly lost 2 rangers. Tormund was furious. I took a spear to the shoulder, but at least we ended them." Jon gently clasped Arya's uninjured hand. "Thank you. You did more for the realm than most realize." She looked away, a flicker of discomfort at the praise. "Just doing my part." Daenerys placed the pouch with the white shard aside, a sense of unease gnawing at her. "Get some rest. We'll deal with this artifact and see if Sam or Bran can glean anything. You've earned a good long recovery." Arya didn't argue further, though she wore a stubborn tilt to her chin. Sansa squeezed her hand, murmuring a promise to bring soup. Jon and Daenerys let the maester continue his work, stepping outside the chamber with that shard. In the corridor, they examined it under lamplight, the swirling patterns within reminiscent of ice fractals. Jon frowned. "It's not ice, but it's cold as ice. And it looks like dragonlass. A new variant, perhaps." Daenerys slid it back into the pouch, her voice hushed. "If remnants of the White Walkers' magic remain in the far north, others may try to exploit it. We can't ignore that possibility. We have to be vigilant even now." Jon nodded grimly. "We'll send it to Sam for study. We'll also have Bran see if his visions reveal any lingering threats. The last thing we want is a second coming of that nightmare." They walked away, the pouch clutched in Daenerys' hand, shoulders heavy with the knowledge that the shadows of the long night still lurked at Westeros' edges. Yet they were alive, they were together, and they had allies across the realm determined to keep darkness at bay. That very night, after checking on Arya once more, Daenerys and Jon retired to their private chambers. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by images of frost and swirling illusions in hidden caves. But each time Daenerys jolted awake, she felt Jon's steady warmth beside her. She recalled the vow they'd made. To stand guard over the living flame that burned within Westeros, no matter how many old ghosts tried to rekindle the cold. As morning light broke, they rose, dressed, and prepared once again to face the unending tasks of governance. The realm stirred beyond their windows, a tapestry of thousands of stories, some tragic, some hopeful, all knitted together by the tenuous threads of survival. Outside, small folk thronged in newly rebuilt squares, lords schemed behind closed doors, and the hush of the sea wind carried faint echoes of songs from the night's revelries. They stepped into the hallway, ready to lead once more. Tyrion, Sansa, Davos, and other trusted advisors awaited them with fresh reports, a group of Essosi merchants requesting audience, a plan to rebuild a major section of King's Landing's outer walls, a new wave of refugees from the far north wanting farmland in the south. The Confederation demanded constant vigilance, constant compromise. But Daenerys felt a core of purpose within her. She was not alone, and she would not falter. Jon caught her eye, offered a small, confident nod, and she felt her spirit steady. Their footsteps carried them forward into the swirl of voices and needs, the concerns of a realm battered but alive. With each small victory, Highgarden's new steward, Arya's triumph over cultists, new trade routes in the Stormlands, they built something sturdier than any Iron Throne of old. They built a future wrought from mutual struggle, forged by the battered hands of survivors, shaped by the quiet resolve to never let night consume them again. In time, the realm would come to understand that true power needn't rest on a throne of swords. It could reside in steadfast hearts, in alliances of equals, in the resolute defiance of any winter that threatened to rob the world of its warmth. And so they persevered day after day, fanning the embers of hope that had survived the coldest night in history, determined that, for once, the dawn would outshine the darkness for generations to come. A hush lay over the Red Keep's solar as dawn's pale light crept through the narrow windows. Daenerys stood at a heavy wooden table strewn with maps and parchments, her fingertips resting lightly on the place where the north bled into the icy stretches beyond the wall. Nearby, Jon Snow leaned forward, studying the same map with solemn eyes. A fresh breeze wafted through the open shutters, carrying the scent of salt from Blackwater Bay. It was a brisk, invigorating smell, yet Daenerys's thoughts remained on cold caves and twisted ruins in the far north, courtesy of Arya's recent ordeal. They had returned from the Reach expecting to deal with typical matters of governance, harvest shipments, local disputes, the slow rebuilding of the capital. Instead, Arya's arrival with that ghostly shard of milky white glass had reopened a more insidious concern. Remnants of the White Walker's fell magic might still lurk in the uncharted corners of the wilderness. Those cultists had nearly cost Arya her life. Though she insisted her wounds were just scratches, the sight of her pale face and stiff movements told another story. She was healing under the maester's care, but the uneasy knowledge of leftover black sorcery lay like a shard of ice in everyone's hearts. "I've sent a raven to Sam in Old Town," Daenerys said into the hush, her voice subdued. "He should receive it within a week. With luck, he can consult the archives and discover more about this artifact." She gestured to a small wooden box that sat on the far corner of the table. It held the eerie piece of pale dragoglass, safely wrapped in linen to avoid direct contact. Even from across the room, she swore the air felt colder near it. Jon folded his arms. "He'll do what he can," he agreed. "And Bran might have insights too, if he can find anything in his visions." Daenerys looked at him, searching his features. She could sense the tension brimming behind his measured calm. "How do you feel about it all?" she asked quietly. "We swore the long night was done. And it is, truly. But these scraps of magic, these cults, it's not the same threat, I know, but it rattles me to think of anything that recalls that terror." Jon let out a breath that turned into a soft, humorless laugh. "I've learned that some people can find a way to worship the darkest things. But the Night King is gone. No power will bring him back. Even so, you're right, we can't underestimate fanatics." She reached across, covering his hand. "We'll stay vigilant." A soft rap on the doorframe drew their attention. Sansa Stark stepped into the solar, her red hair half braided, half tumbling over her shoulders in carefully arranged waves. She offered them both a brief nod. "Good morning," she said. "Is this a private meeting?" "Not at all," Daenerys replied, stepping back from the table. "Come in. We were discussing the next steps about Arya's discovery." Sansa's gaze flicked to the wooden box. "I've been with her this morning. She's awake and more restless than ever, complaining that the maester won't let her get out of bed." Typical Arya. The corner of her lips quirked in an almost smile. Then she refocused, becoming brisk. "I spoke to Tyrion earlier. He mentioned you plan to have the artifact shipped to Old Town." Daenerys nodded. "Yes. And we'll ask Bran if he senses anything unusual. Beyond that, we carry on unless new evidence emerges." Sansa exhaled, some tension easing from her features. "Good. If we make a public spectacle of this, it'll only stir fear. I'd prefer to keep the matter discreet. King's Landing has enough on its mind without rumors of undead cults spreading through the streets." "Agreed," Jon said. "No reason to alarm the realm. We know the Night King is gone forever. This is just the last echoes of a dark age. We have too many tasks at hand to let old phantoms overshadow everything." Sansa's gray-blue eyes flicked from Jon to Daenerys. "Then let's handle the day's tasks. The council's scheduled for mid-morning. We have a delegation from the Westerlands. They're complaining about taxes again, apparently. Also, Gendry Baratheon has arrived from the Stormlands with updates on their dock repairs. And there's a new group of free folk who followed Tormund south of the Neck. They're petitioning to settle farmland near Moat Cailin. We'll need to coordinate with the local lords." Daenerys mustered a rueful smile. "The joys of leadership," she said softly. "Let's go." Jon gently closed the box containing the pale shard, locking it with a small key. Then he and Daenerys followed Sansa from the solar, the ancient stone halls of the Red Keep echoing with the tread of their boots. Outside, a morning sun gilded the battered walls. Reconstruction continued unabated, hammering and sawing reverberated from distant wings. Passing servants bowed quickly, then continued about their errands. They convened in the newly established council chamber, an octagonal room ringed by tall windows with a broad round table at the center. Tyrion Lannister was already there, wearing a dark doublet embroidered with subtle lion motifs. Davos Seaworth stood by a window, arms folded, quietly surveying the city's rooftops. Brienne of Tarth, newly returned from an inspection of city security, gave a small bow as Daenerys and Jon entered. Two vacant chairs waited on either side of the table's north side, presumably for them. Sansa took a seat to their right. Tyrion began, clearing his throat. "We have a busy morning. First, the Westerlands matter. Lord Greysteel is waiting outside. Apparently, he's leading a faction that questions the Confederation's tax guidelines. Something about gold mine revenues." Tyrion rolled his eyes. "They believe they're paying more than their fair share into the pot." They'd like a reduction. Davos gave a short laugh. They'd like to keep their gold, you mean? The Westerlands have as much wealth as any region, if not more. Daenerys settled in her seat, lacing her fingers. We can't let them shirk contributions when other regions can hardly feed themselves. But let's hear him out. Jon signaled to a guard at the door. Moments later, Lord Greysteel entered, flanked by 2 lesser knights. He was a stocky man with a bushy gray beard and a scowl etched deeply into his face. He offered a stiff bow. Your Graces, he said by way of greeting. I come on behalf of certain Western lords who feel the new taxes weigh heavier on us than on, say, the North or the Vale. Sansa's expression cooled. As I recall, the North is still rebuilding from total devastation. Our farmland can't compare to the gold mines of the Westerlands. We pay what we can in goods and resources, grain, timber, and more. Are you truly lacking so severely that you can't afford the coin? Greysteel bristled. It's not that we can't pay. It's that we question fairness. The Westerlands funded many old wars, and now that we're asked to help rebuild King's Landing and other areas, it feels as though we're always carrying the burden. Tyrion interjected with a calm, even tone. Might I remind you that much of the devastation resulted from conflicts that certain Westerland rulers, my own sister, for example, perpetuated? The realm bled, but the Lannisters still stored gold. Now we have no single monarchy imposing taxes from a single treasury. We have a cooperative system. Everyone must contribute. The North, the Vale, the Reach, Dorne, they're all paying what they can, each in different ways. Greysteel let out a grunt. A system that suits some more than others. But very well, I'm willing to accept our obligations if we receive certain concessions. The wealth we put forth must yield direct benefit to the Westerlands. Could we, for instance, request priority in trade routes to King's Landing? Or discounted shipping tolls along the Blackwater for ships bearing gold, or from Lannisport? Jon and Daenerys exchanged glances. Daenerys spoke first. The Confederation does allow for negotiation of reciprocal benefits. But we can't simply grant the Westerlands free rein. Others already hold similar deals like the Iron Bank and Braavosi shipping pacts. We must ensure local merchants aren't crushed. Greysteel's gaze flicked around the table. Then proposed something equitable. We only want to see tangible returns for the coin we send. Tyrion began scribbling on a piece of parchment. Perhaps we can discuss a partial tariff reduction for shipments of Westerlands or into the city, combined with an agreement that a portion of that ore be allocated for the city's rebuilding. The city pays for the ore at a fair rate, ensuring immediate commerce. In return, you maintain your tax obligations. Something akin to a direct supply chain. Your gold or iron fueling the capital's reconstruction, and in exchange, you get guaranteed buyers at stable prices. Greysteel considered it, face pinched. Better than nothing. We'd need to hammer out details. His tone dripped with grudging acceptance. Daenerys gestured to Tyrion. Work with Lord Greysteel after this session and draft a formal arrangement. We can sign it by tomorrow if the terms are just. We do appreciate the Westerlands' contributions, but remember, these taxes aren't for frivolities. They keep the realm from falling apart. Greysteel shifted, then gave a brief, somewhat stiff bow. Understood, Your Grace. He lingered a moment as though wanting to say more, but then turned and left with his knights. A guard closed the door behind them. Sansa let out a quiet breath. One crisis defused at least. Next, Gendry Baratheon is here, yes? We should hear from him about the Stormlands. Send him in, Jon said. A moment later, Gendry strode in. He wore sturdy riding leathers spattered with mud, a sign of recent travel, and a short cloak pinned with a simple symbol of a stag's head. His dark hair was pushed back, revealing a face slightly weathered by months of leading men and overseeing construction. Yet he still radiated youthful energy. Your Graces, he greeted, offering Daenerys and Jon a respectful bow, then nodding at Sansa, Tyrion, Brienne, and Davos. I came as quickly as I could. The docks at Storm's End are nearly complete, 2 new piers are in place, and we're working on a 3rd. Trade with Tarth and Massey's Hook has increased. That's the good news. Jon noted the shift in Gendry's tone. And the bad news? Gendry grimaced. You recall how we had a few pockets of Ironborn trouble along the coasts? Yara's presence deterred most, but there's a rogue captain, Morgan Pike, who keeps raiding small fishing hamlets near the Cape of Wrath. Not a large force, but enough to terrorize the locals. We've chased him off twice. He vanishes, then comes back a few weeks later. We suspect he's operating from a hidden inlet, maybe near Shipbreaker Bay. Daenerys sighed. We'd hoped Yara's stance would discourage reaving. She drummed her fingers on the table. Have you told Yara? I sent a raven, yes, Gendry replied. She responded that Morgan is a distant cousin of hers, a black sheep refusing to acknowledge her authority. She's dispatched some loyal Ironborn to track him, but so far, no luck. Storm's End doesn't have enough ships to conduct a thorough search, not while we're rebuilding the port. I was hoping the Confederation might spare a few vessels. Or perhaps we can request help from the Driftmark fleet, House Valerion, if they're willing. Tyrion brightened. Driftmark is indeed rebuilding a modest fleet. Lord Valerion might be willing to assist. They owe the realm a service or two. That could be a solution. Daenerys nodded slowly. Yes, let's approach House Valerion. If they can provide a handful of ships to patrol the coast, Morgan Pike won't have free rein. We'll also coordinate with Yara. See if she can corner him from the sea. Gendry exhaled relief. That would help. Thank you. He reached into a satchel and pulled out a sheaf of papers. Here's a summary of progress at the ports, ship counts, trade routes, and a request for more carpenters. We're short-handed, so I'd appreciate it if King's Landing could spare any skilled laborers. Sansa accepted the papers, scanning them briefly. We'll see what we can do. The city is using most of its carpenters on repairs, but we'll find you a few. She handed them to Tyrion, who nodded. Daenerys gave Gendry a small smile. You've done well, Lord Baratheon. The Stormlands are in a far better position than they were a year ago. He ducked his head sheepishly. Just doing what I can, Your Grace. My father's seat. Well, it still feels strange, but I'm determined not to fail. A flicker of sadness passed over his features, perhaps recalling the father he barely knew. King Robert, whose tumultuous reign had shaped so many of their fates. With that, Gendry bowed, stepped back, and left, presumably to rest before returning to Storm's End. The council swiftly moved on to the final major issue. Free folk traveling south. Tormund Giantsbane had led a small group to Moat Cailin, hoping for farmland or at least a place to settle without fear of encroachment. The local lords were uneasy, recalling old prejudices about wildlings. But the Confederation's official stance was that these were free citizens if they abided by the laws. Grey Worm's men have reported no trouble with Tormund's group so far, Davos said, scratching at his short beard. They're mostly families, right? A few hundred? They want farmland or to join up with local settlements. Some of the northern houses balk at the idea, though. Sansa sighed. The North remembers the raids from wildlings in older times. But we also remember how the free folk fought alongside us at the Long Night. I'll speak with the northern lords. Remind them of that alliance. We can set aside a tract of land near the old hills, or closer to the road to White Harbor. The land isn't great, but it's something. Jon nodded gratefully. Tormund's people deserve a chance. They bled to protect us from the dead. We can't cast them aside now. If a few houses object, we'll persuade them. His voice carried a gentle steel that hinted at how determined he was to honor old debts. Daenerys concurred. Yes, offer them farmland. If they want a farm, so be it. If some prefer to keep traveling, we won't stop them, but we'll keep the roads open. Our unity with the free folk remains vital. The council concluded with a few lesser notes. The continuing diaspora of refugees, the slow but steady improvements in supply lines. Once they dispersed, Daenerys and Jon remained in the chamber with Sansa and Tyrion, checking final details in their ledgers. After a quiet pause, Tyrion looked up, eyes flicking to the locked wooden box in the corner where the pale shard remained safely enclosed. About that, he said softly, I've arranged for a trusted courier to carry it to Old Town. Sam will know it's coming. I made sure no rumors circulated about the contents. We'll say it's an old relic from the time of the first men, which is truth enough. The courier departs tomorrow. Sansa brushed a hand across the table's smooth surface. I'm still rattled by the notion that stray fragments of White Walker magic remain, but at least we can study it. Arya did well in stopping those cultists. Her voice quavered briefly when she mentioned her sister's injuries. Jon set his jaw. Hopefully it's the last of them, he murmured. But we'll keep watch. If any more such groups appear, we'll root them out. Daenerys closed the ledger with a decisive thumb. Agreed. Let's see if Sam can unravel the shard's mysteries. In the meantime, we'll put out discreet feelers. Any rumor of twisted runes, weird rituals, or altars in the wilds, we'll investigate. She glanced at Tyrion. Make sure that's among the Watcher's standard instructions. Of course, Tyrion said. They parted ways again, the day's official business nearly done. Daenerys found herself craving fresh air after so many hours of negotiation. She invited Jon to join her on the walls near the sea, and he readily agreed. Together, they ascended a winding staircase until they emerged onto a walkway that overlooked the city's harbor. The sun was past its zenith, drifting westward in a wash of pale gold. Leaning against the parapet, Daenerys observed the ships in the bay, some bearing Targaryen sigils, others from Essos, others with the flags of the Vale or Dorne. In the distance, she spotted a black-sailed ship that might have been Braavosi. The hum of commerce echoed faintly, mingling with the gulls' cries. Not long ago, this bay was locked in ice by the Night King's presence. Now it bristled with trade and opportunity. Jon spoke softly beside her. It's easy to forget how different this city looked under snow and death. Seeing it alive, bustling, it's a relief. Daenerys reached for his hand, lacing their fingers. It is. And yet, even amid the relief, we can't fully escape the shadows. Whether it's leftover magic or stubborn raiders, the realm needs us on guard. He angled his face toward hers, offering a small, wry smile. So we guard it. That's what we've chosen. We gave up the old notion of a single iron throne and took on the burden of many problems instead. Her lips quirked upward. A fair trade, I'd say. The throne was never the true prize. This, she gestured at the city, the hum of life. This is what we're protecting. They fell silent, simply watching the harbor, feeling the breeze brush past. The warmth of the late afternoon enveloped them in a gentle hush. For a moment, Daenerys closed her eyes, letting herself bask in the peacefulness she'd craved her entire life. It wasn't perfect, no realm ever was, but it was a realm forging forward, not dissolving into endless war. Footsteps behind them alerted her to an approaching guard. She turned to see a young captain of the Unsullied bow politely. Your Graces, Lady Arya is in the courtyard. She asked if you had a moment. Exchanging a glance with Jon, Daenerys nodded. They followed the guard down the stairs, through a corridor, then emerged into a large open courtyard. The sun slanted in from the wall's edges, illuminating patches of the dusty ground where training dummies had been set up. A few City Watch recruits practiced archery while Unsullied maintained stoic vigilance. Arya stood near a pillar wearing a light tunic and leather breeches. Her left arm remained bandaged and in a sling, but she was upright, moving with careful steps as if testing her balance. Sansa hovered a short distance away, arms crossed with a mixture of worry and exasperation. At the sight of Jon and Daenerys, Arya's face relaxed. Finally, she grumbled. I was about to climb those damn stairs myself. She paused, inhaling. Maester says I can walk as long as I don't strain my shoulder, so I thought a bit of fresh air would help. Jon approached, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. Well, at least you're resting somewhat. Sansa told me you tried to ditch your bandage last night. Arya scowled. I hate feeling helpless. But I appreciate the concern. Anyway, I wanted to see you too. I'm leaving in a few days. Daenerys's brows rose. Leaving? Where? Arya shifted her stance, glancing at the archers nearby. North. Not the far north, don't worry. But I need to check on Winterfell. Sansa's here for a while, and I promise to oversee certain improvements around the castle while she's away. After that, who knows? She fixed Daenerys and Jon with a direct look. But if you need me for any problem, just send word. Or I'll find out on my own, one way or another. Sansa sighed, stepping forward. I think you should rest more. But I won't chain you here if you're adamant. At least wait until the Maester says you can ride safely. Arya pressed her lips together. I'll wait. 2 more days, maybe 3. I'll take it slow on the road. Jon gently touched her good arm. Just be careful. He offered a wry smile. And if you see anything remotely suspicious, cult symbols, white dogs, anything, burn it and send word. We don't need more surprises. A faint smirk tugged at Arya's lips. No argument there. They spent a while conversing in the courtyard, Arya describing in hushed detail her fight in the cave, how the cultists raved about Ice Reborn. She admitted some of their talk had chilled her more than she'd let on, though she insisted their main threat was gone once their hideout collapsed. Sansa and Daenerys listened intently, each grimacing at the mention of the runes or the half-frozen altars. Jon asked careful questions about the layout, the cultists' numbers, verifying every detail in case others emerged. It was a subdued conversation, haunted by memories of battles past. Eventually, Arya's stamina began to wane, her posture stiffening from pain. She brushed off their concern, but Sansa led her away to rest in the keep's quieter rooms. Daenerys and Jon watched them go, feeling a swirl of gratitude and sorrow. They owed Arya a debt for all her unwavering courage. Still, at least she was alive, determined as ever. That night, Daenerys found little sleep. She dozed fitfully, haunted by half-formed nightmares of swirling snow and dark figures chanting in hidden grottos. Each time she woke, she felt Jon's reassuring presence at her side, the slow rhythm of his breathing grounding her. Eventually, she slipped into a dreamless slumber sometime near dawn, only to be woken by the glare of early sunlight. The following morning dawned crisp and bright. After a quick breakfast, Daenerys and Jon made their way to a lower courtyard where a small group of travelers gathered, accompanying the courier who would carry the mysterious shard to Old Town. The courier, a middle-aged man named Ragath, wore simple clothes but had a steady air of competence. Daenerys impressed on him the need for discretion. He swore upon his life he would deliver the box directly to Sam Tarly's hands. Bran Stark had also sent a raven from Winterfell overnight, stating he would try to look into the artifact through his green sight if it ever came within range of a heart tree. It was cryptic as Bran's messages often were, but Daenerys hoped it might yield answers. She felt a pang that Bran remained so distant, more raven than man. But if his powers could sense leftover White Walker magic, it might prove vital. She handed the courier a sealed letter for Sam. Samwell, we send you a strange shard discovered among cultists beyond the wall. It resembles dragonglass yet is cold to the touch, milky white in color. We suspect remnants of dark magic. Examine it and let us know if you find any references or if the Citadel's archives shed light. Use caution, its properties are unknown. Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow. With that, the courier departed, riding out through the city's gates, flanked by half a dozen guards. Daenerys remained in the courtyard after they left, exhaling a slow breath of relief. One step closer to unraveling a dangerous mystery. Let's just hope, Jon murmured at her side, that we don't discover something more dreadful than we can handle. She reached for his hand and gave it a light squeeze. We've faced dreadful things before, she said, letting her voice carry quiet confidence. Whatever comes, we'll answer it together. He nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Then they parted ways for the day's separate duties. Jon heading to the training yard to review the city's watch formations, Daenerys to a briefing with Tyrion and the city's new master of supply. Even as the hours wore on, Daenerys could not fully shake the weight of possible revelations that might come from Old Town. In the days that followed, life in King's Landing continued at its rebuilding pace. Small victories piled up, a new batch of houses in Flea Bottom repaired, a restructured marketplace opening near the Dragonette, more trade caravans arriving with fresh produce. Even the weather seemed to reflect cautious optimism. Rains that fell were gentle, nourishing the fields around the city, rather than torrential storms. Arya recovered enough to depart, heading north with a small escort after exchanging farewells. Before riding out, she promised Daenerys she'd remain alert for any northern rumors that pointed to leftover cults or strange sightings. They parted on amicable terms, though Arya's stoic manner showed little emotion. Daenerys felt an odd pang, wishing she'd known this fierce young Stark in earlier times, but they had come to respect each other. Gendry left for the Stormlands soon after, armed with the news that House Velaryon would send a few ships to help track down Morgan Pike. Ser Davos decided to sail briefly to Driftmark to finalize those naval agreements, taking a small retinue. Tyrion stayed in the capital to manage day-to-day affairs. Meanwhile, Sansa prepared for a journey back to Winterfell, aiming to ensure the Free Folks' settlement near Moat Cailin proceeded smoothly. The swirl of movement indicated a realm in flux, with each region needing personal attention. Daenerys and Jon, too, considered traveling. Rumors came of minor unrest in the Riverlands, a band of roving mercenaries refusing to abide by the new Confederation laws. But Sansa volunteered to send men from the Vale to handle it, trusting that Daenerys and Jon's presence might be more critical in the capital for now. 3 weeks passed with no word from Sam Tarly. Each day, Daenerys found herself wandering to the rookery to check for ravens. Each day, the messages were routine, trade updates, local SQ. Yubles, none from Old Town that bore Sam's seal. She told herself to be patient. Old Town was far and the Citadel's research slow. Yet a tiny coil of anxiety unspooled in her chest. Could the artifact prove worthless? Or, worse, confirm a threat? At last, word arrived, though not from Sam. One evening, just after dusk, a messenger from the docks rushed into the keep, breathless, requesting to see Queen Daenerys and King Jon. Daenerys, in the middle of a discussion with Tyrion about city finances, was startled by the urgency. She dismissed the rest of the council, summoning the messenger into a side chamber. Jon joined them moments later. The messenger, a gaunt man in damp clothes, bowed hurriedly. "Your Graces," he panted. A ship from Old Town arrived. They say Sam Tarly set out for King's Landing in haste. He's on a smaller boat behind them by a day or so. He's bringing news about your special cargo, they said. Something urgent. He insisted on coming in person. Daenerys's breath caught. Jon's expression went taut. In person, he echoed. That must mean something big. Did they say more? The messenger shook his head. Only that he seemed agitated, told the archmasters he had to deliver his findings to you face to face. The smaller boat, the Silver Quill, left Old Town about a week ago. They expect it tomorrow or the day after. Daenerys glanced at Jon, her heart fluttering with both apprehension and curiosity. Sam never travels lightly, she said, forcing a smile. He's probably bringing half the library with him. Jon nodded, but his voice was tense. If it's urgent, it must be significant. We'll meet him at the docks. The messenger bowed again, then departed. Daenerys turned to Jon. We should alert Tyrion and the others, she murmured. If Sam's discovered something alarming, best we prepare. Jon agreed. They spent a restless night, mind churning with possibilities. By dawn, word spread quietly among key allies. Sam Tarly was coming with news. Daenerys felt an odd swirl of anticipation. She recalled Sam's unwavering kindness, his fascination with lore, the role he'd played in unveiling Jon's true parentage, in aiding the fight against the White Walkers. If he was traveling in person, it had to be vital. Late the next afternoon, a City Watch scout confirmed a small ship, the Silver Quill, had been sighted off King's Landing's harbor. Daenerys and Jon hurried down to the docks with Tyrion, Sansa, who had postponed her departure by a day out of curiosity, and a small contingent of guards. A crowd thronged the piers, sailors offloading crates, fishmongers hawking the day's catch, children darting about. At the far edge of the wharf, the slender vessel flew a makeshift banner, a white scroll on a blue field, likely the symbol of the Citadel's expedition. As it neared, Daenerys's pulse quickened. She scanned the deck and spotted Sam's familiar figure, robes flapping, hair thinning, face set in determined lines. Another figure in Maester's gray stood behind him, presumably an assistant. When the ship finally docked, Sam bounded down the gangplank, nearly losing his balance under the weight of a bulging satchel. Daenerys stepped forward, hands extended. Sam, she said, a note of relief in her voice. You came. Is everything all right? He managed a half-bow, nearly dropping his heavy satchel in the process. Your Grace. Let me catch my breath. He inhaled, cheeks flushed from the journey. I'm sorry for the urgency, but once I examined the artifact, I realized I needed to speak with you directly. Jon offered Sam a bracing pat on the shoulder. What have you found? Sam's expression darkened. I'll explain everything, but we should do it in private. It's complicated. He glanced at Tyrion and Sansa, then at the milling sailors. Forgive me. This cannot wait. Daenerys gestured to the guards. Clear a path. We'll return to the keep. Sam, you can present your findings to the council. She paused, seeing the anxiety in his eyes. Unless you think it best if we speak alone first? Sam bit his lip. The core council is fine, Tyrion, Sansa, whoever else you trust. But yes, behind closed doors, please. They wasted no time. The group wound through the bustling streets, Sam panting to keep up, nearly dropping his satchel a few times. On the way, Daenerys tried to glean a hint from Sam's rattled demeanor, but he only shook his head, promising to reveal it all soon. Concern prickled at her. She recalled how Sam had faced the White Walkers, the Citadel's skepticism, countless horrors. If this weighed on him so heavily, it had to be dire. Within the hour, they gathered in the Red Keep's council chamber. Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, Sansa, Davos, Brienne, and a few carefully chosen others. Sam stood at the table's head, carefully unpacking his satchel. Inside were several leather-bound tomes, scrolls, and a small wooden box. The original artifact was presumably in that box. As he laid them out, his eyes flicked around the table. I'll try to be concise, Sam began, voice trembling with subdued urgency. First, the shard you sent me, this milky white dragonglass. Upon closer inspection, it's not exactly obsidian. It's a related volcanic glass, but infused with an otherworldly quality. I tested it under different conditions, used certain alchemical reagents, and discovered it resonates with cold in a way normal obsidian does not. Daenerys leaned forward. Cold? As if it channels the essence of ice? Sam nodded grimly. Yes. I suspect it's dragon glass that was warped by White Walker magic, perhaps formed at some point in the ancient past. That alone is concerning, like a byproduct of their creation. But that's not all. In the Citadel archives, I found fragments of a very old text referencing a phenomenon called the Shard of Everfrost. It's said to be a catalyst for binding or unbinding certain wards associated with the others. A ripple of disquiet spread around the table. Davos rubbed his temples. Tyrion exchanged a sharp look with Sansa, who set her jaw. Tell us clearly, Jon said. Can this shard do something to resurrect the White Walkers? Sam hesitated, his fingers gripping the table edge. Not by itself. The text references a ritual, a synergy with what it calls the Waters of Winter, which might mean the frozen lakes or the heart of the old Weirwood network. But yes, theoretically, if someone possessed the knowledge, they could attempt to use such a shard in dark rites. The text is incomplete, much is lost, but the warning is explicit. Any mortal who tries to channel the shard's power risks madness or worse. Daenerys's heart lurched. The cult Arya destroyed, they had altars, runes carved in weirwood bark. They might have been following such a path. Sam inhaled shakily. Indeed, they might not have had the full knowledge or the correct conditions. Otherwise, he let the sentence hang, the implication grim. I suspect the shard you found is one of several. A hush fell, everyone absorbing the possibility. Tyrion broke the silence first. You mean there could be more of these, ice-tainted pieces of dragonglass out there, each capable of fueling this twisted magic? Sam nodded sorrowfully. Yes. The text references multiple shards, though it's unclear how many. Possibly a handful, each scattered or lost over centuries. Some might have been used in the ancient creation of White Walkers. Others could have formed from obsidian touched by the Night King's presence. The details are murky. But if more exist, each is a potential threat in the wrong hands. Sansa's eyes flashed with a rare anger. We have to root them out. If people like those cultists discover them, or if they already have them. Jon clenched a fist. We ended the Night King. By the gods, we're not letting his legacy rear its head again. He turned to Daenerys, voice urgent. We need a plan. We must ensure none of these shards remain free for any cult or renegade to find. She swallowed, forcing composure. We'll have to systematically check regions known for obsidian deposits like Dragonstone. Also, the far north where the White Walkers once roamed. But Westeros is vast, and if they're hidden among the wilds. Brienne straightened, her armor glinting. We can dispatch search parties, combining knowledge from the Citadel and from local lore. But it won't be easy. People might hoard such shards for power or profit. A weary sigh escaped Sam. The Citadel is prepared to help, though some archmasters remain skeptical. They think the threat died with the Night King. I argued otherwise. Enough believed me that they gave me these volumes. He patted the tomes. They detail older wards once used by the children of the forest, referencing how they locked away the White Walkers' power after the first long night. The mention of shards is minimal, but it's there. If we can replicate or strengthen those wards, we might render any leftover shards harmless. Davos nodded vigorously. Then we must try. Silence followed, heavy with possibilities. Tyrion rubbed the back of his neck. So, we face a long, uncertain search for shards of Everfrost, let's call them that. Meanwhile, we must reinforce wards akin to ancient magic we barely comprehend. And do so discreetly so we don't spark panic or encourage would-be cultists. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, recalling how she had once believed defeating the Night King ended the threat forever. She reopened them, meeting Sam's earnest gaze. Thank you, Sam. I know it couldn't have been easy to bring such grim tidings. We'll approach this carefully. Jon's shoulders relaxed a fraction. First step is identifying known obsidian sites, Dragonstone, the areas beyond the wall, maybe certain caves in the Westerlands or Stormlands. We can investigate each in turn. We can also quietly ask Tormund and the Free Folk to watch for suspicious activity up north. If we locate another shard, we send it to you, Sam, for safekeeping and study. Sam exhaled relief. That's wise. The Citadel can store them in wards. We'll guard them. And if we gather them all, maybe we can destroy them or bury them so deep no one can find them. Sansa tapped her fingers on the table. Fine. Let's form a small team to handle the search. We can't deploy entire armies, but we can use scouts and rangers, people we trust. Tyrion nodded. We'll draft a plan. This can't overshadow the realm's other needs, but it's vital. Even if there's only a small chance these shards could reignite the White Walker's magic, we can't ignore it. Daenerys turned to Sam. We'll keep you close if you're willing. Your expertise is invaluable. Unless you prefer to remain in Old Town. Sam shook his head. I'll stay here for now if it pleases you. The archives in the Red Keep are improved since the war ended thanks to Maester Gorman's efforts. I can coordinate with the Citadel by Raven. And being here, near the seat of the Confederation's decisions, might help expedite any discoveries. Daenerys gave him a grateful smile. We'd be honored. That night, once the rest of the council parted, Daenerys lingered in the keep's library with Sam, Jon, and Tyrion poring over the battered tomes Sam had brought. Candlelight flickered against old parchment. They found references to Icebrand, the Tear of Winter, and cryptic mentions of runic wards etched in weirwood hearts. Every page seemed half lost in archaic language. Sam translated as best he could. Jon, shoulders tense, eventually rubbed his eyes. It's so obscure. The children of the forest guarded these secrets. Without them, we're fumbling in the dark. Daenerys put a hand on his forearm. We still have Bran, she reminded gently. He bears the three-eyed raven's knowledge. Maybe he'll glean something. Tyrion snorted a touch bitterly. Speaking with Bran is seldom straightforward, but it's worth trying again. Perhaps we can ask him to come south. If this is truly pressing, his presence might help. They agreed. Sam would pen a letter to Bran, urging him to visit King's Landing if possible, or at least to share deeper visions about the wards. By midnight, they were exhausted, the library's candles burned low. Daenerys forced herself to bed, head throbbing with half-formed anxieties. The next days saw a flurry of new organizational efforts. Daenerys quietly arranged for small reconnaissance teams to check Dragonstone's obsidian mines for any strange lumps of milky glass. Another team would coordinate with Tormund's free folk, scanning remote northern caves. Tyrion insisted on sending a trusted retinue to the Westerland's mountainous regions where old volcanic rifts might hide more shards. They decided to keep the search hush-hush, framing it as a routine resource survey. Amid all that, the realm still demanded everyday governance. Newly minted coins needed distribution, roads needed maintenance, and House Valerion's ships arrived to coordinate the search for Morgan Pike. Daenerys found herself juggling urgent letters about farmland disputes in the Riverlands, plus updates on the Iron Bank's loan terms. She felt pulled in a dozen directions at once. Meanwhile, Sam immersed himself in local archives, occasionally emerging to read passages to Tyrion or scrawl notes about wards that might quell frozen flames. In quieter moments, Daenerys took comfort in glimpses of normalcy. She walked the city's partly restored gardens with Jon at dusk, watching the lamplighters spark torches along newly cleared streets. She visited Drogon, who perched contentedly on a broad ledge near the keep, his presence simultaneously reassuring and formidable. People had grown used to the giant beast overhead, viewing him as a living emblem of protection. Occasionally, she flew with him along the coastline, ensuring no threat lurked near the city's shipping lanes. Each flight reminded her of the exhilaration of open skies, a freedom that balanced the burdens of rule. One evening, as she and Jon returned from just such a flight, they found Sansa in a corridor outside the council chamber, scanning a missive with knitted brows. Her gaze flicked up at their approach. "Bran sent a raven," she announced. "He's not coming south." But he gave a cryptic vision detail. Something about search the waters of memory, the place where stone meets root. Jon frowned. "That's unhelpfully vague." Sansa nodded. "Typical." He added that the wards to contain fallen winter might be invoked where the old god's power lingers strongest. Possibly the Isle of Faces again, or the deep heart of a weirwood grove. He can't see clearly, only glimpses of ancient shapes. Daenerys recalled the Isle of Faces all too well, where they had shattered the Night King's hold. "So if we gather enough of these shards, we might have to enact a ritual similar to the one that ended him?" She rubbed her temples. "That was nearly impossible the first time." Sansa's tone softened. "No one's suggesting we relive that nightmare. But if shards keep surfacing, we might need to reinforce those wards. Bran's message suggests the land itself can lock away the last echoes of the White Walkers." Jon exhaled. "All right, let's keep that in mind. First, we find the shards. Then we see if we need a new ritual. One step at a time." He glanced at Daenerys, seeking her agreement. She mustered a small nod. One step at a time. Days turned to weeks with no major discoveries. The scouts at Dragonstone found nothing unusual in the old obsidian tunnels. Just the standard black glass. Tormund's watchers reported no sign of milky shards either, though they did find suspicious glyphs in a hidden glen. Likely leftover cult nonsense. They burned them. The Westerlands team scoured caves near Casterly Rock, returning empty-handed. Daenerys tried to quell her frustration, reminding herself it was better to find nothing than a hidden trove of cursed glass. Sam, undeterred, pored over every scrap of textual clue in the Red Keep's library. Sometimes Tyrion joined him, though Tyrion's eyes glazed over at the archaic language. Daenerys occasionally stepped in to read translations, feeling more confident deciphering old Targaryen genealogies than mystical runes. Between them, They gleaned that the children of the forest had likely performed multiple binding rituals across the land, forging barriers that forced the White Walkers north centuries ago. If any shards remained, they had either been lost in the depths of the earth or hoarded by fools seeking power. Meanwhile, rumors trickled in of minor strife. A warlord in Essos claiming he had ice-blessed relics for sale, though no one confirmed it. A suspicious rumor from the free cities was never fully substantiated. Daenerys's blood chilled at the notion that leftover White Walker magic could become a trade commodity among unscrupulous smugglers. She quietly asked her spymaster, a shadowy figure who had taken on some of Varys's old network, to monitor such claims. No confirmation emerged, but the possibility lingered. Amid these undercurrents, the realm pressed forward with everyday life. Harvests from the Reach came in strongly that season, staving off hunger in the capital. Mullendor, the steward Daenerys and Jon had appointed at Highgarden, sent encouraging reports. Minimal feuding among local houses, a robust wheat yield, new orchard expansions. The people praised the caretaker's fairness. In the north, Sansa supervised the free folk settlement near Moat Cailin, forging uneasy alliances with local bannermen. Gendry's Stormlands boomed with renewed trade, though the search for the rogue Ironborn Morgan Pike continued. Yara Greyjoy wrote that she had cornered some of his crew but not the captain himself, who remained elusive. During one bright autumn afternoon, Daenerys found herself in the keep's courtyard, overseeing a minor ceremony. A handful of common soldiers recognized for acts of bravery in defending local villages from bandits were being awarded small silver pins representing the Confederation's appreciation. It was a short, simple event, no grand feasts, just a moment of official gratitude. Daenerys pinned each man and woman, smiling as they knelt, flustered by the attention. Jon stood beside her, offering quiet words of praise. The sense of normalcy buoyed Daenerys' spirits. These were the small gestures that built trust in a realm so often rent by war. As the ceremony concluded and the soldiers dispersed with new confidence shining in their eyes, Tyrion approached with a folded parchment. "A raven from Tormund at Castle Black," he said softly. "You should read this." Daenerys, heartbeat quickening, took the parchment. The last time Tormund had sent urgent missives, it involved cults. She opened it, scanning his messy scrawl. Queen Daenerys, King Jon. Found signs of fresh digging in a cave far beyond the wall, near an old White Walker haunt. Scattered bones. Possibly men searching for something. My men spied them from a distance, but they vanished before we could approach. No sign of new shards, but these men had odd tools. If you want details, come see for yourselves. We'll keep watch. Tormund Giantsbane. She shared the contents with Jon. He grimaced. Digging? Tools? Possibly treasure hunters looking for ice relics. Tyrion sighed. We can't leave that uninvestigated. If people are actively searching for leftover White Walker artifacts, we have to know who and why. Daenerys rubbed her arms, remembering the biting cold of the far north. We might have to go ourselves. That region is mostly uncharted, and Tormund's men might not have the resources to chase a determined group. And if they're specifically searching for a shard of Everfrost. Jon nodded grimly. We see. And ignore it. Tyrion hesitated. All right, but be cautious. The capital still needs your leadership. If both of you go, it leaves a power vacuum. Perhaps only one of you should travel north. Daenerys and Jon exchanged a glance. She could see the conflict in his eyes, a desire to protect her from that grueling journey balanced against her own fierce independence. She recalled how they'd nearly lost each other on those icy plains before. But this was bigger than fear. I think we should both go, she said quietly. We faced the heart of winter together once, and it demanded both our strengths. If these relic hunters are determined, we might need dragonfire or strategic negotiation. Either way, we stand a stronger chance together. Jon's gaze softened. Agreed. But we must set up a solid regency in our absence. Sansa can return from the north, or Tyrion can hold the city with Davos's help. Tyrion raised both palms. If that's your choice, I'll do my best here. Sansa's presence would help, but she's half a kingdom away. I can coordinate with Brienne, Sam, the small council. We'll keep the realm stable. Daenerys inhaled. Then it's settled. We'll gather a small party, no armies, just enough skilled rangers, some unsullied, maybe a few specialists. We head north to Castle Black, meet Tormund, and find out who's digging for foul secrets. A determined hush settled around them. Despite the mild autumn sun overhead, Daenerys felt an echo of winter's chill in her core. She recalled once more the vow she and Jon had made. They would not allow the realm to be swallowed by night again. This time, she thought, we will snuff out any ember of that darkness before it grows. Over the next week, they prepared. Sam insisted on coming, anxious to examine any site that might yield fresh clues. At first, Daenerys hesitated, worried for Sam's safety in the wild. But he was adamant, citing his experience beyond the wall and knowledge of runes that might appear. Tyrion concurred that Sam's presence might be vital for immediate interpretation of any findings. Grey Worm volunteered some Unsullied to guard them, though he himself would remain to safeguard the city. Daenerys also requested a few skilled scouts from the north. These had served under Jon before and knew the terrain well. Supplies were packed carefully: warm furs, rope, climbing tools, dragonglass weapons in case anything monstrous still lurked. Drogon would accompany Daenerys, of course, providing swift reconnaissance. The plan was to ride north, then proceed from Winterfell to Castle Black. Tormund would guide them from there. Sansa, upon receiving urgent ravens from the capital, agreed to meet them in Winterfell if time allowed. She'd handle Confederation matters in the north while they scoured beyond the wall. Meanwhile, Tyrion, Davos, and Brienne would oversee King's Landing with a rotating council from the Vale and the Reach. The realm would keep functioning in their absence. At last, the day of departure arrived: clear skies, a crisp breeze. In the Red Keep's courtyard, Daenerys and Jon surveyed their small expedition. Sam tried to mount a horse without dropping his satchel of books. A half-dozen Unsullied in travel gear stood stoically by. 3 Northern Rangers adjusted their saddlebags. Drogon perched on a wide parapet, letting out a low rumble of anticipation. Daenerys wore layers of furs over her riding leathers, steel gauntlets around her wrists, and a cloak embroidered with a faint Targaryen sigil. Jon likewise wore a heavy black cloak pinned by the Stark direwolf. They exchanged final words with Tyrion, who had come to see them off, flanked by city watch officers. Tyrion's wry voice cut the tension. "You do know if you go beyond the wall again, you might freeze. Try not to lose any more dragons this time." Daenerys managed a small smile, though the memory of Viserion's loss stung. "No more dragons lost," she promised softly. Jon clasped Tyrion's arm. "Hold the city together for us. We'll return as soon as we can." Tyrion nodded. "And if you find anything truly dire, well, send ravens. Or bring the entire cave down on their heads." With that, Daenerys stepped toward Drogon. He lowered his massive head, allowing her to climb the ridged neck with practiced ease. She settled into the saddle. Jon took up his horse, motioning for Sam and the others to follow. The courtyard gates opened to reveal King's Landing's winding streets. On a signal, Daenerys urged Drogon skyward, powerful wing beats stirring dust across the courtyard. The riders set off, forging through the city's throng, heading north once more toward old ghosts, half-known horrors, and a vow to prevent any resurgence of the long night. The ride through the Crownlands went quickly. Peasants and small folk paused to stare at the traveling column, especially the black dragon overhead. Daenerys and Jon camped minimally, pressing onward each day. Sam clung to his horse with grim determination, complaining occasionally about saddle sores. The Unsullied marched in disciplined silence while the northern scouts pointed out the best routes. Drogon soared or glided overhead, sometimes landing to rest or hunt, creating small stampedes of startled wildlife. By the 5th day, they crossed the neck and entered the north proper. Signs of autumn touched the landscape, leaves turning gold and red, a crispness in the air that hinted at a coming chill. Jon's face relaxed subtly at the familiar surroundings, even though the memories of war lingered in every broken keep or burned farm. They reached Winterfell at dusk on the 7th day, greeted by newly rebuilt walls. Sansa was there, along with a mix of northern bannermen and workers. The courtyard bustled with activity, wagons of supplies, new forges ringing with hammerfalls. The great hall glowed with lamplight. Daenerys felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling the last time the Starks had all been together here, facing near certain doom. Now, the castle was half repaired, humming with renewed purpose. Sansa embraced Jon tightly, then turned to Daenerys with a nod of respect. "Welcome back. I'd have prepared a feast if we'd had more warning." Daenerys shook her head, dismounting gracefully. "We won't linger long. Tormund's letter suggests urgency." Sansa's gaze flicked to Sam, who was being helped off his horse by an Unsullied guard. "I see you've brought reinforcements. That's wise." She paused, taking in the entire group. "But at least spend the night. Castle Black is still many days' ride. You'll want to rest, resupply, and gather more local guides." Jon agreed. "Yes, we'll do that. Thank you." Inside Winterfell's walls, Daenerys noticed the improvements: scaffolding along a half-collapsed tower, fresh straw in the stables, new tapestries in the Great Hall. Sansa was evidently determined to restore their ancestral seat to grandeur. Over a modest supper of stew and bread, they discussed the expedition. Sansa offered to send a handful of seasoned northern rangers, including some who had traveled beyond the wall multiple times. They could expedite the search if Tormund led them to that newly discovered cave. "What do you expect to find there?" Sansa asked between spoonfuls of stew. Sam wiped his mouth. "Likely just footprints, leftover dig sites. But if we see signs of these milky shards or runes, we have to be sure. Otherwise, such knowledge could let unscrupulous people attempt vile rituals." Sansa nodded, voice quiet. "And if you do find another shard?" Jon's expression hardened. "We'll confiscate it or destroy it. Sam will know what to do. Possibly we store it with him until we figure out a permanent solution." Drogon, perched outside the castle walls, let out a distant roar that rattled the windows. Sansa's eyes flicked upward as dust drifted from the rafters. "He's gotten bigger, hasn't he?" Daenerys gave a small, fond smile. "Yes. He hunts across these skies without fear. People are learning to trust him. At least they're not shooting arrows at him on sight anymore." Supper concluded, the group dispersed. Sansa insisted Daenerys and Jon rest in the chambers they'd once occupied during the war. Daenerys found the bed more comfortable than she remembered, though her sleep remained fitful, haunted by images of icy tunnels. She woke once to find Jon awake too, staring at the ceiling, his mind evidently on the same anxious track. Early next morning, they mustered in the courtyard. Sansa personally came to see them off, offering each ranger a nod of encouragement. The newly conscripted northern guides joined them, bringing the total to about 15 men. Enough to handle trouble, but not so large as to attract undue attention. Sam fussed with the straps on his horse, double-checking his trunk of books. Daenerys prepared Drogon for flight, though she intended to mostly ride with Jon unless the need arose for aerial scouting. Sansa hugged Jon fiercely. "Be safe," she said, her voice hushed. "We fought so long to free the North from the dead. I don't want any shadow of that returning." He touched her cheek gently, eyes solemn. "Nor do I. This is just caution." She gave Daenerys a faint smile. "Look after him, please." Daenerys returned the smile. "I promise." With final farewells, they rode north once more. The wind grew chill, the land barer as they left behind Winterfell's farmland. They passed the last hearth decimated by the White Walkers in the final war. Reconstruction was minimal there, most families had relocated. Beyond that, the terrain turned stony, dotted with twisted pines. Each camp at night was colder than the last. Their breath turned to mist in the evenings. Sam muttered about the growing chill, triple-layering his cloaks. The rangers joked about how this was still mild compared to the true winter they'd seen. On the 6th day from Winterfell, they sighted the looming shape of the wall. Even in its damaged state, sections still collapsed from the undead dragon's assault. It was a staggering sight. At Castle Black, Tormund awaited them, flanked by half-frozen watchmen. The fortress was a shell of its once larger garrison, but it maintained a small presence for any travelers or free folk passing through. The gates creaked open, letting Daenerys and Jon's party inside. Tormund boomed with laughter, grabbing Jon in a rough embrace. "Crow, you came." He nodded at Daenerys less rambunctiously. "And the Dragon Queen, too. Good. We might need that monster of yours if those bastards show up again." Daenerys let out a short laugh despite the tension. "Good to see you alive and well, Tormund. Show us these signs of digging." He rubbed his ruddy beard. "I will head out at dawn. Got a few watchers who know the way. Just a day's travel beyond the wall, near a ravine. We found tracks and a half-finished tunnel. Whoever they were, they fled quick. Left behind some picks and an old satchel. You'll see." His bright eyes flicked to Sam. "Ha! The wizard boy. Good, maybe you can figure out their weird scribblings." Sam gave a shaky nod. "I'll do my best." They shared a rough meal in Castle Black's mess hall that night, the air thick with echoes of old battles. Daenerys could hardly step through the courtyard without recalling how the Night King's legions had advanced, unstoppable until their final defeat. Now, the only whites here were memories. She tried to quell her dread that new horrors might lurk in the wilderness. Dawn arrived with a steel-gray sky, spitting flurries of snow. The group crossed the ruined section of the wall carefully, using makeshift ramps. Outside, the vast white expanses stretched in all directions, dotted with black crags and low hills. Tormund led them, along with half a dozen free folk scouts. Daenerys kept Drogon overhead, scanning for any sign of threats. Jon, Sam, and the Unsullied trudged on foot or horse, though the footing soon forced them to dismount. They navigated slopes and winding passes, the cold wind biting exposed skin. Sam huddled in furs, cheeks reddening. By midday, Tormund halted near a narrow canyon. Down there, he said, pointing to a cleft in the rock. Follow me. They descended carefully, boots crunching on ice-slick stone. At the canyon's base, a winding path led to a cave mouth partially hidden by an overhang. Even in daylight, gloom clung to the edges. Tormund directed them to an adjacent alcove where pickaxes lay scattered, half buried in snow. Daenerys crouched, brushing snow aside to reveal a satchel with a broken strap. She found lumps of dried food, a map scrawled on stiff parchment, unfamiliar markings dotted with X's. Sam peered over her shoulder. This is not a local map. Could be from Essos or partial. The script is odd, might be coded. He glanced at Jon. Could these be Sel's words from across the sea? Tormund grunted. We saw no brand on their gear, but they left in a hurry. Let's check the cave. They lit torches, proceeding into the darkness. The passage sloped downward, the walls coated in frost. Drips of melting ice echoed in the silence. Daenerys's heart pounded. She recalled the smell of that tomb-like cold in the Night King's domain. Jon moved beside her, hand on the hilt of his dragonglass blade, scanning every shadow. Behind them, Sam trailed with a torch, face pale. They ventured 100 yards inside, the path branching. Tormund pointed right. We found a chamber that looked freshly dug. Maybe they were mining. In that chamber, the ground was torn up, pick marks scarring the floor. The roof had cracks where someone tried chiseling at the rock. Chunks of stone littered the corners, along with bits of glacial ice. A faint odor of stale air lingered. Sam bent down, rummaging through debris. He lifted a shard of normal black obsidian. They were digging for dragonglass, but maybe they hoped to find a milky piece. Jon exhaled. So they're hunting for more Everfrost shards. The question is, who? At the far side of the chamber, one of Tormund's scouts let out a whistle. Oi, there's something carved here. Looks old. Daenerys hurried over, torch held high. The wall bore faint lines carved in the shape of swirling spirals, reminiscent of White Walker sigils. Overlapping them were new, deeper gouges, as if someone had tried to pry the wall apart. The combined effect was unnerving, ancient ice sorcery hints hacked by modern picks. Charming, Tormund muttered. They must have believed a shard was hidden behind these carvings. Sam stepped closer, brushing ice away with a gloved hand. He frowned. These spirals. I've seen them in old records. They're associated with the White Walker's earliest signs. They might have seeded this cave with their power ages ago. Daenerys studied the gouges. If they took something from here, we'd see empty space, right? Sam crouched, rummaging among splinters of stone. Not necessarily. They might have chipped away small bits. Or they found nothing. Hard to say. His voice quavered. But the presence of these carvings suggests the walkers once lingered here. Jon scanned the ground. Tracks are gone, but Tormund's watchers said they saw about half a dozen men, maybe more. If they found nothing, they might search further. Or if they found a shard, they might be heading somewhere else to use it. Fear coiled in Daenerys's gut. Another shard in the hands of unknown relic hunters? She pictured the cult Arya had faced, how close they'd come to harnessing powers they barely understood. We have to track them, she said, mind racing. They can't have gone far. Tormund's scouts nodded. We can try. The snow's fresh, though. Hard to follow. But we'll do our best. They backtracked out of the cave, combing the canyon for footprints or trails. The wind howled, scattering flurries, wiping away most traces. Sam found a small clearing upwind where lumps of dung indicated a camp for pack animals. Beyond that, the snow was churned, but the wind erased any direction of travel. They fanned out for hours, scanning ridges, climbing vantage points. Drogon soared overhead, Daenerys scanning the horizon. No sign of strangers. By dusk, they were forced to concede the group had vanished into the northern wastes. They gathered around a makeshift camp near the canyon, frustrated. Tormund spat. They must have known how to navigate this terrain. That's rare for foreign treasure hunters. Unless they hired local guides, Jon muttered, scowling. Sam rubbed his arms to ward off the cold. So they might have found a shard here or not. We can't confirm. Either way, they're searching for something. This definitely ties into the White Walker legacy. Daenerys felt a knot in her stomach. We can't search the entire north for them in the dead of winter, well, near winter. Let's see if Tormund's watchers can glean rumors. Meanwhile, we can head further north ourselves or circle around. But we risk losing them altogether. Jon stepped to her side, voice low. We could push deeper, but it's dangerous for a large party. Tormund's scouts stand the best chance, traveling light. Meanwhile, we can return to Castle Black, coordinate a wider net of watchers. If they appear at another site, we can respond quickly with Drogon. She hesitated, hating the idea of letting the culprits slip away. But logically, she saw no better option. You're right. We can't stumble blindly. We'll rely on Tormund's people to send word. Let's leave some of our men to help. Tormund nodded. Aye, a few more watchers would help. We'll keep eyes peeled. If we catch a whiff of them, we'll send a raven. That night, Daenerys slept in a small tent near the canyon, the wind keening outside, the cold biting her exposed face. She dreamed of creeping shapes in the snow, chanting in languages unknown. She woke near dawn, heart pounding. In the pale light, she found Jon awake too, offering her a silent, understanding glance. They embraced briefly, drawing warmth from each other. After a Spartan breakfast, hard bread, salted meat, melted snow for water, they parted ways with Tormund, leaving 4 unsullied behind to bolster the Watchers. Tormund saluted them. If we find these bastards, we'll hold em until you come with the dragon. Count on it. Then he cracked a half-grin. Just like old times, eh, Crow? Jon mustered a small smile. Just don't get yourself killed. They trudged back to Castle Black, a gloom settling over the expedition. The question of whether the relic hunters had actually found a shard gnawed at Daenerys. If they had, they could vanish anywhere, possibly heading south to out-of-the-way strongholds. The sense of threat felt intangible, like a shifting phantom just beyond reach. At Castle Black, they restocked, spent one night, then decided to return to Winterfell. Sam, exhausted, welcomed the warmer accommodations. Along the journey south, they pondered their next move. Daenerys had no desire to remain idle. She wanted to pass word to all major houses, watch for suspicious groups searching old ruins. Yet they must remain discreet. Broadcasting rumors of hidden ice shards might spark more interest from opportunists. They reached Winterfell to find Sansa waiting, concern etched on her face. She listened intently to their report. So they escaped, she summarized softly. Now you're left with unanswered questions. Daenerys nodded. Yes. We're returning to King's Landing after a short rest, unless you need us here. Tormund's Watchers will keep searching, but there's little else to do. Sansa drew a breath. I'll double patrols in the northern roads. If they try crossing the neck with stolen relics, we might catch them. Her expression turned fierce. We'll not allow them to pass unnoticed. Jon placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. That night, the atmosphere in Winterfell's hall was subdued. A quiet meal, no grand gatherings. Sam pored over the stolen satchel and partial map Tormund's men found, trying to decode the strange symbols. Daenerys joined him for a while, offering suggestions. She recognized none of the script. Eventually, Sam gave up for the evening, declaring it might be a cipher. Daenerys slept fitfully once again, rising early to walk along the castle ramparts. The air was crisp but not brutally cold, and the sky had that pinkish hue of dawn. She gazed over the fields around Winterfell, dotted with patches of forest turning autumn gold. So much had changed since the realm united to defeat the dead. Now, fresh challenges lurked. She wondered if the Confederation would endure these new shadows. A footstep alerted her to Jon's presence behind her. He joined her at the battlement, sharing the stillness. After a time, she asked softly, "Do you regret coming north for this wild goose chase?" He shook his head. No. It had to be done. Even if we didn't catch them, we confirmed they're real. We can better prepare. Tormund's Watchers may succeed yet. She touched his arm lightly. We'll keep the realm safe, she murmured as if reaffirming a vow. He turned, meeting her gaze with a calm intensity. We will. They spent another day at Winterfell, finalizing their ride south. Sansa insisted they take extra provisions and a small company of northern escorts. By the time they left, it felt like a subdued farewell. Neither Sansa nor Daenerys had illusions that the matter was resolved. But each had responsibilities pulling them in opposite directions. As Daenerys, Jon, Sam, and their retinue traversed the King's Road back to the capital, an early frost dusted the mornings. The crisp air felt like a harbinger of the winter still to come. Sam continued tinkering with the partial map, cursing under his breath at the cipher. Occasionally, Daenerys flew ahead with Drogon, scouting for any sign of mysterious travelers, but found none. When at last King's Landing's walls appeared on the horizon, they felt an odd mixture of relief and frustration. Tyrion welcomed them at the gates, reporting that no major crises had erupted in their absence, just the usual swirl of trade disputes, minor banditry, and the search for Morgan Pike. The city's reconstruction had advanced noticeably, new walls nearing completion. In a private council session, Daenerys and Jon detailed their findings to Tyrion, Davos, Brienne, and the others, the evidence of a mysterious group, the partial map, the possibility of more Everfrost shards scattered across Westeros. A hush fell as they concluded. Tyrion rubbed his temples. So we have no direct leads. We only know a group scours the far north for such power, and presumably others might do the same in hidden corners of the realm. Brienne's expression hardened. Then we must remain ever vigilant. Davos cleared his throat. We can also reach out to Yara Greyjoy, see if any foreign ships or parties smuggling odd cargo have been spotted. If these relic hunters plan to transport something by sea, the Ironborn might catch them. Sam brightened. Good idea. And I'll check the library again for any references to coded maps. If I can crack it, maybe we'll glean their next destination. Daenerys glanced around the table, her voice hushed. We might be in for a long hunt, but we'll not abandon it. The Confederation thrives on the promise that the nightmares of the long night won't return. We must ensure they stay banished. Jon reached across, covering her hand. And we will. In that moment, the council, shaken by the news, faced the choice between fear and resolve. The hush in the chamber felt almost like a vow shared among them all. They had survived the apocalypse once. They would not succumb to lesser echoes of it now. If shards of Everfrost existed, they would be collected, neutralized, locked away. If cults or relic hunters threatened to resurrect the White Walker's legacy, they would be crushed. If hidden corners of Westeros harbored ancient icebound magic, they would face it head-on with flame and steel. Thus began the next chapter of their rule. Far from presiding over a realm of idle peace, Daenerys and Jon found themselves forging a delicate balance, quashing flickers of dark magic, sustaining the fragile alliances of a confederation still reeling from the Great War, and ensuring that the small folk prospered enough to keep faith in their leaders. Each day brought new tasks, a border skirmish here, a trade dispute there, an alarming rumor of a strange artifact uncovered in an abandoned mine. Most turned out to be mere talk. But now and then, a spark of real menace emerged, and they pounced on it, determined never to let an ember of winter's malice go unquenched. In the months that followed, Sam's unrelenting research revealed partial breakthroughs on the cryptic map, implying possible sites in the Frostfang Mountains or even near the Skirling Passes. Tormund relayed sightings of small groups skulking along the edges of the haunted forest. A few times, Daenerys soared north with Drogon, joined by rangers, but they never caught the elusive hunters. The Watchers destroyed suspicious camps, scattering those who sought forbidden relics. Step by step, they tightened the net around the remnants of iceborne magic. Meanwhile, everyday life in King's Landing blossomed. Streets once choked with rubble now bustled with trade. Taverns reopened, blacksmiths hammered out sturdy tools, and children played in squares free of fear. The Confederation established a rotating council system in the capital, with each major region sending a delegate for a set period, ensuring no single house dominated. Tensions flared from time to time, particularly with the Westerlands over tax rates or Dorne wanting more autonomy, but overall, the realm functioned in uneasy harmony. The horrors of the Night King's brief reign receded into memory for most folk, replaced by the tangible tasks of rebuilding. For Daenerys and Jon, their bond deepened through these trials. They found quiet moments in the keep's garden or on Drogon's vantage near the city walls, reaffirming that their choice to share power, indeed, to share life, was the best chance the realm had for unity. They never proclaimed themselves king and queen in the old sense, but the small folk often referred to them that way out of habit. By now, the Iron Throne was long melted down, repurposed into plows and tools. The monarchy as it once was had ended. And yet, the spirit of leadership remained. Daenerys continued championing orphans and the displaced, ensuring no region starved. Jon oversaw the training of new watchmen, forging them into an honest force that answered to the realm, not to petty corruption. Tyrion's cunning steered the Confederation's finances, while Sam's scholarship warded against encroaching darkness. Sansa's formidable presence in the north maintained stability there, forging alliances with free folk communities that blossomed into a new, integrated society. Gendry hammered out prosperity in the Stormlands. Yara kept a wary eye on the seas, determined that no reaver or foreign threat disrupt their fragile peace. Though the specter of Everfrost shards loomed, it never quite erupted into a second apocalypse. Daenerys and Jon's vigilance, combined with the watchful eyes of their allies, blunted each attempt by desperate cultists or unscrupulous treasure seekers. Time after time, they arrived swiftly on horseback, by dragon's wings, or guided by informants, and snuffed out the seed of evil. Bit by bit, those who yearned for the Night King's legacy realized the realm would not let it return. The memory of that first unstoppable winter had galvanized every corner of Westeros to report suspicious activity. In that manner, the years began to flow by. Not in perfect tranquility, pockets of conflict arose, new lords jostled for position, foreign powers from Essos tested the Confederation's stability. Yet no single threat overshadowed the entire realm as the White Walkers once had. Trade grew, farmland thrived, ships crossed the seas. The children born after the Great War only knew stories of the undead armies, fabled nightmares that their parents insisted were real, though they had never witnessed them themselves. And always, in the background, Daenerys and Jon remembered the vow, the long night shall not return. If the faintest glimmer of ice magic sparked in some hidden crypt, they stood ready. If leftover shards emerged from old caverns, they seized them and locked them in wards, eventually gathering them under Sam's careful watch at the Citadel. If cultists reared their heads, free folk or knights or watchers put them down with firm resolve. Between the Targaryen queen who brought dragonfire and the Stark-born king who had faced winter incarnate, any resurgence of that old terror withered beneath the combined strength of fire and steel. In time, the realm took on a new identity, shaped not by fear of a singular throne, but by a common memory of near extinction. The capital, no longer overshadowed by an iron seat, became a hub where each region's voice mattered. Lords discovered new forms of compromise. The free folk integrated with the North, forging a culture that blended tradition with newfound acceptance. Dragons soared overhead, but as guardians, not conquerors. And in quiet nights, families told their children about the couple who had once defied the end of the world, reminding them that as long as unity and vigilance prevailed, winter's darkest shadows had no place to nest. Thus did Westeros endure. No longer a land locked in endless conflict, nor wholly free of trouble, but a realm knit together by the threads of survival and the promise of a warmer dawn. Daenerys and Jon carried the memory of that war within them, frostbitten nightmares, the deathly hush of White Walkers, the heartbreak of fallen friends. But they carried too the fierce love they had discovered amid the storm, the small mercies that kept them human. Through that love, they found the strength to lead a battered continent toward a future not dominated by iron nor iced devils, but shaped by the quiet, unbreakable determination of those who refused to let the night claim them again. Epilogue. A swirl of autumn leaves rustled along a paved walkway in King's Landing, where children ran, laughing at the bright sky overhead. Daenerys stood on a balcony of the Red Keep, rebuilt, reimagined, though never again with an iron throne inside. She watched those children, a fond smile on her lips. She wore a simple gown of gray-blue, a pin shaped like a three-headed dragon at her shoulder. No crown weighed upon her head, she had long forsaken such symbols. At her side, Jon gazed out, arms folded, a faint smile in the corners of his eyes. They're so young, he mused, too young to remember any of it. Daenerys nodded slowly. And I prefer it that way. Let them hear the tales but never know the terror firsthand. Nearby, on a lower terrace, Drogon dozed in a patch of sun. Age had not diminished his power, but his once relentless energy had mellowed. City folk passed by with little more than a curious glance. He was a familiar sight, the great black dragon who had once terrified armies and shattered the hold of the undead. Now he was a watchful sentinel, content in a world that no longer needed him for war. Daenerys turned to Jon. I sometimes think about the battles we fought. How easily we might have lost. She exhaled, remembering the swirl of ice and the hopeless stands. But we didn't. Jon's voice was soft. Because we stood together. All of us. You, me, the Starks, the free folk, the houses. Even the old gods and the new. She leaned her head against his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his presence. We made this new world. It's not perfect, but it's alive, free. And as long as we keep vigil, it'll remain so. He pressed a gentle kiss to her temple. Always. Below. The children scattered in a game of tag, squealing with delight. A stray cat darted among them, tail high. The city's bells chimed from a restored tower, not as a warning but as a midday peal to mark the turning of hours. The air smelled of fresh bread and the faint tang of the sea, carried on a southwestern breeze. Daenerys closed her eyes, letting that moment sink into her soul. This was the peace so many had died for, so many had prayed for. She and Jon had sacrificed illusions of a singular monarchy, had endured heartbreak and near destruction to forge a unity that spanned from Dorne to the far north. The Great War's scars lingered, yes, but they served as reminders. Never again would they let the realm stand unprepared or divided against the creeping cold. When she opened her eyes, she saw Tyrion crossing the courtyard below, talking animatedly with Davos. She saw Sam stepping out of a library door, carefully cradling a stack of scrolls, no doubt new accounts from the Citadel about obscure artifacts. She saw Brienne speaking to a group of knights near the gates. She saw men and women of different houses mingling in common cause. And overhead, the sun shone brightly, gilding the city's rooftops where once the gloom of endless winter had reigned. She inhaled a steady breath and looked at Jon. "Shall we walk?" she asked. Perhaps we can visit the new schools near the Dragon Pit. I hear they're teaching children their letters, courtesy of the Citadel's outreach. Jon smiled. That sounds good. They left the balcony, hand in hand, passing through corridors that had once been shadowed by war. Their footsteps resonated on polished floors, each step a quiet testament to how far they'd come. Wherever they went, guards and servants offered respectful nods, not out of fear, but out of genuine respect for those who had kept winter's darkest forces at bay. Outside, the sunlight painted the city in warm hues. Daenerys and Jon strolled along a newly built walkway that led toward the old dragon pit, now transformed into a community space. Stone archways, repaired from the ruin, housed small workshops, a gallery of local crafts, and a few classrooms where Citadel-educated teachers taught reading, writing, and basic lore. Children from all backgrounds, some from the Crownlands, some from distant regions, gathered there, forging new friendships that transcended old boundaries. Passing one such class, Daenerys heard a teacher reciting a simplified version of Aegon's conquest, how the Targaryen dragons unified the Seven Kingdoms. She winced slightly, recalling the bloodshed behind that story, but recognized the teacher's gentle approach. She also caught references to the Great War, the Near Apocalypse, how men and women of all houses joined to defeat the dead. The children sat rapt, absorbing lessons of unity and caution, forming a new generation that might not repeat ancient mistakes. One little boy, noticing Daenerys and Jon pausing at the doorway, tugged a classmate's sleeve and pointed. The teacher, seeing them, stood and dipped her head. The children gazed wide-eyed, uncertain whether to bow or wave. Daenerys lifted a hand in greeting, a soft smile touching her lips. Jon did the same. The teacher, smiling, resumed her lesson about how cooperation had saved the realm, referencing the Dragon Queen and the Northern King. Daenerys and Jon continued on, strolling near a cluster of fruit stalls. The air smelled of ripe apples and pears. A vendor called out cheerful greetings, offering them slices to taste. They politely declined, mindful of the crowd gathering to catch a glimpse of them. A few small folk stepped forward, respectfully, to speak thanks for roads repaired, for farmland reclaimed. Daenerys listened with humility, telling them the Confederation's success belonged to all. Jon nodded along, politely urging them to keep working with their local council reps. Then the crowd parted to reveal Sam, who had apparently been searching for them. He carried a slender scroll, face lit with excitement. "There you are," he panted, pressing a hand to his side. "I've found it. The last piece of that cipher from the cave." Daenerys's brow shot up. Even after all these months, Sam had not abandoned his quest for every scrap of knowledge. "The cipher from the Relic Hunter's map?" she asked. Sam nodded vigorously. "Yes, it references a chain of caves near the Skirling Pass. But from everything we've learned, Tormund's Watchers have secured them. So perhaps they never made it that far, or we disrupted them enough that it's moot. Still, it's an answer at last. We believe they plan to search each site systematically." Jon's smile was tinged with relief. "So maybe we truly forced them into hiding, or Tormund scattered them. Good to know we have no missed path." Sam beamed. "Precisely, and it reaffirms our sense that we've removed any real threat from leftover ice magic. If those men keep trying, Tormund will catch them. Meanwhile, we keep an ear to the ground for new rumors." Daenerys exhaled, a tension leaving her shoulders. "That's the best news we could hope for. Thank you, Sam." He chuckled softly. "I thought you'd like to know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm meeting a scribe from the Citadel to discuss standardizing the new literacy programs." He gave them a warm grin, then hurried off, scroll bouncing under his arm. Daenerys and Jon exchanged a grateful glance. With each small discovery, each reaffirmed calm, the realm inched further from the abyss that once threatened to swallow it whole. They resumed their walk, passing stonemasons finishing decorative columns, a minstrel singing a ballad of the long night's end, street dogs lazing in the sun. King's Landing was no longer the hive of conspiracies Daenerys once encountered. Much had changed. "Sometimes I wonder," she murmured, "if the realm will fully forget the terror of the dead." Jon gazed at the children running near the steps of an old fountain. Memory fades, but we'll keep enough knowledge alive to ensure vigilance. That's all we can do. They headed back toward the Red Keep as the sun dipped west. A hush of satisfaction filled Daenerys's heart even amid the day's usual demands. She recalled the day they had first crossed paths, him a man who'd seen the White Walker's threat firsthand, her a queen determined to break chains. Their journeys had converged in fires of war, forging an alliance that saved the continent. Now they guided the continent not through fear, but through cooperation and careful watchfulness. In her chambers that evening, Daenerys stood by the window watching the last glimmer of sunset burn the sky in orange and purple. Drogon was a dark silhouette on a distant tower. She felt Jon's presence behind her, warm and steady. He slipped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. "It's beautiful," he murmured, gaze on the sky. She turned in his embrace, meeting his eyes. "Yes, it is." No words were needed for the deeper truths they shared. They had chosen each other in a time of strife, found love amid heartbreak, built a realm that turned from ice-locked doom to a cautious renaissance. Though challenges would never cease, neither would their resolve. Their union, once overshadowed by secrets of blood and prophecy, now stood simply as two people bound by devotion to each other, to the realm they protected. The city's lights winked on below, torches and lanterns glimmering like a terrestrial constellation. A swirl of distant music drifted on the breeze, some lute player entertaining tavern patrons, a subtle reminder of the simple joys that survived the darkest storms. The future lay open-ended, not shaped by an iron seat or a single lineage, but by countless hearts choosing to move forward in hope. Daenerys closed her eyes, letting the day's tension drain away. She recalled the roar of dragons in battle, the hush of falling snow on a lifeless city, the howls of wights, the tears of loss. Now, she replaced those memories with a warm hush of acceptance, the brush of Jon's breath against her cheek, the quiet pulse of a city at peace. No one could promise that shadows would never again stir. But they could promise each other this: so long as they lived, they would stand vigil, weaving alliances across the land, melding fire and ice to keep the night at bay. In that promise lay the realm's surest safeguard and their own sweetest solace. And so, with the last embers of sunset fading behind them, Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow gazed out upon a kingdom that was neither perfect nor lost, balanced between the remnants of the past and the dawning of a new age. Their clasped hands and steady hearts formed the truest throne Westeros had ever known, one built not of swords or crowns, but of unity, memory, and an unbreakable will to preserve the light against whatever cold darkness might one day dare to rise again. The season turned slowly toward winter's threshold in King's Landing, though it was a far gentler shift than the nightmarish freeze that once swallowed the realm. Morning mists lingered a little longer over the Blackwater, and the smell of wood smoke settled into the city's air as households lit their hearths. Crisp breezes rattled the scaffolding of ongoing construction, conjuring a soft clatter that reverberated across half-finished towers. Yet the sun, when it broke through, still warmed the faces of traders, smiths, and small folk who bustled through the streets, mindful of how much kinder this year was compared to the horrors of the long night. Daenerys Targaryen rose in her chambers before first light. She often did now, driven by the awareness that a realm's responsibilities never truly slept. In the gray half-light, she dressed in a layered gown that combined the practicality of traveling leathers with the touches of dignity expected of a confederation leader. She pinned a silver brooch, 3 dragon heads in stylized form, over her left breast. No crown rested upon her brow, she had no need for a single symbol to weigh her down. Instead, she wore the sense of purpose that had defined her for years, tempered by the quiet satisfaction of forging a realm at peace. Jon Snow had risen earlier still. She found him in the keep's outer courtyard, supervising an early morning drill of the city's watch. Clad in a dark cloak pinned by a dire wolf clasp, he walked among rows of recruits who bore mismatched armor gleaned from the remainders of past wars. The swords they held were newly forged or carefully restored, supplies that had come from Gendry's forges in the Stormlands, from the Westerland's metal shipments, from the repurposed Iron Throne. With firm patience, Jon corrected stances, offered tips on footwork, and commanded them to hold shields in a tight formation. His breath plumed in the morning chill. Daenerys lingered a moment beneath an archway, watching him. Though a handful of silver now threaded Jon's dark hair, he carried himself with a steady confidence. He was no longer the young man who had discovered a monstrous truth in the frozen north, nor the reluctant king who once knelt to the Dragon Queen out of necessity and love. He was half Targaryen by blood, half Stark by upbringing, wholly committed to the unity they had wrought. She let a small smile curve her lips before stepping forward. Sentries parted to let her pass. 1 or 2 recruits stole glances at her as they tried not to fumble their swords. She approached Jon from behind, quietly enough that he only sensed her presence when she stood near his shoulder. He turned, a faint warmth lighting his eyes. "You're awake early," he noted softly. She answered with a quiet laugh. "That's my line. You're usually the one rising at the crack of dawn." Her gaze flicked to the recruits, who froze in disciplined stances, half-wary under her scrutiny. "How do they fare?" Jon lowered his voice. "They're improving. We're rotating them with city patrols, then doubling back for training in formations. We want to ensure King's Landing has a watch that can keep order without terror or corruption, unlike the gold cloaks of old. Many are newly sworn, so it's a work in progress." She nodded, remembering the gold cloaks who once roamed the city, who had sworn false allegiances or extorted small folk in the chaos of war. This new generation answered to a different code. "I'm glad to see them forging discipline," she said. "We'll need a steadfast city watch if we're to maintain peace." Tyrion mentioned occasional tension between the new council delegates. Some still question the Confederation's structure. A stable city helps quell that talk. Jon's gaze lingered on the recruits. "They'll do. A few more months and they'll handle themselves well enough." He gestured to an officer to continue the drill, then turned fully to Daenerys. "We should meet with Tyrion soon, yes?" He said he had letters from Yara about that rogue Iron-born captain, Morgan Pike. She recalled the matter at once. "Yes, we'll gather in the council chamber after breakfast. Let's also have Sam and Davos there. Davos might have news from the Driftmark fleet, and Sam's been working on those coded scraps we found in the north." Jon inclined his head. "Let's go then. The recruits can manage without me for a while." They left the courtyard, heading back into the keep's corridors. Servants bustled about, carrying trays of bread, fresh fruit from Dorne, and salted fish from the Stormlands. Daenerys and Jon paused only long enough to claim a quick meal of bread and honey, washing it down with watered wine. After that, they ascended a staircase to the council chamber. Tyrion Lannister stood at a window, peering at the harbor through a haze of morning light. He wore a charcoal doublet embroidered with small lions and dragons interwoven, a subtle acknowledgement that House Lannister's power now served the Targaryen Stark Confederation. His hair had gone grayer at the temples, but his eyes remained sharp. He glanced over as Daenerys and Jon entered, giving a short bow. Davos Seaworth and Sam Tarly sat at the circular table, rummaging through parchments. Brienne of Tarth stood guard near the door, her posture watchful. Across the table, a pair of seats awaited Daenerys and Jon. They took them, exchanging nods with the others. Tyrion spoke first. "Good, you're both here. We have a bit of news from multiple fronts. Let's start with Yara's Raven." He picked up a sealed scroll, broke it open with a flick of his thumb, and scanned the contents. Then he looked up. "She's cornered Morgan Pike in a cove near the Redwine Straits." He fled deeper into a network of rocky inlets. "Yara believes she can starve him out if we send a few more ships to block potential escape routes." Jon frowned. "Do we have ships to spare?" "Driftmark's small fleet is spread thin." Davos answered, scratching at his short beard. "We might manage a few from the Crownlands, maybe a portion of the new Storm's End vessels. Gendry's been building them steadily. If Morgan is pinned, we can trap him. Then Yara can take or sink his ship and end the threat for good." Daenerys let out a measured breath. "Do it. Let's send word to Gendry, see if he can spare those ships. We can't have a rogue Ironborn raiding our coasts indefinitely." Tyrion nodded, made a note, then moved on. "Next, there's the matter of the coded scraps from the northern diggers. Sam, any breakthrough?" Sam sighed, producing a small sheaf of parchment. "I've cross-referenced the script with the symbols from the partial map you found in that ravine. The code is a rough cipher that references spots beyond the wall. I suspect they plan to check multiple White Walker sites, caves, old battlefields, anywhere they might dig for shards. The writing is an odd mix of common tongue and an Essosi dialect. Possibly these hunters came from across the narrow sea with scraps of knowledge gleaned from old legends." Brienne's voice carried a note of alarm. "So it's not a lone group. They might be part of a broader network that wants to exploit leftover magic." Sam nodded grimly. "That's my fear. But we have no direct evidence of a larger conspiracy. They could be rogue treasure seekers or a faction seeking arcane power. We know only that they had a list of rumored sites. The rest is guesswork." Daenerys' expression cooled. "We'll remain alert. We've done what we can. Tormund has watchers in the north. We have ravens to each region. Let these relic hunters lurk, they'll find no welcome in a realm that remembers the White Walkers too well." She paused. "Still, we cannot sit idle. If Sam's studies reveal more about these sites, we might dispatch scouting teams to confirm they're empty. We'll not allow secrets to fester." Sam swallowed. "I'll keep searching. In the meantime, any rumored sightings of suspicious activity up north or in lonely mountainous areas, send word and I'll investigate. Jon's gaze softened on Sam. We appreciate it, Sam. Let's also coordinate with the maesters at the Citadel who believe in the threat. They can track unusual inquiries or shipments. Sam dipped his head. Yes, absolutely. Tyrion drummed his fingers on the table. That's the main news on the ice magic front. Now for Confederation matters, the current rotating delegate from Dorne, Lord Vaz, arrived last night. He requests an audience about new trade routes through the Boneway. We might host a brief reception. With your permission, I'll arrange it. Daenerys nodded. Yes. We can't neglect the day-to-day. Schedule it tomorrow morning. We'll handle it with the usual courtesy. They spent another hour addressing minor issues, how to settle land disputes in the Riverlands, finalizing a supply contract for the Vale, confirming the next cycle of minted currency. At length, they adjourned. Davos and Brienne left to oversee an inspection of the city guard. Sam trundled off to the library with his notes. Tyrion lingered, packing up scrolls, while Daenerys and Jon stepped out into the corridor. Jon sighed softly. It never ends, he said, though not with bitterness, merely an acceptance of leadership's demands. Daenerys offered a small half-smile. Nor should it, I suppose. A realm that's rebuilding always has more tasks than time. At least the tasks these days aren't dealing with whites at our doorstep. He nodded. True enough. Then he glanced around, voice dropping a little. Any word from Sansa since we parted at Winterfell? Not yet, she replied. She promised a raven soon, but likely she's busy settling disputes between free folk and local lords. Or maybe the snows have begun, slowing messengers. Jon's face shadowed with concern. I hope it goes well. The free folk won't take kindly to surly lords and some lords might provoke them. Sansa can handle it, though. She always does, Daenerys said, remembering how formidable Sansa had become through tribulations past. Then, hooking an arm through Jon's, she added in a lighter tone, shall we take a walk outside the keep? I'd like to see how the street expansions progress. Tyrion's talked about a new marketplace near the old guild halls. Maybe we can greet some small folk, show them we haven't forgotten they exist beyond these walls. He smiled. Yes. Let's go. They summoned a small honor guard, more ceremonial than strictly necessary but still prudent. Strolling out of the Red Keep's gates, they descended winding streets that sloped toward the city's heart. The changes were undeniable. Gone were the half-ruined buildings choked with rubble. The main thoroughfares were paved anew and many side lanes had been broadened. Wooden scaffolds surrounded a few older structures still under repair, but dozens of homes boasted fresh paint, shuttered windows, new rooftops. Citizens moved about with energy, vendors hawking fruit or roasted nuts, apprentices lugging crates for blacksmiths, mothers shepherding children through the crowds. Some paused to bow or curtsy when Daenerys and Jon passed. Others just parted to let them through. Daenerys made a point of smiling or nodding in acknowledgement, wanting them to feel at ease. Here and there, she recognized street hawkers from her earliest days in the city or orphans she'd helped relocate. She saw hope in their eyes, a sense that the worst was behind them. They reached the new market area near the site of the old guild halls, where a large square had been cleared. Stalls lined the perimeter, offering cloth from the Reach, spices from Dorne, carved wood from the Riverlands. People bustled between them, haggling cheerfully. A stone fountain stood at the square's center, newly sculpted in a style that featured a curling dragon and a leaping dire wolf entwined, an emblem of the Confederation's unity. Water trickled musically from the beasts' mouths. Daenerys paused, taking in the lively scene. It's beautiful, she murmured, remembering how this district once lay in ruins during the Night King's brief siege. All these people, safe and thriving. Jon squeezed her hand. Yes. It's a testament to what they can do when not fearing for their lives. Then he spotted a small group of children kneeling by the fountain, giggling as they splashed water at each other. Two seemed to be readying the laces on their worn boots, eyeing the statue with curiosity. Did we ever find out who designed the fountain? She shrugged. Tyrion mentioned it was a stonemason from the Westerlands who lost family in the war. He wanted to honor how the living came together, so he chose our sigils. There's a plaque somewhere. They circled the fountain, greeting a few onlookers. An elderly man recognized them and doffed his cap, calling out blessings. A woman selling sweet buns offered them a sampling. Daenerys thanked her and took a bite of the sugary pastry, smiling as the sweet warmth spread across her tongue. Jon tasted one too, murmuring that it was good. Their presence caused a small stir, but it was largely a stir of friendly curiosity rather than fear or adulation. Amid that swirl, Daenerys heard someone call her name. Turning, she saw a middle-aged woman with a partially scarred face pushing through the crowd, holding a bundle of cloth in her arms. The woman wore a tattered cloak but had bright eyes that shone with relief. "Your Grace," the woman said breathlessly, bobbing in an awkward attempt at a curtsy. "Queen Daenerys. I wanted to say thank you. You likely don't remember me, but a year ago your people helped rebuild my home in Flea Bottom after the freeze took everything. And, well, here." She thrust the cloth bundle forward, revealing a small crocheted dragon figurine. Its yarn wings were slightly crooked, but the detail was heartfelt. "It's not much, but I made it for you to show my gratitude." Daenerys blinked, touched by the gesture. She carefully accepted the knitted dragon, running her fingers over the soft yarn. "This is lovely," she said warmly. "Thank you. May I know your name?" "Sabella, Your Grace," the woman replied, voice trembling with emotion. "My children survived because of the bread rations you ensured we got. I'll never forget that kindness." Daenerys placed a hand on Sabella's shoulder. "You deserve credit for surviving. The realm gave what help it could, but you built your new life. Thank you for this gift." She held the crocheted dragon gently. "I'll keep it always." Sabella flushed with shy pride. "Bless you, my queen. And the king too." She glanced at Jon, offering a respectful nod. "You both gave us hope." Jon, slightly flustered by open praise, simply said, "We serve the realm. I'm glad you and your family are well." With that, Sabella withdrew into the crowd, leaving Daenerys holding the crocheted dragon. The moment lingered with a poignant sweetness that reminded her of the best part of ruling, how an ordinary life, once overshadowed by terror, could blossom again. They moved on, exploring more of the square, exchanging brief words with merchants. Eventually, they began the return walk to the keep, taking a route along the city's perimeter. The ramparts offered a vantage over the Blackwater Bay, where ships sailed in steady lines toward the piers. Daenerys's breath caught at the sight of so much commerce, remembering the frozen harbor that once anchored ghostly vessels stuck in ice. Jon gazed out, crossing his arms. "I wonder how the rest of Westeros perceives King's Landing now. No longer a place of iron tyranny, but a capital of cooperation." Daenerys considered. "They likely see us as a necessary pivot. Some lords crave the old monarchy's clarity, but many appreciate the new freedoms. And the small folk prefer a balanced council over one iron-fisted monarch, I think." He nodded. "The system might endure if each region invests in it." He paused. "We should talk about that soon, how to ensure the next generation keeps the Confederation stable." She felt a subtle tension. "You mean a question of succession or formal structures?" "We agreed not to claim a single monarchy. But inevitably, someone will wonder who sits at the head if we're gone." Jon's expression was pensive. "We've made no children, and though that's personal, it will come up eventually. The realm might ask. If we have heirs, would they rule? Or would power revert to the council? We never hammered that out. We might need to." Daenerys' chest tightened a little. Their union was real and loving, but the question of children had lingered, her uncertain fertility after the trauma in Essos, the old superstitions, the caution they both felt about forging dynasties. She took a moment to gather her thoughts. "Let's speak to Tyrion, Sam, and the others. We can shape a system that doesn't revolve on the question of inheritance. Maybe the council can elect future leaders if the realm still wants figureheads. Or the regions can keep rotating authority. I don't want to force a single lineage on them." A small, relieved smile touched Jon's lips. "That's wise. We can still hope for a child if it happens naturally, but it needn't define everything. We built this realm to avoid the old pitfalls after all." She squeezed his arm gently. "Then we'll do that. Soon." They headed back to the keep. By midday, they reconvened with Tyrion and Davos for a brief update on the Ironborn blockade. Gendry's ships were mobilizing, and Yara predicted a swift victory. Another raven from Tormund reported no sign of the relic hunters but reaffirmed that watchers guarded known White Walker sites. The day's routine marched on, full of letters, visits from minor lords, decisions about shipping routes. Each hour reinforced that the realm's complexities never ended, yet Daenerys found a calm acceptance in these tasks. Late that evening, after all had quieted, Daenerys and Jon took a stroll on the keep's highest parapets. Torches flickered below, lighting the city in a patchwork glow. Drogon perched on a wide tower, wings half-folded. The night sky stretched clear, revealing a waxing moon. Daenerys leaned on the stone battlement, letting the breeze ruffle her hair. Jon stood close, arms lightly encircling her waist. For a moment, neither spoke. The hush held a gentle intimacy. Then Jon murmured, "I never guessed we'd spend our lives not fighting endless war. I always thought I'd die young in some battle." She tilted her head, meeting his gaze. "You nearly did. More times than I can count. But you're here." She traced a callous scar on his forearm, a relic of the Great War. "I'm grateful for that." He pressed his forehead to hers softly. "So am I. They lingered there, starlight reflecting in their eyes, the future an open road. No matter the small threats or daily challenges, the realm had come far from the brink of annihilation. In that realization lay a deep sense of peace, one that steadied them both. If new darkness lurked, they would face it. If quiet prosperity persisted, they would nurture it. Together, they had chosen to safeguard the living flame of Westeros. In the following moons, the Confederation's tapestry grew richer yet. Yara Greyjoy finally cornered Morgan Pike in a labyrinth of rocky coves. Gendry's ships blocked the last escape route, forcing Pike to surrender. Executed by Yara for repeated atrocities, he became another cautionary tale of old ways refusing to die. The Stormlands, now rid of Ironborn raids, flourished in maritime trade. Gendry's leadership earned widespread respect, though he insisted he was only a blacksmith who got lucky. In the north, Sansa Stark brokered a lasting truce between free folk settlers and several northern lords. Pockets of farmland near Moat Cailin turned into thriving communities. Rumor said Sansa considered forging an annual festival that celebrated unity between free folk and northerners, a gesture that would have once seemed impossible. She wrote occasional letters to Daenerys and Jon, describing the challenges and triumphs, concluding each with a note of gratitude for the realm's new shape. The Westerlands overcame its earlier resentment about taxes thanks to Tyrion's trade incentives. Lord Greysteel and others realized how profitable the arrangement could be. Sam's unyielding scholarship uncovered references to hidden wards the children of the forest once laid under certain hills, but when scouts checked them, they found only crumbling tunnels, no new shards. Word from Tormund indicated that if any relic hunters remained, they were scattered, scared, and rarely glimpsed. It seemed the glow of such malevolent endeavors had dimmed, overshadowed by the realm's vigilance. Within King's Landing, new council delegates rotated from each region. Dorne's envoys negotiated favorable shipping rights along the Boneway. The Vale hammered out a stable trade corridor that connected the area to the capital year-round. The Riverlands, under Edmure Tully's watch, reported stable harvests. Highgarden's caretaker, Mullendor, oversaw bountiful yields that fed the city's growing population. Step by step, the Confederation's mosaic of alliances solidified. All the while, Daenerys and Jon continued refining how leadership would pass from one generation to the next. They convened private discussions with Tyrion, Sam, Davos, and Brienne, exploring possible frameworks, a permanent council of rotating lords, a system of co-equal stewards, or an elective monarchy in dire times. The final shape remained fluid, but the principle was clear. No single lineage would rule by default. The realm had bled enough for that old model. Sometimes, in calmer hours, Daenerys found herself strolling alone through the keep's refurbished halls, remembering how different life had been in Essos, where she was revered as breaker of chains, where she had marched at the head of armies to free slaves. She had dreamed of conquering Westeros with fire and blood. Yet in the end, she had come as a savior against the undead, forging a new order with cautious hands. That realization still filled her with a quiet awe. She had broken the wheel in an unexpected way, not by seizing the Iron Throne for herself alone, but by melting it into tools for rebuilding. Jon, too, occasionally withdrew into reflection, visiting the keep's courtyard at odd hours, training with recruits or alone. On one such night, Daenerys found him striking at a practice dummy by torchlight, sweat shining on his brow. When she approached, he lowered his sword, breathing hard. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked gently. He shook his head, setting the sword aside. "Sometimes I dream of Hardhome, or the Battle of Winterfell, or that white hunt beyond the wall. Then I remember we lived, that it's done. But it still stirs in my mind." She placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat. "It's all right," she whispered. "We carry those scars. Doesn't mean we can't find peace." He exhaled, nodding. "I know." She looped her arms around him, resting her cheek on his shoulder. He returned the embrace. And in that still moment, the distant flicker of torches seemed to embody the realm's unwavering spirit, a small light in the darkness. They stood there, letting the hush mend old wounds. As the turning of the year approached, King's Landing prepared for a modest winter festival. Nothing so grand as a royal fete of old, but a gathering to celebrate the harvest's end and the memory of survival. Delegates from every region were invited. Small folk were encouraged to join. Temporary stalls and stages rose in the squares. Musicians tuned lutes, fiddles, and drums. The keep's main courtyard was decked with garlands of evergreen, a nod to northern traditions that honored the old gods even in the south. One crisp morning, Tyrion led Daenerys and Jon through the festival grounds. A local coordinator explained how each region would showcase something unique. Dorne with spiced wines, the Reach with fruit tarts, the North with smoked meats, the Westerlands with minted coin exhibits, the Iron Islands with salted fish and tales of seamanship, the Vale with falconry demonstrations. The idea was to foster unity by letting people taste and see the varied cultures under the Confederation. Daenerys found it charming, if a bit chaotic. As they strolled, they noticed a patch of vacant ground near the Red Keep's walls. Tyrion paused there, tapping a foot. "I was thinking," he mused, "the city's library expansions are going well, but perhaps we can dedicate a corner to Sam's studies on arcane threats, some place to store knowledge safely, maybe with wards. A small annex near the heart of the keep, guarded by trusted men." Jon raised an eyebrow. "Like a hidden repository for anything relating to White Walker magic or leftover shards?" Tyrion nodded. "Precisely. We must keep that knowledge accessible enough for the realm's protectors, but out of reach for opportunists. The last thing we want is a random cell's word stumbling upon instructions to resurrect an undead legion." Daenerys considered. "It's sensible. We can talk to Sam. He can help design the security. Perhaps you're right, some knowledge must be preserved but controlled." They walked on, greeting laborers who hammered posts and strung lanterns. Children darted among them, laughing. The city thrummed with anticipation for the festival, which would begin at sunset. Overhead, Drogon flew a lazy loop, occasionally letting out a rumbling call that turned heads skyward. Once, that roar would have spelled terror. Now, it was more like thunder on a summer day, formidable but part of life's backdrop. By dusk, the city had transformed. Braziers lined the main roads, torches illuminated banners from each region. People crowded the squares, sampling exotic foods. Music drifted from multiple corners, flutes and drums weaving lively tunes. The overall mood was festive, though tempered by a deeper remembrance of those who had fallen. Daenerys and Jon made an appearance in the largest square near the newly rebuilt guild halls where a temporary stage had been set. Tyrion introduced them to cheers from the crowd, and though they raised no single sigil above all, the people hailed them as leaders who had guided Westeros from death's threshold into these calmer nights. Daenerys kept her speech brief, focusing on unity and gratitude rather than any personal triumph. Jon spoke next, similarly modest, reminding everyone that the realm's prosperity came from cooperation, not a single ruler. The applause that followed felt genuine, lacking the old forced obeisance. A swirl of music resumed, drawing dancers onto a cleared space in the square. Daenerys and Jon stepped down, letting the crowd's energy envelop them. They drifted among stalls, tasting spiced nuts from Dorne, honeyed pastries from the Reach, sipping a light ale from the Vale. People respectfully parted for them, but not so far as to distance them entirely. Some asked polite questions, others offered small gifts or blessings. Everywhere, Daenerys saw the tapestry of hope she had once only dreamed of. She squeezed Jon's hand. Later, they found a quieter corner where benches encircled a small bonfire. Figures huddled around the warmth, exchanging stories. A woman in a shawl recounted how she fled the undead with her baby in her arms, found shelter in the keep's dungeons, and survived thanks to others who shared rations. A gray-bearded man described how he'd been a hedge knight, losing nearly everything in the Great War only to discover a new calling as a city guard. Young listeners gazed in awe, some too young to remember the real horrors, their imaginations filling in the gaps. Daenerys and Jon listened in, letting the flicker of flames paint their faces in gold. The stories struck them with the sheer resilience displayed by ordinary folk. So many had lost loved ones, yet they carried on, forging new lives. Jon eventually stirred, asked a question or two about how they coped. The answers varied, some turned to faith in the Seven, some to the old gods, others to everyday acts of kindness. All believed that the darkest night had passed. A hush fell when someone recognized Daenerys and Jon at the fire's edge. But neither offered a formal speech. Instead, they just nodded quietly, acknowledging the courage in each tale. After a time, they rose, bidding those gathered good evening. The crowd parted with murmurs of respect. The couple wandered away through the festival's winding paths, heartened by the sincerity of the night. When the festival wound down near midnight, the squares still glowed with lanterns. The final music died away and families began drifting home. Daenerys and Jon strolled back up the keep's sloping roads, the crocheted dragon Sabella had given her peeking out of a pocket in her cloak. It felt symbolic, a reminder of personal gratitude amid sweeping societal change. They found a sense of contentment in that small token. Time flowed on. With winter's deeper chills approaching, rumors of a new threat flickered briefly when a merchant ship from Lys claimed to have glimpsed ice wraiths off the coast of the Sunset Sea. Investigation by Yara's forces revealed it was only a patch of unusual iceberg formations drifting south, a natural phenomenon, no undead in sight. Similarly, a scare in the Westerlands over odd lights in a cave turned out to be smugglers stashing contraband. Each alarm tested the realm's readiness, but the results were reassuring. Watchers responded swiftly, found no genuine spark of the undead. Sam's continuing analysis of ancient scripts pointed to a diminishing possibility of finding more Everfrost shards in Westeros. The fabled shards of Everfrost, once rumored to be many, seemed to be either legendary exaggerations or scattered so widely that no single group could harness them. While Daenerys and Jon refused to become complacent, their hope grew that the greatest threats truly lay behind them. One morning, a sealed dispatch arrived from the Citadel. It bore the mark of an archmaester who had once scorned Sam's alarmism about White Walker magic. Daenerys opened it with curiosity, finding a formal apology. An acknowledgement that Sam's research had proven critical and the Citadel's official stance now recognized leftover ice lore as a valid field of study. They invited Sam to attend a convocation of maesters to share his knowledge, ensuring future generations stayed alert. Daenerys read the letter to Sam, who nearly dropped his tea in surprise, then beamed with a tearful grin. Amid these developments, Daenerys and Jon quietly advanced their plans to finalize a stable succession structure. They convened discreet gatherings with Tyrion, Sam, Davos, and Brienne, eventually drafting what came to be called the Foundational Accord of Shared Governance, a short charter that laid out how, if both Daenerys and Jon fell or relinquished power, the Confederation's council would assume leadership. Each region would send delegates who would elect or confirm a steward to guide the realm for a set term, ensuring no vacuum. There was a clause allowing for a co-ruler arrangement if future leaders wished. Another clause recognized that if Daenerys and Jon produced an heir, said heir would not automatically inherit supreme rule but could stand for election by the council if they so desired. It was a radical departure from Westeros's dynastic history, but it fit the new reality. They shared the draft with the key lords across the realm. Some grumbled about tradition, but none could muster serious opposition in the face of the realm's current stability. Over weeks of discussion, the final document took shape, bearing the seals of major houses. It became official in a small but solemn ceremony in King's Landing's throne room turned council hall where the melted Iron Throne once stood. Instead of a single ruler taking vows, a ring of representatives signed the accord around a table, symbolizing unity. Daenerys and Jon added their signatures last, affirming the new age had a formal framework beyond personal authority. When that ceremony ended, Daenerys felt a profound sense of relief. She recalled the bitterness that once haunted Targaryen lines, mad kings, usurped heirs, rivers of blood. Now, the realm had a chance to evolve, freed from the absolute inheritance that sparked so many wars. Outside, a modest crowd cheered the news, though many likely didn't grasp the full significance. Over time, it would shape how power ebbed and flowed, hopefully preventing the realm from tearing itself apart again. And so the Confederation entered a period of cautious prosperity, with each region contributing to the whole while retaining local autonomy. Farming expanded in the Reach and the Riverlands, shipping boomed in the Stormlands, the Westerlands minted fresh coin from newly reopened mines, the North balanced free folk integration, the Iron Islands policed the seas, Dorne thrived in trade. Old feuds lingered in corners, but none ignited large-scale violence. The memory of the Dead's invasion reminded lords that petty conflicts only risked another cataclysm. For Daenerys and Jon, daily life revolved around mediating disputes, fostering alliances, and ensuring watchfulness for any resurgence of ice magic or conspiracies. Tyrion's cunning and Sam's scholarship aided them immensely, along with Davos's calm counsel and Brienne's steadfast guardianship. They reigned not as iron monarchs, but as guides, facilitating a realm's healing. On a mild winter day, Daenerys decided to check on the outskirts of King's Landing, where small communities had sprung up. She took a small retinue, riding out with Jon at her side. Drogon soared overhead, scanning the countryside. The farmland that once lay scorched or frozen now showed neat rows of winter wheat. Huts and farmhouses dotted the hills, smoke curling from chimneys. They passed a hamlet near the old Rose Road, where children chased a scrawny dog around a well. Locals paused their tasks to wave or nod, unafraid. Daenerys paused her horse, calling a greeting. A blacksmith's wife stepped forward, offering a wreath of evergreen. "For luck in winter," she said. We're grateful for how the City Watch keeps bandits off the roads now. Safer for trade. Daenerys accepted the wreath with thanks. Jon asked a few questions about how the hamlet managed grain stores. They learned the hamlet traded with caravans that came weekly from the Reach, bringing fresh produce in exchange for wool and simple crafts. The hamlet's elder, a lean man with a warm grin, said they had no shortage of sales. People from the city visited to buy homespun goods. The only worry was an occasional rumor of leftover undead sightings, which turned out false. Daenerys assured them the Watchers remained vigilant for anything suspicious. The blacksmith's wife pointed to the sky where Drogon circled, remarking how comforting it was to see the dragon pass overhead once in a while, a living symbol that the realm's defenders had not forgotten them. Jon and Daenerys smiled at each other. This was a far cry from the days dragons were greeted with terror. They rode on, visiting another settlement to confirm reports that orchard expansions were planned. Indeed, a small orchard thrived, trees mulched with compost from the city, an experimental project guided by a group of learned farmers. Daenerys found it heartening, knowledge traveling across the land, fostering growth. No one bowed and scraped excessively. They recognized her as a guiding force, not a distant tyrant. She accepted their small tributes with humility, mindful that the real credit lay with the people working the fields. By late afternoon, they returned to King's Landing. Tyrion awaited them in the keep with a raven from Sansa. She was en route to the capital for a short visit. Daenerys felt genuine delight at the news. She knew how busy Sansa was, but it warmed her to think the Lady of Winterfell might see what had become of the city she once regarded with wariness. Sure enough, 2 days later, Sansa Stark arrived with a small entourage, traveling by carriage. She stepped through the keep's gates in a cloak trimmed with white fur, face flushed from the southern heat. Daenerys and Jon came out to greet her. Sansa let out a huff of relief at the warm air. "Strange how a few degrees difference feels when I've been in the north so long," she remarked wryly. Jon embraced her, smiling. "Good to see you." He studied her face, concern flickering. "You look tired, sister." She shrugged. "Managing the north's not simple. The free folk integration has had some flare-ups, but it's mostly working. I came here to finalize a shipping route for northern grain. Some lords want to expand trade with the Crownlands." She glanced around. "Besides, I wanted to see with my own eyes how the city fares." Daenerys welcomed her warmly. "We're grateful you came. You'll find King's Landing very different from before, I hope." Sansa nodded. "Word travels, but I prefer to judge for myself." She cast a thoughtful look around the courtyard, noting the repairs, the mixture of guards from different regions, the constant hum of commerce beyond the walls. "It does feel calmer. A city at peace, not a den of intrigues." Tyrion stepped forward with a polite bow. "Lady Sansa, welcome. I trust your journey was smooth." She gave him a cordial nod. "It was. We encountered minimal trouble on the roads. The Watchers were visible, which was reassuring." Her gaze settled on him with a small smile. "You're still here, orchestrating everything, I see." Tyrion chuckled. "Where else would I be? My talents are best used meddling in 1,000 small matters to keep them from becoming wars." That evening, they dined in the keep's great hall, no longer a place of stifling pomp, but a broad space with multiple tables arranged in a ring, symbolizing the Confederation's equal standing. Lords from the Vale, Crownlands, and Stormlands joined them. The meal was simple but pleasant. Roast duck, stewed vegetables, fresh bread from the city's bakeries. Wine from Dorne circulated. Conversation flowed easily, focusing on trade expansions, road maintenance, a few jokes about minor squabbles. Afterward, Daenerys invited Sansa for a walk through the keep's newly renovated sections. They meandered past the administrative offices where scribes sorted taxes from each region. The old throne room was now a grand meeting hall with an oval table in the center where delegates convened. Sansa studied it quietly, recalling the days of the Iron Throne's imposing silhouette. Daenerys read her expression. "It's strange, isn't it? This was once the heart of King's power. Now we hold council sessions in a circle as though we're equals." Sansa ran a gloved hand along a carved pillar. "It's a worthy change. The throne always cast such a long shadow." They moved on, passing corridors that led to the library expansions Sam had helped organize. Eventually, they exited onto a balcony overlooking the city's lower wards. Lanterns twinkled in winding streets. Drogon was absent from his usual perch, likely out hunting or roosting at a vantage. A mild breeze carried the sense of cooking fires and salted air from the harbor. Sansa leaned on the balustrade, letting silence fill the space. Daenerys stood beside her, eyes scanning the city's layered rooftops. In the distance, ships' lanterns glowed in the bay, bobbing gently. At length, Sansa spoke, voice soft. I never thought to see King's Landing not just restored, but thriving. In my youth, it was a place of secrets, cruelty, mistrust. Now it feels almost wholesome. She hesitated. You did this, you and Jon, with the help of many, I know, but it's your vision that guided it. Daenerys shook her head, a faint smile touching her lips. We only guided the realm away from endless war. The people built these homes, these businesses. They fed the fires of hope once the dead were vanquished. Sansa nodded. They did. But without you too, the threat of the White Walkers might have consumed us all. Without your choices, the city might be a ruin. She paused, an unspoken memory of how close Daenerys once came to unleashing dragonfire in destructive ways. We walk a precarious path, but it's better than the old monarchy. I see that now. The honesty of that statement meant much to Daenerys. She reached out, gently touching Sansa's arm. I'm glad you're here to see it. The North remains crucial. We rely on your farmland, your people's resilience. A small, genuine smile curved Sansa's lips. And we rely on the rest of the Confederation. We can't stand alone. Not anymore. We learned that in the Great War. They lingered a while, discussing plans for more robust trade routes, grain from the north, fruit from the Reach, fish from the Stormlands. The synergy of each region feeding the city's growth. Sansa mentioned the possibility of forging a new port at White Harbor with expanded docks connecting to major shipping lines. Daenerys encouraged the idea, seeing how it could benefit everyone. Eventually, they parted ways for the night, each retreating to their chambers with a sense of quiet contentment. The next morning, Sansa met with trade officials, hammered out details, and departed a few days later, satisfied with the city's progress. Daenerys and Jon saw her off, exchanging warm farewells at the gate. The Confederation turned steadily onward, each region weaving its contribution into the realm's broader tapestry. Over the next year, small challenges continued to arise, but none escalated into catastrophe. The reach of leftover ice magic seemed to wane further, with only sporadic rumors that Watchers swiftly dispelled. Sam petitioned the Citadel to formalize a branch of arcane research, ensuring future maesters would study the White Walkers not as myth but as a real historical menace. Some archmaesters resisted, but enough supported it that the proposal advanced. In time, maesters would train specifically to monitor and counter unnatural threats, a brand new discipline that Sam half-jokingly called Winterlore. Daenerys supervised expansions in King's Landing's harbor, allowing for larger trade capacity. Jon refined the City Watch, incorporating more advanced tactics gleaned from his days with the Night's Watch. Tyrion orchestrated a new wave of minted coin, ensuring each region's emblem appeared side by side. Gendry oversaw a continued naval program, producing stout ships that patrolled the coasts, deterring pirates. Yara reported that most Ironborn adhered to the new order, though she occasionally had to quash a rebellious clan. The North balanced free folk integration, forging something unique in the annals of Westeros. The Vale stayed quiet, the Westerlands grew wealthy, and Dorne sent envoys who praised their stable trade. Highgarden flourished under Mullendor's stewardship, bridging local lords' ambitions without bloodshed. Within the swirl of governance, Daenerys and Jon began to sense the realm might truly stand on its own if, one day, they stepped aside. The foundational accord ensured a functional leadership structure. People no longer whispered about who would hold the throne because the throne itself was gone. The realm had adapted. Even so, Daenerys felt a subtle longing, something she rarely voiced. Perhaps she and Jon might eventually retire to a simpler life, letting the Confederation flourish under a new generation. But that future was not pressing yet. They still had roles to fulfill, building trust in the system they created. One day, word arrived of a new settlement forming near the Old Gift, lands by the Wall, a joint venture between Northerners and Free Folk. They called it White Green, aiming to create farmland where ice once reigned. Tormund wrote a letter describing how the Free Folk built sturdy huts, using new cultivation techniques gleaned from the south. The North's lords offered seeds and tools, forging an unlikely alliance. Daenerys read Tormund's enthusiastic scrawl and smiled. The memory of the battered watchtowers and the savage cold felt distant, replaced by an image of fields sprouting in a place once deemed uninhabitable. She showed the letter to Jon, who chuckled. It suits Tormund to claim farmland as if it's a new conquest, he joked. The final bits of leftover tension about ice shards or cult fanatics waned. Tormund's watchers found no further trace of the relic hunters in the far north. Sam continued scouring old texts but discovered little new. It seemed that if any leftover shards existed, they either lay out of mortal reach or had lost their significance in a realm too united for easy exploitation. Daenerys still carried caution in her heart. Some threats might slumber for decades before re-emerging, but for now, Westeros soared into an era of unaccustomed calm. A hush of evening fell on King's Landing as Daenerys stood alone in the old throne room turned council hall. Lanterns along the walls glowed softly, illuminating the large oval table at the chamber's center. The dais where the Iron Throne once loomed was bare, now supporting only a slender pedestal bearing the realm's new charter. Echoes of footsteps drifted from a distant corridor, guards patrolling. Outside, a mild winter wind rattled the shutters. She moved around the table, recalling all the crucial decisions made here, forging trade pacts, appointing stewards, quashing pockets of violence, shaping laws for the Confederation. Each region's seat at this table symbolized their voice. No single seat overshadowed the rest. It was the antithesis of the old monarchy's singular power. At length, she stepped up to the pedestal. The Confederation's charter, bound in thick leather, lay open to a page with multiple sigils pressed in wax. Her own signature joined Jon's and the Lord's, sealing their vow to keep the realm balanced. Gently, Daenerys ran her fingertips over the script. She thought of the cost: countless dead, entire houses extinguished, cities battered by ice. Yet here they stood, forging a peace never before seen in Westeros. Her father would never have envisioned such a world. Her ancestors might have scorned it. But she believed it was what the realm needed. A soft step behind her signaled Jon's approach. She turned. He wore a light fur-trimmed cloak, arms crossed loosely. "I figured I might find you here," he said, voice quiet. "Couldn't sleep?" She let out a faint laugh. "Old habits." "I was reflecting." She glanced around. "Hard to believe how far we've come. Sometimes I'm half certain something dreadful must lurk around the corner. But so far, it hasn't." Jon joined her near the pedestal, skimming the charter's lines. "We prepared for dreadful things. Maybe that's why they've stayed away." She pressed closer to him. "Are you content, Jon? With all we've built, the shape of it, the future?" He studied her face, then exhaled softly. "Yes. There was a time I thought living in peace was impossible. But each day, the realm proves we can do better. Of course, I'm content. I just hope we never forget the cost." She rested her forehead to his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of him. "We won't. That's what the Watchers, the Wards, the Confederation's Council are all for. We keep the memory alive so the realm doesn't slip back into complacency." He lifted her chin gently, meeting her eyes. "And if, one day, we step back, let others carry on." She nodded. "The realm's ready. Or will be. I still want to see a bit more of the world, perhaps. But not just yet. We have more to do, ensuring every corner truly thrives." His gaze softened. "I'm with you, whatever pace you choose." They shared a quiet smile. For a moment, the hush in the empty hall felt sacred, echoing with the ghosts of old kings, old battles. In place of tyranny and cruelty, they had instilled a sense of shared stewardship. The woman who once burned shackles off slaves in Essos now found herself forging laws that freed lords and small folk from fear. The man who once died defending a wall of ice now guided a city's watch, shaping a capital that welcomed all. Their paths had merged, weaving two lineages, Stark and Targaryen, ice and fire, into a tapestry that shielded Westeros from any new winter that might come. Jon's hand slipped around her waist. She leaned into him, letting contentment settle. So many nights had been spent in turmoil, but this night was tranquil. The future remained unwritten. Perhaps they would eventually have a child or not, perhaps the realm would face fresh storms or remain at peace. Yet whatever came, they believed in the Confederation's resilience, in a realm that had tasted near extinction and chosen life instead. They left the council hall together, arms entwined, stepping into corridors lit by the soft glow of wall sconces. Guards saluted but did not intrude. The hush felt peaceful, not oppressive. Outside a window, the moon shone bright, illuminating the keep stone. Snow might fall soon, but it would be ordinary winter, not the endless night once heralded by White Walkers. Daenerys whispered a small prayer to whatever gods might listen, thanking them for a reprieve that allowed children to grow without fear. In their shared chambers, they undressed by candlelight. She placed the crocheted dragon figurine on a small table, a token of the realm's gratitude. It reminded her that the best rule was one that listened to the smallest voices. Jon sank onto a chair, removing his boots, hair slightly disheveled. She could see lines of age and experience etched into his features, but to her, he was the same man who had convinced her to fight for the living, who had knelt in a cave among dragonglass, who had soared by her side on a dragon's back. Their trials had bound them more tightly than any vow. Daenerys extinguished the candles. In the darkness, she found her way to Jon's side, leaning her head against his shoulder. The hush cradled them. Through the window, a starry sky glimmered, free of the storms that once spelled doom. Their hearts beat in unison, each breath a quiet testament to a realm that, for all its flaws, had chosen hope over despair. Eventually, they slipped under the covers. The bed, once a symbol of uneasy alliances or uncertain futures, felt safe and welcoming. Daenerys listened to Jon's breathing slow, felt his warmth. She let her own eyes drift shut, lulled by thoughts of small folk dancing in city squares, free folk and northerners farming side by side, watchers on the horizon who stood vigilant but untroubled by new horrors. They had not erased sorrow from the land, no one could, but they had given it space to heal. In the morning, they would wake to fresh tasks, letters from distant lords, a dispute about trade tariffs, a new petition for farmland expansions. The realm's routine, once overshadowed by cataclysm, now breathed with quiet resilience. Her final waking thought was a vow that no matter how many small crises demanded their attention, they would never let the memory of the long night fade into complacency. Night passed gently. Dawn found King's Landing gilded in pale gold. Merchants opened their stalls, the city watch began its patrols, and crafters hammered out new wares. Dragons were no longer an ominous legend overhead, their presence was woven into daily life. In the keep, Daenerys and Jon rose, greeted the day with renewed devotion to the cause they had championed. Fire and ice had once clashed, nearly breaking the world. Now, they coexisted in the hearts of two rulers who refused to let the realm slip into darkness again. Beyond the city walls, ships ventured across calm seas. Far north, snows fell upon farmland instead of a battlefield. The cycles of the seasons continued, unbroken by unnatural cold. Cults or relic hunters found no easy foothold in a realm that remembered too vividly the cost of ignorance. Step by step, year by year, Westeros knitted its wounds, forging a future that balanced caution and hope. Thus ended the threat of a frozen Westeros under the Night King's dominion, replaced by a fragile confederation that prized unity, tempered by the memory of near annihilation. Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow, once bound by dire necessity, now reigned in tandem as guardians of a realm that needed no single throne or crown. Their bond, forged in the crucible of war, endured as a living reminder that ice and fire could unite to serve life rather than destroy it. If in distant centuries to come, bards sang of this era, they might recount how the Iron Throne fell to the chill grasp of the dead, only to be avenged by two lovers from opposing lineages who shattered winter's hold and built a new dawn from the shards of an old monarchy. They might spin half-truths about dragons and dire wolves, about secret shards of icebound glass, about cunning dwarfs and stalwart knights. But in the hush of living memory, the truth stood plain. The Night King's reign ended not by one hero's might alone, but by a realm's united defiance. And in that unity, Westeros discovered it could transcend the cycles of bloodshed that once defined it. Daylight expanded across the city, laughter rising from market stalls. Daenerys and Jon parted ways to tend to separate tasks, each carrying the knowledge that they served something far greater than themselves. And in the tapestry of a kingdom reborn, their names intertwined like threads, symbols of a promise that winter's darkest specter had been banished so that spring and all the seasons to follow might unfurl in peace. A hush lay over the King's Landing harbor in the pre-dawn murk, its waters reflecting a sky still studded by the faintest stars. Beneath the softly heaving tide, anchored ships swayed at rest, awaiting the day's bustle. Since the final coda of the long night and the founding of the new confederation, the city had grown quieter, calmer, yet it still held its position as the beating heart of Westeros, an indispensable hub of trade and governance. On this particular morning, gulls wheeled in lazy arcs, too early for their usual clamoring. Their silhouettes cut ghostly shapes against the moonlight's last glimmer. It was in this subdued hour that Daenerys Targaryen emerged onto a stone balcony of the Red Keep. She wore a cloak lined with pale fur over a practical riding dress, the better to shield against winter's encroaching chill. Though not nearly so ferocious as the winter that once threatened to freeze the world, these months still bit the air with enough sting to remind everyone that the seasons remained a force beyond mortal sway. Her silver-gold hair, braided and pinned, stirred gently in the breeze. Below her, the city's patchwork of rooftops appeared in half-shadow, as if only half-wakened from sleep. Even at peace, King's Landing held a busy spirit. By midday, its lanes would throng with vendors and travelers, with wagons bearing supplies and foot traffic crossing every direction. The old monarchy's seat, once dominated by the Iron Throne, had become a council chamber in truth, ringed by the banners of each confederation region, with no single seat towering above the rest. Over the course of several years, Daenerys and Jon Snow had guided this realm with the help of a rotating council: Tyrion Lannister, Davos Seaworth, Brienne of Tarth, Samwell Tarly, and delegates from each major region. The realm had grown used to a new normal, co-governance in place of one iron-fisted monarchy. It was not always simple nor free of tension, but day by day, people found their paths forward without fear of whites, dragons, or petty wars. The memory of the long night, seared into the realm's consciousness, had shaped a collective determination never to repeat the fractures of the past. This morning, Daenerys let out a soft breath, visible in the cold air. Though the city no longer cowered beneath an undead siege, though no roars of White Walkers haunted her nights, she sensed the undercurrent that came with any large realm, the knowledge that tension could brew in far-flung corners or that old resentments might quietly stir. Peace was never permanent if left untended. Yet the Confederation had endured nearly a decade now. The foundational accord, an official charter hammered out 2 years earlier, guaranteed that if she and Jon ever relinquished their stewardship or if tragedy befell them, the realm would not collapse into chaos. The Confederation Council could elect or confirm new leadership. The Iron Throne's inheritance was a relic of a lost era. A faint rustle of boots on stone alerted Daenerys to someone behind her. She turned, a smile forming when she beheld Jon Snow stepping from the corridor. Though a few silvery strands flecked his dark hair near the temples, a reflection of the years and burdens, he still carried that steady aura that had first drawn her attention long ago. Over a simple black tunic embroidered with the Stark sigil, he wore a wolf fur cloak pinned by a dire wolf clasp. A sword belt hung at his side, though it was less for daily danger than out of habit. "You're awake early," Jon said, voice low. He joined her at the balcony's edge, eyes drifting to the harbor below. She shrugged gently. "I wanted to watch the city wake. Sometimes in these quiet moments, I remember how far we've come. It still surprises me that none of the old calamities looms overhead." His gaze lingered on the tide. "We had enough calamities to last 1,000 lifetimes. Perhaps we've earned this reprieve." She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers with his. "Perhaps. Yet I can't let myself grow complacent. That letter from Tormund last week about new free folk expansions near the Skirling Pass, it sounded hopeful but also uncertain. They're pushing into deeper territory beyond the old boundaries. And Gendry's ships have been contending with storms near Massey's Hook. He's lost at least 2 in the last month. The realm remains stable, but the day-to-day struggles continue." Jon squeezed her fingers. "We'll handle them as they come. We all eyes do. For now, the city stirs without terror. That's victory enough for me." Daenerys allowed herself a moment's tranquility, leaning into Jon. The hush of the harbor below soothed her. Soon, she would enter a day of governance, hearing petitions, settling trade negotiations, making final plans for a journey she and Jon had decided upon weeks ago. They wanted to see the fringes of Westeros, confirm the rumors of new communities thriving in the wake of the long night, and ensure no pockets of leftover ice magic lurked. Although watchers across the land had found little to worry about lately, vigilance demanded a personal look. They also meant to see how the further-flung corners fared under the Confederation's laws. "Let's go ready ourselves," Daenerys said after a time. "If we're to depart for the western coasts this afternoon, we have much to finalize with Tyrion first." Jon gave a small nod. "Aye. And we must see Sam, too." He was up late studying a new text from the Citadel about old port towns near Lannisport. He seemed excited. They departed the balcony arm in arm, navigating the winding corridors. Sunlight began to brighten the windows, illuminating banners that hung in the keep's main hall: Stark's dire wolf, Targaryen's dragon, the combined sigils of the Confederation's other houses. Gone were the days when the Lannister lion or Baratheon stag reigned supreme. These banners symbolized a realm that recognized multiple pillars, not just a single crown. In a small council chamber, Tyrion Lannister paced with a cup of mulled wine. Seeing Daenerys and Jon, he set it down on a table scattered with parchment. "Your Graces," he greeted with a wry, tired grin. "I hear you're leaving me behind again." Daenerys smiled. "We rely on you to keep the city from collapsing in our absence, Tyrion. You said so yourself. You do your best meddling from this seat." He spread his hands in mock resignation. "True. And meddling I shall. Though I do occasionally wish to see the broader realm. Let's see, shall we start with the updates for your journey?" Jon inclined his head. "Yes, please." Tyrion produced a rolled map. We've arranged a small caravan, no more than 20 men. Brienne is remaining here, but Podrick Payne will accompany you. He's proven quite capable. You'll have 2 wagons for supplies, enough to handle the coastal roads near the Westerlands. Then from there, if you wish, you can circle back through the Reach or cross the northern roads to Winterfell. That's your prerogative. Daenerys peered at the map. We'll likely keep flexible. If the storms near Massey's Hook persist, we might deter. Tyrion nodded. Understood. Also, about your interim leadership, Sam will remain as an advisory presence, Davos as well. Sansa remains at Winterfell for now, but she's only a raven away if we need northern input. The Confederation Council can meet in a fortnight if any major crisis arises. We have delegates from Dorne, the Vale, the Iron Islands, and the North already here, so no region will lack a voice. Jon exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing. Good. Let's hope it's all routine while we're gone. A soft knock sounded at the door. Sam Tarly entered, face aglow with subdued excitement. Forgive the interruption, he said, but I discovered something that might interest you, your graces. He clutched a scroll that looked centuries old. It relates to the old western coast towns near Case and Faircastle. Daenerys gestured for him to proceed. We have time for a quick reading. Sam opened the scroll, laying it carefully on the table. Tyrion peered over, brows lifting. The text was cramped in a half-faded script. This is a record from the reign of King Tommen Lannister some 6 centuries ago, Sam explained. It references a cluster of fishing villages that once stood near the Sunset Sea. They apparently specialized in whaling and salt extraction but were abandoned after an outbreak of the Shivers. My guess is that you won't find them on modern maps. Jon looked thoughtful. Why does it matter now? Sam brightened further. There are rumors that some new settlers have moved into that coastline, rebuilding those old whaling ports. I don't know if it's connected to the storms Gendry mentioned, but if they're fishing further out, they might have encountered rough waters. If you pass that way, you can confirm if these towns exist. They might need help or formal recognition from the Confederation. Daenerys nodded. Intriguing. If we have time, we'll see. People forging new homes on the edges of the map is precisely what we want to encourage, so long as they abide by the realm's laws. Tyrion made a note. I'll document it. Should you find them, be sure to detail how they're surviving, what trade they might want. We can fold them into the broader network. And so the morning briefing concluded. Within hours, Daenerys and Jon gathered in the main courtyard where their small caravan awaited. Horses pawed the cobblestones. Podrick Payne, looking far more confident than the shy squire he once was, oversaw the loading of supply crates. A handful of city watchmen, trusted men who had trained under Jon, stood ready. Sam waved them off, promising to continue studying anything relevant. Tyrion offered a wry salute from the steps, reminding them not to start another war in the Westerlands. Daenerys and Jon mounted their horses, exchanging last words with the staff, then cantered through the keep's gates. Overhead, Drogon soared, a massive black silhouette against the brightening sky. The roads leading west from King's Landing cut through the Crownlands, meandering past farmland that had once been scorched or frozen by the undead siege. Now it brimmed with neat fields, orchard groves, and small villages. Local farmers recognized the traveling retinue, offering respectful bows but not cowering. Daenerys, riding near the front, called out greetings, often halting a moment to ask about their harvests or how the new road taxes weighed on them. She found a general contentment. Taxes were moderate, banditry minimal, trade routes stable. Each conversation confirmed that the Confederation's day-to-day policies functioned well enough. On the second day, the caravan crossed into the rolling hills that formed the approach to the Westerlands. The land grew rockier, but pockets of fertile ground still produced decent crops. They stopped at a small inn near dusk. The innkeeper stammered in surprise at hosting the Targaryen queen and the Stark-born king, but Daenerys and Jon insisted on paying fairly, wanting no fuss. That evening, they sat at a long communal table, sharing stew and bread with a handful of travelers who marveled at the chance to dine beside them. One traveler, an older woman who introduced herself as Morella of Oxcross, told them of minor tensions near Lannisport. Some lords bicker about shipments of gold or they say the Confederation asks too much tax. Others say it's fair because the realm invests in roads that let them export. Mostly talk, but they do like to grumble. She shrugged. In my view, it's better than the times we had under the old monarchy with one house or another seizing control. So, I won't complain. Daenerys took note. We'll see how widespread that sentiment is, she said gently. We don't want them to feel forced into an arrangement they hate. But the realm depends on shared resources. Jon offered the woman a small nod. Thank you, Morella. Your perspective helps. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, the caravan continued, climbing gentle slopes dotted with stands of pine. Drogon occasionally vanished to hunt, returning hours later to glide overhead, watchful. Podrick commented that the presence of the dragons seemed to keep potential brigands at bay. Daenerys had to agree. The sight of that vast black shape was enough to deter most ill-intentioned souls. By the 5th day out of King's Landing, they crested a ridge that offered a sweeping view of Lannisport in the distance. Its golden harbor sparkled under the midday sun, ringed by hills crowned with watchtowers. Sails bobbed in a veritable forest of masts. Gilded spires, remnants of Lannister wealth, rose from the city's center. Beyond, the sea stretched westward, an expanse shimmering like hammered bronze. Daenerys felt a flicker of memory. The Lannisters had once been her family's great foes, but time had reshaped alliances. Now, the Westerlands were simply another region in the Confederation, with no single lion overshadowing the realm. As they descended, the local watch at Lannisport's gates recognized the royal retinue. A watch captain in polished half-plate hurried to greet them. "Your Graces," he said, bowing stiffly. "Welcome to Lannisport. We had no word of your arrival. Shall I send a raven to Lord Greysteel?" Jon recalled that name. Greysteel had been an outspoken Westerlands lord who argued about taxes a few years back. "Yes, let him know we're here on a general inspection. We don't plan to impose, but we'd like to speak with him and any local representatives." The watch captain bowed again. "As you wish. We can arrange comfortable lodging, or you may prefer the old fortress near the city's heart. We keep it in readiness for Confederation delegates." Daenerys accepted. "We'll stay at the fortress for a short time to meet with lords. Then we'll move on." She paused, scanning the bustling port beyond the gates. "Your city looks prosperous enough." The captain smiled proudly. "We've had good trade. More gold from reopened mines shipped out to repay the Confederation's obligations. Some folks grumble about it, but we can't deny we're better off than when half the land was at war. Let me lead you." They passed through wide streets paved in stone, flanked by tall buildings with golden lion sigils still carved above doorways. Some facades bore fresh paint or newly hammered boards. Merchants hawked Lannisport goods, fine metalwork, embroidered tapestries, casks of local wine. The city boasted a tradition of wealth, though not quite as ostentatious as King's Landing. The castle fortress at the city's heart, once the seat of the Lannister family in these parts, had been converted into a local administrative center. With Tyrion now based in King's Landing, the Lannisters who remained were lesser cousins overshadowed by the new power structure. However, a circle of Westerlands lords handled daily matters, including Lord Greysteel. An hour after their arrival, Daenerys and Jon found themselves in a modest hall within the fortress. The structure had thick stone walls, windows overlooking the harbor, and tapestries featuring old Lannister victories, none of them brand new, all from an earlier age. Lord Greysteel, a stout man with graying hair and a resolute demeanor, greeted them. He wore a surcoat bearing a stylized lion, though not the main Lannister heraldry. Bowing courteously, he invited them to sit at a large wooden table. "Your Graces," he began. "I'm honored by this surprise visit. How might we assist you?" Daenerys and Jon exchanged glances. Jon spoke first. "We're traveling the western coasts, ensuring the Confederation's well-being. We'd like to hear about Lannisport's trade, taxes, and any concerns. We also heard some talk that local lords grumble about the Confederation's demands. We'd rather address it openly than let resentment fester." Greysteel cleared his throat. "Yes, there is some disquiet. We produce gold, after all. Some houses see little benefit in paying a share to the Confederation beyond our region's upkeep. They claim the roads are improved, yes, but they wonder if we're still carrying more weight than others. Especially since the old monarchy's debts lingered for so long." Daenerys nodded, remembering how Tyrion had once brokered a compromise. "I see. And yet, from what we hear, your trade routes flourish. The roads to King's Landing bring in a fair profit, don't they?" He inclined his head. "That's true. Exports of ore and minted coin to other regions have soared. Many of us find that arrangement beneficial. But some old families still yearn for a time when they answered to no one, barons of gold, so to speak." He sighed. "I've tried to reason with them, explaining we have fewer petty wars now. But old pride dies hard." Jon offered a measured tone. "We're not here to punish them for pride. We only ask that they abide by the foundational accord. If they have grievances, let them speak with the Confederation's council. Perhaps we can craft new trade concessions or prove their gold is fueling essential stability." Greysteel's shoulders relaxed. "I'll convey that. I think most will remain loyal. The stubborn few might grumble until they see no advantage in rebellion." Daenerys frowned slightly. "Rebellion is an ugly word. We'd prefer they not consider it at all. The last time houses rose in defiance of a stable realm, we all paid in blood. Let's not repeat the cycle. Graysteel hastily nodded. Agreed, Your Grace. I only share the rumors. I see no sign that any genuine rebellion is brewing, more a quiet dissatisfaction. They spoke further, discussing gold production volumes, harbor fees, and Lannisport's potential to expand shipping westward. After an hour, Daenerys felt satisfied that the city was largely at peace. Graysteel promised to gather a few lesser lords that evening so they could voice any concerns in person. Daenerys and Jon accepted, hoping to quell discontent before it grew. Stepping out into the fortress courtyard, Daenerys exhaled. A minor headache, but it could have been worse. At least they're not threatening revolt. Jon gave a half-smile. Better to treat them seriously now than ignore them. We'll hear them out tonight. They parted ways to freshen up. Daenerys found a moment to stand by a fortress parapet overlooking the harbor. Drogon perched on a distant crag outside the city walls, occasionally letting out a low rumble. She took in the hustle of Lannisport below, seeing wagons loaded with gold or trundling to the docks. Westeros had survived so many catastrophes, gold was but a minor worry. Yet she recognized that even small resentments could spark trouble if left untended. At dusk, under the fortress's torchlit archways, Daenerys and Jon convened with half a dozen lords, Graysteel, plus a Lord Braemor, Lady Calder, Lord Hawes, Lady Vera, and Ser Alton of the lesser Lannister branch. Over spiced wine and roasted pheasant, they aired their mild complaints about taxes, the cost of forging new roads, and the mandatory shipments of ore to King's Landing. Jon reminded them how that ore built everything from city watch weaponry to repairs in places devastated by the White Walkers. Daenerys explained that King's Landing's prosperity fueled trade that returned profits to every region. Lady Vera looked dubious but nodded stiffly. Lord Hawes ventured a question about whether any future rulers might scrap the Confederation's burdensome taxes. Daenerys politely pointed out that the foundational accord permitted each region's voice in setting tax levels, so if the Westerlands truly felt oppressed, they could motion for revision. But that would require a majority among the Confederation's council to approve, which meant forging alliances with other lords. The complexities of it evidently daunted them. By the end of the discussion, no one expressed a desire for confrontation. They parted amicably, if not enthusiastically. Daenerys counted it a success. Night draped the city in hush. Daenerys and Jon returned to their assigned chambers in the fortress's upper floor. She dozed fitfully, half listening to the sea breeze's rattling shutters. She woke once to see Jon pacing near a window, watchful. He murmured that he couldn't sleep, thinking of old battles at the edges of his mind. She coaxed him back to bed, reminded him no White Walkers prowled the night, that the realm was quiet. Eventually, they both drifted into deeper rest. Morning arrived with a pale sky tinted by the gold of sunrise. Over breakfast, Daenerys and Jon decided to continue westward, following a coastal road rumored to lead to smaller ports. They bid farewell to Graysteel, who politely wished them good travels. Within an hour, they were on the road again, the city's gates sliding behind them. The landscape shifted from farmland to craggy cliffs as the caravan pressed closer to the sea. Ahead stretched miles of coastline, the horizon a meeting of watery blue and cloud-strewn sky. 2 days of travel brought them to a more rugged region where the road narrowed and hugged the edges of cliffs. The surging ocean crashed below, sending salt spray into the air. The party moved carefully, horses stepping over uneven rock. Drogon flew overhead less often as the strong coastal winds made him cautious in flight. Here, few villages dotted the road. This was less tamed land, overshadowed by the wealth of Lannisport further east. At times, Podrick asked locals about any new settlements or trouble. Most shrugged, saying only that travelers occasionally passed, heading to rumored fishing camps near the open sea. On the third day in this region, they camped on a plateau above a narrow cove. Gray clouds overhead threatened rain. Daenerys and Jon pitched a modest pavilion with the help of watchmen, setting a ring of torches to keep away wild animals. The ocean's roar reverberated up the cliffs, lulling them. Daenerys, restless after hours in the saddle, strolled to the cliff's edge. From here, she could see seabirds circling far below. The wind whipped her cloak around her legs. Jon joined her. "We must be near Case," he said, recalling Sam's mention of old whaling towns. Daenerys peered at the distant curve of shoreline. "According to the map, yes. Another day or two's ride. If settlers have truly reclaimed an ancient port, we might discover it soon." He nodded. "Let's hope they want to be part of the Confederation, not left alone. If they do want autonomy, we can handle that, so long as they don't break our laws." They shared a moment of quiet, the salty wind tugging at them. A watchman arrived to say the meal was ready. Daenerys and Jon returned to the camp where a simple stew simmered in a cauldron. Podrick offered a grin, ladling portions into wooden bowls. The watchman ate in respectful silence, occasionally sharing a subdued joke about the wind. Rain began to patter, forcing them under canvas. Daenerys fell asleep to the smell of damp earth, lulled by the distant thunder of waves. Come dawn, the caravan pressed onward, forging carefully along the cliff-hugging road. By midday, the path led them through a series of switchbacks that descended into a wide valley. Low clouds obscured the sun, giving the landscape a subdued, silvered cast. Eventually, they spied a cluster of rooftops near the water, clearly some kind of coastal settlement. Wooden huts and a few sturdier stone buildings lined a crude harbor. Plumes of smoke rose from chimneys. Fishing boats bobbed at a small dock. At a glance, Daenerys guessed perhaps 100 souls lived here. They approached cautiously, wanting to gauge the inhabitants' disposition. Drogon's presence overhead often startled the unwary, so Daenerys commanded him to roost on a high cliff away from the settlement. The path led them into a rough clearing behind the huts where a handful of men in oilskin cloaks hurried out, brandishing fishing spears. Their expressions were tense, alarmed at the arrival of so many armed strangers. Daenerys raised a hand in greeting, calling, "We come in peace. We're from the Confederation, traveling to learn of new settlements. We mean no harm." Her voice carried a ring of calm authority. The men exchanged glances. One, older, face etched with wrinkles, stepped forward, spear lowered but not quite relaxed. "Confederation? We've heard talk, the realm that replaced the old crown, Jon inclined his head. "Yes. I am Jon Snow and this is Daenerys Targaryen. We want to know who resides here and whether you need aid or trade." Murmurs passed among the small crowd. A woman in a salt-stained apron emerged from a hut, wiping her hands on a cloth. She eyed Daenerys and Jon warily. "We've not had visitors in some time. Our folk call this place Whale's Reach. We fish and harvest salt. We get by." Daenerys studied the cluster of huts, none looked especially fortified. "Are you from the Westeros originally?" The older man nodded stiffly. "Some of us hail from near Lannisport, but we fled the wars years back, searching for a quiet place. Others came from the Riverlands after the undead. We're a mix, I suppose. We came here because no one wanted these old whaling grounds. We built what you see." His tone held a defiant edge. "We do all right on our own." Jon spoke with gentle firmness. "We respect your choice to live freely. Under the Confederation's structure, you can remain self-governing if you abide by the realm's laws, no slavery, no raiding, no harboring criminals. In return, we offer you recognized trade routes and protection from outside threats." The man frowned. "We have no desire for trouble. And we've heard rumors that your realm taxes folk." The last phrase carried a note of suspicion. Daenerys sighed inwardly but kept her voice kind. "Taxes are part of a shared system. But the rate is not oppressive. We use those resources for roads, watchers, security. If you prefer minimal contact, you might only pay a small levy on traded goods. That's how we keep bandits at bay and prevent the realm from splintering again." A hush fell. The woman with the apron, who introduced herself as Kalina, stepped forward. "We do want to trade. Our salted fish is plentiful and we sometimes have whale oil. If your watchers can keep pirates away from our bay, that'd be helpful. A few unscrupulous raiders have harassed us." She shot a glance at the older man, whose posture relaxed a fraction. Jon nodded. "Pirates or rogue Ironborn?" Kalina shrugged. "I can't be sure. They had black sails, demanded we hand over our catch. We fought them off once. Lost 2 men. They haven't returned, but we fear it." Daenerys exchanged a meaningful look with Jon. This was reminiscent of the rogue Morgan Pike issue, though that had presumably been resolved. Still, pirates roamed. "If you join the Confederation in some capacity, Yara Greyjoy's ships or Gendry's patrols can help guard your waters," Daenerys said. "We can arrange for a watchtower here, if that's your wish." The older man exhaled, rubbing a calloused hand over his chin. "We're a small folk, but we'd not refuse real protection. I suppose we'll need to meet someone official, sign something?" Jon gestured to the traveling satchel carried by Podrick. "We have basic Confederation charters for new towns. If you wish to see them, we can talk. Or if you want time to consider." "Best to talk now while you're here," Kalina said. "At least we'll know what we're agreeing to." She motioned them toward a bigger hut. "Come inside. We'll share a meal. Our fish is fresh caught if you don't mind the smell." Daenerys smiled. "We welcome it. Our men can wait outside." Nodding, the older man introduced himself as Garrus, apparently an informal leader. Inside the hut, a smoky hearth burned, the walls lined with nets and whaling harpoons. The fish scent was strong but not unpleasant. Over roughly hewn benches, Daenerys and Jon laid out the simplest version of the Confederation's guidelines. They explained that Wales Reach could choose to be a recognized township, paying a minor fraction of their catch in taxes or offering goods in trade. In exchange, the realm recognized them, protected them from raiders, and opened markets if they wanted to export. Garrus and Kalina asked questions about how disputes would be settled, how watchers would arrive, who commanded them. Daenerys walked them through the structure calmly, referencing real examples from the North or Stormlands. Over the course of an hour, Wales Reach found reason in the arrangement. Ultimately, Garrus agreed in principle, though he insisted on reading the short-form charter for new settlements. Podrick produced it, carefully explaining each clause. By midday, Wales Reach had, in effect, joined the realm. The locals seemed cautiously relieved, as though they had not expected the Targaryen queen herself to appear at their doors. After a shared meal of grilled fish and coarse bread, Daenerys and Jon left them a small supply of seeds and basic tools, a courtesy from the traveling wagons. They also promised to relay Wales Reach's location to the City Watch in Lannisport as well as to the Confederation's shipping routes so any patrolling vessel might keep an eye out for pirates. Garrus and Kalina, for their part, pledged to gather a small harvest levy if or when a collector came, or to send salted fish to Lannisport in exchange for goods they lacked. It was a modest but real extension of the Confederation's influence into a neglected corner. Departing Wales Reach, the caravan resumed along the coast. Daenerys couldn't help the flicker of satisfaction. Scenes like this, helping small communities link into the broader tapestry, reminded her of why they had replaced the old monarchy in the first place. The realm no longer turned solely on the whims of King's Landing or some single great house. Freed from that overshadowing grip, these hardy folk could find a path to flourish while still connecting to a system that offered stability. That evening, the caravan found an open stretch of beach where they camped. Far to the west, the sun dipped low, painting the sea in molten gold. Daenerys strolled along the tide line, her boots crunching the damp sand. Drogon perched on a rocky outcrop a short distance away, causing the local gulls to keep their distance. Jon walked beside Daenerys, arms crossed, listening to the hush of waves. The watchmen set up a few torches, but the beach was broad, safe enough. The breeze carried a tang of salt that reminded Daenerys of her earliest days crossing the narrow sea in Essos, albeit in an entirely different context. Jon eventually turned to her, eyes thoughtful. I wonder how many more hamlets like Wales Reach exist, scattered along the coasts or hidden in the mountains. After the wars, some survivors fled, forging new homes. Our confederation may not even realize how large we are. She nodded. One day we might need a formal census. But that can wait. People have a right to live quietly if they so choose. So long as they don't break the law or invite trouble. Jon smiled, faint but genuine. The realm's come a long way from demanding every soul kneel at a single throne. Daenerys brushed her hair from her face as the wind gusted. Yes, she said softly, recalling how she'd once planned an outright conquest. Life had taught her to adapt. It's better this way. They set up bedrolls inside a broad canvas tent that night, drifting off to the lullaby of waves. Daenerys, half dozing, dreamt fleeting images of a realm at peace, dotted with countless small lights of villages, each thriving in its own corner. She woke at dawn to find the horizon a sweep of rosy pink, gulls shrieking overhead as they dove for fish. The day promised more coastal riding, perhaps more hidden outposts. Their group rode onward, following the meandering path. Now and then they encountered travelers, a peddler with a donkey cart, a pair of fisherfolk carrying net bundles, a handful of men in salt-crusted garb. Some recognized Daenerys or Jon, bowing in awe or stammering out greetings. Others simply stared, unnerved by the mention of a dragon. In each case, Daenerys gently asked if they needed anything, if they'd encountered bandits, if they'd heard rumors of leftover white threats. Mostly, they heard no, everything is calm. On the second day after Wales Reach, they spotted a more established port, Case, presumably. Its harbor nestled in a natural cove below steep cliffs. A scattering of watchtowers guarded the approach. Masts bristled in the small harbor, though fewer than at Lannisport. Ships from the Westerlands flew various sigils, some sporting a golden lion, others more obscure. As they descended a long switchback, Daenerys glimpsed the city's houses clinging to the slopes, stepping down toward the water. Her retinue paused at the gates, exchanging words with the local guards who recognized them swiftly and waved them through. Inside Case, the streets were narrower than Lannisport, but still lively. People bustled about, carrying nets, crates of salted fish, casks of wine, or bales of wool from inland. The guard captain, a lanky fellow named Ser Bartram, greeted Daenerys and Jon with a respectful bow, explaining that Case was nominally under the Westerlands' domain. It was, however, fairly independent in daily affairs. The local steward, Lady Melara Prester, oversaw Case's city matters. Daenerys and Jon found lodging in a small keep perched on a bluff. Lady Melara arrived soon after, offering them courtesy. She was tall, with chestnut hair pinned under a practical net, and wore a surcoat with the Prester sigil, a tired-looking horse. She led them to a modest audience hall with wide windows facing the sea. "I welcome you to Case," Melara said, dipping in a graceful half-curtsy. "We seldom receive visits from the capital. To what do we owe the pleasure?" Jon summarized their reason: a circuit of the western coasts, ensuring stability, forging connections with new or re-emerging communities. Melara seemed intrigued. She told them Case's fishing and minor gold trading had flourished since the Confederation stabilized the realm. Yet she also revealed small-scale friction with certain local lords, echoing what they'd heard in Lannisport. Nothing dire, just the same talk of taxes and a longing for greater autonomy. "We handle our day-to-day well enough," Melara said. "But if there's trouble at sea, we appreciate Confederation ships. That's been the best boon. None dare raid Case's harbor knowing the realm might intervene. And the roads to Lannisport are safer than they've been in decades." Daenerys exchanged a pleased look with Jon. "That's precisely what we hoped for, local autonomy balanced with realm-wide security. Does Case require anything further from the Confederation? Additional watchers or coin for expansions?" Melara considered. "I wouldn't say no to some farmland development grants, if such exist. Our hilly terrain doesn't yield bountiful harvests, but we can improve terraces. We're partly reliant on imported grain. If there's a program to supply advanced plows or seeds, we'd be grateful." Daenerys nodded. "We can arrange that. The Confederation keeps a store of seeds courtesy of Highgarden. I'll direct some to Case if your soil can support them." Jon added, "We might also see about forging a direct trade route to the Stormlands if you're open to shipping. Gendry's fleet is expanding. Coastal trade from Case to Storm's End could be beneficial." Melara's eyes lit up. "That sounds promising. I'd welcome any new markets for our salted fish or minor gold. We rely heavily on Lannisport now, but diversifying might help us stand on steadier ground." So they spent half the day with Melara forging new commerce. Melara concluded with a gift, a small chest of Case's finest salted cod and a few hammered gold trinkets shaped into fish motifs. Daenerys accepted politely, promising to keep them safe for distribution or personal enjoyment. The day ended with a short feast in the keep's modest hall, local wines flowing, fresh fish prepared expertly. Daenerys, accustomed to simpler fare on the road, found it a delightful change. That evening, after the feast, Daenerys and Jon stood on a high balcony. Case's lights shimmered below, mirrored by the calm sea. The hush of the night carried only the faint cries of gulls. Soft notes of a distant flute drifted from somewhere in the city, a lullaby in the darkness. "They seem content enough here," Daenerys said. "We might find similar results as we continue. The realm is cohesive. Not perfect, but cohesive." Jon leaned against the balcony's low wall. "It's reassuring. Each place we visit, they do mention taxes, but it's mild grumbling compared to what we faced in earlier years. No talk of overthrowing the Confederation, no sign of leftover undead threats." She nodded, feeling a subtle relief. "And tomorrow, if we push further west, we can circle up the coast. Sam mentioned those old whaling villages to the north. Possibly we'll reach them in a week. Or we might turn inland toward the craggy passes that lead up to the north." He considered. "If you're eager to see more of the west, let's keep going. Then, once we're satisfied, we can cut northeast to Winterfell. It's been a year since we saw Sansa in person. She might be hoping for a visit." Daenerys smiled. "Indeed. And she might have new developments to show us. The North never stops evolving." They parted for the night, each retreating to bed with a gentle sense of progress. Case had proven no trouble. If only all corners of the realm were so stable. In the morning, they prepared to depart. Melara escorted them to the city gate, offering final thanks and a hope that future shipments of seeds and trade vessels would arrive. Daenerys gave her a gracious promise, then led the caravan northward along the shoreline. For another 4 days, they traveled through remote fishing hamlets and rugged coves. Some hamlets were too small even to have names, just clusters of huts where families scratched out a living from the sea. At each, Daenerys offered a chance to register with the Confederation, paying minimal taxes in exchange for help if raiders threatened. Many agreed happily, though a few said they wanted time to think. No sign of deeper unrest emerged. An almost content hush lay over these coastal enclaves, as if the trauma of war had receded enough for them to trust in simpler lives. It was on the 5th day of this northward route that they encountered an unexpected visitor from the sea. The caravan had halted at midday in a rocky cove to rest the horses. The sky hung overcast, a gloom that hinted at a coming drizzle. While Podrick and Watchman watered the horses, Daenerys strolled along a pebbled beach with Jon, scanning for shells in the tide. Drogon perched on a cliff overhead, watchful as ever. Then a cry came from one of the watchmen, a skiff on the water, approaching. Daenerys and Jon turned, spotting a small rowboat rounding a jagged outcrop. Two figures manned the oars, both wearing brown cloaks. The boat angled toward the cove's stony beach. At first, Daenerys suspected fishermen, but the rowers' urgency suggested otherwise. The caravan men readied themselves, hands near weapons, though Daenerys signaled them to hold. The skiff bumped ashore and the two figures hopped out. One was a woman with braided hair, face sunburnt, the other a man who looked no older than 20, eyes wide with alarm. They bowed hastily, panting from effort. The woman called out, "My lord, my lady, are you from the Confederation?" Jon stepped forward. "We are. I'm Jon Snow, this is Daenerys Targaryen. Speak freely. What troubles you?" The young man swallowed. "We come from a small island settlement half a day's row from here. We were attacked by unknown raiders a few nights back, lost 2 boats, supplies burned. We fled to find help." Daenerys's pulse quickened. "Raiders? Did you see any sigils?" The woman shook her head. "They wore no banners. Their ship was lean, black-hulled. They spoke a language we barely recognized, some might have been Essosi or a strange accent of Westeros. They demanded our fish, our valuables, claimed the island was theirs. We resisted, a fight broke out. They set fires and threatened to kill us all. We escaped by boat, a few others too. But the island is left defenseless." Jon frowned. "We can't ignore that. Could be pirates from Essos. This coastline is remote, they might slip in and out." Daenerys turned to the watchman. "We must respond. This is precisely the threat we promised to quell for any Confederation settlement." The woman clarified, voice trembling, "We're not an official settlement, we just formed after the war. But we still want the realm's protection if possible. My name is Felina, this is Roy. We meant no harm living there. We just wanted quiet." Daenerys placed a reassuring hand on Felina's arm. "Whether official or not, if you're in Westeros waters, the Confederation can help. Show us on a map where this island lies. We'll see if we can intervene." She paused, glancing at Drogon overhead. "We have means to reach it swiftly if it's close enough for my dragon to fly." Jon nodded. "We might also send some of our men by boat if there's a local fisher craft. But if these raiders remain, we must be cautious." Felina looked astonished at the mention of a dragon. "And you'd do that? You'd help? No one else would come this far." Daenerys's expression hardened with resolve. "Yes. Let us handle it." She turned to the watchmen, instructing them to gather gear. Podrick produced a small traveling map. Roy and Felina pointed to a rough spot off the coast, an unnamed isle about 15 miles out. They described a small harbor, a handful of huts, perhaps 60 people total. The raider ship arrived 2 nights prior, presumably still anchored if they meant to seize fish or supplies. Jon conferred with Daenerys. "I can lead a group by boat, or you can fly with Drogon to scout from above. Either way, we must handle them quickly before they escape or harm more people." She considered. "A swift approach from the air might scare them into fleeing, which isn't ideal if it leaves them free to raid again. If we land watchers on the island, we can corner them. I'll fly overhead as a deterrent." Podrick pointed out a challenge. "We have no boat large enough to carry all our men. But maybe these fishers have a craft." Roy admitted they only had 1 rowboat left. Felina added that their settlement had 2 small fishing sloops, but the raiders likely seized them. The caravan's watchmen muttered among themselves, concerned. They needed a better approach. Finally, Daenerys said, "We'll split. Jon, take half the watchmen and ride inland to Case or the next port to borrow or requisition a proper vessel. Then sail to the island. I'll fly ahead on Drogon. See if the raiders are still there. If so, I can hamper them from leaving or at least keep watch until you arrive. We must coordinate timing carefully." Jon's brow furrowed. "That's risky for you alone. If they have scorpions or some cunning trap." She squeezed his hand. "I've faced worse. I won't engage them blindly. I'll do enough to deter them from fleeing, perhaps scorch their mast if needed. But I'll wait for your arrival. We'll free the island together." Reluctantly, he agreed. The watchman readied to accompany Jon back south to Case, hoping to find a boat. Felina and Roy remained with Daenerys, volunteering to guide her to the island from the air. Daenerys spent an hour organizing. They arranged a meeting point at the island's western bay in 2 days, assuming Jon could secure a boat swiftly. After a brief farewell, Daenerys mounted Drogon with Felina and Arroy perched behind her in harness loops. Something rarely done, but they were light, and Daenerys trusted Drogon to bear them carefully. Drogon snorted, flapping huge wings, stirring dust in the cove. The watchmen shielded their faces from the wind. In a rush of power, the dragon launched skyward, carrying them out above the sea. For Daenerys, the sensation of flight never lost its wonder. The updraft of cool air, the vast panorama of rolling waves below, the horizon stretching to oblivion. She angled Drogon west, relying on Felina's shouted directions to follow the coastline, then turn out to open water. The ocean's surface glimmered like hammered steel under the cloudy sky. Far below, gulls and cormorants scattered. Arroy clung to the saddle straps, eyes wide, while Felina pressed her face into Daenerys's back, clearly terrified but determined. They flew for perhaps 2 hours, scanning the waters for sign of an island. Felina occasionally shouted instructions, pointing. At last, they spotted a small landmass ringed by rocky outcrops, a single shallow harbor along the eastern side. From above, Daenerys saw a cluster of huts, some blackened by fire. The harbor held a single larger ship anchored, dark-hulled. Another smaller boat bobbed near it, likely one of the stolen fishing sloops. Smoke rose from scattered ruins. No sign of heavy armaments, though men moved on the shore. She circled high to avoid detection, scanning for vantage points. The raider ship had no scorpion or ballista that she could see, just a standard sail, nothing formidable. That was good, but she remembered caution. Euron Greyjoy once used cunning to harm her dragon. She wouldn't underestimate any potential threat. She spied half a dozen men on the deck, others on the beach. Possibly more in the huts. She guessed 15 to 20 total. She guided Drogon to a rocky spur on the island's western side, out of sight from the harbor. The surf pounded below. He landed with a thunderous flurry of wings, setting pebbles skittering. Felina and Arroy dismounted unsteadily, dropping to their knees on the stony ground, grateful for solid earth. Daenerys dismounted last, scanning the terrain. The huts were on the far side, separated by a series of low ridges. "We'll wait here," she told them. "I need to see how many raiders remain. Then Jon's men can land from the west with a boat and we'll corner them." Felina pointed. "We can approach by foot if needed, but the raiders are likely armed. They took our bigger nets, used them to ensnare folks who resisted. Some might still be captive." Daenerys frowned. "Then we must act soon. But I can't rescue them alone if the raiders have hostages. Let's do a small reconnaissance on foot. Stay behind me and remain quiet." She left Drogon perched on the rocky spur, instructing him to stay. He let out a guttural rumble, the warmth of his breath steaming in the cool air. Then Daenerys, Felina, and Arroy crept around the ridge. They found a vantage overlooking the huts. Smoke rose from 2 structures that had burned. A small group of figures milled about near the largest hut. 3 men with swords, 1 woman with a spear. Another figure, possibly a captive, lay prone or bound to a post. Her heart clenched at the sight. Through the wind, she caught snatches of coarse laughter. The raiders were at ease, possibly thinking no rescue would come. She counted 5 visible, more likely inside. The anchored ship bobbed a stone's throw out, but no sign of a ballista. This was no advanced pirate vessel, more like a reaver's sloop adapted for coastal raids. Returning to Drogon, Daenerys weighed options. She couldn't simply unleash dragonfire without risking the captives or the huts. She planned to do minimal intimidation from the air if they tried to flee. For now, she resolved to wait for Jon's boat. Felina and Arroy were grateful not to charge in alone. That afternoon, Daenerys and her 2 companions scavenged among the island's western side, finding a shallow cave to shelter in. She used a bit of driftwood to start a small fire. The day wore on. Periodically, Daenerys soared with Drogon to ensure the raiders didn't depart. She took care to keep distance so as not to provoke them into harming hostages. Each time, the men on deck looked alarmed at the dragon overhead, but none tried to sail off, likely not wanting to face fire from above. This standoff wore on into the evening. Daenerys worried about the captives, but she had no means to stealthily rescue them with so few people. She prayed Jon would arrive soon. Night fell. A waxing moon cast faint silver across the tide. Daenerys dozed in the cave. Felina curled up near Arroy. Drogon crouched outside, half-lidded eyes scanning the darkness. Twice, Daenerys woke to check on the harbor from a ridge. She saw occasional torches near the huts, heard muffled shouts but no obvious violence. She itched to intervene, yet feared a miscalculation would cost hostages' lives. At dawn, a drizzle set in, lancing the shore with cold droplets. Daenerys braced under the cave's overhang, gazing at the gray horizon. She saw no sign of Jon. Her heart panged with worry. Did he fail to find a boat? Did storms hamper him? By midday, the raiders stirred more aggressively, possibly sensing they needed to leave. Daenerys, observing from a ridge, saw them loading crates onto the deck. They might sail at any moment. She debated using Drogon to destroy their mast. That could trap them but risk retaliation on the hostages. She was on the verge of deciding when, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted movement on the water's western approach. Masts, small but visible. A ship. Relief flooded her. Likely Jon. The vessel approached around the rocky western side. Daenerys hurried back to the cave, readied Drogon. She told Felina and Arroy to remain hidden. Mounting up, she soared aloft, scanning the sea. Yes, she recognized the sail pattern as from Case's port, likely the borrowed boat. On deck, she glimpsed a figure in black among others. Jon, no doubt. The sea was choppy, but the ship pressed on, trying to come around the islands west to the harbor. The raiders, spotting the approach, erupted into shouts. Daenerys circled overhead, seeing them scramble with rigging, preparing to cast off. This was the moment. She guided Drogon into a low swoop, unleashing a roar that echoed across the bay. Flames licked out, not aimed at the huts or the deck, but scorching a stretch of open sand near the raiders' boat. The men below scattered, yelling curses. Their attempt to weigh anchor faltered. One brave or foolish soul lifted a crossbow, firing a bolt that whizzed under Drogon's wing. Jon's ship closed in. She recognized watchmen on the bow. The raiders, pinned between a fearsome dragon overhead and an approaching vessel, hesitated. Another blast of Drogon's fire kissed the waterline near them, sending up steam. Panicked, they abandoned anchor lifting, some drawing swords, others diving behind crates. A few retreated to the huts. Jon's ship reached the harbor's edge, dropping a small rowboat with watchmen. They rowed to the beach, leaping out with weapons raised. The fight began in earnest. Raiders on the shore clashed with watchmen. Daenerys circled overhead, ensuring the raider ship couldn't slip away. The watchers pressed forward, swords and spears shining in the midday gloom. Some raiders, seeing the hopelessness, tossed down arms, shouting surrender. Others fought savagely. 2 watchmen fell. Jon himself waded in, parrying a raider's strike, slashing back with a measured blow. The huts had a hostage area. Daenerys glimpsed a group of captives roped together near a burnt structure. With the raiders distracted, these captives scrambled for freedom. One watchman cut their bonds, helping them away from the fighting. 2 or 3 raiders near the huts saw this and turned to charge, but watchmen intervened. A short, brutal clash ended in the raiders dropping weapons, battered and outnumbered. Within minutes, the beach fell quiet. A handful of raiders lay dead or wounded, the rest kneeling with hands raised. The watchmen formed a ring around them. Jon, breathing hard, nodded up at Daenerys, who hovered on Drogon. She guided the dragon to land a short distance from the huts, stirring sand and grit. The watchmen parted nervously, though they'd grown used to Drogon's presence. Daenerys dismounted, scanning the scene. Felina and Arroy emerged from behind a ridge, rushing to help the freed captives. Some wept with relief at seeing their settlement saved. Jon approached Daenerys, wiping sweat from his brow. "We lost 2 watchmen," he said grimly. "But we took most raiders alive. They're from somewhere in Essos, apparently. We'll question them." She looked at the battered men kneeling on the sand. Their clothes were motley, speech thick with an accent indeed reminiscent of Essos. They glared sullenly, but fear flickered in their eyes at the dragon's presence. "We'll see that justice is done," she told Jon quietly. "They can't go free to raid again. We might have them face a Confederation tribunal in Lannisport or King's Landing." He nodded. "Agreed." The captives confirmed these raiders came a week ago, started extorting them. They apparently planned to keep the settlement as a base for future raids. Now that's finished. Daenerys walked among the freed islanders, who thanked her effusively, some kneeling, others hugging Felina or Arroy. She reminded them that the realm existed to prevent such horrors, urging them to formalize their place in the Confederation if they so wished. Many nodded eagerly, swearing loyalty. She promised watchers would visit occasionally. They'd also contact Yara Greyjoy or Gendry's patrols to keep an eye on the waters. If the islanders desired trade or supplies, the realm could help. The relief and gratitude in their expressions reminded Daenerys of why she had embarked on this entire journey. Thus ended the threat to the unnamed island settlement. Jon had the watchmen tie up the surviving raiders, hauling them onto the borrowed case ship. The plan was to ferry them back to the mainland for trial. Daenerys offered to carry the bodies of the fallen watchmen for an honorable burial, but realized it might be too cumbersome for Drogon. Instead, they laid them gently on the case ship as well, to be returned to their families. The entire operation felt solemn yet victorious, another pocket of injustice snuffed out. That night, the islanders set up a hasty feast of fish and sparse vegetables to honor their rescuers. Daenerys and Jon accepted humbly, partaking of the meal amid the huts that smelled of soot and brine. The freed hostages recounted how the raiders forced them to gather fish daily, threatening to burn the rest. Some hostages had died in the initial attack. A few huts still smoldered, but the islanders intended to rebuild. Daenerys quietly offered them a supply of grain from the traveling wagons, plus a promise of more if they joined the Confederation. Their new loyalty was given with genuine relief. Come morning, Daenerys and Jon parted ways again. Jon would accompany the case ship back with the raider prisoners, ensuring no further treachery. Daenerys would fly overhead for part of the journey, then rejoin the caravan on the mainland. They aimed to meet near a coastal hamlet in 2 days, finalizing their next route. The islanders, left behind with minimal but vital resources, waved farewell from the beach. Drogon soared up, overshadowing them for a moment before wheeling away to follow Jon's ship at a distance. By midday, the sea breeze carried the brine tang strongly. Daenerys scanned below, ensuring the raiders made no last attempt at rebellion. All seemed calm. When the ship found a safe harbor on the mainland, Daenerys landed in the shallows, letting Jon disembark with watchmen, the bound raiders in tow. A local garrison from Case's domain took charge of the prisoners. Daenerys overhead heard them speak of transferring them to Lannisport or perhaps King's Landing for a formal tribunal. Another small victory for the Confederation's justice system, no need for arbitrary summary executions. With that resolved, Daenerys and Jon resumed traveling north. The events of the island raid reaffirmed the realm's vigilance. Even in a relatively peaceful era, raiders or unscrupulous bands could exploit remote corners. But thanks to the union of watchers, a ready traveling monarchy, or co-rulership, and the threat of dragons overhead, such criminals found no easy foothold. In the weeks that followed, Daenerys and Jon continued their circuit, winding through coastal roads, forging inland paths to check on highland villages, even passing the edges of the riverlands. Everywhere, they were met with variations of the same story. Small communities who once huddled in fear of whites or warring lords now managed their own affairs. Some needed minor help or trade connections, others were content. At each stop, Daenerys and Jon listened, documented concerns, promised to pass them on to the Confederation Council. By the journey's end, they had sewn up a tapestry of local improvements, small alliances, and extended watchers. When they finally turned northeast, heading for Winterfell, the air grew colder, snow dusting the road. Their retinue had thinned, some watchmen remained in the west, aiding local lords. Podrick, ever stalwart, still accompanied them. Sam had not come on this trek, but they carried notes to share with him once back in King's Landing. The approach to the north stirred bittersweet memories. They recalled the Great War's aftermath, the half-ruined keeps, the exhaustion of armies. Now the roads were better kept, villages re-inhabited, farmland gleaning new harvest. A quiet pride filled Daenerys at how the north had rebounded under Sansa's watchful rule. They reached Winterfell at dusk on a day of swirling gray skies. The castle's stout walls rose from the snowy plain, torchlight gleaming on battlements. Guards recognized the retinue, hoisting gates to let them pass. Sansa Stark herself met them in the courtyard, flanked by a handful of loyal northern guards. She looked slightly older than Daenerys remembered, fine lines near her eyes, hair braided in a practical style. But her smile was warm as she embraced Jon, then greeted Daenerys with a respectful nod and an air of genuine welcome. "I wasn't sure when you'd arrive," Sansa said, guiding them in from the cold. "Ravens told me you were traveling the west coasts. How was it?" Jon shrugged off his cloak, letting a swirl of snow tumble to the floor. "Eventful. Pirates, new settlements. But mostly good news, people living free, abiding the Confederation. We can tell you more once we're warm." Daenerys seconded that. "Yes. And you must share how the north fares. We see new expansions on the way in. More farmland than last year." Sansa's eyes glimmered. "We'll talk inside. There's much to discuss." They passed through Winterfell's corridors, old stone warmed by strategic hearths. The great hall beckoned with bright fires, a modest supper laid out. Daenerys recalled the first time she'd come here, amid war's darkest days. Now, the hall felt neither grim nor lavish, but homely and functional. They settled at a long table near the dais, no single seat overshadowing the rest. Sansa, Jon, Daenerys, Podrick, and a handful of northern advisors shared the meal. Roasted venison, hearty stew, fresh bread. Mead and ale circulated. Servants moved quietly, clearing plates as needed. Conversation flowed from news of the West to local developments. Sansa spoke of a new alliance with free folk forging farmland near the White Knife. She boasted, with a rare grin, that last harvest had been the largest since the war, alleviating concerns of famine. Some lords still clung to old ways, but overall, they had accepted the Confederation structure. The foundational accord recognized the North's near autonomy, giving them space to govern local matters so long as they contributed to realm-wide security. Jon praised her leadership, remarking how the roads were safer than he'd ever seen. Daenerys asked if any leftover White Walker lore had cropped up. Sansa shook her head, relief plain in her eyes. Bran says the land is quiet. He seldom delves into the past now, only glimpsing the present for any sign of ice magic. So far, nothing. That night, Daenerys and Jon bedded down in Winterfell's guest chambers, warmed by the memory of simpler times. The next few days became a restful interlude as they conferred with Sansa about the North's broader issues. They resolved some land disputes, sanctioned small watchtowers near the new free folk settlements, and agreed to invite northern lords to the next Confederation Council in King's Landing. Sansa teased that the lords no longer dreaded Daenerys's dragons, though some still eyed them warily. During these days, Daenerys walked the courtyard of Winterfell, recalling how it once lay battered by the undead. She found fresh additions, new forges, stable expansions, a weirwood sapling carefully nurtured near the ancient heart tree. The air was cold, but the fortress thrummed with life. She realized that even Winterfell, so ravaged by war, had found renewal under Sansa's steady rule. After about a week, Daenerys and Jon prepared to depart for King's Landing, finishing their circuit. Sansa saw them off at the gates, hugging Jon with unspoken affection and exchanging final pleasantries with Daenerys. A fresh wave of snow fell, dusting the caravans. The travelers set out under gray skies, heading south. Their hearts felt light, for they had witnessed a realm that, despite minor grievances and the odd scuffle, largely thrived in the absence of war. The Confederation's patchwork might not be perfect, but it was stable. They spent another fortnight on the King's Road, stopping occasionally to greet small communities or pass on instructions from Winterfell. Eventually, the towers of King's Landing rose on the horizon, the city bustling with renewed commerce. Tyrion, Sam, and Davos welcomed them in the Red Keep's courtyard, eager for news. Daenerys and Jon delivered the tale, the forging of new alliances, the resolution of a pirate threat, the submission of raiders for trial, the integration of Wales Reach and other hamlets. Tyrion's relief was palpable, as was Sam's delight at the new knowledge gleaned of old whaling villages. Davos nodded approvingly at the consistent theme of quiet prosperity. That evening, in the keep's comfortable council chamber, no throne overshadowing them, just a round table, Daenerys, Jon, and their advisors recounted the entire journey. Tyrion took notes for official record. Sam updated them on small events in the capital, new trade pacts with Dorne, successful harvest shipments from the Reach, minimal complaints from Lannisport after Daenerys's short visit. The realm seemed to have no large conflagrations on the horizon. Even the Iron Islands stayed calm after Yara's final crackdown on rogue captains. When they concluded, Daenerys leaned back in her chair, a smile touching her lips. So we're free for the moment of major fires to douse. Our watchers remain vigilant for leftover undead magic, but we've found none. The realm's lords mostly abide the Confederation even if they grumble about taxes. We have an integrated system for new settlements. The roads are safe. Dare I say, we are at peace. Jon exhaled softly. It's almost unnerving, he admitted with a wry grin. After all the darkness, we stand unthreatened. I hope it lasts. Tyrion set down his quill. It's well earned. We mustn't forget our vigilance, but we can appreciate the calm. Perhaps this is the age that fosters arts, new crafts, and stable trade. Sam brightened. I'd like to see more libraries built across the realm to preserve knowledge. That's my next project. Each region with a central library, perhaps so common folk can learn from history and avoid repeating it. Davos offered a nod. Knowledge is the best shield against old horrors. Daenerys rose, gazing around the table at these figures who had once faced the end of the world beside her. She recalled the swirl of battles, betrayals, heartbreak, and ultimately the forging of a realm that needed no single tyrant on a throne. "We won't let that knowledge fade," she said softly. "We owe it to those who died and those who live now to keep the realm strong and wise." Jon stood beside her, their hands entwined. The quiet ring of candlelit faces reflected contentment with a mission that had become a lasting reality. The meeting dispersed, leaving them free to rest. As Daenerys walked the keep's corridors, she savored the hush, the knowledge that outside these walls, from Dorne's deserts to the far north snows, from the Iron Islands to Essos-bound harbors, Westeros breathed in relative peace. Not absent of troubles, but absent of monstrous calamities. That night, in their shared chamber, Daenerys and Jon watched the city's lights from a window. Drogon perched on a tower, half-dozing, content that no roving undead horde roamed the land. Daenerys felt the swirl of decades of struggle behind her. She had come from Essos with fire in her blood, seeking to break the wheel. In the end, the wheel had been broken not by conquest alone, but by forging a confederation that spread power across many hands. And though she wore no crown, she and Jon had guided the realm with a devotion that might endure for generations. She rested her head against Jon's shoulder, murmuring, "It's strange to realize we might be remembered not just as survivors of the long night, but as the ones who made this peace possible." Jon kissed the top of her head gently. "We had help from countless others. But yes, it's a legacy better than any wrought from iron or war." Their silhouettes lingered against the flickering hearthlight, two figures in quiet unity. Tomorrow would bring more councils, more petitions, more daily business. The realm would continue weaving a tapestry of small challenges, small triumphs, forging its next chapter under a system that had outgrown the old monarchy's shadow. And if, in some distant future, new storms arose, the memory of the long night and the vigilance Daenerys and Jon had instilled would stand sentinel, ensuring the darkness of winter's terror found no easy hold on Westeros again. So ended their winding journey across the western coasts, another proof of the Confederation's endurance. Days rolled into months, months into years, with no cataclysm to break the realm's stride. The people gleaned harvests, built villages, expanded trade routes, and told their children stories not of unstoppable doom, but of a living realm secured by watchful guardians. Daenerys and Jon remained at the center, steady and humble, reminding the lords and small folk alike that unity was their greatest bulwark. Fire and ice had once clashed on the field of death. Now, joined in common cause, they illuminated a path forward, shining with the promise of a dawn unclouded by fear. And if any old ghosts of the White Walkers stirred in distant legends, if any fool sought to reawaken that ancient evil, they would find a realm that remembered too well how close it had come to oblivion, and how fiercely it would guard the new life carved from the jaws of winter. A realm that refused to bow to any single tyranny, nor to the creeping grip of ice. That, in the end, was the heart of Daenerys and Jon's legacy. Not a grandiose throne, but a living testament to a people who had chosen life over death, forging a confederation that looked to the horizon with steady eyes, unafraid of the coming seasons and prepared to stand together, come what may. Time advanced in quiet increments, the realm drifting from one season to the next. Freed from the nightly terrors of old wars and icebound nightmares, Westeros found itself caught in the rhythms of rebuilding and daily labor rather than apocalyptic dread. Yet, in the absence of looming catastrophe, the business of a realm was far from idle. The confederation that Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow had guided into existence demanded perpetual tending, like a vast garden whose every plot needed weeding, watering, and watchful eyes. In King's Landing, the Red Keep no longer stood as a symbol of fear or ambition clashing for a single iron seat. The old throne room was now a grand council chamber with a wide circular table at its heart. Chairs spaced evenly so that each representative from across Westeros might speak without gazing up at any single occupant on a dais. Banners of the Confederation's regions, Winterfell's direwolf, the Targaryen dragon, the sun and spear of Dorne, the falcon of the Vale, the kraken of Pike, the golden rose of the Reach, lined the walls. People still sometimes called Daenerys and Jon your graces, though more often they were addressed simply as my lady and my lord, as if the titles of monarchy and absolute rule had dissolved into something looser, gentler, more diffuse. Over the years, The old monarchy's debts had been parceled out and repaid in structured increments, thanks to the cunning negotiations Tyrion Lannister pursued with the Iron Bank of Bravos. Those bankers, once skeptical of an untested confederation, now found themselves receiving regular shipments of gold from the Westerlands and taxes from port traffic across the Seven Kingdoms. Profitable trade lines spanned from Old Town to White Harbor, from King's Landing to the West Coast towns, and further beyond to Essos. In essence, money kept flowing, forging an era in which the dreaded ravages of war gave way to cautious prosperity. On a mild morning, Daenerys stepped into the courtyard of the Red Keep. Beneath an open sky brushed with pale clouds, she surveyed the cluster of caravans that had just arrived from the Reach, bearing grain and orchard produce. Workers unloaded sacks of flour, crates of apples, barrels of preserved fruits, bounty that once would have gone primarily to the Lannisters or Targaryens alone but now helped feed the capital's swelling population. She wore a riding cloak embroidered with understated dragon motifs at the hem, pinned by a silver brooch. No crown burdened her, but her presence stirred respectful greetings from the merchants, who recognized the living symbol of the new age. She moved among them, offering gentle words of thanks. Several local small folk hovered nearby, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. They saw not a distant queen gliding past in a retinue of gold-armored guards, but a watchful leader traveling in a modest escort of city watch, as was her habit these days. People's faces lit with relief or curiosity rather than fear. Daenerys still felt a quiet astonishment at how thoroughly times had changed. Once, her arrival anywhere might have meant the threat of dragonfire or conquest. Now, it signified help, trade, or the simple interest of a confederation steward. She heard a soft step behind her and turned to find Jon Snow approaching. He wore a dark tunic bearing the Stark direwolf sigil, a thick leather belt, and scuffed riding boots. Threads of silver now streaked his black hair near the temples, a sign of years spent ensuring the realm stayed balanced. Her heart lifted at the sight of him, as it often did, the memory of all they had overcome together shaping every quiet moment. "A good haul from the Reach," he said, scanning the wagons. "And the caravan from the Westerlands came last week, so our stores are well stocked." Daenerys gave a small smile. No talk of riots for bread, no claims of unsustainable taxes, at least for this season. Jon's mouth curved wryly. "We'll likely hear more grumbles next season. But you're right, for now calm. Tyrion's plan to keep trade flows consistent across all ports has paid off." She nodded. "Let's meet with these merchants. If they have concerns, it's better we address them before they leave the capital." So they moved among the wagoners, hearing how roads fared, how bandits had grown scarcer, how local lords from Highgarden's caretaker council now cooperated to keep the highways safe. One merchant named Holland, a veteran of the old wars, confided that he remembered a time when the crown demanded tribute, the Tyrells demanded local tithes, and marauders prowled unchecked. Now, he said, the Confederation's watchers patrolled in concert with local militias, so not a single wagon had been lost in his latest journey north. Give it a few more years, Holland concluded, and these roads might match anything the free cities have. Safer, even. "I never thought to see such a thing." He offered Daenerys a respectful bow. "My thanks, my lady." She responded with quiet humility, mindful that the Confederation was no personal triumph alone but the fruit of many labors. Their conversation ended when a city official arrived to measure the grain, ensuring taxes were properly recorded. Daenerys moved on, feeling a subtle warmth at each testimonial of small improvements in daily life. Later that day, Daenerys and Jon headed inside for a scheduled council session. The corridor leading to the old throne room had lost much of its foreboding hush, replaced by a sense of purposeful bustle. Scribes hurried with parchment, delegates from different regions conferred in low voices, city watchmen stood at intervals, their presence vigilant but not oppressive. Light from high windows painted the stone walls with warm patches of sun. In the circular council chamber, Tyrion Lannister already stood by the table, flipping through ledgers. Sam Tarly joined him, carrying an armful of scrolls. Davos Seaworth leaned over a map pinned with small markers indicating coastal watchtowers. Brienne of Tarth, ever stately in her polished armor, kept a relaxed but attentive posture near the doorway. Representatives from the Vale, the Westerlands, and the Iron Islands occupied seats around the table, discussing supply lines or settlement expansions. When Daenerys and Jon took their usual chairs, Tyrion lifted his head and began, "We have a full slate. First, the representative from the Iron Islands, Lady Nyla Harlaw, wishes to discuss the success of Yara Greyjoy's extended maritime patrol. Then we'll hear from Lord Turek Vale about rumored smugglers in the Fingers. After that, Sam has a matter of archiving records of newly formed settlements. Let's keep it efficient. The meeting unfolded in a measured rhythm. Lady Nyla reported that the Iron Islands, once a hotbed of reaving, had settled into an era of maritime commerce. Yara's vigilant patrolling of the western coasts suppressed pirate activity, though the occasional band still cropped up. House Greyjoy had limited reaving to a historical footnote, at least for now. Daenerys and Jon offered thanks for their diligence. Next, Lord Turek Vale spoke of suspicious smugglers near the Fingers, possibly ferrying contraband from Bravos into the Vale's backwaters. Brienne promised to send watchers to coordinate with Vale Knights. Tyrion took notes on ways to deter such smuggling with new customs checks. Then Sam Tarly explained how many fringe settlements, like Wales, Reach, and Case's smaller enclaves, had quietly accepted Confederation charters. He recommended an official registry, a single tome kept in King's Landing, with copies at Old Town and Winterfell, so that every recognized settlement's name, location, and trade type was recorded. This idea received enthusiastic support. Scribes were assigned to gather data from traveling watchers or caravans. By the time they finished, midday light slanted through the chamber's high windows. Tyrion declared a short recess. Delegates drifted to an antechamber for refreshments. Daenerys lingered, conferring with Sam about one last item: the old treaties with the Free Cities. Bravos and Pentos had signaled interest in sending envoys to discuss trade expansions with the new Confederation. "It might be time we formalize ports of entry for Essosi vessels," Sam said, eyes glinting with intellectual curiosity. "If we handle it well, taxes on those goods could bolster the treasury without harming local merchants." Daenerys recalled that once, the notion of foreign powers meddling in Westeros had been greeted with suspicion. Now, cooperation might open new markets. "Yes, let's do it. We'll speak with Jon and the others. If the Free Cities come peacefully, we can welcome them. Our realm is strong enough to hold its own terms." With that, Sam departed to finalize the details, leaving Daenerys alone in the broad chamber for a moment. She cast her gaze around, taking in the ring of chairs. Each bore a small plaque indicating a region: the North, Dorne; the Stormlands, the Vale; the Westerlands, the Iron Islands; the Riverlands, the Reach. In the center, a modest dais displayed the text of the foundational accord. No swords hammered into a throne, no spiked seat that whispered of conquest. She felt a stir of old ghosts, remembering the day she first saw the Iron Throne in the Red Keep. So many lifetimes ago. How it once embodied fear and ambition. That symbol was melted into forging materials, repurposed into farmland plows and city watch swords. A more fitting end than letting it loom over a realm grown beyond that shape. She breathed a quiet vow to keep this system intact, to ensure the realm never again cowered under one monstrous threat or bled from one single ruler's madness. At length, the delegates returned, and the second half of the session resumed. They hammered out minor details about distributing seeds from the Reach to Case, coordinating free folk expansions near the Neck, verifying reports of some lesser lords petitioning for council seats. By day's end, the Confederation's daily tapestry felt richer, carefully woven with each voice, each perspective. That evening, Daenerys joined Jon for a quiet meal in a smaller dining hall. Only Tyrion and Brienne joined them, along with a handful of watchers. The conversation drifted from the day's negotiations to lighter matters: Brienne's ongoing training regimen for City Watch recruits, Tyrion's occasional exasperation with paperwork, the comedic gossip that small folk sometimes circulated about how Daenerys and Jon were secretly or not so secretly expecting an heir. They weren't, but rumors never died in a city so large. Tyrion smirked, swirling a cup of wine. People do love to imagine a new Targaryen Stark child. They spin tales that it would unify the entire realm in bloodline alone. But I prefer we rely on the foundational accord. Daenerys half laughed. So do I. A child is no guarantee of stable rule. We've proven we don't need that old inheritance model. And as for gossip, let them talk. Jon's expression gentled. In truth, we've not even decided if we'd want a child. The realm is stable with or without an heir. The council can carry on. Brienne inclined her head respectfully. If that rumor helps small folk sleep easier, believing the future is secure, perhaps it does little harm. But I share your view. The Confederation outlives any single line. Tyrion toasted her with a tilt of his wine cup. Well put. They parted with friendly banter. Daenerys and Jon strolled the corridors to their chambers. Passing tall windows, they spied the city at night, its lamps glowing in the streets, the harbor flickering with ship lanterns. The hush that settled felt restful, not anxious. She recalled the swirl of fear that once marked these streets. The hush before the undead storm, the hush of tyranny. Now it was the hush of normal slumber, of a city content to dream while watchers kept it safe. In their chambers, Daenerys sat at a small desk, scanning a letter from Sansa. The Lady of Winterfell had signed it with notes about the growing prosperity near White Harbor. She requested that any new wave of Iron Islands or Stormlands ships coordinate to ensure no confusion in the northern docks. She concluded with a personal line that teased Daenerys and Jon about how swiftly the seasons turned, how swiftly time marched on, leaving them all older and hopefully wiser. Daenerys felt a pang of affection for Sansa's measured leadership, recalling how they once regarded each other warily. Now they'd grown into strong allies, perhaps even friends, united by duty. She set the letter aside and turned to Jon, who was removing his sword belt. "Sansa's well," she murmured, summarizing the letter. "All calm there, too?" He nodded, a faint smile crossing his lips. "Good. Sometimes I miss the North's open spaces. Perhaps we'll visit again soon, if the realm remains quiet." She rose and touched his arm. "We'll find time, but for now let's get rest. Tomorrow we host those Braavosi envoys who want to finalize trade expansions. It never truly ends." He chuckled lightly. "It's a better burden than unending war, anyway." They put out the lamps and let the hush of the keep enfold them, drifting into the night's calm. Days followed in their rhythmic hum. The Braavosi envoys arrived, a pair of merchants who had once doubted Westeros's new system, but now carried curious offers of broadening shipping lanes. In the council chamber, they proposed establishing offices in King's Landing for Braavosi traders, with a promise of coin loans for local crafters. Tyrion, with Sam's help, hammered out cautious agreements so that local merchants wouldn't be overwhelmed. Daenerys and Jon lent their authority to the final word, ensuring fair terms. The Confederation remained open to external commerce, but never at the cost of subjugating its own people. Not long after, a letter arrived from Gendry in the Stormlands reporting continued progress on shipbuilding. He mentioned an interest in forging more advanced vessels that could handle the Sunset Sea's rougher waters. Such expansions might create a direct route to the far southwestern coasts, bridging them to King's Landing without the need to pass near the Iron Islands. Daenerys answered promptly, applauding the ambition and pledging modest support from the Confederation's treasury. Meanwhile, watchers in the Vale reported that the smuggling near the Fingers had diminished since Brienne's men coordinated with local knights. The contraband seemed to be petty items, illicit spirits, or Eastern spices, nothing too alarming. Another ripple of potential trouble smoothed away. Each small success reinforced that the realm needed no single hero to quell every spark. A network of watchers, local lords, and loyal soldiers sufficed. Tyrion still insisted on thorough vigilance for any leftover cult or fragment of White Walker magic, but there was little cause for alarm. The old rumors of Everfrost shards had gone silent. Tormund and the free folk in the far north, allied with Sansa's watchers, found no sign of new zealots or dangerous artifacts. Sam consulted the Citadel's records, which indicated such shards, if any remained, were either lost or inert. Daenerys and Jon remained watchful, remembering how any complacency once risked doom. But each passing month eased tension further. In the lull, Daenerys found opportunities to walk the city's new districts, accompanied by a minimal guard. She visited neighborhoods once ravaged by whites, now thriving with shops and taverns. She listened to minstrels singing ballads that wove truth and myth about the Great War's end. She smiled wryly when hearing them call her Dragon Queen, the Gentle Flame, and Jon, the Wolf King who died once for the realm. The small folks' half-true songs embroidered the memories of apocalypse with romance, as if to soften the era's brutal edges. She never corrected them. Let them keep their myths, so long as the realm remembered the lessons of that darkest winter. Sometimes she soared above the city on Drogon, scanning rooftops for any sign of trouble. People glanced up, shading their eyes, but they did not scream or flee as once they might have. The sight of a living dragon overhead had become a fixture, a monstrous guardian that seldom meddled in mortal affairs. Drogon spent many days hunting beyond the city walls or perched on a wide parapet near the keep. He roared less frequently as if content in a realm that no longer shook with conflict. Jon, for his part, took interest in forging a better city watch. He refined the training regimen, combining his experiences from the Night's Watch and the battles against the undead with more standard city guard discipline. Men and women joined, some from impoverished backgrounds seeking stable employment. Over time, the Watch became a more professional force, patrolling the streets in pairs, wearing uniforms that bore the Confederation's entwined sigils. Petty crime fell. People no longer mistrusted the Watch as instruments of corruption but regarded them as neighbors who maintained order. One mild afternoon, Daenerys joined Jon at the Watch's training yard. She watched him instruct new recruits on forming shield walls, stepping in sync, covering each other's flanks. Some recruits were older men with scars, veterans of the Great War who sought a final service. Others were youthful, born shortly before or just after the undead threat, their memories of that time hazy. Jon moved among them with quiet authority, correcting stances, reminding them that they served not a single king, but a realm built on unity. The recruits nodded, sweat dripping, eyes fixed on the man who had once rallied the living at the brink of extinction. When the session ended, Daenerys congratulated the recruits for their progress. She felt a pang of wonder, recalling how the realm had nearly dissolved under the Night King's unstoppable legions. Now, these young people trained for basic civic peace, not the final war of humankind. She considered that one day those final war stories might feel as distant as legends of the Age of Heroes. Still, she hoped the realm would keep remembering enough to never let it happen again. In the keep's library, Sam oversaw the growth of new archives. He had recruited a handful of literate stewards, some ex-maesters from Old Town, some local scribes, and guided them in cataloging every Confederation settlement that had filed a charter. Each settlement's location, trade specialties, and approximate population were recorded. Daenerys visited these scribes, scanning their ledgers, Whale's Reach, case expansions, the small island rescued from Essosi raiders, plus countless hamlets in the Riverlands or west. Whenever a free folk camp in the far north joined or a new orchard sprang up near the Stormlands, watchers or traveling delegates reported it. Sam's dream of a realm-wide ledger of recognized communities came to life day by day. Tyrion, witnessing this work, joked that it was the House of Tarly's masterpiece, overshadowing Old House Tarly's martial repute. Sam would blush, stammering that he was only facilitating. But Tyrion insisted the realm might owe Sam a small monument in the future, for no monarchy in memory had kept such thorough records. Daenerys sometimes teased Sam that he might become a revered figure to historians, the first archivist of a unified Westeros. Sam would wave it off, saying the Confederation was shaped by many hands, and he was just one pair. Weeks melted into months, months into another turn of the seasons. Winter's hold loosened, giving way to a fresh spring that washed the countryside in green and wildflowers. King's Landing thrived, its population growing. Farmers from the Crownlands moved closer to sell produce. Artisans from Essos arrived, lured by stable markets. The shipping lanes bristled with small cogs and galleys bringing goods from Bravos, Pentos, even Volantis. Daenerys watched from the keep's high walls as the harbor buzzed with commerce. She found a moment of deep satisfaction in the calm synergy of it all. Men and women from across the realm meeting foreigners in the markets, bartering in good faith. The Great War's shadow lingered only in occasional nightmares or the battered scars on older veterans. The younger generation, who had never seen whites, only knew the daily hum of normal challenges. Disputes over land boundaries, fish shortages in one region, orchard pests in another. All manageable by local councils with minimal intervention from the throne, which didn't even exist. It was during this time that an unexpected visitor arrived in the city. A small retinue from Volantis, not just merchants but a red priest rumored to have ties to the Lawler faith that once supported Daenerys in Essos. The city watch politely escorted them to the keep, uncertain whether these foreigners carried any ill intent. Daenerys, upon hearing of them, felt a pang of memory. The red priests who had once hailed her as some prophesied figure, the voice of the Lord of Light. Now, with the realm stable, she wondered if they had come to demand something or to revere her anew. She received them in a modest audience hall. The Volantine party consisted of three: a sleekly dressed merchant, a female guard with short cropped hair, and an older red priest wearing crimson robes, the symbol of R'hllor embroidered in gold thread. They bowed, offering standard courtesies, but the priest's eyes held a spark of awe. Daenerys greeted them calmly, introducing Jon as co-steward. Tyrion, Sam, and Davos looked on from the sidelines. The merchant explained they sought trade in exotic dyes, spices, and fine silks. The guard's presence was simply for protection. The priest, called Mulattoes, said he came to see the realm that overcame the great darkness, presumably referencing the White Walkers. He asked if Daenerys still bore the flame of R'hllor's blessing. She gave a gentle, measured answer. She believed the realm overcame the dead through unity of all faiths, not R'hllor alone. The priest listened, nodding. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, suspecting some hidden motive. But Mulattoes merely bowed, praising her for fulfilling a portion of prophecy. He claimed he bore no designs to enthrall Westeros to the Red Temple, only to witness the land's recovery. Daenerys found him mild enough in manner. She concluded that perhaps the Red Priests in Volantis wished to see if the undead threat truly ended, and if Daenerys retained any supernatural significance. While she did not disclaim the wonders that had shaped her journey, she made it clear that the Confederation recognized many gods, none of which exclusively ruled policy. The priest seemed to accept this, leaving soon after with polite farewells, though a glint of reverence lingered in his gaze. In private, Tyrion quipped that at least the Red Priests were not zealots demanding tithes or pushing fanaticism. Sam opined that perhaps the far corners of Essos, once certain Daenerys was the one who would break the night, simply wanted proof that the war had ended. Jon admitted the visit unsettled him slightly, reminding him of the fraught alliances that once accompanied the fight against the dead. But they agreed it seemed harmless. If more Red Priests appeared, they'd handle it the same way, politely but firmly. That summer, while fields across Westeros grew lush, Daenerys and Jon decided to orchestrate a new festival in King's Landing, a more formal version of the smaller gatherings that had emerged each year. They invited delegates from every major region, encouraging them to bring their local delicacies and crafts, culminating in a multi-day fair inside and around the city's walls. The impetus was to celebrate a decade of Confederation success and to reaffirm the memory of the war's end. The festival would highlight how trade, culture, and unity sustained Westeros's bright present. For weeks leading up to the festival, wagons poured into King's Landing from the north, laden with cured meats, wool, carved wood. From the Reach, wines, fruits, flowers. From Dorne, spices, citrus, exotic fabrics. From the Stormlands, timber, shells, robust Alesh. From the Vale, fine cheeses, falconry demonstrations. From the Westerlands, gold trinkets, minted coin displays. From the Iron Islands, salted fish, maritime crafts. And from the Riverlands, grain, river fish, sturdy horses. The city squares filled with colorful stalls. Performers tuned their instruments. Blacksmiths hammered out showpieces. Children raced through lanes draped in banners. Daenerys and Jon supervised the arrangement. Tyrion handled logistical details, ensuring stalls were fairly assigned, preventing price gouging, coordinating watchers to keep order. Sam, enthralled by the cultural exchange, set up a table featuring historical scrolls, encouraging passers-by to read about the Great War's lessons. Brienne and Davos oversaw security, posting watchers at each gate, mindful that large crowds could breed petty crimes or unrest if not policed. But the mood was largely jubilant, the realm collectively exhaling a sense of good fortune. When the festival officially began, the city blossomed into a whirl of color and sound. Musicians from Bravos and the Westerlands played side by side. Dancers from Dorne performed with twirling scarves. Northern bards sang of dire wolves and the haunted forests. Ironborn craftspeople displayed intricate knots and carvings. A group of free folk who traveled south with Sansa's encouragement demonstrated their hardy leatherwork and told stories of life beyond the wall. People listened, enthralled by the swirl of cultures that once warred or distrusted each other, now mingling in peace. Each evening, a grand feast took place in a wide courtyard near the former dragon pit. That ruined structure had been partially converted into an open forum, ringed by stands. There, Daenerys, Jon, and Confederation delegates would join the crowds to witness performances, sample regional dishes, or simply converse. Drogon, if overhead, mostly kept to the keep's periphery, his presence was a reminder of power but no longer a threat to overshadow the festivity. On the festival's second night, a stirring event took place. A small group of northerners stepped forward, among them a gray-haired woman named Marley, requesting permission to sing a new composition. She introduced it as an ode to the wolf and the dragon, describing how their union turned aside the great night, how the Confederation was born from that alliance. The tune was haunting, weaving a refrain about ice meeting flame in a swirl of sorrow and hope. Some lines evoked tears in the audience, recalling fallen heroes, the heartbreak of entire houses lost. Yet the final verses soared with a promise that from the ashes rose a unity no single blade could break. Daenerys found her throat tight with emotion, hearing the echo of those monstrous nights. Jon stood at her side, eyes reflecting the flicker of torches, memories dancing unspoken in his gaze. When the song ended, an odd hush lingered, broken by a wave of applause. The singer and her companions bowed. Wordlessly, Daenerys gestured her thanks, moved beyond words. That simple performance encapsulated the realm's entire journey, and the crowd felt it in their bones. As the festival continued, Daenerys and Jon circulated among the people. She encountered families from the Riverlands who had rebuilt farmland thrice over. She met a group of Dorne scions who teased that if she ever visited the water gardens, they'd show her a feast unmatched by any in the north. She laughed and promised to try. Jon found old companions from the Night's Watch days, now retired, living contentedly in the city or the southern reaches. They recounted how dire it had been at the Wall, how the Confederation had truly changed everything. On the final day, the festival climaxed with a large parade through King's Landing's main thoroughfares. Floats representing each region rolled along, depicting harvest scenes, maritime motifs, winter hunts, or orchard bounties. Musicians marched in rows, playing lively tunes. The City Watch directed the crowds carefully to prevent crushes. Daenerys and Jon rode on horseback at the parade's end, waving to cheering throngs. The donkey carts carrying orphan children came behind them, distributing small candies or flowers. People roared with applause, not out of fear or blind loyalty, but a shared sense of relief and celebration. Even foreign dignitaries from the free cities watched in fascination, seeing how a land once ravaged had found unity in diversity. At sunset, the parade ended at a wide plaza near the gate leading to the harbor. Torches were lit, casting golden light on the jubilant masses. Daenerys and Jon dismounted, taking a place on a platform built for the occasion. Tyrion signaled quiet, stepping forward to address the crowd. With his characteristic wit, he thanked the Confederation for pulling off a festival without any major riots or incidents. Laughter rippled. He then introduced Daenerys and Jon with a flourish, calling them the realm's stewards, who once banished the endless night by forging endless cooperation. Daenerys felt a slight flush at Tyrion's praise, but she stepped forward. The crowd fell silent. Her gaze swept across faces of every region, of children who had never seen a white, of elders who remembered the realm aflame. She spoke. "We gather at this festival a decade after the Great War's close. 10 years might seem but a blink to the old houses of Westeros. But think how long it's been since we heard the footsteps of an undead army. Think how many children have grown up never knowing that terror. We stand here by virtue of unity. Not the unity of a single throne, but the unity of many voices, many houses, all casting aside old feuds to preserve the living." She paused, scanning the hush. "Today, we witness proof that this confederation thrives. Our roads are safer, our farms yield harvests, our watchers quell threats before they can fester. The scars remain, on our walls, in our hearts, but from those scars, we've learned that no single seat or banner can overshadow our shared duty. May we keep this flame of cooperation burning, so none can snuff it out with fear or ambition." The crowd cheered, a rolling wave of applause. She stepped back, letting Jon move forward. He said little in his typical manner, but his words carried weight. "I've seen more nightmares than I wish to recount. Today, I see hope in each face. We must never forget how close we came to losing everything. Hold that memory close so we never slip again. Thank you, all of you, for building this realm together." Another cheer erupted, echoing off the city walls. Torches flared, music resumed, and the festival's final night began in earnest. The crowd dispersed into dancing, feasting, impromptu performances. Daenerys and Jon mingled for a time, then withdrew to a vantage on the city walls, gazing down at the swirling lights and laughter below. She felt tears prickle her eyes, recalling the many souls lost to heartbreak and war. This was the realm's tribute to them, a living symphony refusing to let winter's darkness reign. The days after the festival felt subdued but warm as delegates departed, caravans rolled away, and city dwellers returned to normal routines. The keep's corridors quieted, though the memory of music and color lingered. Daenerys returned to her usual governance schedule, meeting with watchers, reading new dispatches from corners of Westeros. Tyrion joked that the city might soon demand an annual festival, to which she replied that they could handle it if the realm continued to flourish. One morning, a raven from Tormund arrived, bearing news that some free folk had discovered ruins deep in the Frost Fangs, possibly old First Men structures. Sansa's watchers found no sign of White Walker magic, only half-collapsed stones. Sam, thrilled by the archaeological significance, asked permission to join a small expedition north to record the site. Daenerys and Jon approved, curious about any new glimpses into the realm's earliest chapters. Sam departed soon after, a grin on his face. Shortly thereafter, another letter brought fresh evidence that the southwestern coasts near the crag had developed an entire ring of small fishing towns. Local lords in the Westerlands asked for watchers to help standardize their charters. Daenerys responded swiftly, recalling her earlier visits. The swirl of these reports reminded her that the realm's edges never stopped evolving. Jon, for his part, formed a new training module for City Watch captains, inviting some from the Vale and Riverlands to cross-train. They hoped to cultivate a shared standard so watch forces across different regions functioned in harmony if bigger threats emerged. The Confederation wasn't an iron monarchy, but it needed consistency among lawkeepers. Time flowed, each day a mosaic of small achievements, small challenges. Daenerys grew adept at trusting the realm's network of local councils, Sansa in the north, Gendry in the Stormlands, Yara in the Iron Islands, Mullendor in Highgarden, Edmure in the Riverlands, and so forth. She and Jon oversaw them all with an open hand, stepping in only when asked or when watchers flagged a problem. The realm's daily burdens no longer crushed her or him alone, thousands of shoulders bore the load. The reality of that synergy often moved Daenerys, for it stood in stark contrast to the lonely, fractious leadership she'd once expected to wield. One late autumn evening, she and Jon took a quiet supper in their private solar. Wind rattled the windows, carrying the first real chill of the approaching winter. Candles flickered on a small table set with a modest meal, roasted vegetables, spiced mutton, fresh bread. They ate, conversing about the day's trifles. Jon looked tired, though content. She found him watching her with a reflective gaze. "Do you think we'll always do this?" he asked suddenly, voice hushed. "Oversee this realm, traveling to corners that need us, attending council sessions. Do you see an end for us, or a day we step aside?" Daenerys set her goblet down. "I've wondered the same. The foundational accord ensures continuity without us. We could, in theory, retire whenever we wish, though we might stay as long as we're needed. For now, the realm seems to want us at the center as reminders of how we survived the Night King." But in time, she trailed off, imagining a life away from endless tasks, maybe a simpler existence far in the future. Jon's eyes flicked to the candle flame. It's not an unappealing thought, ending our days in peace. Maybe in a quiet keep or traveling Essos. A soft laugh escaped. But not yet. The realm is stable, but I'm not sure it's so free of old grudges that we can vanish tomorrow. She touched his hand, their fingers tangling. "We'll know when the time's right. And if that day comes, the Confederation can carry on. We prepared it for that." He nodded, relief mingling with acceptance. "That's enough for me." They talked long into the evening, the glow of candlelight matching the warmth that passed between them. Each had come from a place of hardship, Jon from the austere nights at the wall, Daenerys from a life shaped by exile and conquest, and together they had shepherded Westeros from the brink of eternal winter into a blossoming confederation. For all their burdens, a quiet sense of fulfillment thrummed beneath. Days stretched into weeks, weeks into months, with no catastrophic threat darkening the horizon. If brigands rose, watchers handled them. If lo, RDS bickered, the council mediated. If a small settlement asked for recognition, Sam's scribes filed them. One by one, the old wounds that had scarred Westeros for centuries receded. True, the realm still had corners of conflict or new intrigues. Smugglers tested boundaries, some foreign tongues whispered about hidden powers. But none rose to overshadow the enduring peace. In time, Tormund wrote a letter from beyond the wall describing how the free folk thrived in small enclaves, free of White Walker menace. He teased that if Daenerys and Jon ever came north for a final check, they'd find only reindeer herds and thick forests. Maybe in the next year, Tormund wrote, they'd celebrate a wedding for one of the free folk chief's children, bridging clan lines. Daenerys smiled at the image, wild northerners forging new ties, not out of fear but out of hope. Summer came and went again, mild storms brushing the coasts, harvests proceeding across the land. King's Landing continued to bustle, expanding in slow increments as more people flocked to a seat of commerce. The City Watch, refined by Jon, Sam, and others, became a model for local forces in major towns. Gendry's ship program advanced, forging vessels that braved the western seas. They discovered new fishing routes, fueling trade that connected Lannisport, Case, and other smaller ports. Meanwhile, Yara Greyjoy managed the seas near Pike, ensuring no rogue reavers tarnished the Iron Island's new reputation. In each region, the old houses who once thirsted for the Iron Throne found themselves integrated into the Confederation's rotating councils, many concluding that power was better shared than lost. Even the impetus for rebellions had dulled, for no single seat existed to usurp. Pride lingered in pockets, but these houses saw that the realm no longer had the patience for civil wars. The memory of the undead conquest still loomed enough to unite them in preferring peace. One bright day, Daenerys stood on the keep's highest balcony watching the horizon. She felt the breeze tickle her hair, the sun warming her face. Drogon soared across the sky in a languid arc, letting out a roar that reverberated but brought no panic. She closed her eyes, recalling a time when the sight of a dragon overhead spelled fear to the realm. Now it was an accepted presence, a testament to a battered land that had learned to abide with wonders rather than cower beneath them. Footsteps approached softly. She opened her eyes to see Jon. He joined her at the balcony's edge, gazing at Drogon's dark shape in flight. "Sometimes I think of your first days in Westeros," he said quietly. "How you landed at Dragonstone, determined to reclaim your birthright. That path twisted so many times led us to a throne melted into forging rods, a realm with no single crown. It's not at all what you or I once imagined." She let out a gentle laugh. "No, not at all. Yet perhaps it's better. I used to dream of an Iron Throne, because I thought it symbolized the power to save or shape the world. In truth, power is broader, shared among many hearts. We discovered that only when the dead forced us to unite." Jon nodded, slipping an arm around her waist. "We found a truth better than any single seat. We forged a realm that might stand, not by fear, but by reason. That's more lasting, I think." They stood in a comfortable silence, letting the breeze speak. Beneath them, the city's sprawl glimmered, still carrying the scars of old battles in certain corners, but alive with commerce and laughter. The realm that once lay frozen under the Night King's dread marched onward, forging roads and farmland, forging families free from war. Daenerys felt a depth of gratitude that soared above regrets. In the distance, Drogon banked, riding an updraft. The sun flared against his scales, a streak of black in the endless blue. She recalled the day she first beheld her dragons, newly hatched from fire and magic in Essos. How far that journey had taken her. Across oceans, across betrayals and alliances, culminating in a realm that recognized no single tyrant. Fire once threatened to scorch Westeros in her name, but in the end, it had simply broken a cycle, forging plows from swords. Jon's hand was warm against her back. She leaned into him. "Whatever winters come," she murmured, "we face them together." He pressed his forehead lightly to hers, answering in a soft vow. Always. Below, a city in gentle motion, a realm that endured. Above, a dragon's sword, no longer a harbinger of war. And in their hearts, Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow carried the quiet knowledge that, whether they ruled another year or many more, they had woven a future from the shards of a near apocalypse. A future in which children laughed at street fairs, caravans roamed safe roads, watchers guarded from petty bandits, and no single iron seat overshadowed the land. They lingered on the balcony, letting the day's light wash over them. The hush around them felt not like dread but a promise. Life continued, seasons turned, and the realm's tapestry grew ever more vibrant. Each day, more newborns arrived who would never know the terror of White Walkers, who would never see men slaughter each other for a metal throne. That was the legacy Daenerys and Jon cherished most, beyond any title or crown. a living world that had chosen unity over division, forged from the darkest winter into a lasting dawn. In time, the Great War would become legend, told in songs that grew improbable with each retelling. Bards would spin half-mythic versions of the Night King's dominion, of dragons battling undead hordes, of a battered castle called Winterfell standing tall against an endless night. Some would question if such horrors truly happened. But the older generation would remember, passing down enough truth that no one might fully forget how close humanity came to extinction. They would teach that vigilance was the price of peace, that no single hero or seat could save them, only the collective stand of fire and ice, of lords and small folk, men and women from every corner banding together. And so the Confederation endured. It was not perfect, the realm was vast, with scattered discontents, 1,000 small disputes. Yet those were mortal quarrels. The unstoppable horrors that once threatened all breathing souls had receded. The promise of life overshadowed the memory of death. Daenerys and Jon, in the twilight of their story journey, still rose each day to sign charters, greet envoys, reassure frightened hamlets, welcome orphans from war's last remnants, or coordinate watchers who kept the roads safe. 1,000 tasks, small but crucial, knitted the realm's tapestry ever tighter. At dusk, in the courtyard, the city watch changed shifts with minimal fanfare, men and women in uniform exchanging salutes. Drogon, from his tower perch, let out a quiet rumble. Inside the keep, Tyrion compiled notes for the next day's session. Sam cross-checked new settlement registrations. Brienne discussed logistical training with a new guard captain. Along the corridors, torches blazed, illuminating murals that had replaced tattered old Lannister or Targaryen sigils with simpler designs symbolizing the Confederation's circle of unity. That circle, symbolic of many corners of Westeros, had supplanted the vertical spire of monarchy. In the hush of the Red Keep's halls, Daenerys sometimes pictured a time beyond her own lifetime, imagining how these halls might host men and women not yet born, continuing the Confederation's business with the same sense of shared stewardship. Perhaps eventually some might forget the living nightmares that once forced the realm's unification. But she hoped enough records, enough caution, endured to prevent a relapse into naive divisions. Jon too shared that hope. They had spoken of it often in private moments, acknowledging that the threat of the White Walkers had ironically been the catalyst for forging peace among fractious houses. Now that the threat was gone, people had to remember the reasons for unity on their own. Yet a decade or more of relative prosperity had begun laying down new generational habits. Young men enlisted in Watchers' ranks not because a single king demanded it, but because they believed in protecting their neighbors from the small evils that lurked. Young women found roles in trade or governance that once had been barred to them in older times. Freed from constant war, Westeros found pockets of creativity and new thinking. On a morning soon after the festival, Daenerys and Jon rose before sunrise and made their way up a narrow stair to the Red Keep's highest parapet. Drogon glided from a nearby tower to join them, landing with enough weight to shake the stones. The dawn sky burned a pinkish hue, promising a clear day. Daenerys stroked Drogon's flank, feeling the warmth of a being whose life spanned from Essos's scorching dunes to the frozen wastes beyond the wall. The dragon's breath curled in the cold air, stirring memories of unstoppable power once harnessed for war. Together, Daenerys and Jon mounted Drogon. Though they seldom flew outside crises, once in a while they took to the skies to remind themselves, and the realm, that dragon still soared, but now as protectors, not conquerors. With a thunder of wings, Drogon launched from the parapet, climbing into the brightening heavens. The city shrank below, rows of streets glinting in the new sunlight. Daenerys felt the rush of flight, wind streaming across her face. Jon, behind her, kept a firm hold, scanning the horizon. The hush of dawn enveloped them in a sense of deep freedom. They curved outward, crossing the city walls. Small folk below glimpsed the black shape overhead, pointing or cheering. Some still remembered how dragons once spelled terror. Now, they recognized it as the symbol of a confederation that had saved them from an endless night. Daenerys guided Drogon in a wide loop above farmland and roads, seeing wagons on the move, farmland a patchwork of soft green and gold. The waters of Blackwater Bay shone like a polished mirror, ships anchored or sailing out. The keep's spires glowed in the dawn light. She let Drogon circle once more, then coaxed him to climb higher. The air grew chill, her cloak whipping. Beneath them stretched the heart of a realm that had endured cataclysm and found renewed life. Her heart pounded with gratitude and awe. Jon's arms held her close in the saddle, their shared presence a quiet pledge they'd made long ago, to guard Westeros from any new darkness, together. When they finally descended, spiraling down to land near the Red Keep's courtyard, watchmen shielded their eyes from the dust storm kicked up by Drogon's wings. Daenerys slid from the saddle, her legs slightly unsteady from the flight. Jon followed. Drogon folded his wings, rumbling deep in his chest. Daenerys smiled at him, offering a gentle scratch along the ridges of his neck. He pressed into her touch, his once fierce and restless nature settled by the peaceful realm they'd nurtured. Brushing dust from her cloak, Daenerys turned to Jon. Their eyes met, and unspoken understanding passed between them. He extended a hand, and she took it, lips curving in a small, private smile. No words were needed. They carried the realm in their hearts, yet the realm, in many ways, carried them. The tapestry of watchers, lords, and small folk had grown into something bigger than any single Targaryen or Stark or name. That was the true victory. Within the keep, Tyrion approached to deliver the day's updates. Something about new farmland allotments near Harrenhal, a small scuffle in the stepstones, a letter from the Vale praising the improved roads. Daenerys listened, her mind grounded again in the daily tasks, still buoyed by the memory of flight. Jon weighed in calmly, scheduling a council session for midday. The everyday hum resumed. They parted ways to see to their responsibilities. It was thus, in the unbroken stream of small tasks and quiet triumphs, that Westeros continued under the Confederation's watchful eye. Generations would pass, each forging new expansions, new local laws, new trade routes, none overshadowed by the all-consuming question of who sat a single throne. Eventually, Daenerys and Jon might step aside, letting the council elect fresh stewards. But for now, they remained the realm's guiding lights, the living testament to a unity born of cataclysm and nurtured by choice. If, in some distant corner, a rumor arose of undead shards or hidden White Walker altars, watchers swiftly dispelled it or found only crumbling stone. If any fool sought to reawaken that savage winter, they discovered a realm that no longer cowered behind petty rivalries. Fire and ice had learned to stand together, forging a line that even the darkest threat could not easily break. And so the Confederation thrived year upon year, its corners connected by roads, watchers, trade, and mutual memory of what nearly was lost. Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow remained in the city that once housed the Iron Throne, not as absolute monarchs but as caretakers, encouraging local leadership to rise, ensuring watchers in every region cooperated. The two found moments of respite amid their duties, tranquil dinners, morning rides, quiet flights on Drogon that reminded them of how far they'd come. In each other's presence, they found not the tension of great ambition but the comfort of a shared vow kept. Legends would swirl around them for centuries, songs of the Dragon Queen who turned swords into plowshares, the Wolf King who died and rose to lead men beyond the realm's old divides, the monstrous undead who nearly consumed the world, the forging of a new order in place of an iron seat of swords. The bards might spin fables that verged on magical, but the truth, as Daenerys and Jon knew, was simpler, if no less profound. It was a story of men and women who chose unity over tyranny, who refused to let ice devour the living flame of the world. In the hush of late autumn nights, Daenerys sometimes slipped onto a balcony to watch the city lights, recalling the hush that once heralded the Night King's approach. Now that hush was merely the gentle quiet of a realm at rest. She felt the old scars in her heart, the memory of friends lost, Yora, Missandei, countless others whose sacrifices had paved the path to this peace. She swore to keep that peace worthy of their memory. Jon too carried his share of ghosts. Some nights he dreamt of the wall, hearing the horn blasts that never came, or recalling the swirling chaos of the Battle of Winterfell. On waking, he'd find Daenerys's presence next to him, the realm outside their windows calm, the watch's horns silent. It soothed him to see how the living overcame that final darkness, forging a realm that no longer huddled behind high walls. Through it all, life in Westeros marched onward. Children grew, couples wed, fields ripened, ships sailed, watchers patrolled. Bandits occasionally reared their heads, but the watch snuffed them out. Grumbling lords occasionally tested the Confederation's laws, but the council's structure kept them in check. Ghost stories of the long night lingered in the corners of folk songs, reminding everyone that unity was not just a luxury but a shield. As yet another winter approached, Daenerys and Jon prepared to travel again, this time up the King's Road to visit Sansa in Winterfell, stopping by smaller towns that had petitioned for watchers. In King's Landing, Tyrion would hold the fort, orchestrating the daily tasks of the council. Sam, returned from his trip to the Frostfang ruins with notes on fascinating old carvings, would oversee scribes continuing the realm's grand ledger. Davos and Brienne would maintain security, ensuring no trouble flared in the capital. On the morning of departure, the keep's courtyard filled with wagons, watchmen, and a handful of loyal aides. Daenerys, adjusting the fur-lined cloak at her shoulders, exchanged final words with Tyrion about the city's current status. Jon, standing nearby, discussed with Davos the route they'd take, double-checking that watchers along the road had rations for the journey. Drogon perched overhead as if curious about the flurry of preparation. When all was ready, Daenerys and Jon mounted their horses. Tyrion dipped a playful bow, teasing, "Try not to conquer any kingdoms or topple any old seats, if you please." Daenerys laughed lightly. "No more seats to topple. We'll just greet old allies." Jon smirked. "Keep an eye on the city. If any Braavosi bankers show up, remind them we're paying them on schedule. They need not panic." Tyrion's grin twitched. "I'll handle them with my usual charm." With that, Daenerys and Jon kicked their horses into a steady gait, leading the small caravan out of the Red Keep's gates. Citizens along the street recognized them, some waving or bowing. A hush of admiration followed, not a hush of fear. They passed through the city's outer walls onto the King's Road that stretched north. The autumn sky shone clear, the sun mild on their faces. Thus, they began another chapter of stewardship, continuing the unwavering cycle of presence and care. The Confederation thrived, no single region overshadowed. If new tensions emerged, watchers and councils would address them. If rumors of old magic surfaced, Sam and the Citadel archives would investigate. The realm was not a utopia but an evolving tapestry of countless voices, each woven into a structure that prized unity over division. And Daenerys Targaryen, once the exiled breaker of chains, and Jon Snow, once the unacknowledged heir to a dynasty, rode side by side, carrying no single crown yet carrying the realm's trust. Along the road north, they would see how new farmland progressed, how free folk integrated, how children prepared for a winter that was only a season, not an endless doom. They would greet Sansa, share laughter in Winterfell's Great Hall, perhaps plan further expansions of Watchers or quell any budding friction among lords. All with calm purpose, guided by the vow they forged in the fires of war. If distant corners whispered of ice-steamed magic or rumored shards, the Watchers would stand ready. If a foreign power threatened to sow discord, the realm's unity would answer. The monarchy was replaced by 1,000 joined hands. Fire and ice had once clashed, but here they found balance, a guardianship that needed no iron seat to endure. Each day, each year, confirmed that the new shape of Westeros was no fleeting dream but a living, breathing order. And so they rode, forging ahead on the King's Road, Drogon's shadow crossing fields of grain, city watchmen trailing behind. Overhead, the open sky beckoned them northward, where cooler winds hinted at the next shift in seasons. Daenerys felt the future spread wide, uncharted but bright, each step of the realm guided by the memory of how close death had come and the promise never to let that darkness rise unchallenged again. She glanced at Jon, their eyes meeting in a mutual warmth. They shared the simplest of certainties. They were not alone, not in love nor in leadership. The realm marched at their side, shaped by many hearts, many hands. Whatever winter lay ahead was but another passage of time, faced with confidence that Westeros had finally learned to stand as one people. In that knowledge, Daenerys and Jon pressed forward, certain that the quiet dawn of each day was a testament to all they had won and all they would safeguard for generations to come.